Chapter 1511 The Empire's Response. The shortest distance between the southern border of the Suratan Empire and the northern border of the Guana Empire is about more than 1,000 kilometers. It's not long. It's not long. It's not short. In addition to a large plain that was almost like a desert, there were also several mountains that stretched across it, which greatly prevented the two empires from invading each other. If it weren't for the two rivers flowing down from the mountains and nourishing part of the land from south to north, I'm afraid no living thing could survive in this barren land. But this distance cannot stop the ambition of an empire, especially a nation that rides on horses. However, due to various internal and external reasons, the Sulatang Empire, which actively campaigned abroad during the founding period, did not place its main force in the south, but moved its attention to other places. When the great Khan of the empire wanted to touch another empire, he was moving towards the goal of conquering the entire land of Midi. At that time, the Lost Land was already full of magic towers, blocking the marching route of the army, not to mention those weak countries that dominate the territory. If the Sulatang Empire really wants to challenge the old empire of Midi, the Guana Empire, it will have to pull up the tower all the way and cross the mountains from the gorge before meeting the enemy of its choice. Determined opponent. Even if you can bribe the tower owners of two magic towers and get them to agree to allow the army to pass through unharmed, who can bribe all the tower owners and make them obey the great Khan of the empire? The reason why the Magicians Association discusses the noble lords all over the land is not without reason. This is why there are very few magic towers located within the empire. Even if there is, it may only be an old tower left over from an earlier period, rather than a newly built one. After all, no one wants their home to be filled with homeless people who listen to propaganda but not propaganda. In comparison, those small countries do not have that much intimidation to the Magician Association. It can neither prevent magicians from building towers nor prohibit magic towers from occupying land. Sometimes small countries also need magic towers to fill their defense systems, to fight against enemy countries, or to defend against attacks from nature, even if this comes at the cost of losing some territorial control. Therefore, at a certain period, magic towers were built one after another in the southern countries of the Sulatang Empire. There are even places where magic towers were consolidated first, and then countries were established. The magic fortress built in the past has now become the lifeline of humanity, facing the attack of the allied forces of demons and orcs. No magic tower gave up its responsibilities. They all fought until the last moment, and did not allow the enemy to pass easily. Perhaps the blockage from the magic tower was something the demons did not expect. But no tower can achieve the success of the Great Sage's tower more than 20 years ago, which forced the devil to actively close the gate of the abyss with the power of one tower. The magic towers in these small countries are all the most basic 3-story towers. At most, it can be won at the cost of nearly 1 legion. The human army is very valuable, and the noble lords from all over the world are reluctant to squander it so much that they use it to attack the tower. But for the allied forces of demons and orcs gathered together, it was enough for each leader to dedicate some members of the death squads to attack by force. If you choose to hit the magic tower hard, there is no trick to the strategy. Anyway, if you pile corpses all the way to the 3rd floor, you will win. The traditional magic tower in the Lost Land does not kill people as fast as the tower of the Great Sage that was transformed by a certain time traveler. Although the tactic of exchanging lives is cruel, it is indeed effective. But even if it works, attacking any magic tower cannot be done instantly. The magic tower's external attack and internal defense are not two options. As long as the tower owner can handle it well, it is not a problem to carry out both at the same time. This means that before a magic tower is completely knocked down, it is impossible for the demon coalition to pass by the tower safely. Not all of these magic towers are built on naturally formed pass terrain. Some of them just rise from the ground on relatively desolate plains. However, the uneven attack range of all magic towers makes the unmarked areas between towers form several winding and unmarked safe passages. Such a road is definitely not something that an army can pass smoothly. This is also the reason why if the demon coalition wants to attack, they must pull out the magic towers that are in the way. If there is any magic tower that is still controlled by magicians, it will be silent in the face of the army, but it will be used by some slutty commanders to attack, or it will be destroyed by small groups of troops. After such long-term harassment, even if the demon alliance is crazy enough, they will be completely destroyed. And such an offensive behavior of pulling out towers one after another greatly slowed down the march of the demon coalition. These hours allowed most civilians to successfully retreat. They even arduously crossed the mountains, never stopping no matter how many people fell down from exhaustion along the way. Because everyone knows that before being blocked in the mountains, they have just entered a desperate situation. The human coalition forces on the southern front failed once. So this time, the hastily put together defense line is also impossible to stop the demons' attack. Furthermore, the living people who dare not cross the mountains will eventually become the rations and seedbeds of the orcs. Or become sacrifices to the devil. It's all about death anyway. So it's an easy choice to die on the road. Or give up the will to live and die at the hands of the devil. At least if you choose the former, you still have a chance to live. If you choose the latter, you will definitely die. People who successfully crossed the mountains ended up in a small country in front of the Guana Empire. They did not dare to cross the border easily, because the Grand Dukes responsible for guarding the Empire's borders had already deployed their troops on the border. Maybe it's to protect against the devil. Or maybe it's to protect against something else. Without the Emperor's order, the Grand Dukes did not dare to easily let this large number of refugees go. For the lost land of this era, a large population is a good thing that any country can long for. But refugees are different. Most of them enter a new environment with nothing. If this new environment cannot sustain their most basic life, then they can only plunder it themselves. Loot the environment's original owner. Or plunder other refugees. Everything is just to survive. Under such circumstances, without a good plan, no noble lord would dare to accept a group of refugees easily. Unless these noble lords can't stop it. They can only watch a large number of people who have lost most of their wealth pouring into their territories. But the Grand Dukes guarding the borders of the Guana Empire are by no means the group of people who are powerless to stop them. What's more, the Grand Duke who bears the brunt of guarding the Northern Territory is the territory of the Kawe family. In the past 10 years, the most vigorous family has emerged. The mechanized infantry division that has completed its restructuring does not belong to the regular army of the Guana Empire, but to the militia of the Kawe family. They are not transporting troops in horses and trucks like they did 12 years ago. But the soldiers who got out of the car still held swords, better mounted war horses, and used their original tactics to fight the enemy. Magic guns are too expensive. Maintenance requires professional knowledge. And charging also costs money. With all the money, it is better to form a magician army directly. Early gunpowder weapons were too weak and had too many restrictions. They were useless to soldiers in lost lands. Even if tactics such as three-stage shooting, concentrated volley shooting, and formation shooting are used, it will not help much. A group of fledgling warriors gathered to charge. In an instant, they could cross the qualified range of gunpowder weapons of this period and rush into the musket queue to kill a large number of people, especially when faced with monsters with weird abilities. The early musketeers were even more powerless. But there is one weapon that is still useful, and that is the cannon. It can be used to siege cities and demolish villages, and it can be used for ranged killing. Even if these goals are not achieved, the huge sound will still bring a considerable degree of psychological shock to the enemy and ourselves. Therefore, among the Kawe family's militia, a large number of artillery units were deployed in rear positions. And this force is not some unknown secret weapon. Several encirclement and suppression operations against Warcraft have made this force famous far and wide. The thermal weapon technology obtained by the Kawe family was not obtained from some great time traveler, but it was obtained from another descendant of Chuanzhong, the Ruan family behind the Jiaolong Chamber of Commerce. The original thermal weapon technology has always been controlled by the core head of the Ruan family. This is also the main reason why the main family can control other branch families, and control such a large chamber of commerce. But the strength of force was soon replaced by greater interests. The cooperation between brothers Nguyen Van Chiu and Van Viet, and the automobile center has improved the transportation capacity of goods by more than one level. This is crucial for the transportation of grain, the main commodity of the Jiaolong Chamber of Commerce. Besides, the number and use of firearms have always been controlled by the head of the Ruan family. Brothers Nguyen Van Chiu and Van Viet opened up the purchase of cars so that everyone could benefit together. Each branch naturally chooses new partners for cooperation, rather than remaining in the position of the oppressed. The two brothers also remembered the suggestion of a certain travel group that while cars and trucks were open for sale, the oil refining technology was still in their hands. New energy is where the real power lies. How could such a change of dynasty not be accompanied by bloodshed? Of course, the head of the Ruan family tried to use firearms to suppress disobedient branch families. But unfortunately, the two brothers, who were aware of the power of firearms, and were not short of money, purchased a set of magic firearms from a certain time traveler early on, and equipped their trusted team. using a magic firearm designed by a 21st century traveler to shoot a 19th century gunpowder firearm. Even if someone is not a professional arms manufacturer, it's still like bullying a child. The more expensive magic gun beat the personal guards of the head of the Ruan family until they howled and screamed. After 3 or 2 blows, he was beaten until he was subdued. The power struggle within the family was not as bloody as the imperial power. At least after their master surrendered, the Ruan brothers did not think about killing them all. The struggle between the two parties is also fought to the death by the agents below. But the technology of gunpowder weapons, which was regarded as useless, fell into the hands of the two brothers, including the cannon left by their ancestors, which was a powerful weapon for protecting the country when the Nguyen dynasty existed. Where the main house is located, there are 2 cannons preserved as a symbol of remembrance of the past. But a cannon, a heavy and difficult to move thing, is certainly not something that just a chamber of commerce can use. Besides, the Ruan family has never mastered the technology of gunpowder weapons. Whatever the ancestors left behind, they would pass it on intact and fearfully. Therefore, this war weapon that can still perform well in a mysterious land with personal power has been gathering dust, until it fell into the hands of the Ruan brothers. Chapter 1512 Refugees. In fact, at the beginning, as the second brother, Nguyen Van Via just wanted to borrow the technical power of the developers of the Automobile Center to transform the technology of gunpowder weapons and cannon technology. In his eyes, the ability of those people who only know how to write and calculate to create new things and make money is simply better than magicians. The purpose of the improvement is to replace the more expensive magic firearms, or at least provide a cheap option that can be mass-produced, even if it is weakened. This is because the transportation power within the Chamber of Commerce has been significantly improved after using cars and trucks. Not only has the transportation capacity increased, but the demand for manpower has also decreased relatively. But the purpose of people is not just to move and transport goods. In the Lost Land, people also shoulder the responsibility of guarding and protecting transport convoys through natural dangers, and resisting attacks by monsters and wild beasts. The decrease in manpower demand also means a decrease in the escort force of the transport convoy. Vehicles made of ordinary metal do not have an absolute advantage in speed. How to effectively combat attacks from wild nature has become a new problem. Increasing the manpower of guards is an option, and is also the method being implemented at this stage. However, Ruan Wenyu, who helped his elder brother, believed that enhancing personal strength could also be a way. In addition to personal practice, one way to enhance strength is to use good equipment. The reason why we choose firearms instead of swords and armors is because firearms are long-range weapons, and are the most powerful weapons in wars and battles. Although there is no saying that Midi is 1 inch long and 1 inch strong, being able to kill enemies from a distance is certainly better than beating them to death at close range. Therefore, the improvement plan of firearms was put on the table. It's just that the Automobile Center is a 3-party cooperation industry. Now that the center knows, the other 2 partners also know. A certain time-traveling man, who had accomplished great feats of magic, was of course dismissive of this early-stage gunpowder weapon. And he never thought about climbing up the gunpowder technology tree again. To build a nuclear bomb, it is better to study nuclear explosion magic. The latter is relatively easy for him to accomplish now. But for a powerful ducal family, this technology is still of considerable value. Compared with magic of the same level of power, the cost of cannons is much lower. This does not refer to the cost of use, but to cultivate a magician who can use strategic level magic. Sometimes it really doesn't take money to do it. On the contrary, artillery and artillery units can be produced with money. Therefore, gunpowder weapons are not completely worthless in MIDI. But they are not as good as the traditional weapons in MIDI in terms of weapon selection for individual soldiers. This is the limitation of the vision of a magician traveling alone. But no matter what, the cannon technology belongs to others. But now that it's in front of you, you can use it. The rest is just a matter of price. For the Ruan brothers, the accumulation and progress of new technologies require users and testing grounds. They would take out such things with this in mind. If you could exchange some money, of course you won't object. Therefore, the artillery force of the Grand Duke of Covey was formed, according to the evaluation of a certain time traveler. Before the development of explosive ammunition, the real role of this traditional artillery team was in attacking cities and demolishing strongholds. To deal with the army, it is more about mental deterrence rather than the killing of personnel. Perhaps in such an environment, the technology tree of gunpowder weapons will find a path that belongs to the lost world. A certain bystander commented like this. But now, Although this team is not the main reason why the refugees dare not attack the border of the Guana Empire, but they still appear on the borders of the empire, shouldering the mission of defense. In fact, even the young Grand Duke Kawe was bitter when he did this. To be fair, anyone with a bit of compassion would not be unmoved by such a scene. But the consequences of letting refugees go are equally dire. There is also an emperor restraining him behind his back. In the face of such a matter, he did not dare, and was not qualified to make a rash decision. Even if the old man is around, it can't change much of the reality. Fortunately, there were only refugees gathering in front of them, and the demon army was dragged to the land on the other side of the mountain range by the mini magic towers. Even if military disaster will come sooner or later, it is not an immediate trouble. As for the survival of the refugees, the most important food issue is not a big problem with the full assistance of the Jialong Chamber of Commerce. The harvest season has just passed, and with the support of trucks with extremely powerful transportation capabilities, large amounts of grain are constantly being transported to the places where they are most needed. The refugees need life-sustaining rations, and the Guana Empire needs war reserves. Maybe the imperial machine hasn't really started to move yet, but the roar of the trial operation is enough to resound throughout the world. In fact, the same goes for the Suli Tang Empire. But he chose the path of being wise and protecting himself, and seemed ready to go all the way to the dark side. If the Guana Empire had a choice, it is estimated that the old emperor sitting at the center would make the same decision. At most, they can send some scraps to fight demons, and barely contribute in this life and death playing war. But if the demon coalition forces are allowed to invade their own land, it will be completely different. If we don't resist with all our strength, is it possible that we will just sit back and wait for the country to perish? So the key turning point was just before the Demon and Orc Alliance reached the Wind Emperor mountain range. Will they choose to stop or cross the mountains? If we cross the mountain range that the Empire regards as a natural barrier to the north, then a war that will overwhelm the country is inevitable. If the Demon Alliance chooses to stop, then the Sulatang Empire will probably have a headache. This is why the Northern Overlord is still building a line of defense carefully. One of the reasons why he remained silent even though most of his territory was invaded. He just didn't want to divert the attention of the Demon Coalition to himself. Hope that another empire is willing to fight head to tail, and work together to solve this trouble from the abyss. It is better to hope that the demons and orcs will commit suicide on the spot, and the gate of the abyss suddenly explodes, directly ending this mess. This kind of thinking is the same regardless of the Guana Empire or the Suratan Empire. The refugee problem was quickly, though not completely, solved, considering the abyss invasion wars recorded in history. Except for the battle that was solved by a single tower of the Tower of the Great Sage more than 20 years ago. The other wars all lasted for at least 10 or 20 years, fighting for the last drop of humanity. Bloody cruel war. The more important point is that the scale of the abyss invasions in those records was not as large as this one. At least no one has ever heard that the Lord of the Abyss came to Lost Land in the early stages of the war. It was only after several battles that were regarded as flesh and blood millstones that enough sacrifices were made to summon a certain Lord of the Abyss to come. This means that there is little chance for this group of refugees to return home. At least it is impossible within one generation. It may take 2 or 3 generations to solve this disaster from the abyss. It is even possible that the areas occupied by demons and orcs will become part of the Lost Lands. A reality that no one can change, since there is no home for these people to go back to. Kings or emperors of other countries have only 2 options left. Kill them all, or accept them. The old emperor of the Guana Empire, Armin Kazharnia, had been in power for decades and had never seen any big storms. A problem of this magnitude is a trouble for him. But it is not unsolvable. Not to mention anything else. He needs more manpower in the face of the upcoming war. At the same time, we cannot allow these people to recruit enemies and strengthen them. This has nothing to do with mercy. It's just considering the pros and cons from the standpoint of the empire. But accepting this group of people who have nothing is not an unconditional acceptance. The first is those who bring their families with them. Those young men and women who are young and strong are captured and their families can be properly resettled. It's a fair exchange. Many of these people were originally soldiers from the Southern Front. It was just a tragic defeat and escape that forced them to abandon all weapons and equipment, wear simple clothes, and escape from the team, just to retain more chances of survival. And the fact is, they did survive. And to protect his family, he crossed the dangerous mountains. As long as these people put aside their past grievances, provide weapons, and gather them together for training. Although I can't say that I can pull off a strong army, At least I am a qualified soldier. The second group of people admitted were single. Young men and women who had fled. These people are not burdened by human kindness, and may not be willing to join in the ensuing war against the abyss. Maybe it was because he was afraid of death. Or maybe he had failed once, and his fighting spirit was broken. If such people are left alone, they are very likely to cause trouble. Those who live outside are bandits and bandits. And those who live with the crowd are ruffians and bullies. However, these people are also a very important labor force. And of course, it is impossible to leave them idle and cause waste. So how to use such people has become a big problem. Considering that the refugees will not carry much furniture with them. They are bound to find new sources of income if they want to live in a new place. For a war. In addition to the people fighting on the front line, there are still many places where people are needed to contribute. So it is not difficult to find jobs for these people. And you can even use daily food rations in exchange for their labor. As for those who were beaten to death and did nothing, they were regarded as intending to commit crimes. Although they will not be beaten to death, they will be thrown into the most tiring and dangerous places and urged to work to death with whips and swords. Although slavery no longer exists in the lost lands of the new era, it does not mean that these barbaric ideas and behaviors have become extinct, especially when someone is looking for death and war is ahead. No one will give such a person the slightest sympathy. As for the old and weak among the refugees, there are no such people. Because such people simply cannot bear the tiring trek. They will fall out of the team or die during the process. There was no chance of crossing the mountains and seeking shelter. But surprisingly, some children still survived. Some of them are lost from their parents and family members. Some survived thanks to the protection of other well-wishers. Others quickly adapted to such a life of escape and gave full play to their children's wisdom to survive. Chapter 1513 Fingdi Mountain Range. Orphans have always been a problem. There is no concept of investing in the future in Midi. Most people only look at the immediate use. Therefore, the only people who would accept orphans in the past were those who wanted to use the children to beg, steal, or as gifts to powerful people with special quirks. But there is a weirdo in this era's wonderland. Most of these children were transported to the holy city of Estali by the empty convoy of the Jialong Chamber of Commerce. Someone's elementary school has no restrictions and is open to admissions. Except for those children who are shrewd enough to think that they can survive on their own, escaping from adult persuasion or capture. Those clumsy children, or those looking for a chance of survival, all got into cars or trucks heading towards an unknown future. Don't think that the refugee problem can be quickly solved by dividing people into several categories with a few simple words. In fact, how to classify different individuals, how to deal with them, and how to arrange them to act according to the treatment process is the real trouble. The so-called administrative efficiency is a very confusing thing. Even the most advanced countries have sloth-like civil servants. Or even in a medieval feudal era like Midi, it can also show amazing efficiency and quickly handle the refugee problem. The main reason for being so anxious is because the Guana Empire also needs to seize the time to build an effective defense line. The natural barrier to the north. The Wind Emperor Mountains once protected the Great Plains of Guana, the birthplace of civilization, from the attacks of the barbarian peoples in the north. It's like a natural Great Wall. On the top of this natural Great Wall, there is a cold wind that cuts people's skin all year round. Not many living things can survive in this environment for a long time, let alone reproduce and grow. This is a curse originating from magic. The curse was imposed by the ancient emperor who once ruled this plain where civilization originated. He cursed the barbarians in the north, and those barbarians who trampled the land with iron hoofs. The mountains formed a natural barrier, making it difficult for barbarians to invade the south. Even if we cross the mountain range through a few passes, the return journey will be equally difficult. Let the invading barbarians eventually die in the south they dream of. Now facing the demon coalition, what the Guana Empire has to do is to strengthen the defense system of the fortresses and magic towers in front of the mountain passes. Then let its hinterland form a large military camp instead of a breeding ground for demons and orcs. The more complete these preparations are, the better. Therefore, the old emperor of the empire did not worry too much about the refugee issue. The power he held also suppressed dissent within the empire to a minimum. At most, these people expressed more conservative opinions, but no one dared to hold an opposing opinion. The former Rizal family territory was also the foundation of a great duke. But since a big explosion 12 or 13 years ago blew up Risa Castle and the entire family's dignitaries, this territory and title returned to the emperor's hands. The Risa territory and the Kawi territory next door are the last barriers for the Guana Empire to face the threat from the north. When the Demon Alliance defeats the Grand Duke guarding the border, what will follow is thousands of miles of fertile wilderness. The birthplace of the oldest civilization will be exposed to the abyss of greed without defense. This is unacceptable. Under the command of the new Grand Duke, the Kalwe family territory lived up to its reputation as a military family and made various war preparations in an orderly manner. Perhaps defense alone cannot solve the war, but waiting for work is the easiest way. Anyone who clearly knows the opponent's goal of advancing, but stubbornly wants to give up the geographical advantage and go out to meet others is a fool. The KV family does not have such incompetent descendants. The Risa territory was handed over by the emperor to his most trusted general for military management, Ricardo Calvi, the undefeated commander of the empire, the extraordinary man who surrendered all his noble titles. As the commander-in-chief of the north, he settled in this territory that once belonged to his enemy. The old Grand Duke only has temporary management rights, not actual fiefdom, but for 2 generations of father and son to control the power second only to the emperor in an empire. Other nobles will of course be wary, but reality prevents them from using the means of political struggle on this father and son who only know how to fight. The reason is simple. The opponent is a devil. Orcs and stuff. That's like incidental. The real enemies are the group of evil creatures from the abyss and the Lord of the Abyss who has arrived in the lost land. So the emperor sent his most trusted general, who was also the most powerful general in the empire, to stand on the front line. Who could say anything? Dissatisfied? The dangerous position was replaced directly, and the old emperor smiled and said nothing. If someone dares not to die on the battlefield, or defeats the enemy and wins, then the titles and territories in the emperor's pocket will increase again. As for the family territory that was destroyed in the hands of the old duke, when its residents faced the threat of demons, they had no intention of using any means to hold them back. After all, almost all the die-hard loyalists to the Rizal family died in that shocking explosion. Even if the remaining people were loyal to the old Rizal family, their degree of loyalty was limited. In a predictable war against demons, how could they not choose the option with a better chance of survival? The dead Grand Duke Rizal cannot protect anyone. On the contrary, the old Grand Duke Kalwe was the invincible god of war in the empire. Which side you stand on has more chances to live. It is self-evident. Of course, the old duke had no intention of sacrificing all the old people led by Risa. He is passionate about war and behaves more purely when facing many things. After everyone in the Rizal family died, he let go of his hatred. Now that he appears on this land, it is really to share the worries of the empire, the emperor, and the friends he grew up with when he was young, and to resist the invasion from the abyss. With all the layouts and arrangements, no matter how picky you are, you won't be able to find fault. It was the old duke's idea to help several small countries adjacent to the empire. In addition to the geographical advantage of these small countries occupying the pass of the Fingi mountain range, it is also a very important consideration not to burn the flames of war on their own land. No one wants a war. If fighting is necessary, no one wants to fight on their own territory. Because war is never a game where the enemy and the enemy line up and fight for a while on a certain battlefield. It involves a wide range of aspects and has a profound impact, especially in Lost Land. Every battlefield that has experienced bloody fighting will become a filthy land where the undead roar day and night. In such a realm, there are no living people. Nature withers away, and sometimes even highly adaptable monsters cannot survive. Only by spending greater efforts to purify it can this land be returned to the hands of the living. In view of the 2 incentives of geographical location and war on other countries' territories, the emperor agreed to lend a helping hand to help those small and barren countries, especially when the demon coalition has already reached the other side of the mountain. Now that the last human power on the other side is being wiped out, there is not much peace left for the emperor. And on a busy fortress construction site, the most eye-catching thing is not the transport fleet of the Zhejiang Chamber of Commerce, nor the team of craftsmen from the Holy City Starry Technology Guild, but the fast airships flying back and forth in the sky. In fact, the name of the Automobile R&D and Manufacturing Center is now somewhat inconsistent with its name. Lin once renovated the Cid and the Gauss Breton belonging to the Southwest Peninsula. The technologies of these fast airships have also become the center's reserve, and new generation airships have been manufactured one after another. After someone stays in Lost Land voluntarily or involuntarily, his behavior is quite a bit unrestrained. Some previously hidden technologies are no longer guarded so tightly. Of course, this is also because these technologies are no longer looked down upon. The airships produced by these centers are almost not for sale, because the keel of each ship has not yet been laid. Its buyer is decided. And the biggest customer is of course the Hater Empire. The empire with the most powerful airship army in the world. If it weren't for the existence of a certain magician behind the Auto Center, the Hater Empire would have already used some unscrupulous methods to take the Auto Center under its control. Even if the center is located in the holy city of Starry, a neutral city controlled by magicians. It's a pity that no one dares to offend a man who digged the territory of an imperial Grand Duke, causing the title and family to completely disappear from the world. The Grand Duke of Frias in the Karlsruhe Empire in the south is a bloody example. If you can't afford to offend, then buy it. In addition to buying, engineers in the poaching center are also poaching at the same time. And the Hater Empire has further upgraded its R&D department and introduced new knowledge and new technologies. In the past 12 years, no matter how well the knowledge and technology of the automotive center are protected, they will inevitably spread to the outside world. This is inevitable and is the foreseeable future. All Ling can do is urge the center to maintain its leading position in technology, rather than settling into an ivory tower and resting on its laurels. As for building a business empire that is completely technologically closed, just think about it. It is impossible to do it in reality. And it makes no sense. Competition is always the most beneficial driver of progress. Monopoly only produces arrogance and exploitation, and then senility and decadence. As someone who is not the biggest vested interest, a certain time traveler has no intention of creating a trust monster or a business empire. Besides, in this world where finance and business have not yet taken over everything, too much money can irritate people and cause trouble. It's so stupid to take trouble on yourself just for the sake of spending endless money. The result of someone's indulgence is that the technology of fast airships and automobiles can be obtained by anyone who is willing. But having the technology in hand does not mean that the most advanced cars or airships can be produced. The skills of the craftsmen and their understanding of new technologies are what determine the quality of the finished product. None of these can be perfected by poaching just one or two people. Neither cars nor airships can be built by one or two people. The R&D and manufacturing system of the Automobile Center and the virtuous cycle of technical competition of the Technology Guild are the reasons why the holy city of Starry can maintain its technological advantage. However, even if the Automobile Center's technology has advantages, its production capacity is not enough to cover the entire country. The works of those imitators, who have only half learned the tune, can only run on the road or fly into the sky. After the Forum improved the speed of information circulation in the Lost Lands, cars and airships also gradually improved the movement speed of people in the Lost Lands, making traveling far away no longer so difficult. But even if the technology is semi-open, fast airships have not become popular enough for everyone to have one, and their use is also quite expensive. But for those strong men who are willing to participate in the war, this fee is nothing. Even 2 generations of Kawe Gong can reimburse the airship expenses for some famous strong men. Once again, adventurers from all over the land gathered again, and some precious magic materials that can be used in war were also transported to this predetermined battlefield along with the airship. Chapter 1514, Nya, the Imperial God of War. The Guana Empire's war preparations are in full swing, and no matter how much they do, it will not make people feel at ease. Even humans have not experienced a war with demons for quite some time. But since the discovery of the opening of the Abyss Gate more than a year ago, and the gathering of demons and orcs into an army, the performance of this evil alliance has been enough to make people worry about the future of themselves and Lost Land. On the Imperial front, the nominal commander-in-chief is of course the Emperor. No one dares to question this. But the actual commander-in-chief was the old Kato Kawi who led the organization of the entire defense line in Risa. He knows better than anyone else the terror of the coming demon army. As the old saying goes, the more people know, the more they fear the unknown. Ricardo Carvi was an extraordinary man, but not a brave man. A true brave man is someone who can overcome all difficulties and obstacles with a fearless spirit. Extraordinary people are just people who have evolved from the original life form to the next stage, precisely because he is no longer primitive. The old man can better understand how terrifying those higher-level beings are to human beings. Not to mention the nonsense. He once hunted a demon when he was young. It was an act of justice, accomplished at a heavy cost. A demon summoned by the evil one crossed the border and slaughtered an entire town. The young Ricardo, who was in the process of being an adventurer at the time, gathered many companions to defeat this demon. The crusade was successful, but at the cost of many lives. It was this costly success that made young Ricardo determined to go home and returned to the young master he had known since childhood. Today, I am no longer the impulsive and ignorant young man I used to be. Thinking of his past fight to the death against a demon. He experienced despair once before. This time we faced an entire army. The feeling of a nightmare deepening with every breath. Perhaps only by truly proving with your own hands that you can easily defeat the opponent can you escape from such a nightmare. Otherwise, the old man would feel like he would succumb to this pressure. Are you afraid of death because you are old? Although extraordinary beings have transcended from their original lives, no one can say whether or how much their lifespan has been improved. It is possible to be alive and kicking one moment and into eternal sleep the next. This uncertainty is the reason that forces some extraordinary people to take the wrong path. Normally, Ricardo Carvey can control his negative emotions very well. Without a strong heart, he would not have been able to achieve what he has achieved today. But the invasion of demons has exceeded the upper limit that the old man can treat with a normal heart. Thinking of your relatives, your family, the vassals and subjects you are loyal to, and the emperor you are loyal to. All this brings heavy pressure, almost making people breathless. Although he is known as the undefeated god of war in the empire, there has been no war in the mysterious land for more than 200 years. Most of the conquests launched by the empire were aimed at the monsters on one side, or they organized crusade against king-level monsters. Ricardo Carvey was able to obtain the final fruits of victory with minimal losses. This is why he is highly regarded. But even defeating a king-level monster can be regarded as a small war. The lack of experience of not having fought a real war made the undefeated god of war in the empire feel a little flustered. But no matter how shaken he was in his heart, the old man's outward appearance was still calm, as if he was sure of victory. He understands very well that if a leader loses confidence, how can he lead everyone to the final victory? So no matter how guilty he is, he must behave completely differently. In terms of actual layout and actions, the old man chose a conservative strategy. It's all about defense, not offense. Looking at the Mercury-like offensive of the allied forces of demons and orcs, no one could fault the old Grand Duke's conservative strategy. It is a very simple truth to talk about counterattack without stopping the demon coalition. Even the most radical group of young people, with the failure of the southern front in front of them, dare not fight back lightly and push the front out. If they fall into siege again and fall victim to the same strategy twice, the young people themselves will not be able to accept it, let alone what outsiders think of them. Since he chose a conservative strategy, it was certainly impossible for the old man to let go of any help. Now he couldn't wait to pile all the cards he could play on the battlefield to block the demon's attack. Therefore, a seemingly leisurely magician became one of the targets for catching young men, and it was quite high on the list in the old man's mind. Of course, Lin had no reason to refuse this old man who took special care of him. Moreover, the other party also emphasized very considerately that he would not use himself as cannon fodder and be pushed to the front line for an invitation letter that was mildly worded and righteous. Lin could be said to have both face and dignity. He had no reason not to go and die, so he had no choice but to go. Although he took over the defense of several small countries outside the northern border of the empire, the old Grand Duke still sat in the Risa territory and did not rush directly to the front line, relying on the help of the forum. Some orders and information can be sent back without spending the time of the messenger. This saves the old man from the pain of running around, and also helps him to control the entire defense line. As for the problem of the forum being full of loopholes, in addition to having a set of verification and certification measures, the old man had the consciousness to recruit people with flexible brains and the ability to learn the programming language created by a certain magician very early on. And these people have indeed created applications that are far less confidential than Civ-like forums. At least they have established a private forum for internal use within the family, isolating communication from public forums. And the level of confidentiality is much better. The old Grand Duke even strongly suggested that his son should come up with the title of a powerful earl and numerous rewards to attract these talents to work for him. The principle that there must be a brave man under a heavy reward is also reflected in Nidi. The young Kawe Gong was quite critical at first, but to this day, he can only feel happy. Without the help of these convenient applications, they may have to put in 10 or 20 times the effort to organize the defense line against the devil to achieve the same thing. The old man is not afraid to stand on the front line. There were countless moments in his life when he stood at the front of the team, leading soldiers loyal to his family and the empire to charge. It's just that the war hasn't started yet, and the war call preparation is on the rear. Before the old Grand Duke commanded the soldiers to go to the battlefield to fight the demons, he had to deal with businessmen from various places, officials from all over the empire, and the noble lords, who came with their troops to support him. There are also those adventurers and mercenaries, who come voluntarily, which line of defense they want to join, and who they will be assigned to command. All of these also have their own complicated evaluation operations, and these tasks are not suitable to be moved to the front line. So the old man stayed behind obediently, and fought hard with the pinhead. At most, he occasionally drives his custom-made car made of pure magic materials to patrol the defense line. Lin came directly to the rear base camp to see this old man, who originally thought he would be tortured by countless documents until he became inhuman. But the situation at hand, how should I put it? The old nobles are indeed old nobles. They have many assistants such as secretaries and deacons to share the complicated affairs. As the dominant person, he can easily choose to be busy or idle. In short, what someone saw was a group of young guys pretending to be elegant. But in fact everyone was so busy that they were flying. There was no shouting, but there were constant whispers. The old man was sitting upright, holding an expensive and exquisite porcelain cup, sipping the exquisite scented tea produced by the elf. The aroma was so overflowing that even the magician, who had just entered, was dizzy. In front of the old man is a large sand table. The Fingi mountain range lies across the center, dividing the sand table into two halves. However, the mountains are not scaled down exactly according to their actual height. Instead, it is roughly shaped according to its mountain shape, mainly showing several passable passes. On both sides of the mountain model, there are the locations of known armies, defensive fortresses, and magic towers. It can be seen from the north side of the mountain that the human army does not occupy much territory, and every place is in danger. Some of the worst places have even been surrounded. If it weren't for the forum's ability to transmit information regardless of distance, people might not know that there is an organized military presence in the encirclement network. But even if you know it, what can you do? No one has the ability to rescue them. Maybe, but that magician can't be moved by vague compassion, or any kind of human justice. Such an attitude does not mean that he is a villain. That guy is just a homebody who is used to withdrawing from himself and observing the society in which people live. On the sand table, the south side of the mountain is surrounded by several passes, forming an overlapping defense system. In particular, several magic towers are the focus of protection, because the blocking battle on the north side of the mountain proved that the magic tower, as an important fortress protecting the civilized world, is difficult for even demons to defeat. Magician associations in various places also began to mobilize and actively strengthen the defense of magic towers approaching the Abyss invasion battlefield. Although the old Grand Duke looked leisurely and out of tune with the surrounding scenes, in fact his heart was not that peaceful. At least when a certain magician appeared, the old man didn't greet people with his cheerful voice like a bell like in the past. However, someone who was currently busy formulating the plan for the Twin Towers of Gates did not notice this anomaly. He just came to the old man in a familiar manner as before, picked up the teapot, and poured a small sip of the elf tea without tea leaves into the empty cup. Such an action made the old man notice the existence of the magician. Lin is wearing a black Xuanwu robe, which is his standard external appearance. Defense-oriented equipment can better protect his life. Even though there are not many people who can threaten his life in this era, someone is still habitually on guard. Here you go. Sit down. The old man looked the same as before, greeting a certain magician. The people who can operate in this war room are all the old prince's cronies. They were equally familiar with this magician, so no one was on guard against the strangers or waiting on the distinguished guests. This is during wartime, when all the rules of the nobility are simplified. This is the old man's request. Seeing the old man come to his senses, Lin nodded and said, "Good day." Glancing at the sand table, Lin casually said, "The battle situation looks very bad." Chapter 1515, The Best Investigative Candidate. How about it? Is there any direct reversal strategy? The old man asked with a shy face. In fact, this is like reminding someone to quickly take out the special skill from the bottom of the box and push it back in one breath. The robot flea directly dug out the territory of an imperial Grand Duke, turning the place into a bay. No one wants to believe this kind of thing, but no one can come up with conclusive evidence to argue against it. Let the powerful Grand Duke of the Karlsruhe Empire become an honorary title, the title that everyone was originally eager to turn into a worthless existence. If this ability is used on the alliance of demons and orcs, let alone pushing back, it should be no problem to drive them back to the other side of the Abyss Gate in one go. So when the old man was under pressure, he couldn't help but put his hope in a certain magician. In fact, such voices have always existed on the forum. But everyone had the same idea, unilaterally asking a certain magician to pay without mentioning any price. Anyway, everyone is responsible for fighting the Abyss Demon. Asking for a price or something is really too Philistine. But the most embarrassing thing for someone is that, regardless of whether he has other plans for the Gate of the Abyss in private, now that human beings have suffered a large number of casualties, the rescue of a certain magician is belated. Guess what? To be appreciated or scolded? People's bad nature is the same everywhere. As a senior internet bully and part-time keyboard warrior, if he sees someone being so unconscious, Lin has a way of scolding him in 108 ways to make the other person feel ashamed and want to commit suicide. Since you don't want to be scolded when you are in a different place, don't go looking for scolding yourself. So at times like this, just smile and pretend to be dead. This attitude made the old man a little angry. But there was nothing he could do about it. Although a certain magician is fair and fair, he looks like a young man who has not yet been weaned. However, in the old Grand Duke's memory, this guy was getting younger and younger. This kind of reverse growth appearance is not uncommon among magicians. But most of the people who care about their appearance and use magic to transform it are women. The most important thing is that this guy is actually in his 50s according to his self-report. Regardless of whether that is true or not, the old man has known him for more than 10 years. More than 10 years ago, he looked like an adult in his 30s or 40s. Even if it's not 50 now, it's not much different. It means don't treat him like a young man, hoping that with a few words you can fool him into lameness. And just do whatever he is told to do. What's especially terrible is that no one has forced him to do things. Even if you don't look at him personally, the lich raised in this man's house is not easy to deal with. I really thought that during the past 12 years, this family had been safe and sound, without any illness or disaster. People who are short-sighted and do not know their own abilities appear all the time, and then disappear silently. Among them are some strong men from out of town, hoping to step on local snakes to prove that they are the fierce dragon crossing the river. However, they stepped on it. Unfortunately, what these people stepped on was not a local snake, but a landmine. It's okay if you don't step on it. If you step on it, you will go to heaven. The reason why the old man knows these inside stories that are unknown to outsiders is because he has a little spy close to the core in that family. That is her own granddaughter, Marquis Balin, the apprentice of the former Demon King. Basically, they don't hide things like that from others, but they don't take the initiative to publicize them to the outside world. Even if his granddaughter didn't say anything, there were so many servants working in that home, and it was impossible for the old man to be indifferent. Therefore, the former Grand Duke Ricardo Cavi has a good knowledge of this information that outsiders know very little about. It was also too clear that the old Grand Duke knew the dangers of the people in that mansion better than anyone else. If either of those two people were to be taken out, they would be people that even a noble like him would feel should be avoided, let alone two people put together. It would almost escalate the problem to an unsolvable level. A situation like those two people being together is not a simple mathematical problem, like 1 + 1 = 2. Because of this, the old man couldn't get angry even if he wanted to be angry at someone's attitude. As if giving up, he asked casually, "I really don't know whether those guys will go south or north in the end. I really hope that after they hit their heads and bleed out at the pass, they will turn and fight north." Lin quickly replied, "No, they will fight here firmly. Don't have such unrealistic delusions. If you make any mistakes, you will only hurt yourself in the end." The old man looked at a certain magician stupidly, and then said seriously to the surroundings, "Everyone, get out! The guards are standing guard outside, and no one is allowed to come near." The majesty of the old man is clearly evident here. Even if everyone was busy, they could at most pack up their things and leave as soon as possible. No doubts. No resistance. This is the first time someone has seen this formation. However, rather than admiring the old man's majesty, Lin was more seriously wondering whether he had missed something just now, which caused the old man to have such a big reaction. "Tell me, is there anything I should know but don't know?" Old Kagong said seriously. The eyes and expressions are completely different from the past. For example, it has something to do with the Gate of the Abyss. Looking at the situation room that had been cleared, Lin looked at the old man in front of him curiously and asked, "Why do you ask such a question? Sir, you don't doubt that I opened the door to the Abyss, right?" Shaking his head, Old Kagong said, "I don't doubt that kind of thing. I just know that if there is anyone I know who can penetrate into the core of the enemy, obtain information, and then exit safely, it must be you." "Absolutely. But treating you as an ordinary spy would be too wasteful. Especially since I know you have the ability to just close that door. Flash is a space magic. You can use this magic so well. I don't think you can destroy a mere portal. It's something that is easy for you. But you haven't done anything. The only possibility I can think of is, it's not that you are really indifferent, but you have other considerations in this matter. After taking a calm look at the old man in front of him, Lin clasped his hands together, and then spread his hands outward. Suddenly, the night starry sky enveloped the entire war room again, not only placing all corners under surveillance, but also blocking out prying eyes from the outside world. Lin then said, "Yes, that's right. I have other considerations, and I also have the ability to close that door. But there is no point in doing so." Seeing such a battle, the old man knew that someone was planning to lose some valuable information, so he had to keep away from possible sight. But the immediate answer still made him a little angry. So he asked again, "Why is it meaningless? If you close this door, there is a great chance that another door will open somewhere else. Even if everyone moves slower, before the problem of this door is solved, there will be a second and third door, or even the fifth and sixth doors appear at the same time. Then even if I am willing to close one door after another, the peace of this world will only last until I die, and the threat of the abyss will not disappear." Not a lot of information, but the content is scary. The old man asked seriously, "Why do you say that? Is there any evidence?" With a snap of his fingers, a star with lines forming its outline immediately appeared in the night starry sky. This is a puzzle, and dozens of locations are marked. There are 3 colors marked, 8 in green, 1 in red, and 20 or 30 in light gray. Among the gray marks, several more have red frames and are slightly enlarged. Lin said, "Some time ago, I was studying the gates of the abyss. The 8 marked locations represent the gates of the abyss that have existed in the lost land for an unknown period of time. These gates of the abyss may have guardians on this side or on the other side. Stick to it. I don't know about such a thing. Do you know about it? Guardian? Gate of the abyss?" The old Grand Duke squinted and looked at the green mark closest to the Guana Empire on the map, comparing it with the geographical location in his mind. He nodded and said, "In the inheritance of the empire, there are mentions of such things, but there are not many details. I would like to hear your details, but this is not the focus of today." "That's right." Lin pointed to the map of the fascinating star and continued, "The red mark is where the door has been opened, and demons and orcs have gathered into an army to invade. And the remaining gray marks, to say that they have already, it is unlikely that it will become the gate of the abyss, because it is just a space rift between the lost world and the abyss, and it will take time to expand to the point where humans or demons can pass through." Looking at the dozens of gray marks scattered all over the land, the old man frowned and asked, "Are these still there?" "No. I destroyed them all, regardless of whether the demons on the other side of the abyss have discovered it and started to actively expand. I will destroy all these space cracks that have the opportunity to develop into the gates of the abyss. For the time being, I don't want the human world to facing the world invaded by the second abyss." After hearing such a reassuring but a little uneasy answer, the old man asked again, "Then why are the gray marks divided into borderless and bordered? Is there any difference? Those with red frames mean that they, like the previous 9 wide-open abyss doors, are not ordinary space cracks. Ordinary space cracks will automatically repair. But if these specially marked doors are left unchecked, regardless, they will expand further, eventually forming the second and third gates of the abyss that can provide demonic invasion." After pondering for a moment, the old man asked keenly, "You mean there is another reason for the formation of the gate of the abyss? If we don't solve that factor, no matter how hard we close it, the next door will open on its own. Based on the evidence I have on hand, this is very likely to be the case. But maybe after the door that is open now is closed, we can be safe. However, I have no other evidence on hand to support this most ideal possibility. Sex. Have you found the cause?" After thinking for a while, Lin admitted, "It's better to say that I pushed for all this, but the current situation is beyond my expectation. I was also investigating the solution a while ago, and now I finally have some answers." Looks. It sounded like he should be angry, but the old man didn't get angry directly. It was true that the human world had suffered a disastrous defeat, but at least the loss had not reached him yet, and he could still calmly talk to the initiator for the time being. The old man said, "This is why I couldn't find anyone before. Now that you have spoken, it means you are willing to talk to me. Talk. I am listening." Chapter 1516, The Limits of World Trees. The old man's voice was a little angry. However, with someone's current thick skin, he just laughed twice and explained the 9-power plan from beginning to end. If it were anyone else, Lin might still choose to keep it a secret. But the old man in front of you has the opportunity to win over. Let the other person know what you want to do. It will be easier to succeed than asking the other person to trust you and follow your instructions. Someone absolutely despises that kind of unconditional, mindless trust. If you don't care whether things turn out to be as perfect as you imagined, then it doesn't matter if you mess around. But if the results must be meticulous, then it is best to have all possible variables under control. So a good communication is a very important prerequisite. However, after hearing the entire plan, the old man still looked stunned. Lin finally said, "Actually, in my plan, everything ended 12 years ago after His Majesty Queen founded the bank. The rest is to wait for time to brew and upgrade the gold goddess to the 9th power. But regarding the opening of the Abyss Gate and the need for a guardian to take over, I had never thought about it at all. So I was a little unprepared for something like today to happen. So, all of this was caused by you and World Tree. So understand it." The old man concluded. "Can I say that this is all an accident?" This time someone was really embarrassed. With the old man's knowledge and experience, he would not be like that little guy Ezio, who would mindlessly ask how to close these damn abyss doors when he heard someone's complete plan for the first time. Someone made it clear from the beginning that the entire plan was made for the requirements of the World Trees. The opening of the Gate of the Abyss was an unexpected event. But it cannot be said that there is no causal relationship between the two things. If you insist on closing this door, it will affect what you have done before. Then it is obvious what position the World Trees will stand with the magician in front of you. Not to mention that there is a vague shadow of will behind it. Does the old man think he is ready to challenge them? There is no need to even think about this kind of thing. If you can be friends, why insist on being enemies? What's more, the whole thing is not lifeless. But he couldn't help it, and whispered in a whisper-like voice, "The 9th power. That is to say, I want this door of the abyss to be closed and not open again anywhere else. So I have to." Although he knew the answer, the old man really didn't have the courage to say it, because this is a world where there really is a God. However, a certain atheist with a background in science and technology can speak some blasphemous words without restraint. Linji said, "Slay the god? Yes, if you make up your mind to kill the gold coin goddess. This matter will not be endless. Maybe you don't need to pick Queen. Just pick any one of the 8 powerful masters. Maybe the door is the same, it will come to an end. But you have to find a way to defeat the devil yourself. And there is a great chance that there will be another enemy." It feels like the problem of the Demon Alliance has become a big deal. Regardless of how powerful Queen is now, can the human empire challenge the 8 powerful masters? Old Kawe Gong has confidence in the empire, but he is not blindly confident. And what follows actually hints at the stance of the World Trees. Although there have been speculations before, it still makes people frustrated and even angry when they actually hear it. Regardless of the fact that Riccardo Carvi, as the former Grand Duke of the Empire, the power in his hands can already be regarded as the top group of human beings. But that's just among human beings. Standing in this position, the old man knew very well what horrors there were above. Knowing that he was powerless to change the reality that the Gate of the Abyss existed and was bound to exist, the old Grand Duke still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Question: "So you are looking for solutions during this time?" "Yes. There's an answer. Otherwise you wouldn't be here." "Indeed. Is it related to the Guardian?" the old man asked, keenly noticing the important point. "Your Majesty, you are aware of this." Lin praised with a smile and then continued, "As long as the guardianship is established, the balance will be restored on both sides of the Gate of the Abyss. Not necessarily a guardian?" The old man noticed the difference in someone's words. "In fact, there have been gates of the abyss for countless years, and not every gate has a guardian." Lin pulled out the information about the 8 gates of the abyss and their guardians under the night starry sky. The content is very detailed, but I guess the elderly people in front of me don't care about it and can't understand it. Therefore, what takes up the most space are 16 pictures and densely packed text that makes it difficult to read clearly. The picture shows the actual locations of the 8 gates of the abyss, as well as photos of the 8 guardians. These are the key points. To the old man, those words were just to prove that someone had done serious research. But Lin still highlighted the only abyss door without a guardian, hidden in the twin volcanoes. Explain. "According to my research, as long as the two sides of the door reach coordination. Then we are done. This is comparable to asking those who have lost their memories of long ago and forgotten how they became guardians. What is the method to become a guardian? It's even easier to achieve. And my method has been studied by world trees and is considered to be more than 90% accurate. Then what is your method? The old man felt both looking forward to the answer to the mystery that was about to be revealed, but also afraid of being hurt. And he had a gut feeling that the answer wouldn't be one he liked. Someone lived up to expectations and waved away the information originally displayed, replacing it with the design drawings of two magic towers. At the same time he said, "Twin tower plan of the gate. Build a magic tower on each side of the gate of the abyss. As an anchor connecting the two worlds, it can coordinate the lost land and the abyss to achieve a certain balance. In the end, coin will become the ninth power, and give the world trees a chance to cross the existing limits." It was indeed an answer that a magician would give, and not surprisingly, it was an answer that I didn't like. The old man asked directly, "Who is the master of the tower?" "Van and I. One for each." "Old man, you should understand. This is not about dividing the spoils. One for you and one for me. If the two towers are hostile, or the interests and positions behind them are inconsistent, it is very likely that there will be two towers. If the towers destroy each other, then the consequences are even more unpredictable. I don't recommend you to try to close the door of the inherent abyss, because if you do so, you are likely to provoke one of the lords of power, even offending 8 people at once." Although what he said after that was someone's concern, it also sounded like a threat. However, the old man tried to soften his tone as much as possible to make his words less sharp. Asked, "Is it possible to hand over the design of the magic tower? You should also know that many people have doubts about letting you own the magic tower again." Lin relaxed and said calmly, "I know. So can you accept the elves being in charge of these two towers? Or the envoys of the gold coin goddess moving in? Speaking of letting the church control the magic tower, it is really the past. Unheard of. I don't know if the Magician Association would agree." Someone talked happily, but he didn't forget to observe the old man's face. And the various tangled and embarrassed expressions can actually explain a lot of problems. Regardless of whether this old man who belongs to the top nobles of the old family is willing to own a magic tower, how to convince others is also a big problem. Many difficulties do not lie with one or two people, but with the overall environment. But faced with this entanglement, Lin had to say, "Old man, please don't think that there is room for negotiation in what I said to you today. What I said is the so-called bottom line. I don't think that whether it is the world tree, the gold coin goddess, or other beings behind it, they will allow something that may affect them to be in the hands of humans and become the key to them." It was both an emphasis and a warning. Lin added, "If it is allowed, it actually only shows a result that no one wants to see. The real negotiable part is whether humans are allowed to gather around the magic tower, and whether there is free passage through this door. The lost land is not completely unnecessary for the abyss. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many magicians constantly venturing into that world just to bring back some local products. Instead of allowing smuggling, it is better to put it on the table and take care of it. Isn't it? The other thing is who provides the materials to build the magic tower. After all, this is the first line of defense against demons. It is a normal requirement for countries to share some of it. No one wants to see demons coming in and out of their homes at will." With a sigh, the old man said feebly, "You said this is the limit, that you cannot negotiate. But have you ever thought about which country in the human world would agree to such a condition? Even if you convince me today, it's useless. I have the power to command all humans on this line of defense. But I don't have the power to decide such a thing." Lin knew this answer well, but holding the bargaining chips in his hand, it was a bit cruel to be honest. Someone had to restrain his expression, not to look too arrogant, and said, "This is related to your old man's initial problem." And my answered. The old man was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered what his original question was. Wasn't it the question of whether the Demon Alliance would go south or north? This made the old man prick up his ears and listen. The reason why I can be sure that the demon will continue to go south instead of turning back to the north is because I have found that at least 3 Abyss Lords have descended on the lost land. And there is at least one Abyss Evil God waiting to come. This answer made Ricardo Carvey stand up in fright. After a while, my hands and feet were cold and I was sweating. If what this magician said is true, then the reason why the devil will fight southward is that there are more people and flesh and blood available for sacrifice in the south. In comparison, the north does not have that many people. Even after realizing this strategic purpose, The Suli Tang Empire became more decisive and could directly disperse all its defenders and disperse them to live in various places. Although the strength of either party is not enough to resist the demon alliance, on the other hand, if the demons want to collect enough sacrifices for sacrifice, they have to spend more time and energy to collect them. Compared to the sparsely populated north, the densely populated south is a better choice. Isn't it? Chapter 1517, a bigger threat from the abyss than imagined. After knowing the truth, the old Grand Duke said bitterly, "How many people have died in the north? Why don't we know anything about the arrival of 3 great monarchs? It is not so easy for any great monarch to come." Right. What did the Guardian Lord do? This is all unreasonable. Lin understands the elderly man's restrained excitement. If you encounter such unexpected trouble, no matter how restrained you are, you will appear to be about to collapse. He said that he had no confidence in his own psychological quality at all. However, Lin responded helplessly to the old man's complaint. There will be visions of heaven and earth when the king comes. But this kind of thing is not impossible to cover up. Maybe when the first one comes, the demon side is not prepared, or not prepared enough. So clues are revealed. Now that there is the first Abyss Lord, it won't be a big trouble to cover up the other Lord's tracks under its leadership. Then the Lord of Guardians has not appeared until now. So he represents the position of certain existences. Gods are never merciful, and they all have their own oaths. And these oaths do not necessarily include human beings. After all, in the sooner we realize this, the sooner we can figure out how to play the game. What happened to the Lord of Guardians? The old man suddenly seemed to change the subject and asked about something else. Lin replied without any concealment. Well, I didn't see the details with my own eyes, but I heard that the goddess of gold coins went to his kingdom to block the door. So that's why there has been no news from the big boss. You can guess that this is the case. The old man nodded as if confirming. Asked again. You said that if a guardian is born, there is no need to consider building a tower. You also said that you can't find a way to give birth to a guardian. So you settle for the next best thing and build a magic tower. So have you ever estimated how long it might take to give birth to a guardian naturally? Lin said seriously. I really haven't thought about this. I can only answer. Keep at it. The guardian will be born naturally one day. But in this case, you won't help? Right. Faced with the old man's stern questioning, Lin spread his hands and said, Many can afford to wait, and the world trees can afford to wait. Although I can't afford to wait. My responsibility ended 12 years ago. This is considered if you don't want to follow my method. You should be responsible for it, no matter where you go. Instead, I wanted to use harsher words to reprimand the magician, so that he would not forget his responsibilities. But the resentment in his heart dissipated irresistibly after being raised for just a moment. The old man knew very well what kind of person the person in front of him was. It becomes even clearer how insignificant human life is to the existence that has been involved. If they were to stand on opposite sides, the consequences would be disastrous, even though the people in front of them didn't mention it. If they only needed the gate of the abyss to exist, they could choose to cooperate with the demons. Humans can build magic towers, but demons can't? So is there any reason why they must and can only cooperate with humans? He doesn't understand the design of the magic tower. If the magician who transformed the great sage's tower into a tower with enough power to rule an area doesn't understand the design of the magic tower, then no one in the world understands the problem of materials. Maybe Ricardo Carby is not a magician, but he knows very well that there are many substitutes for the materials of the magic tower. There is nothing that is indispensable and can only be produced in a certain place. Even if there was such a thing, would it be difficult to conquer a place like that with the demon alliance in hand? The logistics of the magic tower, this is even more speechless. With the support of World Tree, can the people living in the tower starve? Even if the World Tree doesn't support it, doesn't the devil also support it? Based on the existence of the magic tower, a part of the land is designated as farmland, and some living people are left to cultivate it, just to support the people blocked in the magic tower at the gate of the abyss, in exchange for the right to let oneself pass freely. For me, this deal would be quite worthwhile. This is not to mention that food can be used as an excuse to manipulate the other party. Even if you can't offend someone to death, it's not difficult to get some benefits by pulling back. With the temperament of the person in front of him, he would not care about petty profits. Just give in. So you won't worry too much. Not all demons are idiots who only know how to fight and kill. But there are also many demons who are good at conspiracy. Will these devils who know how to use their brains find a way to deal with this magician? Besides, If the human side chooses to hardtop, it means not taking the path given by the magician and the world tree in front of him. Then you have to face at least 3 abyss lords and an abyss evil god, as well as countless demons and orcs. The old man has absolutely no doubt whether he can win in the end. With all the strength of the universe, justice will surely defeat evil. This result has been true since ancient times. The difference lies in the price paid. But when we really hit the door of the abyss and prepare to close it, will the elves jump out and become new enemies under the command of the world tree? Where is the magician in front of me? And what about the gold coin goddess? Even if these existences don't jump out to stop it, according to what the person in front of me said, as long as there is a deity like the goddess of gold coin who is strong enough to reach a certain level, the gate of the abyss will continue to open until one day the heaven and the abyss return to balance. Then the option on the human side, if it is not to constantly attack and destroy the open abyss door, is to find a way to get rid of the gold coin goddess and knock down the altar. This also means that the bank is gone. After 12 years of development, the bank has penetrated into all aspects of society. Not only humans use it, but all Homo sapiens living in this society use it. Even in the underground world, banks have become a part of the financial system. The biggest advantage is that there are no more robbers. No one can break into a kingdom with powerful divine power and steal even a penny from the pool of gold coins that is said to be like an ocean, even if he could endure the pain of losing the divine protection of the gold goddess. Whether he had the ability to conquer the goddess was still a big question. Especially this one was a continuous battle after repelling the demons and closing the door to the abyss. At that time, did humans still have the strength to continue fighting and to challenge a powerful divine power? It is estimated that after they are all defeated and victorious, humans will be able to retire from the main stage of the Lost Land. Let's see who will be the protagonist of the next generation. So ignorance is happiness. The more he knew, the fewer choices he felt he had. The only good thing was that he drove the others out before the magician spoke. Although these people are all his cronies, there are many of the emperor's men among them. This is a tacit understanding between the monarch and his ministers. And Ricardo Carvey has always pretended to be confused. Although it doesn't matter if the old friend knows about today's conversation with the magician. He will have to tell him sooner or later. But when to say it, and on what occasion to say it, there will be completely different results. At least these things cannot be brought out too early and discussed in public. There are anti-human remarks everywhere inside and outside the words. The worst thing is that if others rebel, humans will be unable to resist. And at most they will choose to fight to the death. Even if it disrupts the other party's plan, humans may not be able to survive. In fact, for World Tree and the magician in front of him, the best time for them to propose is when the demon coalition forces beat the human side to a halt. In order to seize life-saving straws, the human leaders at that time dared to agree to any Lich conditions. As for the grievances and casualties of civilians, they are nothing. Perhaps those requests made at that time would be viewed as taking advantage of the situation. But to be honest, my family's wealth is almost gone, and my hometown is about to be ransacked. If someone takes advantage of it, I will take advantage of it and rob it. Leading a bad life at least. The old man is no stranger to this mentality. The reason why the magician in front of him told himself these things so far in advance was not a sign of his unwiseness, but his choice to believe in himself. It's just that this trust is too heavy. So heavy that the old man feels regretful. Therefore, in today's conversation, when it comes to the elderly, even those who have confidence have lost confidence. I am so worried that I even pulled a few strands of my beard without feeling it. Suddenly an idea flashed through the old man's mind and he asked, "Do you think it is possible to find a way to become a guardian from ancient books? I remember the great library." Halfway through his words, the old man suddenly got stuck. He remembered that the magician in front of him lived in the holy city of Starry, the city of magicians built around the great library. Lin lived up to the old man's expectations and said, "I have read all the information in the big library. If there are books that mention guardians, I can make a list. If the old man needs it. But I can say, most of it contains information with little reference value. Just some secrets and little-known things about the existing guardians. I remember that there are some secret areas in the big library that ordinary people cannot enter. In the name of the Grand Duke. No, I asked my son to use the name of the Grand Duke. So I should be able to ask the magician guarding the tower to let them go." Lin shook his head and refused, saying, "Old man, how do you think the big library can stop me? It just blocks some fledgling young people. I have checked all the information that can be checked. In fact, on the first day I learned about the demon invasion for a while. I focused all my energy on the collection of documents in the big library, hoping to get some good news. But I was very disappointed. Is there really no other way to go? The old man asked without giving up. Definitely. Lin gave a hopeful answer. But he spread his hands and said, But that's not what I can think of. The method I provided is the one with the highest success rate approved by His Majesty the World Tree. But I don't rule out that there are other methods in the world. People or geniuses can think of a better way than me. I am not so arrogant. Suppose, the old man thought carefully and asked, I mean, if we agree to all the requirements and you and the elves work hard, how long will it take to push the devil back to the gate of the abyss? Lin smiled and held up the fragrant elf flower tea and said, Tomorrow afternoon. You can sit next to the gate of the abyss and drink this tasteless tea with peace of mind. Chapter 1518, A Series of Accidents. Someone's bold words never came true. It's not that he can't do it, but that the other old man has more important things to do. Go make tea or something next to the gate of the abyss. Don't be in a hurry. Almost in the afternoon after the conversation ended, the headquarters in Risa territory began to prepare for the commander's temporary departure. In addition to the power of protection, many things must be prepared in advance. But the entire preparation work cannot come to a standstill just because of one person's absence. You must have a plan, or prearrange the work content for the next few days. The old man left to return to the imperial city to discuss matters with his old friend, the man sitting on the throne. The news I got from the magician was not safe or instantaneous through any other channels. He had to go there in person. And because the Guana Empire is still in the preparation stage. Therefore, the work or preparation of building a defense line is not the business of a certain magician. After talking to the old man, he left. Lin did not return directly to the holy city of Estali, but took a trip to the Wind Emperor mountain range. Originally, I wanted to find that boy Ezio, but since he returned the ring, Lin has lost the ability to appear scary at any time. If asked through Kaya, as long as the other party is not at a life or death moment, he will probably get an answer. But this kind of thing couldn't be done immediately, and the thing itself was not very important. So Lin simply gave up. Instead, we climbed a mountain. Before, the Fingdi mountain range only existed in someone's knowledge, but they had never walked through it personally. Lin is still interested in the curse on the mountain. At least Lin had never seen this kind of large-scale terrain-level curse before, and didn't know how it worked. Or maybe it's just a climatic phenomenon that has been misrepresented and treated as a curse. No matter what the reason is, it is necessary to take a trip. Why we need to take this trip starts from a certain war in someone's mind, during the Roman Republic in his hometown in Europe. The gladiator Spartacus crossed the Alps and attacked Rome. The high mountains and severe cold climate are a challenge, but they are not insurmountable. Old Kalwei Gong's first line of defense layout was completely designed around several passes in the Fingdi mountain range. If the coalition of demons and orcs relied on their physical strength and lack of fear of sacrifice to force their way over the mountains, they could attack the human camp from the weak point behind the defense line. It was another disastrous defeat that caught people off guard, considering that the current goal is to unite the human camp, and the leading defender is an old acquaintance. It is not easy to continue to ignore it. So Lin decided to take a walk and take a look at the parts that he had doubts about. Forget it if there's nothing wrong with it. If there is a problem, at least give a warning first. As for stepping in to turn the tide, although it is not impossible, after a long time, it becomes one's own responsibility. No one wants to get involved with this kind of superhero shit. If there really was a Superman, then police officers and firefighters would be out of work. If someone really eliminates the police and firefighters without thinking, and Superman suddenly disappears, the world will be in chaos, even if they can barely maintain their establishment. How should the police or firefighters deal with themselves if they have Superman to protect them? Will the people desperately create in a more desperate direction? Therefore, superheroes are the biggest scourge that destroys the order of the world. Apart from satisfying their own vanity, they do no good to society as a whole. Therefore, in order to promote social progress and improve people's consciousness and quality, instead of leaving problems to superhuman beings to solve without any brains, someone would never end up in that thankless position. And it's not due to laziness. However, after using the flash technique and personally traveling to the Fingdi Mountains, Lin realized that his previous thoughts were too self-righteous. Not to mention how an army would cross the mountains at this time of winter, in the wind and snow. Just say that the 8 rioting powers permeate the air. When a normal magician casts a spell in this environment, it will either lose control or backlash. It can be said to be the worst environment. Conclusion: The Fingi mountain range is a cursed terrain. After seeing this rumor on site, Lin really felt that it was somewhat credible. At least the climate I experienced didn't look like it was formed naturally. And because of the power riot, it is difficult for someone to maintain the levitation technique and float in midair. Even the environmental adaptation magic used to protect the body was melted and disintegrated in the wind and snow. Normally, this type of environmental adaptation magic can be maintained in the vacuum environment of the Earth elemental plane for several hours. On the Fingi mountain range, I am afraid that in less than half an hour at most, I will have to rely on my own physical strength to hold on. In such an environment, is it possible for the alliance of demons and orcs to overwhelm them? Someone thinks carefully and still feels that there is no such possibility. Even if you don't take the lawful evil and armed demon army you saw as an example. As for the strong orc branch of the orcs, it seems that they are the team that can overcome this violent weather with physical fitness. What's more, this is not to station the troops in such a cold place. They just need to pass through quickly. So compared to the weather, whether there is a passable path is the most important thing. Even if we don't talk about European war cases, there is also an example in our own history of the Three Kingdoms period, when Deng Ai took the Yinping Trail to attack Fuqing, accelerating the demise of the Shu Han. Natural danger is a difficulty, but it is not a foolproof guarantee. The Maginot Line of World War II was also bypassed. Therefore, stubbornly believing that the enemy must act according to one's own ideas is quite dangerous in itself. Let's talk about the Fingi Mountains. In fact, the average height of the mountains is not high. According to the standards of someone's hometown, it is only nearly 3,000 meters. Several main peaks are above 3,000 meters. The slope is not too steep and most of the terrain can be traversed on foot without requiring rock climbing skills. It can be said that if we were to have such a mountain range in our hometown, we would not have to set up a forest farm or plant fruit trees on the mountainside. But we could also open a large area of terrace fields. There is water flowing down from the mountain, so there is no need to find a way to divert water from the foot of the mountain. Make some ditches, and all the farming on this mountain will be done. But if there is a curse, there is no way to find some god-level farmers. Just the wind and snow on the Fingi Mountains started to show signs at a height of almost 1,000 meters. At an altitude of about 2,000 meters, the wind and snow reached maximum intensity. Further up, the situation is similar. But at such a height, even if the Fingi mountain range is located north of the latitude, this level of wind and snow is still quite abnormal. And I heard that it is like this all year round regardless of season. To say that there is no supernatural force involved, someone himself does not believe it. Fortunately, the use of blink is instantaneous and mainly operated by self-produced subdimensional towers. So it is not affected by such a terrain curse. Lin took advantage of the flash technique to take a rough look at the terrain of the Fingi Mountains from a high altitude and confirmed several gentle slopes that were conducive to marching through. But after reading it, I realized that I had really underestimated the great people in the world. In the Fingi mountain range, where there was an opportunity to directly climb over, the old Grand Duke had placed beacon posts. As soon as they see the enemy's situation, the defenders stationed here can report it as soon as possible. And the defense system of the entire defense line does not completely ignore the arrangement of these terrains. Although defensive positions are not directly deployed, nearby defenders can quickly support them within a day. It can be said that people who are better at fighting have already considered the part of my concerns. But the focus is still on those passes. After figuring this out, I no longer care about this line of defense. Lin flashed again and came to the north of the mountain, the Devil's Fallen area. On this land, the human army is still holding on with difficulty, guarding the retreat of ordinary people. Although many people have been evacuated to the other side of the mountain, there are still many people who are unable to evacuate in time or who are unable to move. The disposal of these people is the most troublesome. It's not right to abandon them, nor is it right to keep the army in order to protect them. There were even several places where the troops were deeply entrapped and had no time to retreat, all because they missed the opportunity to protect people like this. Once caught in the siege of the Demon Alliance, these people were abandoned by default, because humans at this stage do not yet have the strength to break into enemy lines and rescue people. The Demon Coalition will not immediately attack these small groups of troops and people who have been separated and isolated. Instead, they will be kept in captivity, just like cattle and horses on a farm. The difference is that the cows and horses here will fight among themselves and eat each other. Maybe it's not eating in the literal sense, but if you are deeply surrounded and lose backup supplies, then with limited food, even if the scene of people cannibalism has not happened yet, Examples of people dying for food are happening every day. Amidst all this ugliness, the only thing that makes someone happy is that no child from an elementary school is trapped in this siege. Maybe they have learned their own essence. They can fight, but they can't lose. And they can't lose when they run away. As long as the soles of your feet are oiled. Even if you can't escape the first place, you can't stay behind. Not seeing Ezio and others being stupid and falling into the devil's circle, Lin left the trapped area and headed towards the occupied area. This time, he did not stay at the gate of the abyss, but looked around. The old man had mentioned before that he hoped to find out what was going on inside the demon-occupied area by himself. Whether those words were mentioned deliberately, or just casually said. Now that I've said it, someone was thinking about something that was somewhat overlapping. And that's why he took this trip. But I didn't know it until I took this trip. And I was shocked when I left. Everything seems to be going wrong today. And many things are not as expected. It's like the curse of the Wind Emperor mountain range was originally thought to be a manifestation of natural climate. But I didn't expect that there was really a supernatural power in it. Then on this trip, I thought I was just walking around and taking a look. But I didn't expect to see something not so good. If you want to run an occupied area well, of course you need to start various infrastructure construction and transform the place into a form that suits you. So what's a step up from this approach? That is to move the home directly. This doesn't mean buying some furniture, moving to a different place to live, or anything like that. Instead, they boldly move the entire main body of the home over. If this method were applied to demons, it would be to design teleportation magic circles with very strange purposes everywhere. These magic circles are not a whole used alone, but a small part that is separated. If you just look at one or two, you may not be able to see the reason. But someone used the flash technique to find the first few, and quickly calculated the locations of the remaining magic circles, and confirmed them one by one. The function of this teleportation magic circle can be calculated based on the effect that the spell model can produce. The demons intend to directly teleport a city-level plot of land to the mysterious land. IX. Play so big. Chapter 1519 The City in the Abyss. Teleporting a city in one breath sounds unbelievable. And there is no precedent for it in Lin's various records in Lost Land. But it's magic. Because technically, this is possible. It's just that the price to pay is so huge that it makes no sense for general urban relocation. As long as you spend some time. Even if you build a city from scratch, the manpower and material resources required will probably be lower than directly teleporting a city. The scale and cost of teleportation magic are not growing exponentially, but growing exponentially. But considering that this is an interdimensional war, the Abyss side has a rare opportunity to get a preemptive strike. And the start was even more impressive. And a large territory was conquered in one go. Many humans were also sacrificed to allow the arrival of the three Abyss Lords. This is an unprecedented advantage for the Abyss side. In order to expand the advantage in one go, rather than slowly re-establishing a war system on the Lost Land, it is better to move the complete thing directly from the Abyss. Despite the fact that the demons all seem to worship the physical body, they do not use weapons or wear equipment, but focus on the brutal pleasure of punching to the flesh. In fact, the devil doesn't use junk equipment. After all, if external tools are not as good as your own physical quality, then it is better not to use them. But the bonuses that tools can bring cannot be underestimated. As long as there are powerful enough props that can match the demon's own talent characteristics, then the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. With such benefits, why insist on using bare hands? Therefore, the devil also has specialized craftsmen inside. Some are part-time jobs as a hobby, and most are done under pressure from superior demons. But don't think that slavery is practiced in the Abyss. But this is a very common phenomenon in the Abyss where strength equals order. However, for ordinary demons or demon leaders, let alone supporting a few craftsmen, most of the resources they obtain are waste that is still worthless after troublesome polishing. So just take the raw stones and use them as weapons. Or simply abandon these garbage. These demons are the easiest to be summoned to the Lost Land because of some small sacrifices. So most people's impressions of demons come from these poor loser-level trash demons. But there are 3 known Abyss Lords and 1 Abyss Evil God who have already entered the game. How come these people don't have the kind of props and resources that can be made into huge bonuses? Since we have the resources, it would be a waste not to make it. Especially the latter's demon army of the lawful evil camp. Most of their strength relies not only on teamwork that is not like the chaotic demons at all, but also on the bonus of equipment to double their destructive power. At least in the Lost Land, those weapons and props prefixed with demon that flowed into the lost land from the abyss are regarded as evil by the world. But to be honest, there are many people who like to use it. These people are not necessarily bad people in the real sense. At best, their minds are a little abnormal because of the abyss breath. So their behavior is a little erratic. If they offended any noble lord, they would definitely be wanted. This is also the reason why people who use magical weapons and props do not have a good reputation. Anyway, I didn't know much about the background. But in Lin's assessment, the devil directly moved a city. Although the cost was huge, the benefits were also quite obvious. Moreover, the land of lost land is infected by the breath of the abyss, and it will take a considerable amount of time to transform into the abyss. It would be much easier if we could just move a piece of land and replace it. In the land of the abyss, the birth of demons happens all the time. The newly born primary demons will compete and devour each other to gain more power. Slightly stronger demon types will also prey on a large number of small demons of this birth level to prepare for their own promotion. It can be said that every piece of abyssal land represents a complete ecosystem of the abyss type. If you want to completely turn the lost land into an abyss, this is a clever move that will allow the abyss to move forward steadily in the lost land. Even if the layout is not so large, the benefits of moving to a city are beyond the scope of the family. So there is no need to worry about the demons not supporting such a big move. Anyway, the resources spent can be snatched back from Midland. Of course, the above is just someone's guess at the possible mentality of the devil. The actual situation can only be determined by going to the other side of the teleportation array. Although the teleportation magic used here is somewhat different from the mainstream teleportation magic array in Midland, some basic conditions are still the same. That is to say, in addition to a magic array on the receiving end, there is also a magic array on the sending end. Even though this teleportation magic circle cannot be reused like other places, and will only work once, there are still many things that should be included. On the side of the lost land, it must be the magic circle on the receiving end. So finding the location of the sending end from the array pattern is not a big problem for Lin now. The principle of flash magic is much more complicated than traditional teleportation magic, and it is more direct to the origin. Therefore, for someone who is proficient in the flash technique, the traditional teleportation magic of the lost land and the abyss is like a primary school student's essay. Even if you can't understand it at a glance, it's not difficult. So to chase Ben Shuiyuan, Lin stood beside a magic circle near the gate of the abyss. After observing for a while, he calculated the answer. In another flash, his people had arrived in the abyss world. I thought there were enough accidents today. But Lin didn't expect that the scene he saw now was the one that surprised him the most. For a long time, someone's impression of the abyss was that it was gray and foggy everywhere. Lava replaced rivers, and the smell of sulfur was everywhere. The difference was only in the intensity. Everything was bare. Not a tree in sight. The residences of the demons are just like those of savages, with some living in caves and some sleeping directly on the ground. Maybe people with status among demons would live in a better place. But they are also like haunted castles, dilapidated manors, and post-war ruins. However, in the scene I saw before me, although the sky in the background was still dark, the ground looked like I had entered a future world of unknown civilization. The metal building has neat lines. If it weren't for the strange and weird shapes, someone would really think that they have entered an advanced civilization. But in someone's eyes, the scene in front of me seems to be a fusion of multiple styles, which makes it look different to some extent. There is no hardcore, straightforward feeling like mechanical civilization. There is no culturally prosperous civilization that will bring people the sense of art and comfort. Of course, it doesn't look like the wasteland style, or the decadent style of the end of civilization. It's not any style of ruins that someone has ever discovered in the lost lands. The most surprising thing is that the demon walking among them does not feel awkward or alienated at all. All of them were well dressed and had a gentle temperament, as if the naked and howling demons and rough men in other places were of a different species from them. Considering the era of the dwarf empire that was once ruled by the silverbeard dwarves, the technological route and the magical route went hand in hand. Although the supporters of the technological route later retreated, and the silver-bearded dwarves withdrew from the main stage and fled to other places to live in seclusion, it is a fact that technology only existed in the lost land for a short period of time, since there was an era of science and technology in the Midi. Then the abyss, which has an unclear relationship with the Midi, would not have been dominated by this kind of muscle since the beginning of the world. And the devil is not some retard. After such a long time, the pigs can lift themselves up to the sky. Will the devils not be able to develop any culture and build creations of their own civilization style? It seems that it's not that there isn't one, but that I haven't had the chance to encounter it before. Walking here is so advanced that it doesn't feel like walking in an abyss or a city in a lost land. Lin unexpectedly discovered that life here did not use machines to replace most of the functions, but was so convenient that it seemed as if the people living there were all disabled. But not everything is pristine, giving people the feeling of having countless treasures, but not knowing how to use them. Convenience is not the most important part of life here. In fact, demons don't have so many physical and psychological needs like humans. Demons live in such a city, which has a completely different appearance from other chaotic places. It's like there are strict rules in every aspect, and if you want to live within them, you have to abide by them meticulously. This gives the demons living in such a city a rather strange pace and style. Even though these demons look human-like, they walk with grace and grace. If two demons met, it would be like competing for whose voice is louder or whose breath is bad. There is also the one whose momentum is unparalleled and can directly knock the opponent to the ground with one punch. More often than not, they are the kind of people who can't even be scolded, can't win in a fight, and will be killed by demons. In short, although the environment is very advanced, it can't even compare with my hometown. But when it comes to the quality of the people, we can only say that the devil is worthy of being a devil, and the people in his hometown cannot compare with it. The basic operation of emptying the magazine still depends on the person's preference. In this city, the feeling of being extremely depressed and ready to burst out at any time would drive the people living here crazy. In other words, the demons living here are crazy. As an outsider, after watching for so long, have you noticed anything? Suddenly a voice sounded in his mind, and Lin was shocked. Expose yourself? At this moment, Lin used the flash technique to change himself to the roof of a nearby building, which was a commanding height where he could see where he originally stood on the street. First, he confirmed that the white tiger robe on his body was functioning normally, and its concealment function was complete. Then he confirmed that he was on the periphery of his original position. In fact, no demon had discovered him and even talked to him. So where do the voices in your head come from? Outsiders? Why are you running? Or do you think that within these few steps, others won't be able to see you? The sound is loud again, but this time Lin saw the speaker at a glance. It was a beholder, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and except for the tentacles supporting his body, all other tentacles were curled up with a lit cigarette. He was staring at someone from behind with his eyes wide open. It means that except for the big eyes, the beholder has no other organs. You don't have to stare at it. It's scary enough. Chapter 1520 Beholder. This time Lin didn't run, but looked at this creature that was all tentacles except for its big eyes. Beholders are very troublesome magical creatures, in the order of demons, although its strength is not at the average level of a big demon. The destructive power it can sometimes cause is not inferior to those demon types that are stronger than beholders. The reason is that the beholders of the Lost Abyss are very good at mental magic. Some big demons, who are stronger than them, but not very smart, will also be tricked and exploited by them. In addition to mental magic, the magical power suitable for both distance and close combat is also one of the few among all demon types. In particular, the ends of the tentacles can emit rays, which will either result in death or mental confusion, all of which prove that the eye demon's illustrious reputation is not groundless. So even though the eyeballs are soft and the target is so big, the beholder seems to be easy to defeat. If there is a real fight, those who underestimate the enemy will definitely regret it, or even have no chance to regret it. Lin has never encountered a beholder before, but even now, he is still 100% wary of this dangerous magical creature that has been rumored by word of mouth. At least the other party broke through the concealment of the white tiger robe and discovered his existence. I don't know how far it sees it. He moved his position quietly. This time, he did not use the flash technique to avoid the magic fluctuations from attracting attention. But this beholder still pointed its big eyes in his direction, and even smoked a few cigarettes in the process. It is said that the beholder has no mouth. So how can it be seen with a cigarette in its mouth? And where are those tentacles holding cigarettes to smoke? In fact, this eye demon directly inserted the filter part of the cigarette into the cornea below his pupil, and the cigarette but turned red. The smoking part of the cornea is not fixed in a fixed position. When you want to smoke the cigarette held by other tentacles, you can just insert it into the cornea and smoke it on the spot. Sometimes 5 or 6 can be inserted in one go. Seeing such a picture, someone can't help but be interested in the physiological structure of the beholder. I wonder if it has an anatomy chart. Or can I catch one myself and study it? Oh, I'm not going to run away. So after seeing my country, do you have any thoughts? Magician Gabriel Ashtrapwood. That's your name. Right. Identity discovered. This is even more shocking than having his own whereabouts exposed. So where did I go wrong? Country. Lin immediately had a guess in his mind that he was the master of the lawful evil demon army. The scene in the city in front of me is similar to that of that legion. Then I was discovered here. And although the other party was aware of me, there seemed to be many uncertainties. It can be explained that I was not discovered by this beholder, but entered the human body like bacteria and stimulated the immune system. Reaction situation. To put it simply, this is the kingdom of God belonging to the evil god of the abyss. The kingdom of God of this beholder in front of him. It seems that with my ability and the blessing of the white tiger robe, I can't sneak into other people's divine kingdom and then sneak out again. I also need to be able to wave my hand without taking away a cloud. As for why he said that he was only found, but his exact location was not found. Lin believed that if he was really exposed without any reservations, the beholder in front of him would not speak, but would directly hit him. Don't think of the devil as being so peaceful, talking with fists, and then gambling with your life. This is the daily routine. If you don't take action when you meet, then there must be an interest in not taking action when you meet, and it is greater than taking action. So the devil will behave seemingly peacefully. However, in order to confirm his thoughts, Lin took the initiative to withdraw from the concealment of the white tiger robe. Speaking of which, the beholder in front of me may be the second abyss evil god he has encountered. The former one is the dragon god of Dragon Island. That guy is also the guardian of Dragon Island's abyss gate. So it's hard to say what's going on. If you really want to talk about it, the person in front of you is the pure evil god of the abyss. He had met many physically accomplished strong men like the Lord of the Abyss, and even encountered them when he was crazy. But there was no way that Lin would not be interested in the strong men on the Abyss side, like the Abyss evil god, who were already in the minority. Even if it is to fight against this kind of existence in the future, it is right to collect more information when you have the opportunity. After all, Lin failed to find out the possible identity of the beholder from external conditions at the first time, which was a problem. It was obvious that he still knew too little about the evil god of the Abyss. Another reason for showing up is to find a way to confirm the identity of the other party. Don't think that the other person is the evil god of the Abyss. If it turns out that he is not the evil god of the Abyss, that would be funny. It's like driving while looking at a map, but with north and south reversed from the beginning. Of course, it's impossible to drive to your destination. When Lin appeared in a white robe, the beholder didn't show any surprise, or even any unnecessary emotion. It's like knowing everything and having everything under control. A flick of both sleeves. The white robe on his body instantly turned into a black robe. In terms of life level, the beholder's level is still higher than his own. So Lin made a salute, according to the etiquette of a magician, touched his chest and hands, and said in abyssal language, "Your Majesty, the magician Gabra Ashtrapwood is here to greet you." This beholder, who looked so young that he was just born, suddenly showed a heavy power that was not inferior to the elder beholder, trying to overpower the magician in front of him. But the Xuanwu true spirit on the black robe faintly resisted this momentum and eliminated it. This allowed Lin to stand calmly, as if nothing had happened. The beholder did not restrain his pressure, nor did he show any surprise, as if everything was going as it should. The voice came straight to my mind. It's still the same question. After seeing my country, do you have any thoughts from the perspective of an outsider? What kind of attitude does your Majesty want me to have? Surprised? Envious? Fear? Or do you feel baffled when you look at this scene that is different from most areas in the Lost Lands and the Abyss? I am a magician, which means I am destined to look at things more rationally rather than emotionally. If you start from this perspective, would you like to hear my evaluation? Maybe it won't sound that good. The beholder took all the smoke away from his eyeballs, half shrugged his eyelids, and after staring at someone for a while, the voice sounded in someone's head again. "You are worthy of being able to escape from the Abyss." Pray. He speaks so sharply. But it's still much better than other annoying guys who come and fight just because they say they can't win. Those demons have brains for nothing. They are not as good as those like us who only have eyes. As if looking away, the beholder turned around without protection and led the way. At the same time, as if speaking, the voice penetrated directly into the mind. "You probably didn't understand my country just now. Let me show you around and introduce it to you by the way." Lin raised his eyebrows and looked behind the beholder, but did not move or take a step. Said, "Oh, Your Majesty is delaying time like this. Maybe you have some special intention. Like taking the opportunity to brainwash me and control my mind. This is how you deal with ordinary demons. As long as they enter my kingdom, they will eventually become my believers. It's just a matter of time. But your mind is protected. Although you still can't completely get rid of my influence. I can't keep you until it really takes effect. Dealing with other demons is not that troublesome. Lin thought this statement was true and commented, "Oh, this is like Antlion H.L. Antlion H.L.?" The beholder paused for a moment because of this term that was not found in either the Lost Land or the Abyss. After thinking about it, Lin explained, "It's a carnivorous insect that digs funnel-shaped traps in the sand. The antlion will perch on the bottom. Once prey falls into the trap, it will spray sand to increase the sliding force, allowing the prey to slide to its side, and then inject venom and digested juices to prey on it. To describe it as a trap, it does look very similar." The beholder didn't mean to be offended, and just commented calmly. In response to this attitude, Lin curiously kept up with the beholder's pace and asked, "Your Majesty, I still don't know what to call you." You can only know the devil's name if you want to enslave it or sign a contract with it. At other times, figure it out for yourself. Looking for answers. It feels like a trap. If this city is full of believers of the evil god of the abyss, then they must know the name of the beholder. Even if it's not his real name, it's at least a common name to the outside world. A normal person would think of asking about it. However, the beholder himself admitted that the longer he stayed in this city, the more likely he was to be brainwashed and assimilated. So talking to the devil here is completely risk-free? Lin was not so naive as to think that she would not get pregnant even if she said a few words. So-called magic, especially curses, are often difficult to prevent. So Lin just followed without making any extra moves. The beholder didn't care about the appearance of the uninvited guests behind it, and just introduced the divine kingdom on earth it had established. Suppose that the place where Lin first entered and the place where he later investigated belonged to the residential area of this city. So what the beholder wants a certain magician to see is the city's industrial area and its manufacturing capabilities. I did not see assembly line production, nor was it an unmanned production line. But it was not a labor-intensive production method like a textile factory. If I really want to make an analogy, it's a bit like a TV show that someone remembers watching, which introduced the workshops of top sports car manufacturers. Real top-notch and limited edition sports cars are not produced on assembly lines. Every part is manufactured by professional technicians working with precision machines. Maybe there was such a thing as pure handwork in the past, but as car materials have been upgraded and evolved, some materials really cannot be made by handwork. Although the introduction of the TV show may not be the real situation, a group of masters gave full play to their creativity and technology, and made the most wonderful coordination and cooperation, ultimately creating a unique and perfect work. Such a scene reappeared in front of someone's eyes. There is actually no conclusion as to which race the best craftsmen in Midland belong to, because each race has its specialties, and in the hands of those masters, they have achieved perfection. If you think that the devil's creations are all crudely made, or that they are evil things that are used and look evil, then you are totally wrong. At least those treasures called crude embryos made a certain magician show an inappropriate look of admiration. And these things must eventually be handed over to the user and undergo final processing before they become real magic weapons and be reincarnated again. Chapter 1521 Demon Card Teleportation Magic Array. There are many processing areas in this city where masters gather like before. The things they make are different, but the things they make are all of an unimaginable high level. Although a visiting magician did not utter admiration everywhere he went, his expressions and eyes were uncontrollable. But this doesn't mean that Lin only values the artifacts made by these demons. The things he is using now, especially those used to save his life, defend himself and kill enemies, are all stronger than these demon cards. What really amazed him was the entire manufacturing system presented in front of him. It is different from the industrialization in my hometown, which is an assembly line for mass production. It even eliminates manual uncertainty and unifies quality with automated production. Don't say that this kind of automated assembly line is inferior to manual labor and cannot produce high-quality products. Anyone in the know knows that is just an excuse to raise prices. Perhaps in front of real top craftsmen, machinery cannot achieve the same level. But since they are top talents, how many people can reach such a level? Also, no matter which master, there will be times when he starts out as a rookie. If everyone's opportunity to take action is eliminated from the rookie stage, Is it possible for a master-level figure to emerge in the future? From another perspective, if those limited edition top-level sports cars are put on the assembly line and mass-produced, can they still give customers a sense of dignity that belongs to them? Can it still be sold at a high price after mass production? Is the market demand really that big? It's not that machines can't produce top-quality products. It's that people artificially prevent them from producing top-quality products. But what is presented here is another way of thinking, or the result of different needs. Demon craftsmen do not require themselves to satisfy all demons' needs. Only some. But for this part, every demon craftsman has exerted a master spirit, strives for excellence, and treats the object in his hand as a work of art. Such an environment is cruel. But it has to be said that as long as you cross that threshold, you won't be hindered by some random garbage. If we compare it to human society, it is like a social environment with a huge gap between rich and poor, with no middle class at all. As long as you are a lower class person, let alone using garbage, you don't even have to use garbage. But if you step into the wealthy class, then the lowest level items used are all carefully crafted by master craftsmen. This differentiated and extreme social environment makes someone extremely uncomfortable. In comparison, a trivial matter like being controlled by a beholder is nothing, without looking at or thinking about the bad parts. Lin also saw some things that he thought he couldn't see. That is the teleportation magic circle used to teleport this city. The traditional teleportation magic of MIDI is a magic that pays great attention to precision. The slightest mistake may cause the person being transported to suffer serious harm or even death. Therefore, when designing a reusable teleportation magic circle, the first priority that a magician considers is how to ensure that the teleportation is safe. Only when the destination is safe and the process is safe can the transfer operation be officially carried out. In contrast, the flash technique does not consider safety issues at all, and is completely temporarily corrected during the flash process. Because of this, when using the flash technique, one either has a well-conceived plan or has amazing computing and processing capabilities that can cope with any unexpected situation. Therefore, someone's use of flash technique has always been based on subdimensional towers. I dare not say that there is a solution to every situation, but at least when there is a temporary problem, there is still a way to eliminate it with the computing power of the subdimensional tower. In many ways, the world tree is superior to someone's subdimensional tower existence located in the gap between dimensions. What Lin can do, the world trees will only do better and more comprehensively. This is also the basis for the Elven army to return to the main stage of Lost Land. Considering the precision of traditional teleportation magic, it seems that the teleportation magic circle can be easily destroyed. And so it is. The magic circle that the beholder intends to transport this abyssal city to the Lost Land is not to completely cover the entire city, but to be placed on several key nodes to achieve the same effect. At this time, if any node magic circle is destroyed, it is not a problem that the city will lose a piece after the teleportation. This may destroy the balance of the entire magic circle and throw the teleported target into an unknown world. If the teleportation magic circle used in this abyssal city is of this level, Lin Guang relied on himself to be sure that the devil would not dare to use this teleportation magic easily. Moreover, just repairing the destroyed magic circles would consume all their potential. But what he saw at the central core of the teleportation magic circle made Lin overturn the method he had thought of before. No reason. Just because in this abyss city, the core of the teleportation magic circle is a group of human pillars. Of course, the name, people, is somewhat untrue. But the actual situation is that there are a bunch of big demons who seem to have lost consciousness, soaked in a pool similar to a formalin pool, and stood on the ground with a transparent glass curtain. If these demons weren't still alive, someone would have thought this was some weird installation art, decorating the center of the city with corpses of the same kind. Among the magic used by demons, there is a type that is so evil that human magicians will not touch it. Those who do touch it will be classified in the evil camp and will not be tolerated in the world. That is the type of magic that uses sacrificed life to extract its special abilities to form special effects. There are many great demons who have a talent, flicker, a type of teleportation magic. It is not as exaggerated as the application of flash technique. It can ignore distance and even span dimensions, planes and parallel worlds. The big devil's flicker basically means that it can be quickly teleported when certain conditions are met in a place within sight. As for how far this talent can be developed, it is up to each great devil. However, I haven't heard of any great demon being able to do this kind of thing. After all, If you want to sneak from the abyss to the lost lands, there are many restrictions. If you are not careful, you will trigger the guard of the Guardian Lord and enjoy the gentle slap on the face from the shield. When piles of big demons gathered together, they were thrown into a magic circle for sacrifice. And this magic circle was related to teleportation. Then the situation of the teleportation magic circle in front of us becomes that no matter how someone destroys part of the teleportation magic circle, he cannot affect, stop or interrupt the activation of the teleportation magic. Because the main consumption of this teleportation magic circle is actually the extraction of the twinkling talents of the great demons. The established teleportation magic circle is more like an auxiliary method to reduce the consumption of big demons. The more complete the teleportation magic is, the fewer big demons will be sacrificed to death, vice versa. That is to say, although this teleportation magic array is huge and widely distributed, the teleportation magic also requires precision. But with the method of sacrificing the great demon's flashing talent as a foundation, others can't stop it from happening even if they want to destroy it. Perhaps directly attacking the true core of this teleportation magic circle can interrupt the entire teleportation process. Do you know where this is? This is an abyss where the big devil is easier to find than a three-legged toad. There is nothing difficult about sacrificing a magic circle. The focus is on the sacrifice. But in the abyss, if all the demons are dead and another group is found, what's the difficulty? In other words, the reason why the beholder guide who led the way and introduced the city scenery did not shy away from the teleportation magic circle, the core facility for attacking the lost land, was because he wanted to show off his firepower and bet that a certain magician would be unable to save the day. In the end, one person and one demon stopped beside the big demon's formalin pool. The few cigarettes on the beholder's tentacles seemed to be endless, and they remained almost the same length. This is almost making someone think that the igniting temperature is also an illusion caused by the influence of mental magic. At this time, the beholder's voice sounded in someone's mind again, saying, "How about, after seeing the true strength of my country, do you think I can defeat the human army when I go to the lost land? It depends on how to fight. Your Majesty, in a one-on-one situation, few people can resist your army. But war is not calculated in this way. There are many factors that determine victory or defeat." Indeed so. The beholder speaks his mind frankly. But I think you won't let me move my kingdom into the lost land so easily. This is why you are here. Lin responded, "That's true. That's why your Majesty wants to prove that no matter how much I destroy it, it won't help. Right? Actually, things are not without room for change. It just depends on your attitude." "Oh, what attitude does your Majesty want me to express?" Lin asked curiously. "The devil's most common way." The voice in my head smiled. One of the beholder's tentacles put a cigarette in its eye, smoked it, and then swung it in the air, drawing a small flaming circle. The next moment, a dragon-skin paper scroll jumped out of the sparks, densely filled with abyssal characters and exquisite patterns. "Sign a contract with me, magician of the lost lands. You have to be clear. But there are many demons who want to capture you. Whether it's eating it or turning you into a real demon, whoever does this will be richly rewarded. But as long as you agree to sign a contract with me and abide by the agreement, I will have reason to withdraw from this matter." "Oh, let me see what your Majesty wants." Lin didn't make any movement to reach out. It was as if the thing was already in his hands, and he just picked it up and looked at it naturally. But when he raised his hands in front of his eyes, the strange contract was already in his hands. Such an action made the beholder's eyelids twitch. But he couldn't tell what the emotion was. The reason why I noticed it is because the action of twitching my eyelids is too conspicuous for a beholder, and it is difficult to ignore it. In fact, there is no need to sign a devil's contract, especially one belonging to an abyss evil god. Even holding it in your hand is risky. With Lin holding it like this, it was hard not to hit some of the switches. But the beholder didn't feel the feedback after signing the contract, so it kept silent. Lin was not unaware of the risks involved, but he just read the content of the text. There is no unified text in the abyss. And this is also because the devil is keen on playing word games. As long as it can be explained, it can become their reason and misinterpret the original intention. But Lin didn't care about these. He just looked at the information he could give at first glance. He repeated, "Well, as long as I don't join this war, your Majesty will not send this city to the Lost Lands to participate in this war. This is what the contract is about." Chapter 1522 Negotiation. You should be able to see how powerful my country's war potential is. Using your calculation method, 100 legions can still be put together. Perhaps such a number will eventually stop somewhere when it reaches a lost place. But before that, have you ever thought about how much damage it will cause? The threat in his words was hidden, and Lin asked curiously, "Are you very wary of me?" Regarding this question, the beholder calmly spread its tentacles left and right. More than 10 years ago, you were able to kill the dragon's clone, and even protect it alone without dying. With such achievements, it is enough to gain our respect. You don't think that even today, anyone else will be easily killed by you just because they underestimate you? Or is there anyone who is really stupid and doesn't even know about this kind of thing? This can be regarded as establishing a reputation for oneself. But why is it that when walking in human society, someone feels that most of the people they receive are contempt? It looked like a certain magician was entangled in his own affairs. Thinking hard, the beholder didn't wait patiently, but interrupted someone's thoughts and asked, "How about using my country not to enter the Lost Lands in exchange for your not getting involved in this war? It's a pretty worthwhile deal." Although Lin came back to his senses and looked at the beholder, his eyes were somewhat confused rather than firm. So the beholder decided to increase his chips. "Although I don't know what the purpose of you or your existence is, but judging from that person's positive performance, there is no room for cooperation between us. Don't you think agreeing to a contract with me would be a good start? Let me guess what you want." The beholder began to walk nonchalantly, as if thinking about something. Bien said, "It must be the gate of the abyss. In addition to the one that has fallen into our control, I am actually paying attention to several plane cracks that have the opportunity to also become portals. But those locations were closed a few days ago by a human magician in black robes. Those demons who originally wanted to monopolize the news were able to survive, and they were all complaining about this matter. That person is you." The beholder seemed to be reasoning vigorously, and continued to express his thoughts. "All the plane cracks that you closed, and all the nodes of the teleportation magic circle that you visited. Even if you come to my country, what attracts your attention the most are the teleportation towers that cost a lot of resources to build. You have the confidence to do these things, but you don't directly focus on the door. Such abnormal behavior shows a lot of things." Lin replied with an indifferent attitude. "Your Majesty, you guessed it right. But guess what? Humans may still threaten me by closing the door to the abyss, but this sentence is impossible for the devil to say anyway." "That's right. So I'm not threatening. I'm just offering you an option to cooperate. Until now, you haven't really taken action yet, so you probably plan to put forward your own conditions. There are very few things that humans can promise you that demons can never do. The so-called transactions or contracts are all based on one principle, which is fairness. The consideration or conditions of both parties are equal, and it is best to get a small advantage. Even if I am the one who is taken advantage of, it is because there are other ways to make up for it. No matter what conditions and invisible assistance are provided by the two parties in the end, they are all fair and acceptable to both parties. It does not include deception, and certainly does not take into account subsequent breach of contract." A certain magician's indifferent attitude made the beholder a little puzzled, but it didn't reprimand. It just listened with its eyes wide open, looking very scary. The feeling of being stared at by a beholder is very oppressive. However, a certain time traveler today is not the same Lang Tu-Ching who just came to the Lost Land inexplicably. Being stared at by a beholder of the abyss evil god level. Apart from being impressed, there was no fear at all. There must be some caution, but it won't make your legs weak. What I want to emphasize is, Lin Hui glared at the beholder's big eyes. If the transaction is unfair, then there is no need to consider it. "Oh, magician, you don't have to worry about fairness or unfairness. I took the initiative to propose such a condition because it was something I could accept. You just need to agree and let the contract stand. Moreover, I didn't do much on the contract. The meaning is still moving, but not too much." The beholder beamed happily into someone's head, but Lin just smiled and didn't reply. The beholder is not a young man who knows nothing about the world. He saw the joke of a certain magician at a glance. His eyelids sank, and he made a disapproving voice in the consciousness of others. "It seems that you feel that you are the one who suffers the disadvantage. The conditions I proposed are not enough for you to make such a decision. Yes, using such a place to replace my combat power, I do feel that I have suffered a loss. As for such an agreement, I won't go into details about how many unclear aspects there are. There is no need to set traps in the corners. Do you want me and my kingdom members to have no involvement at all? It is not impossible to have such conditions. But in comparison, how much price can you pay alone?" The focus is on the previous sentence. "Your Majesty. Besides, what you have been doing is actually just delaying time. Not really trying to convince me of anything. But after hanging around for so long, I should be almost ready for what needs to be prepared. So how about we go straight to the next stage without wasting time and energy discussing something that is destined to be fruitless? What do I prepare? What can I prepare? This is a really sad question. What a shame. Magician. I am very sincere in abiding by the conditions I have given. Think about it again? Lin smiled without hesitation. I said it. And I will say it again now. Just because this city wants to replace me. You are not worthy. A very shameless sentence came out of his mouth. The next moment, a big fist smashed through Lin's head. Enter from the back of the head and exit from the front. The nose, eyes, and mouth were gone, leaving only the outline of a head hanging on the forearm. But no one fell down, and there was no scene of blood or brains spilling out. Lin turned around and looked back as if nothing had happened, his head looking at the arms passing by as if they were nothing. Even in the process of turning the head, depending on the position of the face, the eyes and nose that should have been punched out reappear, and then are buried in the arm. All of this is as if the person in front of you is just an illusion. But the demon who took action believed in his own touch, and was very sure that he had indeed hit something. The pleasure of being smashed through with one breath still lingers in my heart, compared with the current situation where I can't pull my arm back. This pleasure suddenly turned into panic, accompanied by a strong powerlessness. You, what are you? The fist-moving demon asked in fear, although he obviously had no mouth. Lin still said, "Oh, that's a good question. If you want to ask me who I am, then I will despise you." The next moment, the demon whose arms were fixed let out a scream like a slaughtering pig. Lin's front face and back head shrank inward like a multi-leaf guillotine, twisting off the steel-hard arm. Immediately, the shrinking knife gate changed, changing back to the person's front face and the hair on the back of the head. The hot devil's blood should corrode the place where it was sprayed. But Lin's face looked as if nothing had happened, and the blood stains were quickly absorbed and faded until they were no longer visible at all. Lin did not focus on the demon kneeling in front of him, holding his broken arm and howling miserably, but looked at the several abyss lords who appeared. They come in different shapes, ranging from tall to tall, and the shortest one is as tall as a 3-story building. When these great kings appeared, they used their original fighting forms. Of course, this is not to watch a show and chat, but to prepare for a fight. Surrounding the great kings were fully armed demons. There is no discipline at all, but any demon thrown into the lost world can lead to a brutal crusade. And the demon with a broken arm was one of them. They were originally hidden under the barrier magic of their respective masters. When the Lord of the Abyss appears, they appear with him. He let out a war cry and revealed his ugly minions, just waiting for an order. The demons who seemed to have been soaked in the formalin pool seemed to have awakened. They all opened their eyes, widened their eyes, and turned to look at the location of a certain magician. Although the movement range is not large, it is consistent to a terrifying level. It's just that the high-ranking demons, with the power to issue orders, didn't move. They all looked at the black-robed magician in the field coldly. The beholder first said, "You haven't answered yet. What are you?" Lin smiled and did not answer directly, but reached into his mouth. He also probed deeper and deeper at an incredible angle, almost stuffing his shoulder into his mouth. But such a horrifying scene did not appear after all. The arm that reached out from under the bottom also pulled out his sword. The simple bronze appearance does not look like the form of a lost weapon. The broad blade, the almost non-existent hilt, and the complex and delicate patterns on the sword surface make this sword useful in addition to killing people. In addition, it is more like a work of art with a solemn symbol. The Hagiri Khans, a clan that should not have been bound, were taken out from the dark belly. The only reason is, the secret is exposed. Shall we start the fight? Oh, the boss finally showed up. Can I stop pretending? I regret agreeing to this matter. I hate wearing clothes. Can you arrange for me to be exposed in a place next time? How can we fight? How can we be powerful for 3 minutes and be soft for 3.5 days? Lin's image couldn't be maintained at all. His whole appearance seemed to be about to collapse, beating and shifting constantly. No part of his body was normal. Even the parts covered in Xuanwu robes were the same, and they were all making sounds, as if thousands of people were talking at the same time. You want to fight? How can you leave me out? If you don't join in the fun, you deserve to die. I want to fight 10. 10 fights or nothing. Boss, give me 100. Individual. There were chaotic sounds coming from 3 other places, namely men wearing white tiger robes, red bird robes, and green dragon robes. They have the same face as Lin standing in the field. But now they also look like they have collapsed and cannot maintain their human form. Chapter 1523 Changes in Shikiri. Lin once asked the Khan of Hagakiri, whom he called Hagakiri at that time, how the Hagakiri clan could reproduce. The answer is not surprising at all: asexual fission reproduction. When Hagiri splits a part of himself, the new Hagiri will retain part of the consciousness and personality of the parent, and will eventually form a completely independent individual due to different experiences from the parent. But Hagiri rarely engages in this behavior unless absolutely necessary, because reproduction and inheritance is not the purpose of their lives. So even if Khan has been following someone for a long time, he has been traveling between the gaps in dimensions with the help of the flash technique, and has gained sufficient energy. Lin also never asked Khan to split so that he could have more Hagiri. Therefore, the number of the Hagiri clan has been continuously decreasing since they were led by the World Tree to the Lost Land, and rarely increased. Dan Lin confiscated all the Haikiri in the Holy Sword Club's inventory, and followed their instructions to recover the Haikiri that were still lying outside. Lin once thought that, except for the Enzidu in the hands of the Demon Prince, the number of Haikiri he owned would always be set at 137, and 137 plus 1 will also be the total number of Shikiri in the Lost Land. However, in order to track down the Dragon of the Void, which is actually the ultimate wish-making power belonging to the Lost Land, Lin took part of Hagiri to pursue that very wonderful zero-dimensional world. Fortunately, Lin escaped from the world that was about to merge his consciousness into it. Lin took with him an extremely rich loot, which he has not yet digested. How could Shikiri, who followed him in and out again, find nothing? A Hagiri's life depends on their experiences. Therefore, they have to use their most direct feelings to observe the world they live in, and do not want to be covered by any filter. If this behavior stagnates, death is not far away. Like sharks, they must swim on their backs, allowing water to pass through their gills to extract oxygen. When they stop swimming, and because the gill cover cannot actively use muscles to pressurize and circulate water through the gills, they will eventually suffocate to death. But when the experience and insight are too much for Hagiri to handle, they must separate part of their consciousness and become a new individual. This was the case in the old days, because there were not many ways to obtain enough energy to support their own energy. So they would consciously restrain this desire for division, so that I don't have to split to maintain my own energy and become two individuals with half the original size. Even if the division is not even, it is one more and one less. How long can the less one sustain itself before it dies? Rather than heading towards such an ending, it would be better to choose not to split from the beginning. However, the harvest of the zero-dimensional world is so rich that no Sakakiri can digest it by itself. So they have to embark on the path of division and reproduction. If they are not separated, they may get lost in this huge harvest and eventually end up dead. Fortunately, with the support of someone's flash technique, they can endlessly extract the energy they need from the dimensional gaps. This allows the box cutter to reproduce by division as much as it wants. Moreover, the basic energy required by them in the form of sword pills is not much, and it cannot be compared with maintaining the sword form of an ordinary long sword. Compared with fineness, volume also consumes more energy stored by the box cutters. Eventually, the number of Shikiri held by someone exceeded 10,000. For such a race with no upper limit, their only flaw is that they cannot generate the required energy themselves, and can only rely on external supplements. When this flaw is no longer an obstacle, how terrifying can Hagiri be? At least Demon Prince Azad, who is very keen on making trouble for someone and testing their limits, has not found someone to practice with for a long time. He said very bluntly that he did not want to be abused. After all, when the two of them started fighting, they were fighting directly to death, and the moves they used were the strongest at the time. Even after being tested again and again, the two of them could still survive until now. Even Finn, a bystander, was amazed. But this picture is no longer seen. Ever since he cut his teeth to over 10,000, Azad has come more often to teach those children in primary school. It turned out that holding the Khan was like holding a magical weapon in his hand. And Lin had the confidence to compete with gods with weaker divine power. Even if you can't complete the great mission of killing the gods, you can still return it to the kingdom of God to read a message for resurrection. Nowadays, there are tens of thousands of box cutters in hand. Even if they are not as capable as Khan, this order of magnitude is enough to cause a qualitative change. Moreover, the cooperation between Hagiri is not a situation where one monk carries water to drink, 2 monks carry water to drink, and 3 monks have no water to drink. It is not even a simple multiple level bonus. Even if it's not an exponential bonus, it's still almost the same. Lin dared to say that with the cooperation of all the boxers, he could really hit 10 without any problem. It's just that this foundation of strength comes from the cooperation of the Hagairas. Although he is said to be one person, in fact it can be regarded as more than 10,000 plus 1 to hit 10 people. He really used his strength to bully others, not his own strength to reach such heights. If he really didn't rely on Akiri, it would be difficult for Lin to fight against a single god, and be ready to escape at any time. At this point, one never overestimates oneself. After all, after a certain level, a slight misjudgment may cause life-threatening consequences. Judging from the level of fear of death among people in a certain time travel, Lin is not someone who will dance happily once he gains power. But with so many Hagairas relying on themselves to feed and clothe themselves, it is impossible for them to walk against the starry formation in the sky when they go out. This is not a level where strangers should not be approached. But those who approach will die. It won't work according to the previous practice. The original number of sword pills can be strung into a bead chain belt, which can be strung twice. Tens of thousands of boxes, not to mention belts, can wrap oneself into an egg. Therefore, a very incredible plan that the Hagairas had thought about but did not dare to implement was brought up again after they had the opportunity. The form of the Earth Elemental Robot was once a plan that Khan believed that Hagiri could evolve to be able to act autonomously. But in the end, no one was willing to cooperate, and they were reduced to just a part in the robot. It can also be said that the number of box cutters at that time was not enough, and it was impossible to assemble anything interesting with more than 100 parts. When the number of boxes cut is sufficient, and even overflows, it is the design of the robot that makes them looked down upon. The reason is that box cutters don't want to be just a part. I believe many people can explain the importance of screws in a machine. The extended meaning is that although screws are inconspicuous, they are also part of the normal operation of machinery. And different parts also have different positions, whether they are special or not special, important or unimportant, one of the many, or the only one. All parts must fit and function with each other to ultimately achieve the perfection of a machine. This kind of method is not exactly what the Hagairas are willing to cooperate with. They are willing to cooperate, but they are not willing to be the irreplaceable one. You can be part of a group and be in a special place at special times, but such tasks can be changed at any time, abandoned, and replaced by other tasks. The reason for this is that cooperation can be one of the options, but non-cooperation should also be an option. Instead of having to choose to cooperate using method number 1 or method number 2, this is a limited and necessary way of cooperation. Don't look at the Hagairas, who are following a certain magician right now. In fact, Lin's attitude is also very clear. Whoever wants to stay and whoever wants to leave can come and go as they please, and he will not stop them. This attitude was also the reason why the Hagairas chose to leave the Holy Sword Club and follow Khan. It was properly stored away and treated as a forbidden treasure of the Holy Sword Club. This approach could not even meet the basic needs of the Hagairas. Then leaving is a better choice. Under various conditions, the aggregation mode of nanoworm similar to that of Hive Queen Hefkin is a new form of cooperation that meets the various needs of the boxers. But to create a robot girl with twin tails like Head Queen, the number of nanoworms required would be over 100 million. Of course, there are not that many Sakuri, nor do they need to be so precise. They are not robots, and do not need to fully comply with the mechanical principles of physics. So the Hagairas gathered together and imitated the human form. In fact, they only had a human SHL, no internal organs, and no bones. As for the ghost inside the painted skin, at least there is a ghost as the backbone and a human skin. The situation of the Hagairas is that human skin is the main body, and there is nothing inside. But just because there is nothing, doesn't mean it looks like there is nothing, including heartbeat, body temperature, and blood flow phenomena. The human form mimicked by Hagairas is equivalent to a living person under someone's supervision. Even if sound wave detection and X-ray radiation are used, the result will be a complete living humanoid body. This can be regarded as a small game played by a certain time-traveling group and the Hagairas. The reason for the simulation to this level is because Lin hopes that the human SHLs of the Hagairas can be used as stand-ins to enter and exit some dangerous places, or for division of labor and cooperation. The Hagairas are also happy that they will not keep distance from a certain magician or even become estranged just because they have human form and the ability to walk independently. Even if they now have to perform the flash technique alone, they can still perform it freely without any pressure. But for Hagiri, this ability was selflessly gifted by Lin. Even in the development process of flash technique, Khan also contributed a lot. But Lin never restricted the spread of flashes of knowledge between the Gyras. And this kindness still existed. Therefore, as long as it does not violate the wishes of the Gyras, this cooperative behavior can be regarded as part of mutual benefit. And no Hagiri deliberately objects to it. As a result, Lin had a total of 4 Hagiri human LS that could be used as stand-ins. When they are quiet, they can share their thoughts with Lin, as if they have tens of thousands of external brains and sensors. Lin can use these human LS as easily as he can with his current thinking ability. In addition, the flash technique can achieve seamless switching, and no one has discovered any flaws until today. This is because Hagiras are not interested in the physiological behavior of living things. Although biological diseases can be simulated, it does not mean that they can have the same feelings as humans. Therefore, normal physiological behaviors, such as eating, are still performed by the body. However, the human L of Shakiri cannot cover all aspects with just one L. They still have a core, which serves as an overall command center. If the main body cannot control it, this core will take over the command. And this core is the fourth of someone's 5-sword plan in the world. Due to various reasons, these 5 swords are not suitable for frequent changes in appearance. So they have become the best choice for controlling the core of the human L. Now 4 cores. For human LS. And 4 colors, and 4 spirit robes appear in one place at the same time for the first time. After 12 years, Lin showed his fangs again. And it's more fierce, more ruthless, and more numerous than before. Chapter 1524 New Tactics. On the battlefield of the fierce battle in the Abyss City, the last 3 Hagiri human LS that appeared were the same as the first one. They did not dissociate themselves and resume Kinmu's form. Instead, he stabilized his appearance and reached into his mouth. The arm inserted into the throat doubled the thickness of the neck. And the arms are as flexible as water snakes, completely ignoring the joint structure. But the purpose is the same, which is to pull out the Hagiri hidden in the belly. However, what was pulled out this time was not Khan. Each human L pulled out a Hakakiri of different shapes. What was the same was the cold air and the suffocating feeling of the murderous weapon. Fight instantly. The human L in the Xuanwu robe holds the Khan, relying on its indestructible properties to be reckless no matter what demon it encounters. If you want to hit the head with one sword, use 2 or 3 swords. Whether they were wearing armor, their skin was as hard as steel, or they were born with several layers of magic shields, and the use of magic was as natural as breathing, Khan would cut through them all with one strike. The demon-breaking attributes and sharpness are both unreasonable levels. No demon can withstand it except hiding. Don't think that this guy's attack will be in vain. The targeted calculations required to deal with the Abyss Evil God and the Great Lord are not lacking at all. Especially now that there are more box cutters involved. With Lin's main body and subdimensional tower, and without the help of the World Tree, the results of the anti-divine power can be calculated in a short time. The cigarette-smoking beholder at the beginning was still standing there, directing the big demons that jumped out of the formalin pool to attack the Xuanwu human L. But after Khan cut off a few tentacles in one go, the demon disappeared, wearing a Suzaka robe. The human L is defined as a means of strong attack. In his hand is a giant sword nearly as tall as a person. The blade is 3 fingers wide, and one side of the sword is as wide as a palm. The 2 sides together look like a small wing. The hilt of the sword is as long as the forearm, and the head of the sword is a ball like a glass bead. This Hagiri is temporarily called Mountain and River Movement, and it is the most difficult to fight. This is not because the human L he holds is wearing bright red and is particularly showy, so he is targeted by the enemy. But it is due to the characteristics of the moving mountains and rivers. Every time he swung this 2-handed giant sword, the human I had to use a ferocious face and use both hands to swing it as hard as sucking milk. The acting skills can be said to be so superb that it makes everyone else's balls ache when they watch her. But every blow that Shanha moved was extraordinary. It is said that the human L wearing the red bird robe holds the sword with both hands, holds it behind his shoulder, and swings forward with all his strength. This swing not only affected the Hagiri in his hand, but also the sword shape condensed in the ground hundreds of meters behind him, and then slashed forward. When this blow strikes, imagine the speed of the sword shape of hundreds of meters as it cuts through the L in the hand of the human L. Even though it was extremely hard to carry the human L, it was extremely difficult to split it. After the sword was magnified hundreds of times, it also had the power of thunder. The power was not only scary, but also terrifying. It's okay to say that those strong men of the god generation are at best being suppressed by such a big clod of earth. There is no way to die. It just takes a little effort to escape. But ordinary demons have no ability to escape, or are unable to escape. If they are hit like this, they will return to the embrace of the abyss on the spot. Besides, this abyssal city is not made of waste soil, let alone mud walls and bricks, but a solid metal building, which can still not block the movement of mountains and rivers. Even if the buildings that were cut down did not collapse, they did not remain intact. Even if you don't look at the offense, look at the defense. There is no need for Suzaku human SHL to hide or run away. He holds the mountains and rivers moving in front of him, and turns his sword to show others. There is an earth wall rising into the sky, turning into a shield to block all kinds of attacks and enemies. What does it mean to have a heavy sword without a sharp edge? A heavy sword without a sharp edge. When swords were measured in tons, they really didn't need any fancy moves, and few could block or penetrate them. The human SHL in the white tiger robe is the most erratic. The white tiger robe itself is mainly for concealment. In the hand, it is shaped like a slender dagger called Wind Thunder Thunder. The sword has a hollow round guard, and there is a carved guard in front of the hilt. The whole sword is as exquisite as a work of art. Same. Of course, such a sword is not suitable for chopping. And even with its speed, it is not suitable for thrusting, because a stabbing attack will definitely require a pulling action before the next attack can be carried out. Therefore, Feng Lei Sun is used more like a hard whip, like a riding crop, than a sword, coupled with the high-speed passing of the body. Even if the sword body is not deeply penetrated, the result is that the skin and flesh are torn open, and the lethality is not low at all. And the goal of this Hakiri is not simple. It is targeting the DC Universe's speed force. But Lin had no idea how to achieve that effect. Even referring to the demon prince Azad, who is closest to the concept of super speed, he only blurred his body and escaped to places other than the lost ground at intervals, in order to avoid the physical limitations of the lost ground, reaching a level that is difficult to see with the naked eye. Tracking speed. But this effect is not what Lin wants. If you think about how exaggerated DC's speed force is in the eyes of physicists, you can probably understand someone's thoughts. Regardless of the setting of running at extreme speeds and opening up parallel worlds or worlds in the past and future, just as supersonic speeds face the so-called sound barrier, what happens when air particles cannot be pushed away in time and collide with forward-moving objects? Think about what those large particle colliders are doing, and you can understand what's going on. In addition to particles being knocked apart and ejecting some strange things, there is also a phenomenon called nuclear fusion. So I won't say much about what the byproducts are. In other words, the Flash running at the peak of his speed is like a dangerous humanoid object carrying out nuclear explosions, annihilating everything he goes. This does not include serious situations that may occur in areas that are not directly hit but are simply affected. If you look at it from this perspective, you can understand how unreasonable the Flash is. It goes against the laws of physics. Therefore, the task that Lin gave Feng Lei Sun set was not so much about challenging the speed as it was about challenging the rules of physics. This is what someone really wants to do. At first, he thought that such an idea was just a whim. But since seeing the low-dimensional world, Lin felt that he had touched a key point. Because the low-dimensional world is not just about simplifying complexity, but also maintaining the original amount of information. This is the key point. This is like vernacular and classical Chinese. For the same meaning, the former can be expressed in hundreds of words, while the latter only needs a few digits. And some people will even take the initiative to extend it. Although the concept is there, how to implement it is another level of problem. At least Feng Lei Sun in the human SHL of the White Tiger is still far from being complete. Not even a semi-finished product. They don't dare to let Feng Lei Sun and other worldly five swords change their appearance at will. And they also have this consideration. Who knows whether an inadvertent change will make something happen or make it worse. To avoid too many variables, change less. But in actual combat, any of the five swords in the world is a magical weapon that will make people hang back 3 feet. Just looking at the lethality of the weapon. Not to mention those weird extra functions. It is also indestructible. Compared with the outstanding performance of the two human SHLs of Suzaku and White Tiger, the performance of the human SHL wearing the green dragon robe is quite satisfactory. The monotonous performance is similar to the performance of the human SHL holding the Kan Xuanwu robe to show off its power. The Hagiri in the hands of the blue dragon human L is temporarily named Yin Yang Turn, and his original intention is to have the ability to reincarnate and reverse death. This is to match the characteristics of the green dragon robe. If the Xuanwu robe is developed in the direction of saving life, the Qinglong robe is strengthening in the direction of extending life, in addition to various healing techniques and environmental adaptation magic. There is also the ability to strengthen the wearer's physique. But Lin himself is still vague about what effect Yin Yang Zhuan will achieve, and what he hopes to achieve. Because of this, Yin Yang Zhuan is the one with the most backward progress among the 5 swords in the world. In other words, there is no progress at all. It means that among the 5 swords, except Khan, which has been developed to the extreme, and if you want to upgrade it, you have to give up something. So it can be regarded as a close to ideal weapon. The other 4, including the Year Wheel, are not yet considered finished goods. There is still room for upgrades. And Yin Yang Zhuan only has a name. And I haven't figured out how to do it. But as a symbol of reincarnation and resistance to death, Lin used Tai Chi diagrams on the sword. But the shape of the sword body is like a pixel embryo. It can be said that it is a stick or an iron ruler. But not to mention its inconspicuous appearance. It is still very efficient when it comes to cutting down demons. In addition to some slight mistakes against a few Abyss Lords. Even if the hands and feet of other demons were not severed, they still suffered fractures and vomited blood. And they were developing towards heavy-hitting weapons. Under the command of Khan, the commander-in-chief of the scene, the 4 human LS learned from each other's strengths and coordinated their advance and retreat. In particular, they are not individuals in the strict sense. They can be dissociated into countless sword pills at any time, either to strangle opponents or to reunite in different places. It's not that Hagiri doesn't know how to cooperate. It's just that their actions were previously controlled by the user. No matter how clever the idea is, there is no guarantee that the users will fully cooperate, not to mention that sometimes the users are still in a hostile position, cutting and slashing with the box in their hands. Now that there is an opportunity. Of course, it is impossible to rush forward in a noisy manner. If you encounter setbacks, you will disperse in a hurry. And in the end everyone will run like a wolf and a mouse. If the cooperation is so awkward, then who will have any fun in the future? Don't forget that the Hagiris once created the Star Sword formation from scratch under the hands of a group of strategists, who were almost demonic in their hometown. As the saying goes, one method can be used to solve all problems. As for how to advance and retreat, how to cooperate, Sagiri and others are not clear-minded. But they are not novices either. All Hagakure are also good at calculating. Everyone knows whether it can be done or not. And they can also fill in the gaps and make up for it. The final result is that the 4 human LS are as strong as 1. Forcibly turning the disadvantage of 4 against more into a counter-encirclement and strangulation momentum. Perhaps the 3 swords other than Khan can hurt gods, but not kill them. But Khan can still deliver fatal attacks when paired with the anti-divine power equation. When the first Abyss Lord fell, the high momentum between the enemy and ourselves took a turn. No matter how hard the Abyss demons try, they have never defeated an opponent like this. If it is a ghost or some spirit entity, magic attacks can still work. But the Hagiri human L, although it has an entity, can be broken into parts and broken into parts again at any time. Makes the demons feel extremely troublesome. Especially when the attack hits. It has no effect. When using magic, it is completely damaged. If you use a weapon to slash at it, the only one who feels distressed is yourself. The demons participating in the battle will go crazy as long as they don't die. Which method is more rogue than the flash technique? I'm afraid it would be the most unfair for the opponent to be beaten by a bunch of tools without even being able to see him face to face. Chapter 1525 Take Action. Lin's body is sitting on the top floor of the sub-dimensional tower, where the energy pool and control center are located. The appearance here is very different from that of 12 years ago. At least the space it occupies is several times larger, although it still looks the same from the outside. As the core part, the singularity where the black hole and the white hole are entangled is located directly above where Lin is sitting. Next to it is an early chaos energy transformation device that looks like a Bagua array. Now it can convert raw energy into 8 kinds of powers through various manipulations. The normally operating energy supply device quietly guides the converted energy to the sub-dimensional tower supply tower magic array. There is no unnecessary vibration, sound, or even heat, but the wonderful brilliance overflows from the transmission channel and keeps changing its color. The person sitting underneath seems to be bathing in the flowers that are constantly rotating like colorful glass. and they seemed to have a sense of sacredness and solemnity. And where he was sitting, countless tentacles extended upwards, wrapping half of someone's body in him. Lin was sitting in a meditative posture, with his 5 hearts facing the sky. Although his eyes were closed, what he saw and heard about the 4 box-cut human SHLs kept coming to his mind. To the front, back, left and right of his position were 4 other empty futons. The 4 human SHLs have all gone off to fight. And the one who remains with the main body is not the Khan, who has followed Lin the longest, but the year wheel with the most special function. In order to carry very special functions, the 5 mortal swords are not suitable for changing their forms at will like other Hikiri, because it cannot be transformed at will. It serves as the core of other human SHLs and the main weapon. Khan's liveliness and personality have always made him a leader in Haki. To put it more plainly, the Khan's mother-in-law was too busy, and the others were impatient to deal with mundane matters. So they allowed the Khan to assign tasks. But it doesn't really like to be the leader, or when no one steps in to take care of things. The Khan will look down upon it, and come out to yell at it. If the situation permits, it would rather sit next to it, and watch the world with a smile. It is this kind of character that makes Khan accept a certain great time traveler. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. There is no distinction between one man and one sword's bad character. Although Khan is the Hikiri, who has followed a certain magician for the longest time, the special characteristics of the age wheel destined it to be unsuitable as the main weapon in general battles. It is the final weapon that will be used when the opponent must be completely destroyed. Under such a premise, now that the 4 human SHLs are going to war at the same time, the most suitable person to stay with the main body is the time wheel, not the most senior Khan. This is also the case today. Lin's reason for staying at the secondary plane tower was not just greed for life and fear of death. It's more because this is the memorable first battle of the 4 human SHLs, and it's also the first battle of the Hagaris in different postures in the Lost Land. Naturally, they don't want a magician to come out and ruin the scene. And although I have controlled 4 human SHLs before, including myself, to do 5 things at the same time, but this is also my first experience in combat. So there is no guarantee that the connection will not be disconnected midway, or that I will lose sight of one thing and lose another. Therefore, Lin Buqiang had to go to the scene in person and take command. After all, in this kind of life and death fight, if there was any negligence, I would be severely beaten by the devil. Even if you don't die, you still have to lose half your life, which is not worth it. Although he had the ability to remotely control multiple human SHLs, seeing a battle from this perspective for the first time, Lin focused on adapting rather than rashly intervening in Khan's command. Besides, if the Hagaris fight on their own, the efficiency is much better than if someone intervenes. Seeing that the battle had passed the intense stage, several Abyss Lords who participated in the battle were either beaten away or being chased. As the evil god of the Abyss, the beholder is even more miserable. Basically, as soon as the divine power is cracked, his fate seems to be doomed. Moreover, it seems that the kingdom of the Abyss cannot be regarded as the same as the kingdom of the gods of Lost Earth. At first, Lin didn't notice the difference. After the Hagaris made a big fuss, Lin paid attention to this detail. If the lost gods died or were seriously injured, they would return to the kingdom of God to read a message and be resurrected. If there is no kingdom of God, or if the kingdom of God is destroyed during this period, then this god can be considered dead. At this time, it depends on whose hands the godhead falls into. If it falls into the hands of other gods with similar functions, and the godhead is absorbed or processed, then this fallen god will have no hope at all. If the godhead is preserved, sooner or later other creatures will be able to achieve success with the help of the godhead. And is such a god a completely different new god? Or the second incarnation of the previous god? Which situation is true? Not only humans can't figure it out, but even the gods themselves can't figure it out. The kingdom of the Abyss, evil god, and the kingdom of the lost gods are completely different things. At least the latter's kingdom is not responsible for raising believers, and it is an unknown place hidden in the void. If there is no one to lead the way, it is impossible for others to accidentally enter the kingdom of a great god. The kingdom of the Abyss, evil god, is built on the abyss, and like a trap, it captures demons and becomes its followers. In terms of the difficulty of destruction, it is easier to destroy than the kingdom of the lost gods, but in terms of geographical advantages in combat, it can be said to be equal or even better. Not to mention other things, Lin witnessed several scenes of Khan slaying the beholder with his sword from the senses of the human SHL, but after a few glances, he saw the same beholder running out from somewhere else. The reason why it can be confirmed that they are the same beholder is that, apart from having similar attack modes, the parameters targeted by the anti-divine power are all the same and have not been changed. It means that the weaknesses have been mastered, and whether the beholder can really be resurrected indefinitely or not, it is no longer a threat. If there weren't some new gadgets, I'm afraid it would be ruined by the Hagairos. No person or god can bear the situation of dying again and again, and dying again and again. Mental breakdown is simply inevitable. Even if you are crazy from the beginning, it is not impossible for you to become even more crazy. But Lin has no intention of letting the Hagairos go crazy. Right. Just crazy. At least from an onlooker's point of view. Hagiri's current situation is a little too high. Just like when someone touches a motorcycle for the first time, they can't help but open up the throttle. If no one stops him, he will either hit someone or hit a wall. Just because the speedometer is marked at more than 100 kilometers per hour, it does not mean that you can ride more than 100 kilometers on any road. So, it's time for someone to stop it. Lin stretched out his hand and grabbed the wheel of time spinning around him. At the same time, the contact wires protruding from the floor were retracted in an instant, and the brilliance emitted by the device above the head no longer focused only on one person, but spread everywhere. Faced with someone's actions, the year wheel first reacts. Are you going to stop it? Although the time wheel is much quieter than other Hikiri, its basic abilities are also complete, including mind reading. So far, Lin has not been able to completely isolate the Hagairos mind reading abilities, other than staying far away. Don't touch them. Faced with doubts, Lin said, We have already won. If we continue to fight, what can we prove? According to the public network of the Hagairos, the Year Ring knew that the magician in front of him was right. The most threatening Abyss Lords either went to read a message and were resurrected, or they ran away far away. Although the beholder keeps resurrecting, it is not difficult for any of the 4 human LS to kill him. And what threat can the remaining demons pose? Not only were they unable to destroy Hikiri, they also couldn't defend against attacks from Hikiri, even though the minds of the demon believers in the Kingdom of the Abyss were controlled. After seeing the defenseless deaths of their companions one after another, their mentality was vaguely loosened. It is no longer the heroic and fearless expression, sacrificing without hesitation. So, this battle is over. Continuing to fight is just mopping up the pieces. If Lin's position is to stand firmly on the side of humans, and the demons will kill one by one, then he will never let go of the opportunity in front of him. Who doesn't know that defeated and routed troops are the easiest to kill? In wars between humans, the real massive casualties occur at this stage. In fact, not many died during the battle. But where Lin was standing was at the same height as the world trees. The war between humans and demons is not the focus of existence at this level. It can even be said that the struggle between the two is meaningless to the core of the whole thing. This is also the reason why Lin has shown that he is not opposed to cooperation with the devil from the beginning. Because from the heights of the world trees, cooperating with, not cooperating with, and not cooperating with anyone are all options. And they are all acceptable things. He would fall out with the beholder and start a fight directly, because the other person did not have good intentions. If we really wanted to talk sincerely, it's not like Lin couldn't talk. But they were obviously trying to delay time. And they were secretly looking for someone to come and start a group fight. In the end, he couldn't beat him and was killed. Who's to blame? Lin stood up and was dressed in sky blue Confucian robes with a feather cloak on his shoulders. On the small navy blue shawl belonging to the magician, there is his 3-headed monkey mark in the middle and lower part. And there are Tai Chi diagram and swastika emblem on the left and right. Lin threw the time wheel in his hand onto his back. There is no scabbard or pouch. Only 3 tethers, which actively bind the sword body of the year wheel and secure it firmly. Turning over his right hand, a colorful pearl feather fan appeared in his hand, looking extremely coquettish. After putting on an air of superiority, someone was thinking about whether to look in the mirror and tidy up his appearance. The next moment, he had appeared on the battlefield of the evil god kingdom in the abyss. Well, okay. This is the after effect of multitasking. It used to be like the concept of threads. Whatever you want to do, you will have to do it one by one. But now it's like multi-core processing simultaneously. As long as something comes to mind, even if it is thought about first and last, sometimes it will be completed in one go. As for the situation where it was clearly a confession from the heart, but it was inexplicably revealed out loud, I won't say much more. Appearing suddenly on the battlefield, The first thing that came face to face was the resurrected beholder. It jumped out of nowhere, and 6 or 7 rays hit it directly. Confucianism built its own defense and neutralized a few rays with ease. In the end, it only aroused a few sparks. This was because the beholder did not attack seriously, and those rays could only be considered as containment. So Lin was able to easily resolve it. But in a dangerous situation, Lin didn't want to talk nonsense. Khan had already expressed enough things on his behalf before. Now he appeared in person, flipping the colorful pearl feather fan, and the 4 human SHLs disintegrated on the spot as if they had received a signal. The 5 swords of the world returned to their positions and came to Lin. The 4 color and 4 spirit clothes were sent away by Lin using the flash technique after losing the wearer. The feather fan rises. The Hagairas, who turned into sword pills, shot up to the sky, laid out a star formation, and covered the beholder's abyss kingdom. The year wheel on his back broke free, and the 5 worldly swords swirled around Lin Fei, taking him floating into the air. In other people's territory, looked down on the demons with the posture of an eye. Chapter 1526 The End. Don't look at someone floating in the air, looking vaguely immortal and heroic. In fact, Lin Zheng has a big head. In the past, when I was discussing things in my head, one of the people in a certain time period was as big as one of them. Even if you don't want to suffer from macrocephaly, you will be disturbed by the sound and get macrocephaly. Nowadays, there are over 10,000 Shikiri. You know how miserable these years have been. The only good thing is that Hagairas have their own chat channels. Even some of the Hagairas, who are more likable, have opened private chat channels to enjoy themselves. When someone doesn't want to listen, just block those channel segments. The reason why he used a human identity to join the Hagiri chat group is also related to the habits of the Hagairas. From the very beginning, there was only a Khan named Hakakiri around someone. It chats with no one but itself, because Hagiri can only affect the brain waves of the holder, using it to communicate, or it can affect objects very close to itself to a limited extent. At that time, there was no way for Hagiri to communicate with each other, so they could only vaguely sense who was still there and who was gone. Ever since I stayed with someone, I had a lot of fun with the convenience of flashing. I also learned a programming language based on 8 powers, and someone's instant messaging program that has been kept secret until now. The Hagairas completely let themselves go, bursting out all the passion that they had been forced to keep silent most of the time in one breath. This is really a pain for the actual holders of Hagiri now. At the beginning, Lin was very uncomfortable with the fact that there were so many Hagairas chatting aimlessly using their own consciousness as a platform. That's simply scarier than Tang Sung in Journey to the West. Later, I discovered that the person Hagiri and others were chatting with were not me. Because many times, before I have time to give a response, someone else will take over. Later on, we could have a great time chatting just between Sharajiri. Someone innocently became a passerby who used the noisy chatter of the Hagairas as background music. If you were in the real world, you could wear earplugs when passing by the vegetable market. What should I do if there are a bunch of voices chatting in my head? Have you really transformed yourself into multiple personalities? So someone contributed an instant messaging program, and the energy consumption of this communication platform is very low, which is not higher than that of Hagiri, who connects someone's consciousness to chat. So the Hagiri army moved their positions, allowing someone to have some time to have their ears clean. However, at the moment, they are controlling the Hagiri formation, even though they are looking cool and waving their feathers in the air, and their posture is high profile. In fact, the Hagairas are not obedient babies who want everything they ask for, especially now that they have a certain degree of autonomy. Many of Lin's requests are based on consultation rather than orders. In fact, the real situation is not all about discussion and asking for help from the Hagairas. Without looking, someone just waved his feather fan, and a star formation was laid out in an instant. But Hagairas will still be curious about why. It's their nature. Why make this choice? Why did you choose to set up a formation instead of continuing to fight with human SHLs? Why stop and not kill all the demons? Why this? Why that? Tens of thousands of whys make someone feel dizzy again. So behind the seemingly ethereal appearance, there is a big drama of verbal battles with thousands of scholars. However, it is not accurate to call it a war of words, because the Hagairas did not want to have a debate with someone. They just wanted a valid reason. It's like asking why do you want to climb a mountain, and the answer is the mountain is over there. This can be said to be a very philosophical or meaningless answer, and even Hagairas can accept it. Just tens of thousands of questions in one breath, and then each answer will lead to other questions. Fortunately, someone's thoughts are now processed very quickly. In terms of rhetoric, even if he fights 10,000 people, the time that passes by the outside world is only a snap of his fingers. If the Hagyrus were allowed to spread infinitely, they would probably talk about it in outer space. So when Lin saw that everyone's questions were starting to go wrong, he began to eliminate those irrelevant questions and stop dancing with the Hagyrus. 3,000 urban management personnel can bring peace to the world, but over 10,000 second-rate goods. Do you really want to conquer the universe? In reality, Lin had just floated into the air and positioned himself, and Hagiri Kimru and the others had just set up the star formation. With the feather fans in their hands raised high, the demons also raised their courage to the position of their throats. The big talk in the consciousness has also come to an end. A small group of Hagyrus have just worked together to calculate the length of the outer ring arm of the galaxy where the lost place is located, and are cheering. As for why the topic came to that, don't ask. Because Lin doesn't have an answer. Really, not all questions have answers. There is another answer in mathematics called no solution. If insisting that there is no solution is also a solution, then there will be no end. Take a look at how our ancestors played with the white horse, non-horse and subfish. The demons, who were already bereaved dogs, looked at the drastically changed sky in panic. Since when did the abyss have stars? No demon, no matter how ancient, has ever seen such a sight. What is even more frightening is the beholder who dies again and again. Functionally speaking, the kingdom of the abyss evil god is more powerful than the kingdom of the lost gods. But the price is that its weaknesses are more obvious. A piece of land is clearly laid out there. Isn't this weakness obvious? But the saying that the greatest strength is also the greatest weakness can also be true if it is reversed. Because if you know where your weaknesses are, wouldn't you be more defensive about them? Therefore, the beholder knows very well how powerful his kingdom of God is after countless years of management. It is different from the situation where the gods of Midland were purged once, 1,000 years ago, resulting in the separation of the old gods from the new gods. The strong men on this side of the abyss have gone through countless years to reach their current status, and they face challenges all the time. In the eyes of the beholder, even the guardian lord is just a little brother. If Apollos really dares to enter its kingdom, even if the opponent does not die and return to his own kingdom of God, he can still make the opponent shed a layer of skin. But in my own country, the sky was changed. This feeling is like the younger brother who thinks he is loyal to him and relies on him as a life-saving shield suddenly turns against him and prepares to stab him in the back. Things that I thought could be trusted suddenly became untrustworthy. So can I still live after this blow? The resurrection in the eyes of others is not accurate to the beholder, because it is its kingdom. And its kingdom is it. In the eyes of others, death is nothing more than giving up a false body. It can rebuild its body at any time, or even change its image. The beholder has always believed that death has no chance for him. It's just that this understanding is not so certain today. At this moment, it finally saw clearly what the real threat was. Any Shakira Kimura has the ability to threaten it, not to mention the several formed weapons. When the number of objects that threaten you exceeds 10,000 and they all appear at the same time, the outcome is doomed. It's unjustifiable even if I don't die. Finally, the raised feather fan swung down. The Hagiri Kimura occupying the star position followed their respective trajectories, leaving fleeting traces of light in the air, either curved or straight, and pounced towards the ground. None of the demons on the ground could escape. In other words, where can they run in the face of such a sudden attack? This is not to mention the flashing ability displayed by Hagiri human SHL. Even the flashing talent of the big devil was chased to the point of losing his temper. Just as all the demons were filled with despair, they closed their eyes and started to kill them. However, the decisive blow of the star formation did not come to them, and they did not even move towards the node of destroying the Abyss Kingdom according to the calculation results of the anti-divine power. The Hagyrus have been wreaking havoc so far, and even if they haven't figured out all the characteristics of this city, there is no big problem in destroying it. But after all, he didn't kill him. What was knocked down was the teleportation magic tower used to relocate the city, except for the central magic circle used for sacrifice, which had long been destroyed because it was located at the center of the war between Hagiri human SHL and the devil. The other 20-odd magic towers scattered throughout the city were destroyed in an instant, and even no foundation remains. Although Lin was taken to visit by the beholder, only half of them were there. But for a magician, especially one with astonishing computing power, and with many Hagiri as a theoretical supporter, it is not a big problem to calculate the location of the teleportation magic tower. In addition, After the Hagiri Kinmaru and others set up the star formation, they can overlook the Abyss City from a high position. It is not difficult to take this opportunity to make some confirmations. So when the Hagaris took action, no teleportation magic tower was spared. Not even the ones built underground. Burrowing into the ground to attack, or something like that, is not difficult for Hagiri. This kind of unrestricted performance is what Lin feels is the most terrifying characteristic of the Hagiri clan. It's like there is no upper limit for them. As long as they can derive a reasonable theory, they can achieve it. Sometimes unreasonable conjectures will be brutally realized by unknown methods. All in all, this blow left the devil completely helpless. No one has even thought of resisting. All demons either closed their eyes or stared blankly, accepting what happened next. It's just that the disaster they imagined has not befallen them. The sky returned to its billowing appearance of dark clouds. In the Beholder's country, the traces after the war are slowly repairing themselves. The corpse of the dead demon was absorbed by the ground and walls, until no piece of rotten flesh or a pool of blood could be seen. The human magician who did it left. As soon as this was confirmed, all the demons returned to the orderly scene in an instant, consciously forming several long lines. They filed back to their respective posts. But it can be seen from their expressions that their spirits are completely different from when Lin first arrived. The demons at that time followed an invisible order, and were completely unlike the chaotic creatures from the abyss. But their expressions are proud and a little fanatical, even if their true nature is suppressed. Today's devil is like a wilted eggplant. His skin, which was as red as lava, is now a dull purple, and his proud expression is no longer visible, even though they still walk with their heads held high and their shoulders swaying like the wind. The momentum in their bones is gone. The Beholder's figure disappeared into the shadow of this metal city. When it reappeared, it had come to the severely damaged sacrificial magic circle. Not a single one of the great demons that was originally imprisoned was left, and all the previous battles had been used up. But the Beholder who appeared did not look like one with big eyes and tentacles, but a human-like figure, wearing a crisp white suit and a red tie. Although the head has shrunk to the size of a normal human, it still looks like an eyeball. It took out a pack of cigarettes and a Zippo lighter from its arms, the latter being a relic from before it became a Beholder. I lit a cigarette for myself and still inserted it into my cornea, as if I was holding it in my mouth, speaking in a language someone is familiar with. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves in front, and every mountain is higher than the other. Chapter 1527 Return. If someone doesn't care about the follow-up to Abyss City, he certainly won't bother to pay attention to it. So he doesn't know that he might miss an opportunity to recognize his fellow villagers. But even if they admit it, it may not be of much use to the two people who have already embarked on different paths. Even if a personal demon colludes with infernal affairs, what can Lin get from the abyss? Lin didn't realize the opportunity he'd lost. But if he did, he probably wouldn't care. Anyway, he had changed back into his regular clothes and returned to his home in the holy city of Estali. Attic. Your own room. The Hagaris each have their own disguises and are scattered throughout the room. Some of them were too lazy to change their bodies in order to save trouble, so they just used optical camouflage and sword ball postures, floating casually. And in this state, even if an unsuspecting person touches it, it will be like dust in the air and will be pushed away at once. Instead of cutting people with scars, people you encounter will have no feeling at all, unless the stored energy is close to the limit set by the Hagaris themselves. They will enter the subdimensional tower to replenish it. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, they would still stay in the place wandering around and chatting with their companions. It's just that no matter how you sway, you basically don't stray too far away from someone. A mother with breasts should still follow closely. This is not only human nature, but also animals, and even any life form with needs. But today, the Hagaris were not waiting for milk, but curiously gathered around a certain magician to discuss the aftermath of the battle just now. To be honest, after setting up the star formation, it would only take a matter of minutes to completely destroy everything in front of me with Hagiri's current abilities. If we had met for the first time and had not cracked the power of the Abyss Evil God, I might not have been able to say these words so loudly. But when they were about to take action, the Beholder was in a situation where anyone could bully it. If they really do it, the Hagaris are confident that not a single blade of grass will be left within a radius of 10 miles. However, under the command of a certain magician, only a few teleportation towers were demolished. Then everyone called it a day without even saying a harsh word at the end, like il_b_back. So the Hagaris came up with the same old why thing. I just want to ask why. It's rare to see you being so active. You want to confiscate other people's homes and exterminate them all. Even if they are demons, they still have the power of demons. Can you just carry out a massacre? Do it without any psychological burden. So what's the difference between us and the devil? Well, isn't this to help lighten the burden of those children from elementary school? Yes. Don't you think so? It was your idea to chase the source of the teleportation magic circle in the first place. The Hagairas expressed their thoughts noisily. A story about elementary school children in Hakiri. Ever since the Hagairas discovered the boundless online novel resources of their hometown from a certain time-traveling knowledge base, they have been very keen on playing the role of a mysterious grandfather. That is to say, with any Hagari's knowledge reserve and experience, there is absolutely no big problem in handling those children. The children were also surprised by the sudden help and were unprepared. After all, online novels are famous for their many tricks. Once a complete set of rules for teaching warfare is released and a few phone calls are made, Shakiri will be able to start a criminal enterprise in the mysterious land. So how can a group of Hagiri arrange their identities and deceive those boys? How can it be a problem? Yuchi not only maintains his mysterious image, but also finds some fun with the children. The old and the young simply hit it off. What particularly amused Lin, a bystander, was that the children actually kept the secret, thinking that they were the chosen ones, and received help from the mysterious old man. Such people probably account for more than 1/3 of the children in primary schools. And they don't even know about each other. Lin didn't stop this kind of thing. All in all, it didn't do any harm to those children. The things given by the Hagairas are real useful things that are beneficial to personal cultivation. I was mentally prepared for the possibility that one day a certain Hagiri would hook up with a certain kid and say they wanted to travel around the world together. But this has not happened so far. I don't know what the Hagairas think, but they won't completely lose contact with the children who graduate from elementary school. As long as they come back, they will still get together to explore each other's recent experiences and satisfy their curiosity. Because of this relationship, it is normal for the Hagairas to stand in the shoes of those children and want to do something to help them. Then eradicating a possible threat is not an incomprehensible act. But even if you can understand it, whether to do it or not is another level of issue. Lin shook his head and said, even if you want to help those children, killing all the demons will not help. There will always be other demons who will join in. And don't you find it boring? The point of this whole thing is not about humans and demons. On the war. Ah, I finally said it. It is indeed true. So many people have been sacrificed. If they knew, they would cry. It feels like they are not worth the sacrifice. Lin didn't explain or add much to the thoughts of the Hagairas, because behind this sad fact is helplessness about the overall situation. It is said that war is a continuation of politics. If everything can be solved by beating, then just like what Lin said to old Kawe Gong before, the old man can go to the gate of the abyss to make tea and peace in one day. But doing so would not accomplish Lin's main purpose. Speaking those words openly and honestly to the old man that day actually felt like exploring a path. I want to know what people in that class might think. The friendship between the two people is destined that even if the old man refuses, he will not use two ugly methods to make both parties unable to step down, or even turn against Koyu. What's more, this is just a private exchange, and it has not been made public on the stage. It has reached the point where there is no way to change it, and the results were disappointing. Even the nobles who supported him the most were cautious and did not dare to let out a single word. One can imagine what kind of response this matter would have if it were brought to the forefront. At this time, Lin suddenly had a feeling and understood why the Magnesium Emperor from his hometown was keen on causing trouble all over the world. The independence and autonomy of each country's political power ensured that Emperor Magnesium had no way to directly order these countries. Even if the request is made unilaterally, other countries can ignore it. So in order to protect his own interests and make his ideas feasible, Emperor Magnesium had to secretly stir up disputes or regional conflicts. People who are bullied need help, and people who bully need support and recognition. Then, as a seemingly impartial third-party power, it has an excuse to intervene and take its own benefits from both parties. Speaking of which, does this count as living like the person you hate the most? After such a comparison, a certain time traveler suddenly felt that his bones were sore and weak, and his whole body felt uncomfortable. The Hagairas read someone's thoughts, but they have not experienced living in the shadow of a superpower, so they cannot empathize with someone. I don't know why, but strangely, Hagiri and the others just turned to the topic of the Big Bang and then turned back to the devil. Hagiri asked, isn't there a saying that cutting weeds does not remove the roots? But spring breezes will grow again. Is it really good to let those demons go like this? The Hagairas suddenly fell silent. This is because they have no eyeballs. Otherwise someone would be able to enjoy the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes at once. Just being paid attention to by the Hagairas. Based on Lin's current sensitivity, he felt a wave of goosebumps coming over him. And the evasion technique of Flash was about to be activated automatically. Another Hagiri said, "Even if we don't consider the problem of eradicating the weeds, we only destroyed the teleportation tower in the end. Is it really effective? Didn't I say that the other party could sacrifice a large number of great demons and extract their flickering talents? There is still a way pushing the entire city to the Lost Lands. Isn't it a waste of time to go to the trouble of breaking the tower?" Lin laughed and said, "The prerequisite for eradicating the situation is that you are afraid that the other party will come back and beat you to death. Because of this, you need to eliminate all potential dangers early when you gain power to ensure your future security. So the question is, are you afraid of those demons coming to take revenge?" The Hagairas thought about it seriously. And they were really not afraid. Only Hagiri can destroy Hagiri. This sentence is very loud in a certain small circle. Today's Hakakiri is even different from the past. They dare not say that they are truly indestructible and will never be damaged. But the devil's battle like before was not enough to make them feel embarrassed. On the other hand, if any blind devil dares to take revenge, one will die, two will die, and both will die. Basically, there is no one left alone in Hagiri now. At least 5 teams are formed at one time. And it is common for all members to be sent out. What enemy could withstand such abuse? As for another question, Lin also answered, "Of course, I know that just destroying the teleportation tower will not prevent the city from teleporting to the Lost Land. At best, it will only delay time. But the resources to build the tower do not appear out of thin air. With his strength, he concentrated on destroying more than 20 towers. And only 10% of the materials could be recycled. Although the beholder could rebuild the teleportation tower, it would not be without any impact. The biggest reason for doing it is to show an attitude. No matter how many times you build it, I have the ability to destroy it. If it makes me feel bad, I will tear down the whole place." "Is that what you mean?" Arahabakiri said. "Huh? Yes, that's it. I often say that we can choose the time to start the war, but we cannot choose the time to cease the war. But the current situation is that we have chosen to stop at this point in time. The other side will not stop. But we have the ability. Don't care." If you say this to others, it is a secret compliment, and the people listening will definitely be happy for a while. But it makes no sense to Hagiri. They can read minds, and are used to seeing others in front of them, and others in behind. So they are used to looking at deeper things. The one that made the sound was the Yin Yang Zwan, which was obviously one of the 5 swords in the world, but had the least sense of existence. "You're scared. Why?" Inexplicably, Lin also wants to smoke a cigarette now. It's just that he doesn't have the kind of cigarettes from his hometown to smoke. But he has dry tobacco pipes and top-quality tobacco leaves. The operation is like holding faith. Slowly and extremely piously. "There is a theory of karma in Buddhism. Even if I don't talk about too mysterious things, I still have a feeling that it would be bad if too many demons die in my hands. Taking a step back, I have really built the twin towers of the gate. There is also one that falls within the abyss. There are some things that are difficult to do." Chapter 1528 Winter Offensive. Bodhisattva's fear causes, while mortals fear consequences. For a long time, I thought that I was looking at this war between the maze and the abyss from the perspective of a chess player. But after experiencing this inexplicable battle, he originally just wanted to investigate. But he didn't expect that he was almost massacred, which made Lin have a different idea. People say that they think they are a chess player, but in the end, they are still chess pieces in the hands of others. A certain time-traveling public has noticed this example. So in this game, who will really control everything? The world tree? Or, I still can't determine whether it only exists as a concept, or whether it really exists the mysterious land and abyss of its will. So between those two existences, or to put it more generally, in the hands of fate, is there a hidden chess piece waiting for them that I can't see? Will that be a surprise or a shock? Just like 12 years ago, the goddess of gold coins was promoted to the throne. I thought that the 9th power plan had come to an end, and all that was left was to wait for time to brew and ferment, and eventually it would come to fruition. If I had taken advantage of the dragon of the void, I could have really returned to my hometown. Then what he left in the lost land was really a mess. Lin has no doubt that in the end, the lost side can expel the abyss creatures. But at what cost? And how will humans deal with that door after expulsion? If the choice is wrong, will there be a second and third battle of the same level, until the last drop of blood on the human side is exhausted? It is true that humans will not be the eternal protagonists in planetary history, but as the character of the giant meteorite that is equivalent to the death of the dinosaurs on Earth. It would be a lie to say that there is no pressure at all. In his room, someone fell into silence again. Outside the window, snow was falling. On a snowy day, the howling orc army strode across the snow to attack the pass at the Valley Pass. The strong soldiers rushing forward carried door panel-like shields on their heads to protect their comrades below who were carrying huge battering rams. In addition to a team of battering rams, there were more orc soldiers pushing ladder trucks forward. The special skin and weather prevent the rocket from playing much role. Further back, tame giant beasts were throwing boulders and fire bottles towards the city. However, there is no guarantee of accuracy. From time to time, it will crash into the queue of my own people, or the fire bottle will explode early, splashing myself with flames. The soldiers on the checkpoint kept throwing arrows, hoping to reduce the pressure of approaching the city pass. Some young and inexperienced soldiers even had their bowstrings torn on their shooting fingers, but they continued to shoot arrows as if they didn't feel anything. There were countless military men in the rear carrying weapons for defending the city, boiling oil pans, and preparing huge rocks. The wrapped ordnance was also untied, pushed to a fixed point, and fired directly. All movements are performed according to the training items, especially when artillery, a not-so-new weapon, is equipped on a large scale and used on the battlefield. The Demon Coalition forces, whose advance route is restricted, are like living targets. A single cannon blast will almost never miss. There was no prelude to this war. Almost as soon as the enemy was discovered, it entered a fierce stage in the blink of an eye. The first wave of attacks were made by the elite, who did their part. Don't talk about the tactic of using cannon fodder to consume a wave first. Otherwise, how can we say that first landing and first kill are serious military merits of 800? For the commander, what if the cannon fodder is released first, and the death is too tragic, which scares away the morale of the elite soldiers? On the contrary, if you directly play the trump card in your hand, you can catch the opponent off guard, and maybe you can attack the city in one wave. The casualties will not be that serious. If the first wave of attacks is dealt with in a hurry, it will be the most difficult for humans to withstand. Fortunately, everyone was mentally prepared for such a battle in advance. Perhaps the temporary response was hasty, but within a short period of time, the entire city defense system was operational. This kind of picture does not only appear in one place. To the north of the Guana Empire, similar scenes appeared at the 5 passes of the Fingdi Mountains. The allied forces of demons and orcs used an astonishing number of troops to directly attack the pass leading to the south during this snowy season. There are also countless small elite teams, marching directly across the mountains shrouded in cursed wind and snow, and raiding the hinterland behind the mountains. In the season that is least suitable for fighting, launch a full-scale offensive. This kind of tactics that disregarded human life made the commander-in-chief, Old Kagong, speechless. But this time, the human resistance did not collapse at the first touch. Instead, relying on the well-established defense system, humans blocked the attack of the Demon Coalition. There were even some beautiful counterattacks in some areas, although it has little impact on the overall situation. Any victory in this seemingly hopeless battle is something to write home about. The allied forces of demons and orcs used a larger force to launch a larger-scale attack, but they were unable to achieve the same results as the Suratan Empire's southern front counterattack 2 months ago. Even if it is due to the human side gathering more troops, it is also caused by different leaders. The previous southern front was a joint operation. Although there is a nominal commander in the headquarters, it is actually a stage for wrangling between the powerful figures in each kingdom. So let alone soldiers, even officers can be regarded as a mob. This time, the Guana Empire was the backbone, directly commanding the armies of neighboring small countries, as well as the adventurers and mercenaries who joined later. In terms of power and position, the prestige of Old Kagong alone is enough to overwhelm all nobles and civilians, and the level of integration is not the same as that of the previous southern front. And because the old Grand Duke had obtained important information in advance, the Empire was convinced that the attack direction of the Demon Coalition must be in the south. Therefore, the Emperor boldly sent 10 regular legions directly to the front line, and began to recruit new soldiers at home and start training. In addition to the 10 regular legions, private armies of nobles and nobles in the Empire also gathered at the border. Those without formal military positions will also lead more than half of the family's military strength to the northern border. It can be said that the war machine of the Guana Empire is fully activated. The demon coalition forces that were about to sweep across dozens of countries, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, were blocked in front of the pass of the Wind Emperor mountain range. The human side was able to achieve such results because it was undeniable that the demon coalition chose an unsuitable season to launch its attack. It was also due to terrain factors that prevented its military from fully deploying. But the most important thing is that the composition of the army that blocked this time is different from before. The main body is the 10 standing regular legions of the Guana Empire, according to their respective fighting methods. Not all of these 10 legions are on the front line, but as long as it is on the defensive line, it is like a solid rock. No matter where it is moved, the offensive will be like huge waves crashing on the shore, leaving nothing but waves. Although the private army of the imperial nobles is not as good as 10 regular legions, it can be regarded as the backbone of the army compared with other stragglers or armies of small countries. In addition, they belong to the same country, and there is a famous person like Old Kogong sitting in charge. Is it difficult to get these troops to cooperate in fighting? Although there are also many temporary armies from various countries and civilians. However, with clear and more targeted command, and the main force of the empire suppressing any dissatisfaction, the cohesion of these teams is also extraordinary. Moreover, in the logic of Old Kogong's use of the army, the main force was undoubtedly the army from the empire. Those temporary armies, or armies supported by small countries, were used as auxiliary troops. You have to hone your skills in actual battles and make real achievements in order to become a serious soldier who is valued. The reason why we dare not use these outsiders as shields and stand on the front line is because the situation we face is very realistic. As long as the defense line is broken through by the demon coalition, there will not be much buffer zone, and the enemy will be able to rush into the empire's territory. No matter what degree of damage is caused, it will be a loss to the imperial nobles. This is a result no one wants to see. So instead of placing your hopes on those miscellaneous soldiers, it is better to go into battle in person for insurance. Compared with a bunch of rabble, the 5 passes are more trustworthy. This is the consensus of the imperial army. After all, his hometown is behind him. Do he really have to rely on unreliable outsiders to protect him? Therefore, although the defense line of the Fingyi mountain range was very difficult, it was still maintained. This is not good news for the Demon Alliance. When the offensive with high hopes was blocked, side effects followed. The bitter consequences of the winter offensive fell on the sluggish army. A large number of orcs, who had to wait on the mountain because they were waiting for the attack, fell in the cold wind of snow and snow. The demon army from the abyss has the talent to change the climate and terrain, but it is still no match for the power of the curse on the Wind Emperor mountain range. When the lava blood of the abyss cools down, no matter how powerful the demon is, he will fall and turn into a dead sculpture of ice. And this disadvantage was further expanded after the Hater Empire's new airship army came to the sky above the Wind Emperor mountains. Even if they are not knocked down by the power of the cursed wind and snow, they still have to withstand the magical attack from the sky. Especially those troops that crossed the mountain ridge line to make a surprise attack. Their original intention was to take advantage of the lack of support from the human side and attack the weak points of defense. But with the airship corps here, any support would be delayed. Perhaps the old Duke Kawe is not good at using airships to fight, and the Hater Empire cannot let others go and command its ace troops to fight deep behind enemy lines. But if it is to quickly transport troops and support combat, this can still be done. On the one hand, it is also because, except for a few specific waterways, existing airships cannot fly stably over the Fingyi Mountains. The storm formed by the power of the curse has made the sky above the Wind Emperor Mountains almost an extinct place for flying monsters, and a no-go zone for airships. If it weren't for such innate limitations, the old man would definitely find a way to carry out a mobile attack, even if the airship corps of the Hater Empire doesn't cooperate. Aren't there still civilians? In the past 12 years, as long as the nobles of the Guana Empire had the ability, they would upgrade their cars from land-based to flying. Recruiting these people's airships is not difficult for the old Grand Duke. These temporarily requisitioned airships are assigned to specific teams and used for special operations that are more daring than the airship corps of the Hater Empire. Even so, since the old Grand Duke was still quite unfamiliar with everything about airships, he tended to be conservative in his arrangements. But it also produced several brilliant combat teams. One of the most well-known airship teams is the Crown Eagle, which originally belonged to the Grand Duke Kawe family of the Guana Empire. The team is all members of the elementary school fraternity from the Holy City. Under the leadership of Ezio, they specialize in raiding the giant beasts used by the orcs to attack the city, rather than attacking with human lives. These giant beasts are the most threatening to the pass, and they fell one by one under the concentrated fire of artillery or the raid of airships. The allied forces of demons and orcs retreated. Chapter 1529 Airship Force. Ezio and others will be taken seriously, not entirely, because they are from elementary schools in the Holy City. It was also because after they retreated from the southern front of the Suri-Tang Empire, they were one of the few teams that could stop the demon coalition and cover the retreat of civilians. The rear troops who are simply fighting a retreat will only be rolled over all the way, which is not their ability. To be able to truly stop the enemy's pursuit, preserve your own strength, and buy more time is the key. The children in the primary school also gained opportunities and experience in this cruel retreat, and they relied on this to stand out. They not only led the effective forces to join together, but also truly disrupted the enemy's pursuit. By the time they crossed the mountains, they had swelled into a regular army of more than 10,000 people. These are still soldiers who can fight, not just soldiers mixed with soldiers or civilians. This seemingly unbelievable thing is actually not difficult to understand if we carefully study the composition of this retreat team, because most of them are long-established adventurers with high personal strength. But they are not very familiar with group-style combat methods. On the frontal battlefield, just because one person is strong does not mean that the entire team is strong. As long as there is a weak point or a gap, the entire team can easily be defeated. This group of strong men was helplessly dispersed from such a battlefield. But this group of people will travel thousands of miles to join the southern front of the Allied forces. There may be people among them who are just for fame, but such people have run away long ago. Those who are still able to stay on the battlefield hope to do more to cover the departure of those in the rear or other comrades. These people are easily attracted to teams that can fight against the enemy in an organized manner on the battlefield. Ezio's team is undoubtedly one of them. Unlike those with military or mercenary backgrounds, Ezio and others did not learn any orthodox military science in elementary school. Therefore, the team he led did not engage in any formation. Instead, they used guerrilla warfare as a small team to harass and cannibalize the demon coalition. This style of play certainly fits the style of those strong men who are adventurers. Although compared to the frontal attack, the effect of delaying the enemy is less obvious. But when the scale is large and the number is large, some results can still be achieved. Don't look at these results as they are quite small. They are far less exciting than a hearty victory. But after a lot of accumulation, Ezio's team turned out to be the best performing team among all. In fact, teams that can persist all the time have such characteristics. They don't want to win a beautiful victory in the retreat battle. They almost always take advantage and turn in when something goes wrong. Involvement, harassment, and pulling the enemy's focus to other directions. And there are some teams that plan to achieve success in one battle. And there are also some who have won one or two beautiful battles. But this kind of thing is just like gambling. The rewards seem great, but the risks are also high. As long as you lose one bet, you can easily lose your life. Until the end. Although Ezio's team was not the last team to pass the pass, at least there were no civilians evacuated behind them. In fact, some people are still trapped in the siege of the demon coalition. However, the news about these people must be known first before others can think of ways to save them. At best, Ezio's team took care of the civilians along their retreat route. By the time he knew about the situation in other locations, it would be too late to do anything. In fact, such a war starts with defeat, and it is impossible to achieve perfection no matter what. No one criticized these teams who stayed until the end. Why more people were not rescued? Because there is no need for others to tell such things. They themselves are the ones who blame themselves the most. Even if you convince yourself with words such as "we have tried our best and that is not our responsibility." Not everyone can let go easily. But people who are wise enough still focus on more practical issues. Ezio's achievements and his status gave him a place in front of the old prince. Old people will not deliberately suppress young students in the name of training. On the contrary, he will give enough stage and power to give the other party a chance to show their talents. Suppression and training are things that are targeted at the heirs within the family, and only done with sufficient understanding. Their edges and corners must be smooth before they can be released to do work. It can be smooth sailing without losing face. Because of the issue of manipulation, the love and hatred derived from it will not be discussed here. But when facing outsiders, just give them a chance. Those with real ability can soar into the sky. If you hit a wall, make a mistake, or defeat yourself, It proves that this person only has this level. For those in higher positions who give opportunities, it would be better for such people to give up. It's cruel to say that they don't consider the issue of cultivating talents, or even consider whether such efforts will destroy a talent that can achieve great things in the future. They just want to have the immediate ability to use their advantages. But this is the general attitude of those in power. They are not teachers in school, and they are not everyone's parents. They have no obligation to do their best to educate outsiders. And in a war where life and death are at stake, this is the simplest and most efficient way. If it works, go ahead. If not, substitute someone else. Every test is at the cost of one's own life or the life of others. How can there be so much resources to use human life to create battlefield veterans who can only lose the battle? Unless there really is no one available. Ezio got his chance, but he failed to secure the motley crew he had assembled. He knows his strengths and weaknesses very well. Perhaps one day, he can lead such an army and even achieve the same status as the old man. But before that day, it would have been too much for him to lead 1,000 men in a regular battle. So Ezio handed over most of the military power, in addition to accepting the responsibility of defending a certain section of defense. He also received a new airship belonging to the family of the Grand Duke of Covey from the old Grand Duke. The old man's plan is simple. To his family, the only new airship was far from being an army. It was a big toy at best. But Ezio's identity and elementary school background put them very close to the magician, considering that many new things come from that person. Having Ezio command the airship should be able to get some benefits from that person, even if they can't benefit from that person. Given the characteristics of primary schools that are different from other education methods, maybe Ezio and the other children can figure out a practical strategy. Then on the airship, the operators belonging to the Kawe family were the first ones to learn new tactics and implement them. This can be considered a good deal. Even if the airship is really blown up, there is still a name to hold the magician for compensation. How could the old man not dare to give this kind of investment a sure profit without losing any money? After Ezio received an airship, he did achieve some results. You know, he was one of the first wave of passengers on the first fast airship, the Cid. With such a background, he had actually studied tactics related to airships a long time ago. Saving money to buy a boat of his own is one of his life goals. But it seems far away. Now that the airship is in hand, all kinds of ideas can be tested in actual combat. And the opponents are demons and orcs who are not painful to kill and can relieve their anger. Of course Ezio is doing his best. It's just that he still has some limitations in what he does. If something goes wrong, he will directly apply oil on the soles of his feet, which is quite the ambivalence of a certain magician. Even though Ezio was unwilling to admit it, his actions were still somewhat influenced by that person. After the Demon Coalition's winter offensive was thwarted, the news of the coalition's retreat was learned by Ezio, who went out earlier to conduct reconnaissance. For this reason, Ezio's airship traveled to 5 passes and mountain passes to investigate, and confirmed that the demons and orcs did not even leave sentries. Counterattack? This proposal was quickly rejected. Everyone knows that it is inconvenient to move in winter, and the Demon Alliance will retreat because they have to. It is late winter now, and the wind and snow in recent days have been so heavy that they can obscure the view. The Demon Coalition had expected to make a sudden advance and push to the south side of the Fingi mountain range. Who knew that they would be blocked at the mountain pass and bear the attack of wind and snow on the mountain? If they don't retreat, they will not be defeated by humans, but by the weather. So the Demon Coalition decisively withdrew. As for the human side, under such circumstances, would they send troops to pursue the retreating Demon Coalition? Even the soldiers with the most eagerness to fight had no desire to kill people on this snowy day. Not to mention how to kill people in this kind of weather, wearing enough warm clothes, but to chase the Demon Alliance for who knows how long. Whether they can catch up or not is still a question. For the Commander-in-Chief, it is impossible for the old Lord Kawe to sit back and watch the wind and snow that block the Demon Alliance, which in turn becomes an obstacle to the human army and even causes attrition. You must know that even if they are guarding the checkpoint, the location of the checkpoint is only on the edge of the mountains. Before they go deep into the mountains, the soldiers are still tortured by the cold winter weather. This is still at the level where keeping warm is as practical as possible. If everything was kept simple while the troops were marching, let alone anyone who could generate heat by simply moving. Do you really think that so many people who freeze to death on the mountain are idiots for not knowing how to move? But just because the army can't move doesn't mean that no one can move. The special characteristics of the airship force made them once again the focus of discussion among a group of big shots. Although old Kalwei Gong is the sole commander-in-chief of the entire army, he does not make decisions on everything by just snapping his head. There was still a group of staff to assist him, and nobles, who were also veterans of the battlefield, to form a command headquarters. In order to show respect, several small countries in the northern border of the Guana Empire, as well as the Adventurers Guild and the Mercenary Guild, also have people in it. Even the Hater Empire, which joined later, has representatives with sufficient status and qualifications stationed in it. It is true that the old Grand Duke has the power and ability to be arbitrary, but he is not completely indifferent to other people's opinions. In addition to pretending to express his opinions, sometimes he also wants to hear other people's opinions. That's why there is such a staff headquarters. The proposal they discussed was that it was impossible to counterattack with airship troops, but they could be relied upon to rescue humans trapped in the siege of the Demon Coalition. But how to act specifically, and where to save are all questions. Chapter 1530 Vacation. Perhaps it was the lack of gunpowder weapons that caused the airships in Midland to lack the bombing function. Although magic can be projected from an airship to the ground, the range of magic is not infinite. Being able to hit the ground from the air means that the ground can also hit the air back. The advantage of the airship is that it is a moving target, while the magician troops on the ground are fixed. No magician can cast spells and move at the same time, and moving targets are notoriously difficult to aim. This is the biggest advantage of airships in terms of firepower. The new airship does not change its advantages and disadvantages in terms of firepower. It just speeds up. In other words, if you want to rescue the surrounded humans from the air, the airship must land. The stationary state is also the most vulnerable moment for the airship, because of the loss of mobility. The airship at this time is at best a small magician's fortress, even if the issue of confidentiality on the airship is not considered. The capacity of each airship outside of the crew is limited. To evacuate a besieged location, how many airships, including escorts, must be dispatched to make it safe enough? This is an awkward question. There are so many airships that they can be easily spotted, too few to be helpful, and coordinating the number of people and capacity. Location and time. Will these be the advantages of the Demon Alliance's ambush? And this leads to another question. Which information and contacts are true? Which location of the siege really needs rescue? The MIDI forum has been in development for more than 26 years. Although the person behind each speaking account is easy to confirm, and real people can compete against each other at any time if they disagree. This does not mean that there are no scammers. People can also set up scams face to face. How could everyone's moral standards automatically improve just because they can't meet each other? Maybe the forum has literacy restrictions, but smart people who are literate are not scammers, and they won't be deceived. Besides, these behaviors were not necessarily intentional deception at the beginning. They were just bragging. However, as rumors spread and processed by countless people, the flower pot fell from the building may become the cat fell on the piano. When these false information benefits some people, no matter what the price will be paid later, it is undeniable that some people with evil intentions will deliberately profit from it. A new method of fraud was born. Those petty scams are certainly not the focus of the old man. But what if someone uses the forum to pass on false information and forges that there is a besieged point in the north of the Findi Mountains that needs rescue? But it turns out to be an ambush by the Demon Alliance. What should we do? At present, humans do not have much means of verifying the situation on the north side of the mountain range. Even if a small number of elites are sent to infiltrate, it will take time to verify the information. And during this time, there will be no unexpected changes. Even if it is confirmed that there are indeed human beings surviving at a certain gathering point. Whether these people can be trusted is another level of question. When it comes to choices based on survival, the lower limit for humans is very low. Perhaps those who can stand and talk without pain in their backs can say that as long as there is someone, they must be saved no matter what. But from the old Grand Duke's point of view, he must choose from many possibilities. To save, of course, to save. Every time someone is rescued at this time, the impact on the morale of the soldiers is immeasurable. But save the right person instead of pushing the rescue team into a pit of fire. If the commander is incompetent, he may simply kill him without sending troops and huddle behind the pass. No matter how many people are trapped in the siege of the Demon Alliance, no matter whether it is true or false, they will not be saved. But the old man is not that kind of person. To put it 100 steps back, putting on a posture of preparing for rescue is actually just an excuse for delay, which is more acceptable than the attitude of refusing to rescue. But the old man really doesn't want to wait around, waiting for the beginning of spring. The Demon Alliance will attack again, or the human side will push back, with a new weapon like an airship in hand. The strategic layout changed from a flat plane to a three-dimensional one. The old man intuitively felt that there was a lot of room for improvement. So he called all the airship captains or commanders and asked these people who were most familiar with airship tactics if there was any reliable way to save people. The main force of these people is undoubtedly the captains of the Hater Empire's airship regiment. Not all of the Hater Empire's Ace army came, but half of them came. And they were mainly old-fashioned airships that had been transformed. The new airships are all small boats, used for fleet escort. The old airship with an external propeller is limited by the shape of the hull, and of course does not have the speed of the new airship. But as an Imperial air warship, its defense is definitely at the fortress level. In comparison, many of the airships requisitioned by the old prince from the private sector were originally used for commercial purposes, or as entertainment items for the nobles. This type of airship reduces weight in pursuit of speed, so it does not pay much attention to the defense of the hull. Because the old airships are larger, they are better than the new ones in terms of the number of people they can accommodate. So if we really want to save people, these short-legged turtles must be taken into consideration. However, if the captains of the airships are not from commercial background, they are adventurers with unique abilities. These people's thinking is more flexible, which is different from the rigid soldiers. So the old man called in both kinds of people and asked for their opinions. As the commander of the Twin Griffins, Ezio was also present. The captains of the Hater Empire did not change their cautious nature as soldiers. At the stage where they could speak, they valued intelligence issues the most. Frankly speaking, as long as the intelligence is confirmed to be true, then the strategy is to use a large number of airship formations to enter and rescue collectively. At most, a convoy team can be organized, and tactics such as alternate boarding can be used. Instead of all airships landing after arriving at the designated point, they can rescue the surrounded humans. Captains with civilian backgrounds are indeed more flexible in their ideas than soldiers. Things like decoy tactics, attacks in the east and west, dawn attacks, etc., seem to take out all the little knowledge they had in their stomachs and formulate a rescue plan that was dizzying. In this case, not to mention the enemy being stunned, I'm afraid even one of my own people will be stunned. A group of military leaders all secretly lamented that it was indeed a plan made by laymen. I didn't see the bright spot, but it almost blinded me. As the youngest person present, Ezio hid silently in the corner, thinking about what everyone said. He had experienced enough age discrimination a while ago, so now he was too lazy to express any opinions. If he really wants to do something, his habit is to directly lead people to do it within the scope of his authority, and then achieve results. There are many people who want to take credit. No matter how much you take the blame, it will not affect the trust of your subordinates in you. This attitude is not out of the ordinary for someone who is an adventurer. Not everyone comes to this front line against demons for fame or money. However, as the benefactor who promoted him, the old Grand Duke admired children from elementary schools because of their ideas that were different from the traditional military thinking of the Lost Land. At this time, of course, Ezio would not be allowed to remain silent like this. When the discussion subsided, the old man tapped his right index finger on the table. It's not a big move, but it's loud. This caused everyone's attention to instantly shift to the old man, and they fell silent. Ezio, if you have any ideas, please tell everyone. Some of the young people named were known to them, and some were not. But they all followed the gazes of others, and noticed the child who looked like a child, instantly becoming the focus of everyone. Ezio showed no embarrassment at all, but said calmly, I also support the idea of conducting investigations first, and waiting until there is confirmed information before taking action. The information on the forum can only be for reference only. It is too easy to fall into the trap of the devil if you believe blindly. I have the same view as everyone else in the Hater Empire. The old Grand Duke neither rebuked nor praised, just stating the facts that everyone can hear. But Ezio continued, My idea is a little different. Oh, tell me, the old man encouraged. Everyone's idea is to send a small group of elites to sneak into the north side of the mountain for reconnaissance. Why don't we just send a fast airship and use the magic of the arcane eye to conduct reconnaissance from high altitude? If we need to contact people on the ground, we can also. The entire process of dispatching personnel by landing quickly allows the airship to maintain a certain speed and avoid being discovered or attacked by the Demon Coalition. This kind of approach is of course standard procedure for certain people in time travel, but it is not the case for people from lost lands. Because of the high cost of airships, the high cost of each operation, the delay in information transmission, the speed of airships, etc., the task of reconnaissance has never been part of the airship's mission. And because the reconnaissance scope of traditional warfare is not wide, ground personnel already have quite mature skills and systems. Compared with the detection results that old airships can achieve, traditional detection methods are not only cheaper and less troublesome, but the results are not much worse. Therefore, most military veterans are not used to using it, and they don't even know that airships can be used for reconnaissance. However, what Ezio said was nothing new to him. It was just something he had been doing recently, including the tactical action of rapid landing. This has been proven in actual combat. The twin griffins can destroy one of the behemoths used for siege. This is an effective tactic. The specific method is for the airship to fly over the ground at a low altitude and relatively low speed, at least a flying speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour. During the process, the Marines on the airship performed a landing without a parachute. This behavior is no different from committing suicide in the hometown of a certain traveler. But it is not something that cannot be done in the Lost Land, especially for the Sky Knights from the Karlsruhe Empire in the south. That is, knights who ride on various flying monsters to fight. It is as easy as eating. Yes, the Third Empire to enter the war. Although no official representatives came forward, a group of young people eager to establish meritorious deeds appeared in large numbers on the defense lines established by the Guana Empire. Chapter 1531 Rescue or Not. Two rival empires. The Hader Empire has an airship army, and the Karlsruhe Empire certainly cannot give up its dominance in the sky and let the airships run wild overhead. Therefore, the latter also developed another air combat system. It originates from the tradition of naturalized barbarians taming or cooperating with monsters. In this tradition, humans and beasts are equal, and humans must be strong enough to control monsters. It's not like some brat can just sign a contract with a giant dragon, and then command the dragon to sweep through thousands of armies, while sucking a milk bottle. Those knights who have an alliance with flying monsters are generally called Sky Knights. The most powerful person among them is the one who has made a covenant with the monster with dragon blood. That is, the Ace Legion of the Karlsruhe Empire. The Dragoon Legion. The Sky Knights are not just pilots in the sky, they are also liaisons, and weapon supports holding weapons several meters long in order to coordinate the collective actions of the warcraft. The Aerial Knights have a complete set of aerial combat methods and combat skills. Man and beast separated, swooping down with their spears to attack, or use the riding beast as a foothold. Jump horizontally, jump upwards, swap mounts in the air, etc. All kinds of acrobatic aerial movements are familiar to aerial knights. Similarly, landing from a height of hundreds of meters, or jumping tens of meters to meet the mount in the air. Such riding and landing movements are as easy as eating and drinking. If you don't reach this level, you won't be able to become a member of the Sky Knights. In addition to being unable to fly on their own, the three-dimensional combat method of the Sky Knights is definitely a nightmare for opponents when used against ground troops. The only one who can compete with them is the magician under the protection of the airship, who can make these Sky Knights suffer. When the dragoons of the Karlsruhe Empire mastered weapons such as ship-cutting knives, the advantage of the airship corps of the Hader Empire was weakened to a very low level. If it were not necessary to maintain sufficient countervailing force in the air, the Hader Empire would even give up the idea of continuing to establish an airship corps. This is why the Heidel Empire attaches great importance to someone's new airship design. The old airship was as slow as a tortoise in front of all the air cavalry of the Karlsruhe Empire. If they weren't thick enough and couldn't be beaten by ordinary flying monsters, they would have withdrawn from the stage long ago. And the siege-level weapon, like the ship-cutting knife, changed the strength and weakness of the enemy and ourselves. The advantage of the new airship is that it is fast enough to get rid of those magical birds that are known for their speed. Not to mention those flying magical beasts that can be organized into an army. The selection of the latter focuses on large load capacity and flexible flight movements. But speed is not the key. It can be said that Sky Knights and airships have always been in opposition regardless of their professional divisions or the positions represented by this profession. One is a warrior, the other is a magician, the other is the Karlsruhe Empire, and the other is the Hader Empire. The skills of the Sky Knight are both secretly passed down by families, and some are made public. And as long as you are a man, how can you not have the dream of becoming a Dragon Knight? Therefore, people from the Karlsruhe Empire will be more or less familiar with this aspect of combat skills. The best among them is, of course, a qualified Sky Knight. He led the monsters with whom he had made a covenant and came to this battlefield to fight against the demons. But just like the history of my hometown, setting up a cavalry is very expensive. This is not only a question of whether there are good horse breeds, but also the daily feed and care. It is really not just a matter of letting the horses out and letting them chew the weeds on the ground. Raising horses is so troublesome and expensive. Would it be cheaper to raise a magical beast that can carry people and fly here in Lost Land? This is a World of Warcraft. If they are not fed well, it is normal for them to eat humans. Just because they are intelligent doesn't mean they have any scruples about eating humans. When one is hungry, it is not impossible for it to bite its owner back. Therefore, there are really not many people who bring Warcraft from the south to the north to participate in the war. And as long as there are people, they all come with a team, not alone. The number of Warcraft and humans is definitely not 1-to-1. But only those with higher status have the opportunity to bring them. Most young people in the Karlsruhe Empire can ensure that they have their own weapons and armor, servants, and pack horses, and they are considered to be from a wealthy family. After these people come to the front line, of course they need to find a team and an organization. Some people stick together with fellow villagers, while others cooperate with like-minded and congenial people. Among the team that Ezio gathered, there were many good guys from the Karlsruhe Empire. Most of these people were comrades, who fought together during the retreat of the Southern Front. They boarded the airship at Ezio's request. They were not responsible for the air battle. And of course, they did not care about operating the airship. The task of these Sky Knights, who do not ride beasts, is to airborne and fight at specific locations. After the battle is completed, or when they find a disadvantage, they will be picked up by airships and leave. The Sky Knights' combat skills allow them to break away from a moving airship in the air and land without injury. At this time, the airship orbiting in the sky can be used as fire support and serve as a response platform at any time to pick up all the Sky Knights jumping from the ground and evacuate quickly. Not only has Ezio become extremely proficient in using this type of guerrilla warfare in the near future, he can even participate in this airborne special operation. Instead of staying obediently on the airship, Hikari spoke up as a commander. Many children from elementary school, like Ezio, quickly learned the combat skills of Sky Knight suitable for airships, because it does not involve air-to-air combat. It is just simple landing and jumping skills. The young people of the Karlsruhe Empire are not stingy enough to say nothing. If it weren't for those children who specialize in magic and can better utilize their strengths on airships, I am afraid that the new unit of airborne magicians would have been developed by a group of older children like Ezio. The unique performance of this team will certainly attract the attention of others, and those with the resources will begin to operate the same model. It is said that war is the period when any technology advances the fastest. New ideas are constantly being tried. As long as they are confirmed to be useful, they will be promoted as quickly as possible. Sometimes, there is no need to actively promote it. Those who want to save their lives or build meritorious deeds will learn it themselves. But to what extent a new tactic can be applied is difficult for non-parties to judge. This is why old Mr. Kawe wanted to seduce Ezio, instead of turning his thoughts into orders and issuing them directly to these promising young children. At least using an airship for reconnaissance was something the old man had never thought of before. In addition to the consumption of airships, the fact that the Guana Empire does not have such expensive big toys is also one of the reasons. Now that Ezio has mentioned it, taking into account various factors such as distance, search range, timeliness, and safety, sending airships for investigation is indeed better than simply sending ground personnel. And the consumption compared with the income is not too large to be accepted, especially in terms of public opinion. When ground intelligence personnel are dispatched to infiltrate the areas occupied by the Devil Alliance, in addition to not knowing when they will get the news, they may also have to send a second or third wave of personnel to verify or respond. This will require a lot of waiting. In comparison, sending an airship for reconnaissance takes much less time. Comparing the two, it is self-evident which excuse can better suppress those emotions that require military rescue. What makes the old Grand Duke and other people with military background scruple about the rescue operation is not just because they don't dare to risk sending troops to die because of insufficient intelligence. Then using airships for reconnaissance can effectively suppress those emotions seeking war and rescue. And there is also a chance to obtain accurate information. If it is really confirmed that someone is waiting for rescue somewhere, and there is a possibility of rescue, then why not rescue them? What everyone is afraid of is not difficulties, but traps. So the old man immediately discussed this idea with several veterans attending the meeting. The content of their discussion was not about feasibility, but how to make the best use of this idea. If the use of airships for reconnaissance is feasible, then sending just one out is not a wise move. When it comes to sending intelligence agents to infiltrate, we all know that we need to send several at once to reduce the risk of anyone being discovered. If it were an airship, it would be impossible for the old man to send only one to end the problem. But except for the Twin Griffins, which Ezio and his family commissioned to be built by the Automobile Center and designed by a certain magician, there were not many airships qualified to carry out reconnaissance missions. One of the key points is the flying height of the airship. In terms of design, the hull and structure of traditional airships and new airships have no flight height restrictions. When the driver can't think anymore, he can directly ascend to outer space. But the cabin of the airship is not designed to cope with various environmental conditions. The people who stay inside are quite weak. Low temperature is the most obvious problem. The higher the altitude, the lower the temperature. This is a situation all airship crews know. To improve the low temperature, wearing a coat, adding a heating device, or simply burning a stove can solve the problem. However, as the altitude of the airship increases, the crew will have a series of symptoms such as difficulty breathing, accelerated heartbeat, chest tightness, headache, and confusion. What is the cause of these problems? The MIDI people have no clue. The solution is for a magician to enter various strange areas, or to add auxiliary adaptive magic to himself when entering an alien plane. However, the difficulty and duration of adapting to the magic, and the fact that this magic only applies to individuals, make this magic unsuitable to become a normal and standard auxiliary magic for airship crews. If you enter the water and apply water breathing to yourself, a magic apprentice can do it. There are many advanced levels of magic that can adapt to abnormal environments, but not all magicians can do it. All the above factors have caused the traditional airships of MIDI to be limited by the physiological problems of the crew, resulting in invisible restrictions on the flying height. Basically, the height at which the crew can tolerate it and can move normally is also the height at which magical beasts and magical birds can move. If the airship sent to the north side of the Wind Emperor mountain range for reconnaissance missions can only operate at such an altitude, then not only will the operation be exposed early, but the airship will also be within the enemy's attack range. Chapter 1532 New Force. The allied forces of demons and orcs do not have a dedicated air force, but they are not helpless against enemies in the sky. Perhaps it would be difficult for orcs from the underground world to ascend to heaven, but there are many flying demons. Airships are a nuisance and have their advantages, but they are not an unsolvable problem. If the airship was really that useful, the old man would have advanced on both land and air and pushed back. Therefore, the best way for an airship to conduct reconnaissance behind enemy lines is to rise to a position where the enemy cannot attack, which is a height where ordinary creatures seldom move. Airships in the past could not reach this height, but new airships can partially do so. The characteristic of this type of airship is the fully enclosed cabin, which is the hull shape of the Twin Griffin. Of course, Lin will not teach others that aircraft need to consider pressurizing and heating issues when flying at high altitudes. Even just telling others to do this can avoid many situations that may arise. But if you have to explain why one by one, someone feels powerless. So they simply don't say or do anything. Although the airship he designed did not make special arrangements in this regard, relevant design space was still reserved on the hull. If necessary in the future, it can be upgraded with simple modifications. This also makes the Twin Griffins, an airship that incorporates its cutting-edge technology, have many aspects in the design that others cannot understand. For example, double-layer cabins require tight sealing. There are also many self-righteous capable people who have cancelled these designs and replaced them with other simpler structures. Such changes have also slightly improved the performance and weight of the airship. Over time, those redundant designs will be eliminated. Anyway, those people copied the design and didn't pay anyone a licensing fee. Although the Lost Land protects knowledge, it is limited to magic, and the rest is a fuzzy space. Even in the technical guild of the Holy City, there are still people who are playing on the sidelines and repeatedly jumping around in the fuzzy area. Those who can build airships are either rich or powerful. The thought of going to court with such people makes someone tired, so they ignore these infringements. Of course, it is impossible to kindly tell them what the cancelled design is used for. However, not everyone would pretend to understand and make random changes. These airships still generally maintain the design derived from an unknown source. Then, in terms of raising the limit, it will be better than other airships. However, there is no universal calculation formula for the maximum flight altitude of each airship. Even if there is, this limitation will be affected by many factors, and there will be changes in the data. But it is human nature to seek death. With an airship in hand, who wouldn't want to test where the limits are? Even if it wasn't a death wish, it was still necessary to know the limits of the airship. Only in this way can you know what you can do when an emergency occurs. Therefore, The captains or commanders present knew all the parameters of the airship they operated. When the old man asked about it, people who were interested in performing the same mission as Ezio reported the advantages of their respective airships. Of course, the more people in a reconnaissance mission, the better. The advantage of the new airship is speed, but at a cruising speed that can conduct reconnaissance. If you want to scan the north of the mountain range in one day, you still need multiple airships to move at the same time, based on the data of each airship, or relying on experience or calculation. The captains quickly came up with the idea of dispatching 5 airships with the speed of the first echelon, together with a man familiar with the use of the arcane eye. A magician with magic can sweep across the north side of the mountain in one day. Old Kogong and other veterans did not speak during the process, because this is an area they are unfamiliar with. It would be nice to watch the performance of the young people who are more familiar with airship operations. But when the conclusion came out, it was still up to him, the commander-in-chief, to make the decision. The old man did not unconditionally accept the advice given by his subordinates. With a stroke of his pen, he changed the number of ships dispatched for the reconnaissance mission from 5 to 7, and slightly adjusted the originally designated reconnaissance scope to overlap. With this simple action, everyone understood that this was an additional safety mechanism for tasks that did not know how to evaluate the risk. Moreover, the airship of the captain, who was named to perform the mission, was not the fastest, nor was it the one that could reach the highest. But when the first two meet certain standards, the captain's character is the most suitable candidate to perform this kind of reconnaissance mission. Not everyone is suitable to be a craftsman. In addition to being bold and careful, you must also be calm enough. If you can't resist being provoked, let alone being provoked deliberately and exposing your whereabouts. If you just jump out impatiently and draw your sword to help when the road is rough, then don't do any reconnaissance. Just drive home unparalleled. Therefore, the execution candidates selected by the old man are all those he feels can be trusted. Most of them are folk adventurers. Others who were not selected could not stay at home peacefully, wrapped in quilts. If the reconnaissance reports that there are people who really need to be evacuated, the remaining airships must organize a rescue plan. And this action should be fast rather than slow, regardless of whether the investigation activities and rescue plans are exposed or not. Just because the people surrounded are temporarily safe does not mean that they will always be safe. Whether delaying time will cause their situation to change is something no one can guarantee. Therefore, rescuing them as soon as possible becomes the best option. The discussion about this rescue plan was quite heated, as long as the intelligence was verified. Even the officers of the Hater Empire showed little resistance to formulating the plan. Being able to rescue someone from the enemy is undoubtedly very inspiring, even if it is not for the reputation of being a hero. There is no doubt in everyone's heart that they don't want to do good deeds. If it can be achieved, that would be even better. Ezio, who was once the center of attention, disappeared from the discussion again. His age has always been regarded as a shortcoming by others, and he especially has a face that makes men jealous. Many times, he is deliberately ignored by others. However, Ezio did not resist such a thing, nor did he convince himself to get used to such treatment. He just remembered what a magician said casually: people are always willing to suppress others in order to prove themselves, but they never care whether what they suppress is a rabbit or a poisonous snake. What I am can only be defined by myself. Although he hated that magician, Ezio also admitted that he was greatly influenced by that person. Of course, it's impossible to learn the parts you hate, but there's no reason to reject even the good parts. In particular, Ezio had very complicated feelings about the magician when he knew many things that his position should not know. It is very likely that old Kawigong, who knew all the magician's plans, stopped asking that person to come to the forefront of the fight against the devil and contribute his efforts after meeting that person once. Ezio looked towards the direction of the Wind Emperor Mountains, and in his eyes, he seemed to be able to see the appearance of the Demon Alliance in the wind and snow. In fact, the solution is very simple. But what is complicated is the human heart. That is what is hidden behind the group of people in front of me who have different opinions. Several days had passed since the day when the airships planned to penetrate the enemy's lines and rescue the humans trapped behind enemy lines was discussed. The air rescue plan has not yet been launched. The idle soldiers wish they could put on all their clothes, hide in a place where the wind and snow would not blow, gather around the fire, and rub their hands together, lively discuss what he would do if he were involved. The reason why it hasn't started yet is because the senior officials are using the forum to contact the remaining living people who may be on the north side of the mountain range to confirm their location and status. The unrestricted nature of the forum is a failure for the demon coalition that cannot completely block it, but if used properly, it can also become a bait for ambushing the human side. In fact, some people suggested that this place should be completely ignored as it might be a hidden trap. The basis for the action is entirely determined by the investigation results of the airship unit. But the old man still asked people to contact the trap people. He is not worried about being confused by false information. But knowing more about the actual situation will be helpful for subsequent actions. Just whether order can be maintained in the trapped area and whether there is anyone to organize it is a very important reference. It goes without saying how many rescuers have been killed by those waiting to rescue them. The reason why disorder and chaos are disliked by people is because these two qualities can easily ruin good things and make bad things worse, rather than falling into the devil's trap. The old man was equally afraid of being tricked by one of his own people, regardless of whether the information obtained from the forum is true or false. It can become a reference for the airship troops to carry out investigations. After a simple verification, you can naturally know the situation of the trapped location. At least, a place full of chaos and disorder cannot pretend to be orderly. Ezio and other airship captains or commanders with reconnaissance missions were inspecting various equipment and training the crew members accompanying them, or imagine various possibilities and formulate targeted plans. Their job is not to save people, so there is no need to deliberately reduce the number of people to free up capacity to accommodate refugees. On the contrary, in order to cope with various situations that may arise, they need to be more prepared. Although there is no record of an airship being shot down on the battlefield of the Wind Emperor Mountains. But it's different elsewhere. No one wants to be the first person in a downed airship. But as time goes by, there is an increasing chance that this title will be crowned on the head of some unlucky person. The alliance of demons and orcs cannot forever let the airship dominate. Just before the rescue operation began, exciting news came. Dwarves and elves joined the war. The dwarf kingdom has actually expressed its stance a long time ago. But their support has not arrived on the battlefield until now. It's not that they have short legs and walk slowly. Instead, the dwarves brought a lot of equipment for defending the city, as well as improved dwarf artillery. These are all requested by Old Kawigong. As for the elves, those who came were not the members of the Wood Elf tribe dominated by the World Tree, but the regular armies of the 5 elf kingdoms. They did not wear elven holy robes, hold mass-produced elven emperor holy bows, and they did not have the ability to appear and disappear. But looking at the elite soldiers of the elves wearing gleaming golden armor, holding long bows that were nearly a person tall, and holding sharp magic swords at their waists, they were greeted with bursts of cheers as they walked into the camp. The appearance of dwarves and elves indicates that this war is no longer just about humans fighting alone against demons and orcs, but a showdown between justice and evil. Chapter 1533 Modification of the Twin Griffins. The participation of elves in the war was actually part of someone's arrangement with World Tree. He didn't want to give people the impression that he was staying out of the situation, just to take advantage of the situation. So the best thing to do is to make some arrangements. It is also unreasonable to just take out the strongest team in hand. The quick response elf troops, under the direct command of Yggdrasil, can be described as more than just elites, but a decisive weapon with the final say on any battlefield. And this is only the part of the World Trees that is exposed to people. If they are mobilized violently, even the gods would dare to touch them. This level of strength will definitely make everyone tremble. But it's not time to show it yet. Wood Elves are the main body of the Turtle Dove Alliance, and this organization is a big trouble in the eyes of those in power. And everyone will think that the Wood Elves are also trouble. This is also true when the critical moment is not yet reached. The olive branch extended by such a person will arouse suspicion. In comparison, the assistance from the Elf Kingdom is not so difficult to accept. At least their attitude and use of power are consistent with that of human nobles. Even if racial differences bring about differences in stance, the two sides will have more conflicts than compromises. Although the higher-ups on the human side were not as excited as the lower-level soldiers about such a group of help, they were still happy. On the battlefield facing demons, who doesn't want to have as many friendly troops as possible? Only the old Mr. Kawe, who knew about it, had a different attitude from others. But he controlled his expression very well, and no one could tell anything wrong from the face of this experienced old cunning guy. What is the purpose of the elves entering the war before a certain magician's intentions are fully revealed? Puzzled, this kind of foreign support was not split up and used like other reinforcements. Instead, a section of the defense line was clicked and completely handed over to the hands of the Elf Legion, instead of simply forming into the reserve team and staying in the rear camp. And the defense line they were assigned only required a few people to defend it. This means that the elves can rotate themselves and form a reserve team. It saves the effort of running in with other human teams. After all, even though they are both Homo sapiens, there is still a gap in the habits of humans and elves. This was requested by the prince of a certain kingdom, who led the team. Of course, the old man had no reason to refuse. The 5 elven kingdoms that returned this time had a total of 2 elven legions, with more than 10 royal members among them. In addition to the fact that the first-in-line successor was not sent, many members of the king's direct line also came. Not all of them were from collateral clans. To this extent, it can be considered that they take this war very seriously, rather than just to express their position and deal with it. Don't look at the fact that the number of the 2 legions is not large. The population of elves is not large. The standing military strength of any elven kingdom may not be more than 2 legions. And to be honest, even if the 5 kingdoms are willing to gather more troops, the countries they are marching through may not be worried about letting too many established elven armies pass by. Coupled with the supply problems along the way, the 2 legions were already at their limit, because these 2 legions are already capable of destroying the country. But this support force finally successfully entered the defense line of the Wind Emperor mountain range and became an ally of the human camp. Another confused Ezio. His expression management is not as skillful as the old Kagong. It's just that he has always looked depressed since he joined the war. No matter how worried he is, others can't tell. Perhaps under normal circumstances, Ezio would still be like he was in the past, calling everyone a brother and making fun of each other from time to time. But as soon as he had time alone, the person who loved women and was a romantic person suddenly turned into a depressed person, which was not something everyone got used to at first. It's just that everyone went through a big defeat and a retreat battle together. Although they defended the Fingdi mountain range and won several victories, they regained their confidence. But people who have had the same experience are no longer who they were before. Everyone has grown, albeit at a high cost. There are still people who have trouble sleeping, and the slightest movement at night can wake them up from their dreams. Thanks to their good qualities, they didn't yell and cause the camp to roar. Everyone is distressed and rejoices in every event that brings hope. So no one thought it was inappropriate or strange to see Ezio's expression in private. What they didn't expect was that Ezio's troubles were different from theirs. Ezio did not dare to tell anyone a word of what the magician told him that day. He didn't know what the consequences would be if those things turned into rumors and spread. He is just instinctively afraid. The situation everyone wants to imagine. The cooperation planned by someone does not necessarily have to be on the side of humans, but can also be on the side of demons. If humans express fierce opposition, doesn't it mean that they must side with the demons for things to progress? To push that group of beings into a position of opposition to oneself. It was so unthinkable to do this. Ezio may not have enough social experience, but he still wants to get into this situation. However, if there was a way to crack it, I wouldn't be so troubled. It is true that humans are the protagonists of today's lost world. But that does not mean that the protagonists can never be replaced. Perhaps as long as one choice is wrong and all the beings standing on the opposite side exert their strength at the same time. Not to mention stepping back from the protagonist's position. The biggest question is whether human beings can still exist. Since there is no way to express your worries, you can only vent your emotions elsewhere to prevent yourself from being immersed in such meaningless emotions and wasting your time on business. For Ezio, the best choice is the warm embrace of a woman. Regardless of the fact that this is wartime, all soldiers seem to be in danger and may die at any time. In such an environment, there is no time and energy to get close to women or men. In fact, it is this kind of pressure that makes soldiers need more channels to vent. The Army of Lost Land is not yet a new type of army established based on faith in the new era. Venting desires is an important part of general strategies for leading troops, and can even be used to stimulate the morale of soldiers. Therefore, the old Grand Gong did not prohibit men and women in the flesh business from approaching the military camp, but also clearly demarcate areas where you can go and where you can't. If the line is crossed, military law will be ruthless. Although the armies of the old era had some indulgences, they were also more ruthless and even cruel in their restrictions. But Ezio didn't visit those places. This is not to discriminate against those women. It is just that they are not in the mood. He spends most of his time on this airship that doesn't belong to him. Even though Ezio is amazing in combat skills, you might think that he is simple-minded. Or the mind is not simple. But it should be full of strategy and wit. It should be indifferent to professional knowledge. He is a nominal engineer in the airship project in the Automobile R&D and Manufacturing Center. Don't think that cats and dogs can be engineers. To be able to get this title in the system established by someone, you have to pass the practical and theoretical strength. For a libertine, who doesn't like to read and shows mercy everywhere, an engineer title based on professional knowledge is enough to prove that this is true love. The reason why it was only a name was because Ezio was still crazy outside most of the time, and refused to stay in the car center and be a social animal. But even so, the sitter still retained his engineer title and various qualifications. This shows that his theory and basic skills are solid. In fact, this is one of the reasons why the old man is familiar with this child. A person with such a background has an airship in his hands. Will he look at this big toy calmly and do nothing? When a boy sees a toy, he will definitely have one thought, and that is to dismantle it. It is normal to take it apart and not put it back together. It's a skill that you can dismantle it and put it back together, or even make it better. Ezio belongs to the latter. In particular, he also has permission to read someone's miscellaneous notes that are not open to the public. There are many essays on the modernization of the Earth focusing on airships. Ezio didn't understand the value of these things at first, but later he understood that he couldn't do without this magician, who he found a little annoying. All of the above are the reasons why the old man felt confident in handing over the command of the airship to him, instead of allocating manpower from close associates to operate the airship to perform various tasks. It is both training and wooing. Ezio understood these things, but he didn't care. If you have a big toy in your hand, and you are depressed at the same time, if you don't do some work to shift your focus, will you be depressed to death? So in his free time, Ezio started to adjust the twin griffins, because it was still during the war. Ezio certainly couldn't go crazy and take apart the twin griffins to make major changes. But in the name of maintenance, it is inevitable to move here and grind there. Fortunately, he is self-aware and knows that operating an airship requires proficiency and accumulation. People like him who spend 3 days fishing and 2 days drying nets are not suitable for sitting in the driver's seat and conducting tactical actions. Someone had reserved room for upgrades in the design, and some of the parts that were not difficult were also transformed by Ezio inadvertently. In terms of operation and performance, it is not all positive performance, but the additional functions are really useful. So a little performance loss is not unacceptable. For the upcoming reconnaissance mission, Ezio is making targeted modifications to the twin griffins, especially the detection function with the arcane eye as the core. The fully enclosed hull allows the crew to only use magic or limited viewing windows to view the situation outside the ship. The magic of arcane eyes is of course the top priority. However, Lin did not contribute his improved version of the arcane eye. Instead, he asked the Magicians Association to buy an original set. At most, it came with a simplified beggar's version of the control program. This program only projects images within a certain range in the direction facing the arcane eye magic prop on the screen in the cabin. If you want to know the images in other directions, you can only install a few more sets. It is different from someone's arcane eye that has evolved to observe the starry sky, see cells and viruses at the microscopic level, and record the whole sky at 360 degrees. Not to mention the various detection modes. In someone's ability, the development of arcane eyes is a major focus. Others may not know how deeply someone has developed this set of magic, and they will make targeted modifications according to their own needs. But for someone who knows how the arcane eye can be used, making such modifications will only make it easier. This is the advantage brought by the difference in vision. For a child who is keen on evading the detection methods of a certain magician, the arcane eye is one of the magics that he is so familiar with. Then it is not difficult to find someone who is also from an elementary school to reform. Chapter 1534 Visitors. Ezio and others did not wait long for the task to be carried out. And even if the people at the top did not tell them, everyone knew exactly what time it was. That's the first week of December. It was supposed to be deep winter, but according to the predictions of astrologers, there would be a window of wind and snow in Midland. Perhaps the rise of statistical methods in calendar compilation and mathematics has made climate predictions less important to astrologers than it was 20 years ago. However, the importance of this profession at certain specific moments has not been ignored, such as wars and major festivals. The reason why such a time point is chosen to conduct reconnaissance and rescue missions is because the snow on the ground will still hinder the movement of ground troops, whether they are supporting or fleeing. The actions of ground troops will be as slow as a turtle. The airships in Lost Land are of different types. The non-airbag type, which uses magic to provide buoyancy, can also fly smoothly in wind and snow. However, the skies with calming wind and snow are more conducive to distant observation. reconnaissance and other operations. So the next week is the best time for air forces to operate. Soon, the formal order was issued from the command headquarters, and the orderly soldier carefully sent the paper order letter to Ezio. Each of the 7 captains or commanders preparing to perform reconnaissance missions is stationed in different locations, so they all received the same orders individually. Although he had been preparing for this mission in recent days, Ezio still took the trouble to lead everyone. After doing the last inspection, he temporarily sealed the twin griffins and gave everyone an afternoon off. The order book states that the mission will begin at midnight. It is expected that all airships will cross the mountains in the early morning and reconnaissance can be carried out at dawn. So before that, there is still a little gap. Ezio did not inhumanely ask everyone to tighten their nerves. In a retreat where he could lose his life at any time, he felt like he had learned more than he had in the past 20 years combined. How not to drive yourself and your comrades crazy is the most important issue. Of course, there are also some teams that adhere to the concept of not being crazy or surviving, and the entire team is neurotic. Don't say that the enemy is scared after seeing it, but our own people are also scared after seeing it. But Ezio didn't want to take that route. He was still looking forward to life after this war. If according to someone's words, this is setting a flag for oneself. Ezio smiled to himself. He spent more time with his classmates and junior students in the elementary school than with that man. But a boy will learn. And at the same time, the person who has the deepest influence is the back figure in their eyes, whether it is what they like or hate. However, during this rest time, Ezio stayed at the defensive level he was assigned to, braving the wind and snow that was gradually slowing down. I stared aimlessly in the direction of the mountain pass. A few days ago, the fierce fighting here was unimaginable to ordinary people. Life is disappearing all the time. Roars are endless, and not many people can maintain normal sanity. There are only 2 options, killing or being killed. Even though they were guarding a certain level, the towering city wall was a piece of support, but it was not a foolproof one. Fighting with the orcs who stormed the city wall, Ezio cut off several weapons. If it weren't for the dragon fawn hidden sword to defend himself, he might not have lasted until the last moment, especially when faced with a stone-throwing attack from a giant beast behind the enemy. The section of the barrier he defended suddenly crumbled, and the city wall was about to be blown down. If it hadn't been for the decisive use of airships and airborne raids on the group of behemoths that could throw long-range attacks, they might have been defeated at that time. I heard that several places in other places were conquered, but they were recaptured with great hardships by the regular army of the Guana Empire, and the price is far more casualties than elsewhere. Now that kind of fighting has stopped temporarily. The soldiers worked tirelessly to clean up and deal with the aftermath of the mess outside the checkpoint. Then, the traces of the fierce battle were quickly covered by the wind and snow. And now it seems as if nothing happened. General, Her Royal Highness the Elf Princess Fano is here to visit. The voice of the attendant interrupted Ezio's random thoughts. The gray bearskin wrapped around him almost turned white under the stain of the wind and snow. But as Ezio turned around, some of the snow shook off, revealing its original color. The big boy turned his head and looked at the one-eyed attendant, who was much older than him. This was a man he had saved from the battlefield and a senior adventurer. He volunteered to serve this older child, who was much younger than himself, citing the need to save his life. In fact, Ezio is not used to this kind of thing. But on the battlefield, he needs to unite people and organize power. So everyone who is willing to obey him is an asset of incomparable value. He couldn't refuse. So Ezio accepted. And they agreed that when the war ends, it will be the day when each other is free. Such a request is reasonable. So the one-eyed adventurer is even more dedicated, for the sake of the 2 of them, so that more people can live and laugh until the war. Senior adventurers rarely have sharp or stupid personalities, because such people usually don't live long. The better ones are self-aware and have left their adventurer career early. But as long as one can stay, not only has a versatile personality, but also has a solid foundation for advancement and retreat. Having such a person serve as an auxiliary officer has indeed helped Ezio reduce a lot of trivial troubles. However, there are some things that only Ezio, the general, can do. For example, an elf princess comes to your door. Ezio had a shaggy beard on his face, which he grew on the advice of the veteran. If age is a flaw, then change your image to give people a sense of stability. Then growing a beard is like the easiest change to make. And there was no trace of turbidity in those sea blue eyes. Even if I am troubled, it only adds a bit of melancholy to the blue, which makes it more attractive. Seeing such a look, The visiting elf princess couldn't help but feel excited. But her upbringing and character hid those unnatural emotions very well. There was not just one person coming, but 6 people. And they were all women. Obviously one of them has the highest status. And the others are like guards, guarding the princess. They were dressed simply. And their armor was not like those of the human lords. They wanted to cover their whole bodies tightly, leaving no gaps. The main requirement for elves' armor is flexibility. So it focuses on protecting the vital parts, while other parts are covered with thick velvet cloth. The helmet is hung on the back of the neck with a hook rope, allowing them to grab it and put it on at any time without any hindrance. Apart from his armor, he only had a simple cloak to protect him from the snow, and no other warm clothing, because these guards were accompanied by the princess. They kept warm by relying on a necklace around their necks. The obvious magic fluctuation is impossible to ignore, and the warmth seemed to spread to other people, radiating heat wantonly. The falling snow petals can't even get close and melt in the air. Ezio, okay, a courtesy to the royal family. But it was not to kneel down. On the battlefield, it is common practice for soldiers not to kneel because standing up is too troublesome. Although Ezio had the title of general, his status was still no better than that of the royal family, or even nobility. So he was the first to salute. The elf princess didn't show any pretense. After returning the salute neatly, she went straight to the point. Said, "General, I heard that you will set off on an airship tomorrow to perform a reconnaissance mission. I applied to join this mission. I refuse. Princess, please return to the Elf Legion's position," Ezio said directly without any doubt. After receiving an unexpected response, the elf princess suddenly lost her elegant temperament and said angrily, "Why do you refuse my help? My companions and I are stronger than any of you." "I know. I can see it too. But my answer remains the same." Ezio turned his back and no longer looked at the group of elves who had expressed their intention to come. "Why?" Elf Princess Fano asked relentlessly. "Wouldn't it be nice to have more strong people accompanying us? In the event of an emergency, whose orders will take priority? Can you execute my orders without hesitation? The strong are of great use on the battlefield, but the strong cannot survive to the end. Guaranteed. If there is any chance of you destroying the unity of the team, I won't accept it, especially before such an important mission." The elf princess gritted her teeth and said, "We can obey orders." "You can't," Ezio said calmly. "Why?" "Because you are elves and I am human. You are a member of the royal family and I am nothing. When faced with life and death, these will become factors that cannot be trusted between each other. I want to come back alive, not surrounded by enemies. You or your guards are going to be in trouble. So listen to me, Princess. Please go back to your compatriots. This is not where you should be." The elf princess stepped forward angrily after being scolded. Although she did not draw her weapon, she wanted to teach the general in front of her a lesson. Fortunately, he was restrained by his own guards, so there was no conflict. But the princess was still emotional and cursed in Elvish, "Damn short-lived species. I heard that you are the youngest, so I am kind enough to help you." "How rude. Do you know that I'm old enough to be your grandma? But I still don't know how to show some respect. Rude boy." "Ha!" Ezio laughed and turned around, with a joking expression on his face, and also said in Elvish, "Your Highness, who is both great and as delicate as a flower, who do you think is more like a child now? If you want to make a difference, you still have many opportunities. Just let me die. You are not qualified." After speaking, Ezio walked past a group of elves and entered the level without looking back. The elf princess was left jumping around in place, but it was obvious that the guards following her had expressions of relief. This kind of scene only happens on Ezio's side. The vast majority of elves still respect their status and do not do anything that would cause misunderstanding, regardless of the fact that humans and elves belong to the same camp. For a long time, humans have been hunting down elves as slaves and squeezing the living space of these long-lived species that are difficult to reproduce. It is a good thing that the two sides are not in trouble. They have long been no firm allies. Therefore, 2 legions were sent, and a bunch of royal families were stationed. The elf kingdom was also cautious. They are also afraid of being treated like death squads and consumed without any reason. Princess Fano's behavior can only be said to be an exception, and Ezio is too young, which is why this farce happened. Chapter 1535 Gathering. If the princess hadn't been there, perhaps Ezio would have accepted the support of the elves. But you have to think so hard to take a noble person with you when performing a dangerous mission. If there is misfortune, can the other person be left behind? or rescue at all costs, compared with setting up a flag for yourself. It is a mysterious statement. This kind of thing that is obviously going to send the entire team to a dead end is even more undesirable. However, that brief exchange also made Ezio discover a fact. That's what's behind this whole thing. And the elves don't know everything about it. At least there is still someone who doesn't know. And he is a very high-status person. Although he is older, he is no different from a child. This little incident was quickly forgotten by Ezio. The most important thing in front of him was the upcoming mission. He came to the Twin Griffins and, under the witness of the guards, unlocked the airship seal. Because during the war, the airship will not shut down completely unless necessary, but will maintain a minimum operating state. Even at the lowest level of static operation, the consumed power energy converted into magic stone units would make an ordinary magician stunned. Fortunately, there are magic towers on the defensive line. All airships can arrange time slots to go to the magic tower and recharge with the help of its energy pool. For this mission, the Twin Griffins made special arrangements and replenished the secondary energy pool on the airship last night. If it operates at cruising speed and the secondary energy pool is full, the old airship can last for a month without landing. The new airship consumes more propeller engines. Without the assistance of petroleum fuel, the endurance time is shortened, but it can still last more than 2 weeks. However, if you perform tactical operations or launch magic attacks, the battery life will be shortened. However, the assigned reconnaissance area was more than enough to cover in 1 day at the speed of the Twin Griffins. Even if there is any emergency, I should be able to handle it. And when the seal was opened, the airship made a deep roar. It was like the grunt of a giant dragon waking up, reminding everyone that a ferocious beast had awakened. And this also greatly increases the power consumption of the airship. The Twin Griffins also have a shuttle-shaped hull, with 4 external propellers, and auxiliary wings that serve as elevators and steering rudders on the upper, lower, left and right sides. The base has 6 hydraulic landing gears that can be stowed into the hull during flight. The appearance looks very simple and monotonous, with only the crown and 2-headed eagle shield of the Covey family being the most obvious. But there are many secret weapons hidden on this airship that outsiders don't know about. They were loaded from the beginning, and were not modified by Ezio later. Those weapons were not used in the previous battles, because they were not critical enough to have to be used. But Ezio couldn't guarantee whether it would be used in the future. The boarding position is on the belly of the airship, with a hatch that opens backward and downward. There are also boarding steps around the middle of the airship and under the bow. The rear is used for transporting supplies, and the main boarding port. The front and middle section is for people serving in different positions, with an entrance and exit for quick boarding and escape. These places will also open automatically after the seal is lifted, waiting for the crew to enter. Ezio was the first to board the ship, and after patrolling around, he came to the assembly area in front of the airship. All the crew members came back almost on schedule, but no one was late. People appeared in 2s and 3s, greeting each other. Of course, Ezio couldn't keep a straight face at such a time, but instead made some dirty jokes with everyone enthusiastically. At this time, and on the defensive line, everyone went to the same place, and there was no other place to go shopping. Everyone went to vent, and some people drank a lot, but no one dares to get drunk. If he was really drunk and unconscious, Ezio would not blame anyone or use military law to deal with him. But the mission will definitely be lost. If everyone goes to be heroes, will the people left behind be in a good mood? If they could come back, it would be a shame for themselves. If you can't come back, you will feel guilty for a lifetime. So everyone is still very restrained. In other words, people who don't know when to perform what they should do will not be selected by Ezio as a member of the Twin Griffins from the beginning. At the final checkup time, everyone rechecked the status of the airship. It was so thin that I even tried to fasten a screw to make sure it was not loose. Then go to bed. In fact, at the beginning, everyone was still in a very happy mood, as if they were preparing to go out for a picnic. But gradually, the voices became less frequent and everyone's expressions became serious. Because this mission is different from the previous one. Whether it was the earlier defeat of the Southern Front, the subsequent retreat battle, or the later defensive battle of the Fingi Mountains, the reason everyone fought was to kill demons and orcs. But in fact, it's just to live. This investigation and subsequent rescue mission were not just a rescue, but a proof. It proves that what is lost can be regained, and what is lost can be rescued. The meaning is completely different from the previous battles. There are no simple-minded people who can board an airship. The pressure that has always existed will not disappear in a moment of venting. But being able to turn pressure into motivation is the greatest value of this crew. This is also one of the reasons why Ezio does not want to accept the assistance of the elf princess. A group of unknown female elves can easily destroy the balance currently maintained by the twin griffins. No matter from which aspect. Unless they have the strength to fight against the gods. It will just reduce the combat effectiveness of the twin griffins. So Ezio did not hesitate to reject the request for assistance from a group of elves playing ticket. Anyway, this is a battlefield. They are an army. Not just someone who wants to arrange flowers and just do whatever they want. If you dare to mess around, nothing will happen on the battlefield. Right? In the middle of the night. At the scheduled wake-up time. No matter whether everyone was actually asleep or not. They were all woken up by the duty officer at the same time. After a simple arrangement, they quickly put on their equipment and got into position from the small living area on the airship to various fixed points. It was like a chicken coop. And everyone's personal space was only a little bigger than a coffin. Even officers didn't have any privileges. Because airships are different from ships on the water. The latter also have sailors doing odd jobs. The former even have handymen who are strong men that ordinary people cannot match. Or are talented in a certain field. Their respective workstations and passages are also very narrow. Even if two people are close to the wall, they will inevitably touch each other if they pass each other. The internal space utilization and volume of the twin griffins are completely different from the mystery tradition. In the beginning, anyone who could board the airship could be regarded as a noble among warriors or magicians. And they even had noble status. Faced with this kind of airship interior design that has no living functions at all, most people are not used to it. But over time, they became accustomed to such a design. And even thought that warships should be like this if they wanted to pursue some kind of extreme. Everything must be refined and refined again, discarding what is unnecessary. And all designs revolve around efficiency. The purpose of improving efficiency is to fight. And the purpose of fighting is of course to win and survive. The twin griffins, designed with this concept, are not that large among all types of airships. If placed among the airship corps of the Hater Empire, it could only be regarded as a medium-sized ship. And it was still relatively small in size. However, the number of crew members, including the crew and marines, is not that of a medium-sized ship, but that of a large ship. At least a ship like the Twin Griffins can accommodate nearly 150 people inside, which is unimaginable to outsiders. However, the performance of the Twin Griffins is definitely the best among all airships. This is what everyone on board the Twins thinks. This is not blind confidence, but a fact. Even if there are other airships that are statistically stronger than the Twin Griffins, they will only perform in one aspect. On a comprehensive level, the designer was proud to say that unless battleship-level robots were brought in to challenge each other, no one would be able to match the Twin Griffins in the field of airships for at least 10 years. From a certain point of view, it was also because of the existence of battleship-level robots that the magician would not hesitate to contribute all his skills and use them on the big toy ship that the old man wanted to build. But someone's ideas obviously didn't reach the old man. After boarding the ship several times, old Mr. Conway was still focused on things on the ground. This actually gave Ezio an opportunity to take advantage of today. The power of the Twin Griffins far exceeds the results of previous tests by the crew of the Covey family. An unscrupulous designer has castrated many functions. In fact, Lynn's thoughts at the time were not that dirty. It was built by the elderly just for fun, so there is no rush to use some functions. It's troublesome to build it seriously anyway. Just leave room for upgrades. If we really want to do it in the future, there is no need to make major changes. But this airship fell into Ezio's hands. That would be like putting radioactive materials in front of a bunch of Manhattan Project-level scientists. If we don't develop nuclear bombs, we would be sorry for ourselves. As for the nuclear bomb that exploded after being built, it is another question whether the scientist's conscience discovered it, or whether his morality suddenly awakened and he regretted it. Someone said, Our Lady is everywhere. But I have never seen them show mercy when they take advantage of themselves. In short, before the mission began, Ezio gathered all the team leaders together in the Situation Room for a final mission briefing and clarification of doubts. This is his habit. All doubts are resolved before the mission. After the mission begins, there are only orders and no discussion. A group of people have been together for a long time, and they are not polite. Although orders were issued from above, they still had to perfect the details themselves. If even these things had to be arranged by the headquarters, then there would be no need for so many officers, and there would be no need for hierarchical management. It would be fine if everything was handed down by the people at the top. As they prepare to carry out tasks themselves, they will of course want to know how to deal with the details and how to react and identify situations they encounter. Although an army will have its own style, if you can be more specific and careful, no one will be in trouble with his own life. Therefore, no one will hesitate to ask about things that should be asked. Chapter 1536 Liftoff. Do you want to join up with other airships performing the same mission and set off? No. I have discussed it with the other captains. The areas assigned to everyone are different, and there are several flight channels that can pass through the mountains. So we will not engage in this kind of formalism. Everyone is responsible for their own affairs, and the people above only need accurate information. The principle of contact with the ground? If we can't make contact, we won't make contact. Even if there are doubts about the advanced intelligence on the forum, can we tell whether the other party is a liar face to face? If the besieged place is in a state of chaos, then hasty contact will only put us in crisis. So, it's still about observation. Besides, the rescue capacity is limited. What if we can't save it right away? Just looking for a place where humans gather? No, including the distribution of demon or orcs military camps, troop strength, road conditions, and what they are doing. We must take this trip to record it. As for what they want to do and what they can do, that is the responsibility of the headquarters. It's not our turn to think about this. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they said eagerly, "Counterattack." Ezio nodded and said, "This matter is of course the ultimate goal. Therefore, how important our mission as sentinels is, there is no need to repeat it here. Truthfully report everything you see to those who make decisions. We are just soldiers, so we should do our best. Those old men should worry about other things." In fact, Ezio's argument is different from what most soldiers think. No one wants to be a general, and no one wants to command thousands of troops to fight a happy and victorious battle. So giving advice is their usual pastime. It seemed that by putting this army in his hands, he could destroy the demon coalition in an instant and reach the gate of the abyss. Even soldiers who were adventurers were not immune to this. People like Ezio are in the minority and outliers. However, when performing a mission, it is not the time to aim too high. Therefore, no one can make a mistake when Ezio speaks in a responsible manner, and they all agree that it is necessary. There was no loud cry of war between them. This is because during the retreat battle, who has the energy to do such inconspicuous appearance skills? The custom at that time continues to this day, and everyone can know what each other means by looking at each other. Without such a tacit understanding, it would be difficult to survive that brutal battle. When no one continued to ask questions, they nodded to each other and returned to their respective posts to convey the conversation to others. Ezio also came to the map table. What is presented on the map table is a converted contour map detected by the arcane eye. Compared with real-life maps, this kind of map is more conducive to tactical arrangements. Ezio was not sitting in the captain's seat. He is more accustomed to standing at the tactical table, trying to simulate the real battle situation in his mind and make judgments based on it. The key to this reconnaissance mission are two young men from elementary schools sitting at the radar table. It is said that many strange terms in the war room were named by the designer. If anyone wants to change it, let's change it. Anyway, he just used a noun to let people know what he was talking about. Such an attitude actually makes everyone continue to use someone's name without bothering to change it. In addition to monitoring the radar screen, the other two people's other major task is to use programming language to fine-tune the screen parameters of the arcane eye. Because this magic actually collects a lot of environmental information, it is most intuitive to see with your eyes. After all data processing is left to the human brain to judge. However, the information collected by looking at it with eyes has its limits, and the full effectiveness of the arcane eye, a magical item, cannot be maximized. The best way is to use a program to delete, clean, and find the information you want to see. For example, on this map table, if Ezio wants, he can ask to display the locations of all living creatures within the map. This is judged from the biological information of living things, and it is not difficult to do. Anyway, there are many differences between living things and dead things, and it's easy to tell the difference between the two. If this is applied to the current reconnaissance mission, that is, the airship is flying at high altitude, wherever there are living people, it can be seen at a glance just by the detection of the arcane eye, without getting close to the ground to the distance that can be observed by the naked eye. But here comes the question. What is the detected biological response? Humanity? Animal? Orcs? Demon? At this stage, The magically modified twin griffins can only confirm the biological reaction, but cannot determine what this living creature is. Even asking, who is it? What the magician could do easily. But for these children, even if they know what they want to do, they still can't produce a similar result. Regarding such a result, not to mention the two eldest children who hosted it, even Ezio was a little frustrated. He focuses on evading a certain magician's detection methods, and it can be said that he also has some experience with the ability of the arcane eye. But how to achieve that level? I have no idea. Ezio could only comfort the two companions and ask them to do their best without feeling guilty or blaming themselves. When reports came from various departments of the airship that the final inspection had been completed, under Ezio's nod, the captain sent by the Kawi family to assist in operating the airship issued an order. Turn on the floating function and start the engine. The originally low roar of the twin griffins instantly changed into a sharper long, thin sound. Although the sound was much shriller, the volume became smaller, so no one felt any discomfort. At the same time, everyone also felt that the airship suddenly floated up for a short distance, just like a normal person jumping. The difference is that the airship did not land, but was suspended at this height, shaking slightly. Anyone who can ride an airship is not an idiot with dull facial features and uncoordinated hands and feet. They could all feel the subtle shaking sensation. At this time, the director of the agency reported from the copper pipe. Engine number 1 is online. Engine number 2 is online. All engines are online. The twin griffin has 2 sets of engines and 4 sets of external propellers. The engine and propeller are driven by multiple sets of gears, and the matching sets can be changed at will to allow the propellers to move individually. No damage to any part will cause the entire machine to shut down. Recover the landing gear, the captain ordered. The flight controller flipped the switch. Wait until the indicator light changes color and report back. The landing gear is retracted. At this time, the captain looked at Ezio. The young man who was being watched just stretched out a finger and pointed to the sky. The captain understood the meaning and issued the order. Here is the captain informing the whole ship. Fixing the body and moving objects. The ship will perform a sharp elevation action. The number 1 and number 2 propellers are started at a low speed and float up to 45 degrees. After reaching an altitude of 300, turn to medium speed and climb at 60 degrees. Except for the lack of reply to the initial ship-wide report, all departments or operators who issued the order from the captain repeated the order and carried out operations. At the same time, everyone in the ship hugged the railing tightly, and those who couldn't hold them tied themselves in place with fixed ropes. If you don't pay attention to this kind of rapid elevation angle operation, it is easy to say that the whole person will fall into confusion. Generally speaking, this kind of sudden upward movement is a tactical move and is not usually so intense. But this time it was played like this at the beginning, and it seemed that someone had a big plan. Especially, when do you plan to climb? Everyone in the twin griffins thought so. In the command room, the personnel responsible for monitoring the airship's flight status reported the airship's arrival altitude every 100 meters. Later, the changes were too fast, and the voices of registration were so urgent that each one could not be completed. The airship reached the next level. This climbing speed was so fast that everyone in the command room felt numb, because a few minutes ago, the twin griffins had exceeded the minimum height required for this mission, and were still climbing higher. And don't think that everyone is just worried about the human body's adaptation problems caused by height. The current climate is just that there is less wind and snow than before, but it is not completely absent. The higher the position, the stronger the wind. The impact of this on the airship that was climbing rapidly was that the entire ship made a rumble that had never been heard before, and the abnormal left and right shaking became more serious. It sounded like the airship was about to fall apart. It will never fall apart. Everyone has confidence in the twin griffins, because they once faced an attack by a group of human-faced birds. But the airship did nothing and crashed directly into it. Then he came out unscathed. Think about what happens to ordinary people who charge tanks with their bodies. It can make the sheet metal of the tank slightly dented, and you can say that the person is made of copper skin and iron bones. But the part that made everyone less confident was the altimeter that was about to reach the sky. In fact, a few minutes ago, Ezio had asked someone to report every 1,000 meters. Otherwise, he suspected that the poor guy would be so anxious that he would bite himself full of wounds. When the altitude exceeded 10,000 meters, the entire airship suddenly relaxed as if it had broken free from something. Those strange noises were gone, and the airship no longer shook inexplicably, just like flying smoothly on a sunny day. At this time, Ezio did not go through the captain, but gave the order himself. Level rudder. Low speed. Self-check of the whole ship. Report the climate data inside the ship. This isn't the first time this has happened. Moreover, before the transfer of command, the old Grand Duke clearly stated that if there was a conflict between Ezio's orders and the captain's orders, the former would prevail. The role of the captain has always been to assist, not to compete for power. So the helmsman immediately adjusted the operation according to the instructions and repeated them one by one. The person in charge of monitoring said at the same time, "The temperature inside the ship is 21 degrees. The thermostatic device is operating. What about the air pressure?" Ezio asked. This is new observational data that has not been used before. But the monitor still reported back. The air pressure inside the ship is 998 HPA. And the constant pressure device is also operating. Lin used the names he was accustomed to when naming the units of various new data. Anyway, no one is trying to grab the lost land now. Ezio asked again. Is there a sudden drop in temperature and pressure anywhere? No. The environmental data inside the ship are consistent, and there are no drastic changes. Chapter 1537 Unknown Territory. Self-check of propeller and rudder. Are they functioning normally? Ezio asked, remembering the warnings in those miscellaneous notes. The inspection device is separate from the operating system, so the twin griffins don't have to make short jerky movements to prove that external equipment is functioning properly. The monitor reported truthfully. Normal operation. After receiving these 4 reassuring words, Ezio breathed a sigh of relief. There is no height limit for the airship, but the people inside do. This statement is actually questionable. If all the magicians really rely on magic to adapt to the environment, is there really no airship that can reach such a height? The real situation is that after exceeding a certain altitude, the airship's overall operating status will decline, and eventually it will even stop. And then, there was a heroic fall, because there is no digitized information in the old records. Everything is based on feeling. Ezio was not sure whether he had exceeded the threshold in those books, so he would naturally be worried. However, the twin griffins can return safely, which is definitely a pioneering work. As for whether it was a record-breaking moment, whether it was considered a record-breaking moment, or whether it was time to challenge the limit, he didn't consider such things at all. The priority is still the mission of rescuing people. Such a mood also follows the rising sun, which shines through the double-layered viewing window made of magic crystal into the command room that only maintains minimum lighting. The brightness of the sun seemed to herald a happy ending this time. To be able to achieve such a result, the one who was most surprised among everyone was the Baron sitting in the captain's seat. Their family has served the Kawi family for generations and is highly trusted, so they can sit in this position today. And he has been the captain of the Twin Griffin since he took it over, in the years before the war with the devil. He cherished the dream of one day building an airship army for the Cubby family, and was extremely familiar with all the functions of the Twin Griffins. Therefore, the Baron knew very well that this altitude of more than 10,000 meters was beyond the reach of all airships, and it was also a height that the Twin Griffins could not reach. In other words, the airship can be used, but the people riding in it cannot. It doesn't even have to reach 10,000 meters, but only after climbing to about half the height. The people inside should start to have problems. How can it be like now? Everyone is still alive and kicking. So in disbelief, he simply left the captain's position and came to the monitor, personally operated the console, and checked various data. This kind of operation is not a problem for the Baron, who is familiar with airships. Ezio also left his original position, but came to the radar table. In the process of climbing, they had actually crossed the Fingy mountain range, ignoring the cursed wind and snow in the passage, and came to the other side of the mountain. The investigation mission has officially started. So Ezio wanted to know how accurately the arcane eyes could detect at such a height. As long as they are accurate enough, they can stay at this safe height and complete the reconnaissance mission. Just seeing the clouds right below him, Ezio didn't feel that anyone other than the gods could threaten them. But it backfired. Although biological reactions can be detected, they are basically all in a blur, let alone distinguishing which ones are humans, which are half-orcs or demons. In other words, if they want to get accurate information, the only way is to lower their altitude. It may even be as low as visible to the naked eye. Ezio was a little dissatisfied with this result. He also thought about changing the direction and returning to the Holy City first to play with a certain magician's mutated arcane eyes that were transformed into evil spirits. But it was too late to do so. Not to mention the question of whether the new equipment can be installed on the airship, and whether it can operate normally after installation. The mission deadline was very tight, and he didn't have time to do those idle things. This should have been done before. Since you haven't done it yet, then use the existing conditions to find a way to complete the task to the best of your ability. If he didn't have the ability to overcome difficulties, Ezio's position as commander would be in vain. After thinking for a while, he ordered, "Let's do the first reconnaissance at this altitude and scan the area we are responsible for. After confirming where there are biological reactions, mark the places with a large number of reactions. Then plan the shortest reconnaissance at low altitude. Route. Confirm who is at each gathering place. This time, I will take the lead if you have any questions. And if you need help. Okay?" The two older children, both from elementary school, nodded seriously. Ezio's name was difficult to pronounce again. The other person happened to be the only person on the airship with a title. So the captain, who was nicknamed by his title, said, "Baron, you should follow the route arrangement. Planning. I'll check the situation in each cabin. If you want to know about the altitude issue, I'll tell you when I get back." Looking at the captain's eyes, Ezio knew that this guy who was sent to learn something would definitely be very interested in the improvement of the airship. But now is not the time. The captain also knew that this was not the right time. So he just bowed and said, "Okay, General." Although he has a noble title, he is older than the young man in front of him. But since he was assigned to work under Ezio, his performance has convinced this new generation member of the Kami-affiliated family. Putting aside the affairs in the command room, Ezio patrolled around the twin griffins. In addition to confirming the normality of each place, it is also necessary to reassure all occupants. You know, they are now at a height that other airships have never reached. Or there may be, but no living person can prove that an airship accomplished such an achievement. Before any initiative, one must be in awe and be cautious. Because this is an area that no one has touched. It is normal for things to happen that no one knows about. In order to avoid uncontrollable accidents, we must do the best we can. The above is someone's warning. The man didn't say it with a sincere attitude, but mentioned it casually as if he was feeling emotional. He didn't care at all whether the people listening took it seriously. Ezio once sneered, but whenever he thought of the lost girl, he had to admit that caution was necessary. You can't make the same mistakes again, not to mention being called stupid by others. And you can't even forgive yourself. In any case, Ezio is a bit picky when it comes to safety. He would not pass the blame on to others blindly, but he would not be able to reassure himself without going through the process himself. After a patrol, in addition to checking the conditions of the crew members, I also reminded them to look out of the viewing window if possible. They were now at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a height that no one had ever reached. These words seemed to be showing off, but they were actually explaining the climbing behavior just now. To put it harshly, if the ceiling of the twin griffins is not good enough and there is a problem with the cabin environment maintenance system, Ezio will be making a fool of the lives of the entire ship. But now that you are successful, you must convey your confident attitude and guide everyone's thoughts with results. Solve the hidden dangers that may arise at an unknown time in advance, or soothe the emotions that may arise. The most important thing is that they are safe at this height, even though this place is already occupied by demons. This makes many people feel at ease. Although Ezio also made it clear that he would still lower his altitude for reconnaissance in the future. But of course those with a flexible mind will figure out one thing. This height is like a safe zone that can be reached at any time, without having to flee all the way south and cross the mountains to reach a safe place. Of course, the ceiling condition of each cabin must also be checked. There is no rubber in MIDI. There is no tea in MIDI. And there are not many things that my hometown has. This is about to become someone's complaint. But fortunately, rubber can still find a replacement for the MIDI version. It was a specific type of ooze monster that, after special treatment, could become an excellent magic material with rubber properties. Although among the ooze monster samples collected by Lin, the selected species were not the best in terms of plasticity and power conductivity. But it has an advantage that other ooze monsters cannot match. That is, it is easy to breed and cultivate. This means mass production is possible. This task is of course left to the automotive center. In order to establish an ooze monster farm, the difficulties encountered were more than imagined. The most important thing is to convince people, not the breeding technology. After all, ooze monsters are low-level magical creatures no matter what, and they only act on instinct. This means that when they are hungry, humans are also on their menu. The magic moth raised in someone's house is suppressed by a black dragon. It is impossible for him to change the world. At most, he can only escape. But the slime monster kept in the car center has been involved in injuries on more than one occasion. Fortunately, the ooze monster is not strong and has not caused any deaths. But the related protection and costs have been upgraded again and again. Although troublesome, the benefits that rubber materials bring to industrialization are difficult to estimate. The increase in horsepower of car engines and the fact that the twin griffins can reach such heights today are all brought about by rubber materials. These performance and efficiency benefits are all brought about by rubber materials. But again, this is an area that no one has touched. So Ezio checked everything very carefully, for fear of something unexpected happening. But the results appear to be satisfactory. All situations are as described in the magician's diary, including possible problems and solutions. However, miscellaneous notes are just essays after all. So many solutions are just concepts and need to be perfected by oneself. This is also the part that worries Ezio. Now it seems that we are going in the right direction. When he returned to the command room, the twin griffins were already moving forward at medium speed. The arcane eyes scanned the situation on the ground and provided rough information. Ezio lets people present these contents directly on the map table. The light spots representing the creatures are not only dense, but also widely distributed. It looks like there are millions of troops underneath. This was of course an abnormal phenomenon, and everyone around the map was stunned. Ezio thought for a moment, and said to the two people who operated the radar and controlled the detection results of the arcane eye, "Cancel the targets that are too weak. We may even catch insects, rabbits and the like." Although the twin griffin version of the arcane eye cannot distinguish the target race, it can still distinguish the strength of the creature. With just a simple filter, you can get new results. A much simpler map is undoubtedly more pleasing to the eye. Chapter 1538. The mission is in progress. Not every one of the 7 airships performing reconnaissance missions went as smoothly as the twin griffins. The first hurdle they have to pass is to pass through the window, where the wind and snow are calmer from above the Kirschfingi Mountains. Don't think that such a passage is a straight line, and the airship can just drive through it. This window, where the wind force and direction are relatively calm, is actually curved. In particular, there is no clear boundary line in the sky to indicate which side is easy to fly and which side is not. How to accurately fly in this kind of window requires not only the ability of the helmsman, but also the observation of the lookout, the judgment of the captain, and even the entire crew of the airship. But even if it accidentally enters those restricted areas, the airship will not fall immediately. The crash of the boat and the death of everyone is a possible outcome. But it is not the only one, let alone the most likely outcome. After all, airships are not comparable to ordinary birds or flying monsters. In the cursed wind and snow, operation will be more difficult and the use of powers will be hindered. But as long as your luck is not too bad, leaving safely is not a big problem. But I can't guarantee whether the location I left is where I want it to be. In a harsh environment, it is a blessing to be able to escape. How can there be so many choices? The people who can be selected by the old Lord Kawe to carry out this task are not mediocre people. There is still the ability to fly accurately in the window passage, across the Fingi Mountains, and to the north side of the mountain. But everyone has different speeds. The difference in speed does not entirely depend on the skill of maneuvering the ship. Different routes and passages have been chosen, varying in difficulty and length. But everyone still came to the north of the mountain at dawn. In fact, what worried the senior officials who planned the entire rescue operation was whether the airships of the subsequent rescue team had the same level of maneuverability and could pass through the cursed Wind Emperor mountain range. A little further away, there are airships cooperating with the counterattack. In the past, when traditional airships had to go from the south of the mountain to the north, the safest option was to take a detour. Few boat owners choose to venture across the mountains unless they have to. The airship force of the Heidel Empire, even if it has the worst ship maneuvering skills, can still be rated as outstanding among all the airships. This dance-like operation is not a big problem. What worries the old man is the airship teams from the private sector. Most of them rushed into the army in a hurry, or there were some minor flaws in the structure of the airship itself. These errors may not cause any major problems when used under normal circumstances, but if it is put under extreme conditions, such as extremely harsh weather, or fighting with humans and dogs in the air, and constant tactical operations are carried out, small problems may be magnified into catastrophes. Therefore, for the subsequent formation of the rescue team, Lao Dagong still adopts a voluntary system. Let all airship captains evaluate for themselves whether they can participate in such a mission of special intensity. Even if they don't cross the mountains, staying on the south side of the mountains, the airship still has tasks to perform. The terrain on the north side of the Fingi Mountains is mainly hilly, with a few basins here and there. Several rivers originate from the Wind Emperor Mountains and flow through large areas from south to north, nourishing countless lives. And at the end of this deep winter, it is especially a window period in terms of climate, and there is no scene of wind and snow in the sky. There is even a rare winter sun rising from the east, and the sky is even clearer. You must know that a day ago, the scene on the south side of the mountain was thick clouds covering the entire sky. The strong wind and heavy snow bring a biting chill just by looking at it with your eyes. You don't have to go outside to experience this. You have to be blown by the wind and snow. After this day, the weather on the north side of the mountain was good, although the thick snow on the ground had not melted. There was almost no wind and snow, and the visibility was even clearer. It can be said that the weather is the best for reconnaissance, but it also means that the airship is easily noticed. Not all airships can imitate the twin griffins and fly to the stratosphere. At such a height, those with poor eyesight on the ground would not be able to see it at all. But taking the 7 airships that perform reconnaissance missions as an example, they fly at the minimum altitude required by the mission. When seen by people on the ground, they are probably not much bigger than ants or bugs. Most people would never realize that this is an enemy flying in the sky. Logically speaking, staying at such a high altitude and observing the ground with arcane eyes is the most reliable way of investigation. But the operators of the first 7 airships were all capable people. In other words, they were not good boys. The old man only wanted information and didn't care about the method of obtaining it, or even their life or death. Speaking of the selection of personnel to perform tasks, it is to select those who have the ability to complete the task and have the highest survival rate. If these people commit suicide, who can control them? They are not these people's biological parents. Conditions and restrictions are mentioned everywhere, but these people may not listen. Therefore, the captain of each airship chose the investigation method that best suited his own characteristics to complete this mission. To take a step back, in terms of the function of using the arcane eyes, not to mention being on par with a certain magician, even the version of the twin griffins cannot keep up. So in many cases, judgments can only be made with the human eye. Moreover, the original form of arcane eye is like clairvoyance. When it is focused on somewhere, it can only see the scene in that place. In the past, it was projected in a crystal ball, and on the airship, it was converted into a flat image. There is no scanning function, and certainly no program batch processing. Based on this rudimentary function, in order to obtain enough intelligence, their investigation methods were limited. The risk of detection increases. The simplest way is to fly close to the ground, then send enough lookouts to watch the ground with the naked eye from the airship. Such a bold action will certainly attract the attention of the ground, although not all camps have lookouts keeping an eye on the sky. But as long as 1 or 2 people look up inadvertently, they have a chance to spot the airship in the sky. Fortunately, the combined forces of demons and orcs did not have air superiority. Even if there are demons who are good at flying, they may not be able to operate in such a cold winter, or fight against aerial fortresses like airships, especially those that perform reconnaissance missions or airships that are known for their speed. If there really is a demon or an orc that can control flying monsters and takes off from the ground, the airship can accelerate and escape at any time. The speed of the new airship is no joke. Therefore, even if everyone's actions are indeed discovered, no airship has yet launched a battle with a coalition of demons and orcs. Everyone still prioritizes the reconnaissance mission. For a while, the demon coalition did not realize what the airship's movements meant. Coupled with the influence of the cold winter, most demons or orcs still muddle along and let these little bugs fly high in the sky. At most, they can scare the opponent and drive them away. It means that even if they want to argue, they have no good way to deal with an airship flying at such a height. These are not 2 allies pretending to maintain peace, and they can also issue diplomatic condemnations to each other. Of course, both sides in the war are willing to take any damage they can. If you can't cope with it, you can only swallow it hard and find other ways to return it. Therefore, the dangers encountered in this reconnaissance mission were far less than what everyone imagined before setting off. The collection of intelligence was also smooth. It's just that the humans trapped in the demon-occupied areas are still alive. But the situation is worse than expected, because some people are more than just surrounded. The worst situation for those who are still alive is to be locked up in something like a prisoner of war camp. To put it bluntly, It's like being on a ranch, being raised by demons and orcs. What is the purpose of this? People who discover this situation cannot imagine at all. But everyone agrees that it is difficult to carry out rescue in such a situation. The original rescue plan was to move in and out quickly, without any thought of engaging the enemy. So for the surrounded humans, the most ideal situation is that their defense line is still maintained. As long as this line of defense can delay time, the airship troops will have a chance to withdraw from the surrounded humans. But if humans are already under control, it is impossible to evacuate them without defeating the demon or orc guards. The only thing worse than this is the humans who have been dispersed into the orc military camp. Such people are likely to die before the rescue plan can be implemented or drawn up. These pitiful examples were accidentally discovered when the airship used its arcane eyes to scan the ground barracks from a long distance. Whether there would be more of the same victims, the people who carried out the investigation mission simply didn't want to think about it. They know very well that such a person will definitely be ranked last in the rescue order. As for those human gathering places that are surrounded and have not yet been conquered by the demon coalition, the ones with the best chance and easiest to rescue are those areas that can still rely on magic towers to survive. In addition to the people being protected by it, there are also organized soldiers who cooperate with the magic tower to establish a strong defense line. But these sites also look precarious because they don't have much food reserves and have had a very hard time surviving this winter. If there were no supplies, it might be over without waiting until spring. As for other large human gathering places, the coalition of demons and orcs just besieged them, but did not attack them. These places usually have geographical advantages, such as canyons and hills. The demon coalition forces that were previously on the offensive were not in a hurry to divide their forces and remove these strongholds. So they sent some troops to block them. And their situation also became very difficult after a winter. All in all, the problem of food shortage is the biggest reason why these gathering points were saved with great efforts before. But as time goes by, the hope will become increasingly slim. Being able to survive more than half of the winter was not only a result of their extraordinary performance, but also an inadvertent act of mercy by the Demon Alliance. Perhaps this was not the original intention of those evil creatures, but the demons chose to attack mainly in the south first instead of sweeping the entire north side of the mountains. This is indeed the reason why these human gathering points can exist. On the one hand, it is also because these locations are not at the traffic junctions of the advance, so they have a chance to be saved, especially those few remaining magic towers. In fact, after seeing the current situation, those who conduct reconnaissance missions will feel that any location that can still be maintained is suitable to be preserved and become a nail for the human side on the north side of the Fingdi Mountains. Of course, civilians, the elderly, and the weak still have to evacuate. But how to operate it depends on the arrangements of the big shots. And in order to retain these nails on the north side of the mountain, regular supplies would have to be available. Even if airship traffic is relatively smooth now, whether air superiority can always be maintained is still an unsolved problem. In short, whether to withdraw or not to withdraw, it is still a difficult problem. Chapter 1539 Interlude. The airships that conduct reconnaissance missions all transmit information back through the forum. In addition to a certain degree of immediacy, the biggest benefit of doing so is convenience. Moreover, the need for confidentiality of information is not particularly high. This is something that the devil needs to worry about. In fact, after the 7 airships on the reconnaissance mission set off, the subsequent special airship rescue teams also set off one after another. The passage they took had been confirmed by the first 7 airships. At the exit, there was no guard station on the devil's side. Without a garrison, there is no risk of exposure. This facilitates the mass buildup of airships. Besides, as long as there are enough supplies, the airship itself has the ability to fly for dozens of days. In other words, the airships participating in the subsequent rescue mission can pass through the Cursed Wind Emperor mountain range early and assemble in the air on the north side of the mountain. After waiting to confirm the rescue target, we can set out to rescue the trapped humans as soon as possible. Reduce variables caused by time delays or rush. Because the airship unit conducts independent operations, the rear base camp does not directly command it, but leaves it to the frontline commander to decide everything. The only requirement is to save people, and then decide whether to detour through the Fingdi Mountains and take a safe route back to the rear depending on the situation. In fact, such instructions also imply that there will only be one rescue operation. Otherwise, we should take the shortest path, which is to cross the Fingdi Mountains, evacuate the first group of people to the rear in the shortest possible time, and then conduct the second wave of rescue operations. But if the first wave of rescue is successful, Will the Demon Alliance really let the human airship team go to rescue those trapped? Or will hidden dangers be eliminated in one fell swoop? Many people have thought about this inference, but no one dares to say it. After all, marching and fighting in winter, when roads are blocked by heavy snow, are just very difficult. Not impossible. The candidates for the frontline commander of the rescue mission must be selected from among the officers of the Hater Empire. And this person is directly the full commander of the airship force of the Hater Empire this time. A veteran of the Empire. His understanding of how to use the airship army far exceeds that of any general on the defense line of the Wind Emperor mountain range. Moreover, except for him, no one can surpass the airship army sent by the Hater Empire to support him under his command. In the rear, the airship troops of the Hater Empire would only take action if old Duke Kawe nodded his orders. Therefore, rather than appointing another commander on the front line and causing doubts among the bulls, it is better to appoint this one directly. The veteran general who accepted the appointment did not gather all the airship rescue forces that had sneaked across the Wind Emperor Mountains into one location. Instead, they were organized into 4 teams, took 4 relatively easy passages, and gathered in 4 locations. These 4 locations are also where the 7 airships sent out for reconnaissance will rendezvous on their return trip. Although he had considered whether it was possible for the Devil to follow the evacuation routes of these 7 airships and find the assembled large forces. However, it was determined that the 7 airships carrying out reconnaissance missions had avoided combat and prioritized reconnaissance, which meant that their combat capabilities were still intact. Even if it is impossible to land, it can help accommodate people on the ground who want to be evacuated. And it can also provide escort in the air. You must know that these 7 airships will be dispatched because they are all outstanding talents and have superb ship maneuvering skills. Not to mention whether a commander would allow it. The captains and their crew members of the 7 airships would not be willing to waste such combat power. The desire of the soldiers to fight may be the most gratifying and distressing emotion for the upper echelons of the human coalition. However, the veteran did not force the first 7 airships on what to do, but gave a time limit. As long as they meet the main force before the time limit, they will be organized into the rescue team. The reason for this arrangement was to fear that there would be an unexpected accident, or that the airship would be tracked by a demon. It takes time to deal with emergencies, and it also takes some time to get rid of pursuers. If there was a real possibility of endangering the large force, these 7 captains should have known better than to come to rendezvous, and instead lure the pursuers in other directions. The old general thought so. In fact, the various actions of these high-level officials are not just an inspection. Let's see if these civilian talents, who have performed very well in battle, are worth attracting or even absorbing. This kind of behavior is already a small tacit understanding that needs no explanation for those powerful people. And it is something they do all the time. Even if a certain talent already belongs to someone else, others can win over them with a higher status. This level of inducement is harmless regardless of whether it succeeds in the end. Ezio, who is the subject of investigation, has no awareness of this. The fraternity members, who came from elementary school, still owe the magician 10 years of debt. Even among the first group of people to leave the school, not even half of them have returned yet. Anyone who wants to win over should negotiate with the magician first. Having said that, there are actually people who paid off their debts in advance and were freed from the magician. Whether you pay it back yourself or your new boss helps you pay it back. But Ezio just used these as excuses. He never thought about becoming the subordinate or son-in-law of any noble lord. If he really wanted to, the Duke of Kawe family would have offered him an olive branch a long time ago. But he didn't agree either. At the moment, he is focusing all his energy on the investigation mission. It is true that the twin griffins have many advantages. But he is not so proud that he thinks that the airship they operate is truly invincible. Demons are not a race that can be easily reassured. If you are careless and the ship capsizes, you will have to pay for the entire airship, including your own life. This makes people laugh. So even if the entire reconnaissance mission was completed from the beginning to the area they were responsible for, everything went very smoothly. It didn't even attract the attention of demons or orcs, or even cause a counterattack. The people on the twin griffins still held their hearts together and did not dare to relax for a moment. Ezio plays the role of tightening everyone's nerves, constantly changing the direction that needs attention, and asking relevant people to report back. A bit nagging, but there was a calm enough voice to guide everyone amidst the tension, which was unexpectedly reassuring. The most relaxed ones are the Marines who are on standby in the belly cargo bay at the rear. They have no mission on the airship. They just need to secure their bodies firmly to prevent them from being thrown away by sudden tactical movements and injuring themselves. Minimize contact with the ground as much as possible. This is the tone set before departure. Since there is no guarantee that anyone will be rescued, don't give people too much hope. This is both torture to others and torture to yourself. Therefore, the members of the Marine Corps suppressed their temper and recuperated their strength. None of them are newbies on the battlefield. Most of the people still followed Ezio. The people who survived the evacuation had long since tempered their character to the point where they were no longer like the young people of their age. However, just as they were preparing to return to the meeting place after completing their mission, an incident happened. Although it was the new moon, the snow-white world still reflected the faint starlight, making this moonless night appear extremely bright. But even without the help of this weak light, under the magical effect of the arcane eye, everything that happens on the ground is still under the control of the twin griffins. The people on the airship did not relax their vigilance and responsibilities just because the mission was over. The two people at the radar table were still monitoring the situation on the ground, for fear of making mistakes before. It was in this atmosphere that the two discovered the anomaly on the ground. One of them said, "General, there seems to be a chase on the ground." In fact, since they were both from elementary schools and fraternities, the two of them would be closer to Ezio. But in the military, in order to prevent people from different backgrounds from feeling distant, Ezio still asked everyone to use their military titles in formal occasions. "That's why I got this reminder," Ezio directly ordered. "Go to the map table." The ground situation of concern was quickly displayed on the map table. Since the distance is still very far, the body's reaction is only replaced by light points, so not much information can be seen. But it can also be observed that the light spots traveling on the ground are divided into two batches, front and back. Less of the former, more of the latter. It does look like a chase. It is not difficult to confirm the situation. Ezio instructed, "Convert the real-life scene to night low-light mode, and zoom in to confirm." It is not easy to change the Twin Griffin's arcane eye observation mode, and it will also affect many systems. It has not yet been integrated into an airship operated by fools, so switching between modes is always somewhat inconvenient. So this change needs to be ordered by someone. Now that someone was in charge, the two people operating the radar table immediately switched the magic effects of the arcane eyes without saying a word. The display on the map table became the real scene on the ground. And after the conversion, the brightness of the weak light suddenly increased several times. At least people could distinguish the objects on the ground clearly. The people chasing and being chased were all wrapped in thick winter clothes, and it was impossible to tell who they were. But it was obvious that the people chasing behind were all armed with weapons, and they were shooting forward without any arrows. Such sparse arrow attacks do not seem to hurt people, but rather to remind those in front that there are pursuers behind them. So please try your best to escape. However, compared to the playful mentality, the people chasing behind felt a little bit out of their depth. I don't know how long they have been chasing. Perhaps the throwing weapons were almost used, so he stopped shooting arrows. However, the outcome of this chase battle can probably be predicted by the onlookers. That is, the people in front will be caught up because their speed is not as fast as the pursuers behind. As long as you don't explode the seeds or deliberately set a trap, it is almost inevitable to fall into the hands of the latter. Based on the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Ezio quickly made a decision. He asked the captain, who was also standing by the map table, "Baron, how long will it take to go down and pick up the people?" After looking at the altitude display and speed, the captain of the Twin Griffin from the Covey family gave the answer. "Well, 10 minutes. Then I'll leave it to you to command," Ezio quickly ordered, and at the same time said to other operators, "Transmit the ground situation to the rear cabin, and then open the rear cabin door." As soon as he finished speaking, Ezio prepared to leave the command room. At the same time, he did not forget to give the last order. "Marines, prepare to attack." Chapter 1540 Meteoric Impact. After passing through the narrow internal passage, the belly rear compartment is a rare and spacious space. At least 2 standard cars can be parked, and the height is nearly 2 stories high. Of course, you don't have to carry a car around when performing reconnaissance missions. In fact, since entering the war, the special custom-made vehicle paired with the Twin Griffins has another mission, and has long been no longer on the airship. The rear compartment of the abdomen has become the main activity place for Marines. When Ezio appeared in the rear cabin, the downward opening hatch had already been lowered. If everyone is not holding something, they will probably be sucked out by the strong wind. Marine Corps members are ready to attack at any time from the beginning of the mission. But at this time, their expressions were somewhat ambiguous. As soon as Ezio appeared, someone immediately said, "General, we know the situation. But is the altitude too high now?" In previous airborne operations, everyone had conducted them at an altitude of less than 1,000 meters. Let me emphasize again. What they are going to do is not a normal parachute drop. Although the flying altitude of the twin griffins in front of me was not in the stratosphere, it was still at an altitude of 3,000 to 4,000 meters. This is the extreme height of activity for most birds or flying monsters. Landing from this height was an unprecedented move since the war began. However, Ezio ignored the complaints of this group of people and said, "Don't be ridiculous. I can deduce the method of landing from this height with the landing techniques you taught me. And I even had the idea of falling." Don't say you can't do these things. Ezio didn't wait for anyone to offer an excuse, but raised his own dragon spear and threw it straight out of the cabin. He stood in front of the lower hatch, turned around and said with a smile, "Those who are afraid or those who think they can't do it don't have to follow. Anyway, the enemies are only a few small fish and shrimps. And there are no slow people." It was too late. But soon, several dragon spears were thrown out beside Ezio. Following closely behind were several young men from the Karlsruhe Empire. They shouted and jumped out of the cabin ahead of Ezio. Then Ezio followed with a smile and a curse. The people who came out of the cabin put their hands together on the sides of their thighs, and like a shuttle, they dived towards the position of the dragon gun that was thrown first. The dragon spear, which is more than 5 meters long and made entirely of fine steel, is the main weapon of the Sky Knights in the air. Before the advent of the ship-cutting sword, the dragon gun was the most powerful weapon in the air for the Sky Knights. In the process of falling, everyone grabbed their own weapons neatly. One of the requirements for Sky Knights is that they have very good eyesight. It is easy to identify the markings or features on each gun. There are no unnecessary decorations on the gun, and the triangular, palm-long gun head shines. After everyone caught the dragon spear, they held it straight at their side, with the spearhead pointed directly at the ground. At this time, they are like arrows shooting towards the ground, and the people at the back are like arrow feathers, responsible for stabilizing the flight of the arrows, especially when arrows shot through the air. Ezio and others sprinted towards the ground faster, as if accelerating seemed easier. Among the secret combat skills taught by Sky Knights, one can see things from a distance. The so-called good eyesight is actually just a good side effect of this combat skill. Humans do not have a nictitating membrane like birds or reptiles, so how to protect their eyes during a dive is also part of their secret combat skills. However, Ezio certainly didn't know these secret techniques. He only derived advanced combat techniques based on the two basics of jumping and landing. But without those extra skills, it doesn't mean that this talented young man will lose to the Sky Knight from the Karlsruhe Empire. He uses his talent and intuition to conquer everything on the battlefield. But his ability is something that others cannot be jealous of even if they want to. In fact, if Ezio's so-called derivation was applied to other people, it would not be so easy to draw conclusions. None of the Sky Knight's combat skills is the result of hundreds of years of hard work, and no one can draw inferences about other cases. Even Ezio's deduction is extremely crude compared to the methods actually used by the Sky Knights. But of course Ezio didn't care about this. There are difficult ways to use it, and the most important thing is to get the effect. On the ground, they were chasing the fleeing team ahead. The spears and arrows had been almost exhausted in the previous pursuit. But for the hungry orcs, the delicious taste of raw meat in their memories was the reason to persist. In this winter, the most uncomfortable thing was the troops who had been blocked at the southern pass of the Fingi Mountains and had to retreat, because when they turned back, they suddenly found that all the resources had been divided up, leaving nothing for them. The supplies they finally begged for were simply not enough to survive the rest of the winter. Then those who still want to live must do something themselves. I don't know if hungry people have particularly good noses, or if those guys are just unlucky. In short, the appearance of several living people completely stimulated the appetite of a team of orcs. It's not that half-orcs don't eat each other, but they also know how smelly the meat of their own race is. Who would eat stinky meat when there is delicious food? So before the civil strife broke out, this orc team instead hunted those few ownerless humans. Or maybe they had an owner. But since they were run away, who cares who it originally belonged to? But at the moment when the results were achieved, a strange whistling sound suddenly filled my ears and became louder and louder. They were not the only ones who heard this sound. The people running away in front seemed to also hear it. In their exhausted state, someone was frightened by the strange whistling sound and stumbled, falling to the ground. The man who was fleeing in front did not abandon his companions, but instead rushed to help the fallen man in a panic. This undoubtedly made their escape even more difficult. However, the chasing team did not take the opportunity to arrest anyone. They also stopped because of the strange sound. It's not difficult to find the source of the sound. You can see it just by looking up. It's just that these half-orcs from the underground world are not as alert as the soldiers of the Hater Empire. As an old rival of the Karlsruhe Empire, who has not seen the meteor attack from the Sky Knights, especially cluster strikes, which will definitely be a nightmare for Denskews. But the orcs didn't recognize these. They just looked up in confusion, letting the small black dots in the sky continue to enlarge. Compared with the Sky Knight's landing technique, the magic principle of the magician's feather falling technique is used. The emphasis is on landing gently to minimize self-injury to the person landing. Meteor strike is a technique that goes against the grain and focuses on landing hard. Not only will the person hit die, but even those around him will be attacked by the shock wave and injured. Moreover, this shock wave is not like a certain time traveler's hometown, where the blast wind after the bomb explodes does little damage, but is a truly lethal bomb fragment. The meteor strike of the Midi Sky Knight contains the warrior's fighting spirit skills. Just being exposed to these fluctuations will break bones and mince flesh at the least. The half-orcs may be thankful that they don't know this, and they have less worries and fears before they die. In fact, even if they knew that they were locked, they would not be able to escape the killing range of the meteor strike. Everyone in the air has long missed the height where they can still perform stable landing techniques at their current speed. But they still held up their spear tips, which turned into fiery red spears due to high-speed friction with the air, and changed their positions in the air, from the original position of head and feet, holding the gun in a dive, as it rolled in the air. It changed to the position of head and feet, hands and feet holding the gun. It's like a monkey clinging to a tree branch. Such a gesture sounds ridiculous, but in fact not many people would have the opportunity to laugh. From the time he saw the little black dot falling from the sky to the point of the gun, there was not even a chance for people to realize that they should run a reminiscing carousel. The pressure of fighting energy wrapped around the tip of the gun had already torn the orcs apart. The moment it hits the ground, the energy spreads out and the target enemy is blown to pieces. The wind pressure spread in all directions. Several young people who had mastered the correct Imperial combat skills changed the direction of their force the moment the dragon lance touched the ground and bounced themselves to other places. He also hooked the weapon and covered it in front of him after landing. This is the follow-up action that is least taxing on their bodies and also provides protection. But Ezio didn't understand this. He only deduced how to perform the first half of the combat skills. And the power of the meteor strike was not as good as others. In the follow-up action, he just slid down from the tail of the gun to the tip of the gun that landed on the ground. And because the dragon spear bore less than half of his impact, it pushed the spear head deeper into the ground, leaving the remaining 2/3 of the 5-meter spear exposed. Perhaps the snowdrift also acted as a buffer. Ezio seemed to be smashed into it, squatting in the snow pit with thick snow, gasping for air. The flawed meteor strike combat technique caused his body to withstand too much unnecessary impact. It was fortunate that he had been nourished by dragon blood. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into a meat pie. Fortunately, however, his meteor strike combat skills were not perfect, and the impact and explosion of his fighting spirit did not completely explode. Otherwise, based on his landing position closest to the escapees, if his combat skills were used normally, those few people would be seriously injured, if not torn into pieces. I didn't notice that the few young people from the Karlsruhe Empire who had mastered the correct skills landed far behind, although the dragon spear did not directly tear apart any enemy. Judging from the mess on the ground, no one could survive, and they were determined to teach the young general the correct attack techniques after this battle. It is really terrible to mess around with only a little knowledge, and still have the capital to mess around. Ezio's performance today was more about hitting the ground with physical strength than a crash. If he had even scratched the surface of the subsequent storm explosion technique, those targets to be rescued would definitely not survive. Ezio quickly recovered after landing. In addition to the dragon blood he absorbed that is still functioning today, the harmonious combat skills he learned from the White Sword Saint William also quickly adjusted the coordination of his body. As for the psychological level, he has always been a crazy kid who dared to run around and have fun. Such excitement is not so much something he can bear, but rather something he will pursue. If it weren't for the target that needed to be rescued in front of him, he might have been thinking about the next impact. The few people who were frightened were supporting each other in the snow. He stared blankly at the few strange soldiers descending from the sky, and instantly defeated the pursuers. At the same time, the airship that spiraled down also appeared in their sight. Chapter 1541 The Hider. From confirming their identity to boarding the airship, it didn't take a group of people too long. Anyway, take off your heavy winter clothes. As long as you are not a demon or an orc, you are one of your own. Several half-grown children were stuffing biscuits into their mouths as dry food. This stuff isn't delicious, but it's filling. For children who are growing tall and haven't eaten enough for a long time, they want to fill every space in their stomachs. The children who are most deeply touched by this scene are those children from primary schools. Once upon a time, they were like this when they were on the streets. As long as they had the chance to eat, they would eat as much as possible. Because I don't know where my next meal will be. Although it feels like it happened a lifetime ago. But in fact, they are not far away from such a life. And they are not much different from the children in front of them in age. Rather than saying that my current mood is one of pity, it is better to say that it is deep emotion. But the oldest child didn't bother to eat. While spraying cookie crumbs, he begged, "Please, please go and save the others. They are not far from here. There are not many people. Just a few people. If we just follow you and leave like this, they will definitely not be able to survive on their own." Ezio handed over a glass of water and said condolences. "Drink some water first, and then talk carefully. Where is the person? And what are the details?" Only then did the big boy tell them their situation. They can be called pioneers, reclaiming a piece of uncultivated wasteland. If they could hold their own, they would receive 10 years of tax exemption from the Lord. If there is no Lord, you can claim ownership. This is the custom in Lost Land. The number is 5 families. There are many capable people in these families. Without such a person as a backer, they would not dare to explore the natural world that can eat people. But the war of demonic invasion shattered their expectations for the future. The evil camp army passing through the border like locusts caused all humans living on this land to lose the foundation for their livelihood and even their lives. These 5 families were not spared. They fled from the land they had cultivated with their own hands. Some lost their lives in the process, while others hid in the mountains and forests. These children are the ones who escaped the war. Originally, there were adults taking care of them. In this winter when supplies were scarce, they tried their best to collect things that could satisfy their hunger. But later, the adults didn't come back. I don't know if he escaped or died. The children were really hungry and couldn't bear it. So it was the older ones who ventured out. Then he was discovered by the orcs and fled. Then he was discovered by the airship and rescued. Of course they were willing to leave with the airship. But they had to take away the children who were still hiding. Because they are younger and do not live in a big city. In this freezing weather, it was impossible for those children to survive on their own. Of course, Ezio would not refuse such a request. But he wouldn't just stupidly head in the direction these older kids were reporting. Instead, let someone scout the place first to confirm the situation. The location of the mountain forest, where this group of people was hiding, was very clever. It happened to be a concave cave. It is also camouflaged and arranged so that it is difficult to see the clues from a distance. At first, during the Arcane Eyes investigation, there was no reaction from any living body. You must know that although the Arcane Eye will still be covered, the range of detecting the underground will be greatly reduced compared to areas without shelter. But you have to go deep into the ground to see things that cannot be seen. So Ezio once thought that those children were lying. It wasn't until the radar operator reminded him that he remembered that he had asked to shield a biological target that was too weak. After revising down such restrictions, and still excluding bug-level creatures, we saw the physical reactions of those children. As for the children who were left behind, as the older children who were rescued before said, there are those who cannot even speak a complete sentence, who stumble when walking, and some who are even in their infancy. They were not wary at all. And when someone came to pick them up, they followed them obediently. Therefore, the statement that these few people will never be able to survive alone without a few sensible older children is very likely to happen. As for nearby hiding places, the nearest demon or orc military camps and outposts are all quite far away. As long as the airship does not stay, there is no risk of being discovered or surrounded. After confirming the situation, Ezio and others took away the remaining children as quickly as possible. The process was uneventful, and there were no routines like the appearance of the Virgin Mary or the birth of disaster. In fact, everyone has a sense of compassion. This is a famous saying from a sage who came from a long time ago. The off-putting part is doing what seems like the right thing at the wrong time and in the wrong place. Moreover, The Society of Lost Land has not educated people to the point of being indifferent. Ezio dared to save people because the missions had been completed, and it had nothing to do with the overall situation. The second is that their location belongs to the empty area on the north side of the mountain. Even if there are humans or enemies active, it is only a few or a dozen people on a very small scale. The third is also to stimulate everyone. Perhaps after the mission is completed and we can go back safely, this reconnaissance mission will be considered a successful conclusion. But after all, they are not professional spies. They are warriors and soldiers who need to maintain their blood. And to achieve this level, what is more useful than a victory? Perhaps with the strength of an airship. If you fight a small team of orcs, winning is nothing, but losing is quite embarrassing. But people's hearts are often not that complicated. A justifiable excuse can change a person's mood. Anyway, Ezio needs a win. Maybe wiping out a whole squad of orcs was nothing. But they also rescued a handful of extra people. A large group of people responsible for rescue will definitely not take care of a small number of people. This success also made Ezio face up to a minor flaw in the entire rescue plan. Those were the trapped people, like the group of children in front of them, whose numbers were so small that they were not worthy of being rescued by large forces. Are there many such people? In fact, Ezio discovered many such people during today's investigation. Most of them hide in remote places where few people live. And because they were not on the route of the Demon Coalition's suppression from the beginning, they have survived to this day. It's just that Ezio doesn't think that these people, like the children saved today, can all be directly classified as targets to be rescued. Maybe there really are some reclusive masters inside. Not only can they be self-sufficient, but they have not been discovered by the devil. If you really take the risk to contact such people, you will risk exposing them. As for those who really need rescue, Ezio believes there are many. How to identify the difference between the two, and how to safely rescue the most people in the shortest time. There are no standard procedures. If you follow everything, you will never make a mistake. This is an action for which there is neither a standard answer nor time to plan properly. And like the entire rescue plan, everyone agreed that this was an operation with only one chance. After this, the Demon Coalition will never let these people linger under their siege. Even if it can be saved, the chance of traps will definitely increase. Even if you still want to carry out rescue by then, the difficulty and risk may increase to an unacceptable level. This kind of anxiety comes from a feeling that Ezio cannot express to others. Ever since he crossed the Wind Emperor Mountains, Ezio had always felt that he was being targeted. Who was being targeted? Have no idea. But he can be sure that as long as he neglects a certain detail, he will pay an unbearable price. The calmness in front of me does not mean that it will always be so smooth. Ezio didn't want to be the first guinea pig selected by demons and orcs to find a way to deal with airships. After having an idea in his mind, Ezio left the children under the care of the rough guys from the Marine Corps, and called the heads of each group to discuss it. Things like this are not something he can just do whatever he wants. First, the entire airship must reach a consensus before they can compete with the big boss who directed the rescue mission. If not, do it in private. Being treated as a missing person is fine, but being treated as a defector should make you cry. And another concern is that although there was no battle during the whole day today, everyone's nerves were tense all day long for the mission. Although I still rescued a group of people in the end, I was more or less ready to call it a day. So I just let myself go. If we turn around and have to go on a small rescue mission alone, whether everyone can endure it is also a question. If mental weakness brings risks to the operation and costs more lives, then it is better to retreat. However, everyone's enthusiasm was far better than Ezio imagined. In a state of excitement, and stimulated by the small victory of the Marine Corps, everyone's enthusiasm for continuing the rescue mission did not need to be stirred up by Ezio. There were still people who planned to make such suggestions. But when the matter was reported to the commander-in-chief of the rescue mission, there were different changes. The veteran of the Hater Empire still insisted on the requirement to assemble within a limited time. Unless there are special circumstances, the forward airship must choose to retreat and disengage from the mission. The reason is also very simple. Even if a large force gathers, it may not be possible to rescue the trapped people at all gathering points. So what's the point of spreading our efforts to save those scattered humans? Instead of wasting the energy and strength, it is better to identify those large gathering points and save every extra one. Besides, if those small places could survive most of the winter, they would have a chance to hide until humans counterattack. There is no need to remind the devil that there is no hiding place. Secondly, if such a thing is allowed, then most airships will choose to rescue these lonely birds. But no one will go to the gathering place with a large number of people waiting to be rescued. As a result, it took the same amount of time and risk, but saved fewer people. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Although this reason slightly extinguished everyone's enthusiasm, it cannot be denied that there is truth in it. But the veteran was not completely unkind. He emphasized that only the airships required to go out for reconnaissance could be organized into the rescue force if they arrived before the time limit. If it is impossible to arrive, free movement will be allowed under special circumstances. In fact, this implies that if you decide what you want to do, you are responsible for it. He didn't let go. After Ezio received the reply, he made a decision immediately. Chapter 1542 Rescue. Ezio's idea is not complicated. That is, save as much as you can before the time limit. Anyway, the biggest advantage of the Twin Griffins is its fast speed. As long as you calculate the distance to the meeting point, it's not a big problem to get back within the time limit. As for the tolerance of the veteran general of the Hater Empire, don't think that the human camp's coalition forces have such a loose structure, and it is difficult to implement orders. It's because the forward sentries have a certain degree of freedom. Except for major targets, they can adjust the content of their actions according to the situation. If such a person is allowed to act strictly according to a certain plan without giving any space, it may turn into a disaster. Because you are on the front line, anything can happen. And there is not necessarily a response plan for these things. So frontline commanders are needed. If the general is outside, the Emperor's orders will not be accepted. This sentence is actually applicable not only to the battles for military power and imperial power. When Ezio conveyed his thoughts to everyone, the entire Twin Griffin began to move. However, since it was night, Ezio did not intend to maintain the same alert state as during the day, taking into account the rest requirements of everyone and the combat capability of the airship. 2 or 3 shifts were arranged depending on the position. Thanks to the fact that it was winter, and it was a moonless night, the activity of all living things was reduced to a minimum. The airship relies on the advantage of the arcane eye, and its ability to fight at night is not much better than during the day. But it is not much different. So Ezio dares to use rotating combat power to operate at night. If everyone really has to grit their teeth and persevere, if the chain fails at the critical moment, it will be more terrifying than insufficient combat power. Next, the Marines who have the heaviest and busiest tasks among all the crew members will be the Marines, who have been doing nothing all day long. To save people, it is necessary to come into contact with the ground. How to win people's trust, how to persuade the other party, and how to command a group of laymen to cooperate in actions. All test the wisdom of the Marine Corps members. This time, Ezio was confused about whether to follow him to the ground. He did not interfere in the formation and tasking of the Marine Corps. This is because there are many and detailed matters, and it is the best choice for the Marines to arrange them themselves, rather than him, the commander, having to worry about them directly. If he stays in the air, he can get a better overview through the perspective of the arcane eye. Unfortunately, the shortcoming of this approach is that it is inconvenient to communicate with the ground. It is impossible to obtain first-hand information and make judgments, and can only rely on flash or pyrotechnic signals to transmit messages. It would be easier for people on the ground to just tell them to die if they just keep their eyes on the forum and wait for updates while taking action. Being distracted on the battlefield is more deadly than anything else. If you go to the ground to take command in person, although it will be helpful in dealing with various emergencies that the people below have no right to decide, you can imagine how long this night will become. Lamenting his hard life and complaining about the lazy magician, Ezio returned to the back cabin without looking back. The people in the control room are responsible for the arrangement of the flight route. As long as they are arranged in advance, there won't be many temporary decisions. The most they can do is order a retreat before the deadline, so that they can return to the rendezvous point in time to assist in the official rescue mission. Neither Ezio nor anyone else thought about giving up on that big mission. In comparison, Marine Corps ground operations have too many variables. If you don't keep a close eye on it and waste time, you may drag the entire airship into danger. So Ezio never thought of handing over decision-making power to others. Sometimes such an attitude does not necessarily mean fighting for power with those below, but simply taking responsibility for oneself. At least when facing someone who is pestering him blindly. Instead of arguing with him about whether to leave or not, Ezio has the courage and obligation to directly give the order to leave. Whether it's kidnapping the other person away, or leaving the other person behind and walking away. If this decision were placed on others, they might not dare to make it. At this time, if there is a boss who is brave enough to take the blame, the people below will be much more relaxed. But you don't need to talk so much to the Marines. What everyone is discussing is still the content of specific actions. In fact, at the time they were discussing, the twin griffins had arrived at the first place where a small number of humans seemed to gather. People in the command room naturally have a process for determining goals. After the target was determined to be a human being, the airship began to descend. At this time, the shortcoming of the twin griffin appeared in vertical takeoff and landing. Most traditional airships rely on magic to adjust their height, and the process is not fast. But vertical takeoff and landing is a standard maneuver, not something new. The new airship has an external propeller and the speed of horizontal flight. Climb and descent is not the same as in the past. But when it comes to vertical landing, it has been brought back to its original shape, on the same level as a traditional airship. So the so-called shortcomings here, the slowness that everyone feels, are all based on comparing the performance of the twin griffin in other aspects. It's not like the great designer of the shuttle never thought of allowing the angle of the external propeller to be adjusted. But the more agencies there are, the more fragile the structure becomes. After several times of violent acceleration, the propeller flew out on its own, and the idea of solving this defect was abandoned. So if the twin griffins were to land at a fixed point now, they would either do it slowly or descend in a spiral trajectory. No matter what choice you make, this action will take more time. During this process, the Marine detachment scheduled to be the first to launch did not wait obediently on the airship. They followed Ezio and jumped out of the open rear hatch. Use the Sky Knight's landing skills to reach the ground first. There is no way for the Sky Knight to land silently, no matter how hard he tried to cover it up. The moment he landed, it was like a loud roar echoed in the chests of those around him. As expected, the people hiding nearby were awakened. It means that no one can sleep peacefully on such a cold and hungry night. In addition, there are demons and orcs out there hunting humans, and the slightest movement will wake up this group of frightened humans from their sleep. The group of people who jumped up were all looking for the source of the abnormality and where it was, so that they could decide on the direction to escape. Don't think that the place where they are hiding is quite remote, and they may not encounter a demon or orc once in dozens of days. However, monsters or beasts operating in nature will still threaten their lives. In the past, they had fortifications such as houses and fences to protect themselves. It may not be possible to protect oneself against some powerful monsters, but it is enough to deal with most monsters and beasts. Now, they are hiding in an unprotected place. Even if a few people are not bitten away and some of their food reserves are destroyed, it is still distressing enough. So it's important to see clearly what's trying to scare them. It was not difficult for Ezio to understand the nervousness and worry of this group of people. So he took the lead in revealing his identity. He held a magic prop similar to an oil lamp, which emitted soft white light and illuminated his appearance clearly. Ezio said, "We are the airship rescue force of the Heidel Empire. Please bring your valuables and come out. There is not much time." Ezio did not lower his voice. This was also because he was very sure that there were no enemies around. So he dared to act like this. The reason why the name Heidel Empire was used is because the airship corps is the most famous, and everyone knows it. If we talk about the airship troops of the Guana Empire, the people who are hiding will probably immediately think about how the Guana Empire has any airship troops, and thus doubt the purpose of the people coming. Anyway, the Hader Empire did participate in the war, and what came was their trump card: half of the airship army, and they were indeed subordinate to him in this mission. Therefore, Ezio did not hesitate to use such power. Perhaps the name of the empire is really useful. And under the light source, a human appears. The other Marines who accompanied Ezio to the ground early, wearing light armor, could clearly see their human characteristics. In short, he is not a demon or an orc, and his credibility is slowly rising. After chattering for a long time, someone finally came out of the hiding place. In fact, after confirming that there were people on the ground, Ezio and others paid special attention to the surrounding terrain as soon as they landed. Although the snow has hidden most of the traces frequented by humans are still slightly different from other places. Therefore, it is not difficult for Ezio and others to discover where the target is hidden. If you just pull people out directly, even if you don't scare them, your trust level will probably decrease. That's why he didn't act recklessly. Like the leader of this group of refugees, an old man with a stooped figure and a somewhat embarrassed appearance stood up, bowed and said, "Sir, you said that you are a member of the Hader Empire's airship corps. This is really?" The time was just right. And before Ezio could reply, the twin griffins appeared above everyone, carrying heavy wind pressure. The indicator lights that were originally turned off on the airship were all turned on after lowering to a certain height. Also turned on were the searchlights directed toward the ground, echoing the light source of the lamp-shaped magic prop in Ezio's hand. It feels like a heroic debut. Seeing such a picture, even if there were doubts at first, everyone now believes it. Although they did not know that the airships of the Hater Empire should have Legion emblems. Nor did they recognize the emblems of the Cubby family of the Guana Empire. But airships were a creation that demons and orcs did not have. If you can drive this thing, you will definitely not be an enemy. Since they are not enemies, they are one of our own. So under the shouts of the Marines, they hurriedly called the remaining people to come out of their hiding places, and brought with them a few children who were not counted originally, in addition to clothing, metals, and valuables to keep out the cold. Ezio forced them to throw away their excess burdens, such as pots and pans. Maybe these can be considered as belongings. But if you bring a flying vehicle that is very careful about its weight, believe it or not, Ezio will kick out everyone together when it encounters an overweight problem. In short, he has a dark face that makes people dare to be angry but dare not speak out. Things progress surprisingly smoothly and quickly. When everyone boarded the airship from the rear hatch, someone was naturally responsible for settling the group of refugees who had just escaped from their berth. Ezio and others set their sights on the next rescue location, praying secretly in their hearts, hoping that the next operation would be equally smooth. Chapter 1543 Another Accident. The one-night rescue was not always as smooth as the first one. During the process, there was also a person who was so hungry that he took a few sharpened bamboo poles and clamored to hijack the airship and dominate everything. Or she was holding a child who didn't know whether he was dead or alive. And the woman who looked like the mother was yelling curses, using all kinds of vicious and embarrassing words, or kidnapping remarks to seize the moral high ground. Everyone in the airship will have to pay an inexplicable price. Not to mention that there are more Marines on the ground than the opponent. Are the combat capabilities of both sides the same level? Can we use it for comparison? These people tried to control an army by turning against foreigners. If it could happen, everyone on the Twin Griffins would die. He would be blackmailed by a few civilians, and he would not even be qualified to be cannon fodder on the battlefield. As expected, facing such a person, Ezio did not wait for the airship to land, and he and the Marines jumped into the rear cabin door of the airship accurately, leaving behind a place full of stunned living people. In fact, Ezio was the only one who could perform a precise vertical leap. Other young men from the Karlsruhe Empire have the skills to change direction and exert force in the air. Although it is not as flexible as flying, you can still adjust your posture and direction. As for those left behind, no one has sympathy. It is true that fallen people also have the value of being saved, but that is something that should only be considered after all the good people have been saved and there is still some energy left. Don't say that time doesn't allow it. After rescuing the good guys, it may be too late to go back and save these bastards. In fact, in addition to time, the space of the airship does not allow it. The limited capacity and load may not even be able to carry the good people we're saving. So how could we waste time on a bunch of bastards? This is not to mention whether such a person will settle down after boarding the airship, or whether he will become a hidden danger. In line with the idea of being responsible for the airship, Ezio did not hesitate to get rid of these people. Others did not dare to say anything too unpleasant on the surface, but privately they all secretly applauded. However, no matter how fast the Twin Griffin is, no matter how much time it saves on traveling, it can't cover too many places and save enough people in one night. Before the time limit, the people they rescued could not fill up the airship's activity space. But the large space in the back cabin was full of people. But if we don't return, we won't be able to catch up with the official rescue operation. He could only put his desire to save people into his subsequent actions. But just when they were counting the time to return, another accident happened. Ezio, who returned to the command room, originally planned to take a good rest in order to cope with the big mission in the future. Unexpectedly, the boy guarding the radar table in the middle of the night disturbed him while he was in a daze. "General, there seems to be someone down there. Do you want to go down?" Ezio, who came back to his senses, did not refuse directly. If you can do it easily, it's not impossible. But he still said cautiously, "Let's take a look at the situation first and make sure it's a person. It seems that this location has not been recorded before." While adjusting the function of the arcane eye, the radar operator said, "According to previous records, there is indeed no one here. They may have come from other places, or they may be hiding in some special place." The arcane eye is not omnipotent. and there are ways to shield it. So it's not surprising that some fish slipped through the cracks. Ezio, who was very aware of this magical flaw, was not surprised, but he still carefully confirmed. Is there a picture of the ground? Here we come! After saying lo, the real scene of the ground was shown on the map table. In the picture, the night that has entered the second half of the night is inexplicably darker. In the night mode of the arcane eye, several people on the ground stepped on the thick snow and trudged forward. It looks like a family, some big and some small, some boys and some girls. The tallest and strongest man walked at the end of the team, staring at everyone and not letting anyone fall behind. But it feels a little weird to say that this is a family. Everyone looking at the map table felt this way, but no one said it out loud. In the end, Ezio made the decision and said, "Let the Marines make contact. I won't go down this time. I'll pick someone up along the way and make up for the wasted time." Right. The latter sentence was asking about the specific command of the twin griffins, the captain of the ship. This baron, who came from a family affiliated with Kawe, made some advance arrangements when arranging the plan. Although some time was wasted, it was still very easy to meet up with the main force before the time limit. So he was not embarrassed and nodded to Ezio. Then do it! With 4 simple words. There were naturally adjutants, who performed their respective duties, to convey Ezio's order to those who should know. He himself leaned back on a high stool next to the map table. Although he didn't close his eyes, he was still breathing calmly. Although fatigue cannot be easily resolved, it is not difficult to reduce some of the side effects of discomfort and lack of concentration. Others did not continue to disturb Ezio. They all knew how much the commander had done that night. Even between each rescue, there is a small window period. But in such a trivial time, it is difficult to truly rest well. Therefore, others can only give this hard-working commander a better rest environment. However, the opposite happened. Ezio felt that he had just been in a fugue for 2 minutes when he heard the young man guarding the radar exclaim, "Something happened! The Marines were attacked! Someone has fallen! Someone has fallen!" Ezio suddenly jumped up and stood up from the high stool. After glancing at the ground conditions on the map table, several members of the Marine Corps did fall to the ground, staining the snow beneath them red. He immediately rushed out and said at the same time, "Ask the remaining Marines to go out armed and throw out my weapons. The side hatch of the airship is unlocked. It is necessary to let people go down to support you. And you unlock the side hatch because it is faster to go down that way. It would take too much time to take the inner passage of the airship to the rear cabin." After a while, all the Marines jumped out of the twin griffins and rushed towards the ground. The lamp-shaped magic props brought by the advance team are the best guiding lights. It's impossible to run in the wrong direction. But in just such a short time, all the advance troops had fallen to the ground. When Ezio and others landed, it was confirmed that there was only one real enemy. The other women, young and old, are just bait. These decoys were also frightened, and their legs became weak after witnessing the battle. They could only hold each other and tremble. It seems more likely that there was coercion rather than collusion. The man who fell to the ground looked seriously injured, but there was still a chance of rescue. The person who did it didn't leave. It was as if he was waiting for the support team to arrive, and was ready to continue to deal with the people. Ezio and others who landed on the ground did not directly rescue the people, because the injured were all within the enemy's attack range. If you enter rashly, you may become a target. Everyone pulled out their own melee weapons, and spread out to form an encirclement network, surrounding the enemies in front of them. At the same time, they also relied on the faint light to examine this unexpectedly powerful enemy. The opponent was a strong orc who was taller and more muscular than a normal human, but not obese yet. You must know that there are many, Roshan, level beings among the strong orcs, and their strength is frightening. But such people are much inferior in speed and flexibility. A thick cloak is used to protect against wind and snow. The armor worn inside was very orc style, consisting of large pieces of iron sheets strung together to cover the vital parts. If one piece is not thick enough, add a few more pieces. The weapons used were 2 large hatchets with curved blades and thick backs, which were as long as an arm. The blade had many notches and curls, but no one would doubt that the hatchet, which was still stained with blood, was lethal enough to injure someone. The most conspicuous feature is that there is a gash on the left cheek from the corner of his mouth, making him look like he is sneering. As for facial features, Ezio admitted that he would not appreciate the beauty of orcs, but the terrifying appearance of the person in front of him reminded him of someone. So he asked, "Are you half?" Ezio Augustus. The orc raised the hatchet in his right hand, pointed at the person who had just asked the question, and said, "The only apprentice William recognized." "Right. It seems you are right." William said that if anyone can take away the title of Sword Master from him, it must be you. William Greco, the White Sword Master, is one of the primary school's official martial arts instructors. Basically, he has to be in the holy city of Starry, and when he is in the mood, he will give advice to the person asking for advice. He is a senior teacher who is rare but hard to find. But Ezio is different. It's not that he won William's favor because of his background of being close to a certain magician and the old black dragon. It's just that this kid is not afraid of strangers, dares to pester people, and he does have his talent. William's teaching was completely eloquent. There are no tricks to break down, nor are there any techniques for exerting force. It all depends on feeling. It is this kind of person who can directly understand Tai Chi's Tzu after seeing the Mobius strip given by someone. This is a completely unreasonable scene in someone's eyes. Also because this method of understanding and teaching is so weird. No one can understand what William is teaching. Being able to understand a little bit of it will definitely benefit you a lot. Only Ezio not only understood William's teachings, he could even reproduce its contents. Just like the less talkative Kaya and the shy Marquise Balin, the two actually became close friends. It can only be attributed to the alignment of the radio waves, and it happened like this. The master-disciple pair, William and Ezio, are in the same situation. And because Ezio did learn everything William taught him, therefore, the White Sword Master did not deny Ezio's identity as his apprentice, and even introduced him as a confidant. Yes, this guy's idea is so weird. Unlike others who would try their best to trick or exploit them after teaching apprentices, William and Ezio have become lifelong friends across the age spectrum and talk about everything. Although William was quite talkative in the past, he would only talk about the local customs and customs he saw, and there would never be anything about himself. It's like they would be particularly taboo about it. But Ezio was able to learn many of the Sword Master's experiences from William's mouth. Neither Lin, nor the Demon Princess Odd, nor even William's many close friends knew about this. This shows how precious it is. It was in the private experiences of these White Sword Masters that Ezio learned about a very special orc he encountered when William was traveling in the underground world. A strong half-orc who looked very much like him and had the chance to replace him as the Sword Master. Chapter 1544 First Game. The two people facing each other learned about each other's existence from a common acquaintance. Needless to say, there is no need to mention the relationship between Ezio and William. They are masters and apprentices in name and in reality. But they are also close friends. And Ban and William also have the same kind of relationship as enemies and friends. We will practice a few tricks during the meeting to see if each other has made progress during this time. Of course, I will also chat a few words and comment on the country. It was during such small talk that I half learned that William had a young apprentice. And I really learned a lot from him. So from a long time ago, I have been interested in Ezio, who I have never met before. However, Ezio was not curious about what kind of person the orc, who was rated by William as the most promising sword master was. In addition to Ezio's lack of pursuit of distinction between strong and weak, he also knew very well what a sword master was, and had no interest in inheriting such a title from William. Sword master is not a profession, nor is it a title awarded by anyone, but a very special kind of chosen person. He who is favored by the sword. The sword here can refer to all metal-edged weapons, regardless of form. William even has a special ability. That is, he can draw a sword wherever he can hold it, no matter if there is a weapon hidden in that place, or if it is made of metal. In other words, William Greco, the sword master, would never be in the dilemma of having no weapons to use. However, this blessing can also be seen as a curse, which is why he dislikes using Hakiri. In his perception, the Hagiri clan were not swords, but creatures of another level. To become such a chosen person, of course, it is not unilaterally favored by the sword, but one also has to make sacrifices, whether it's emotional or other costs. William's almost innocent purity is probably the reason why he was favored by the sword and became a sword master. But Ezio wouldn't want to go down this path and become another William Greco. Another big reason is that by following this path, it is easy to continue on the road to becoming a god. All things are animistic, channeling spirits into gods. This is the method accomplished by the old gods. Some arise from the consciousness of the spirits of all things, while others are achieved by occupying a certain position and gathering the spirits of all things. But in this era, Ezio believed that the day he took this path and became a god would be the day he died. Fanatical, the former demon king, will never allow the old gods to resurrect. He will kill everyone he sees without any discussion. Even if no one believed that such a threat was true. Ezio absolutely believed it. And it was even less likely that he would offend the lady. However, whether he is not interested in Half or the sword master, it does not mean that Ezio will forget about this strong orc. That's why I can recognize it at a glance today. The orc and a half character is not as pure as William. Although his character is not inclined to the chaotic or evil camp, he will not deliberately shirk or refuse to join when several orc kingdoms and tribes in the underground world unite to attack the ground. As for why the orc half appears here, I can only say that the forum is a good thing. The separation between the underground world and the lost land is not as clear-cut as the abyss. Caravans from the surface world also go to the underground world from time to time. So how can a forum that has been popular in the lost world for more than 20 years know nothing about the underground world? And how could the forum, a very convenient tool for transmitting information, not be used in war? Even if there's no way to do it instantly, it's still faster than a messenger running around. Ban, who chose to act alone, tried to set up a trap after receiving the message on the forum. They planned to try their luck to see if they could encounter the human force from the airship that had caused them a lot of trouble. I was not sure at all whether anyone would fall for such a simple trap. In fact, in their haste, the orcs couldn't do any better. Not to mention, it was still midnight. But even a trap that was so simple that it couldn't even be called a trap actually caught people out. The few humans who were being driven away by the strong beast men were casually caught by him on the road. Because he acted alone, he discovered many hiding spots of surviving humans, and because he was not particularly hostile to humans, he did not report the situation of these survivors. Just in use now. If this trap fails to fool anyone, it is almost possible that these humans will be let go in the end. Although I really want to use some noble reason to beautify my semi-cannibalistic attitude. In fact, it is just because human meat is not considered high-end among all food types. So this man does not eat it. The only food he can eat is dragon meat and various Warcraft ingredients. Because only this kind of food can provide him with enough nutrients to move towards a higher realm. Anyway, by chance, Ban and Ezio met. There are no special sparks. Nor is there any situation where enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. The two parties belong to different camps and are hostile to each other. And fighting on the battlefield is inevitable. Both of them were in a calm mood. After thinking clearly about the situation of the orcs in front of him, Ezio immediately ordered, "Take the injured and those few people away. Find a way to board the airship." There were only a few words of instructions. But in fact Ezio and Ban had already experienced a thrilling confrontation secretly. The fight between the two of them was all about micro-confrontations such as glances, waving hands, and kicks. Because as soon as they find that their offensive intentions will be blocked and there is a possibility of being exploited by a counterattack, they will immediately change their approach. After hundreds of micro-fights, the two of them didn't even have a chance to make a serious move. Only then did I remember the comment that the common acquaintance gave to the other party, and really took it seriously in my heart. Even in the micro-fight, he half had the upper hand. But this strong orc also knew that it was because the enemy in front of him wanted to protect others from evacuating, which gave him more opportunities. It's a pity that even with those exposed flaws, he failed to grasp them and was dodged by his opponent. This kind of micro-confrontation depends on the eyesight and reaction of the two people. Now it seems that the human beings in front of us are not inferior to ourselves in these two aspects. It's not that I haven't considered using my physical fitness, that is, my strength, to eat this human being. But there was one rumor that he did not dare to ignore. And that was the exposure of the Gate of the Abyss. The first batch of humans who spread the news killed several demons. Even big demons. In that pursuit battle, the orcs could only be used as minions and pawns of the devil. In this way, people still escaped. And even many orcs and demons were killed and injured. We learned from the survivors that the human behind the enemy had an indestructible dagger, and that all armor and shields could not escape any blow from the dagger. Even the demon's body, which is rough skin and rough flesh, can be cut open without any hindrance. And such an evil star circulating among the orcs is very likely to be the person in front of him. So how could the orc half not guard against the dagger and just send himself forward stupidly? Although he can be regarded as one who is favored by weapons, the weapons in his hands can also exert their due effectiveness beyond normal. But this does not mean that the weapon in his hand can be automatically upgraded to a level that can compete with the artifact. What particularly caught Half's attention was that he didn't see the rumored dagger. Did you not bring it with you? Or was it destroyed? Lost? Or is it hidden in the left hand? I recall that in a series of micro-confrontations, The left hand of the person in front of me seemed to hold the key to victory, and was not easily used. These warnings made the orcs pay more attention to Ezio's left arm. The micro-confrontation between the two did not affect anyone else. In the eyes of others, Ezio and the orcs were just staring at each other, completely unable to appreciate the danger inside. You know, if anyone really reveals irreparable flaws in the microfight, then once it is actually launched, the continuous attacks will continue and further expand the disadvantage of the unwary until it is irreversible. And this so-called irreversibility is death. None of them would be reluctant to kill him just because the other person also knew William. Given the environment in which the orcs grew up, pity and compassion were the emotions they lacked the most. Even if someone is not inclined towards evil or chaos, it does not mean that he becomes a compassionate saint. To Ezio, the alliance of demons and orcs is a group that does all kinds of evil. It's a sin to go with him. How can he forgive the other person just because of a casual friendship? If the two of them didn't take action, it was because they couldn't find an opportunity, not because they didn't want to kill each other. After all the wounded who had fallen to the ground were removed, and the few poor people who had been captured as bait were also taken away, Ben then looked at Ezio, who had been guarding him, and said, "Your people, they're all gone. Why don't you take action? Do you want to stay with me until my reinforcements arrive?" Pointing out that there are reinforcements is actually just to bluff people and see if they will show cowardice. However, Ezio came down from the airship, and he was very aware of the surrounding situation. Unless the ambush relies on magic to conceal their whereabouts, the nearest reinforcements will have to arrive under such heavy snow and road closures, which will not take more than half a day. Therefore, Ezio saw through the situation without speaking out, and was thinking about an escape route in his mind. It's not that I don't want to fight half. It's just that it's not necessary. The outcome between the two has no impact on the entire battle. So those who are fighting life and death here are just delaying their own time. Between the meeting place and the time limit, I didn't have much margin. At least Ezio didn't have the confidence to deal with this opponent before then. If it was really that easy, the result of the previous temptation should have been revealed. Instead of the two of them still being unable to do anything to each other, someone should help recover the dragon spear that was brought down when it landed. That kind of extra long thing is not a weapon that can be used on flat ground. His disadvantage is that he has not yet drawn out his long sword for melee combat, while the orc half has two swords in hand and can attack at any time. But Ezio still acted confident because of the existence of the Dragon Fang hidden blade, which he relied on to save his life or make a comeback at the last moment. So the disadvantage is only apparent, and Ezio doesn't want to change anything. If he wants a quick victory, the best way is to lure the opponent to attack and then counterattack to kill him. But it doesn't look that easy. Chapter 1545 Onslaught. So should I go? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Ezio saw that the blade had struck in front of his eyes. At this time, it was too late to draw the sword and block. He raised his left arm, seemingly using his left wrist. But in fact, he used the dragon's tooth-hidden sword in his sleeve to catch the blow. How could it be possible for someone who had gained the momentum to stop? The knife in the right hand was held up, followed by the knife in the left hand. The two knives danced like windmills, attacking Ezio's most uncomfortable place with every move. I had to block. I had to dodge. I had to fight to get some minor injuries, to prevent myself from losing balance and losing control of my body. Ezio was caught in a violent storm. He didn't need to be careless. As long as he relaxed a little, half of his two swords could exert their destructive power to cut flesh and bones at any time and send him on his way. If we were to escape from the devil's pursuit before, the difficulty lies in the battle that constantly challenges the physical and mental limits. So this time, it will be a competition in all aspects from martial arts, strength to physical fitness. Any shortcomings will become the enemy's target, making the already declining trend even more unbalanced. It was semi-clear that the petite human in front of him was not inferior to him at all in terms of combat awareness and reactions. If you don't expect to overwhelm your opponent in terms of skills, or if your flaws are exposed due to negligence, it is better to use the two swords as heavy weapons to break through the opponent's defense. And he did so, as Ezio struggled to survive. His hidden sword had already been drawn out for use, but a weapon that is not much longer than a palm cannot be of much help at such a disadvantage. It can only save lives. The long sword pulled out in his right hand was chopped at random, turning into a twisted and rotten iron bar. It would not be a surprise to see it cut off any time. The wooden scabbard was immediately scrapped. It was just to protect myself from being hurt when carrying the long sword. It was really a joke to expect it to function as a shield to block such an onslaught. However, even if it was half hoped that such an onslaught could continue until Ezio fell, it was actually impossible to continue indefinitely. Just like a long breath, it will eventually come to an end. For the last highly anticipated blow, Ben put his two swords together and slashed diagonally downwards. Even though the Ryuga hidden sword deflected the two swords from the side, it was still unable to avoid leaving injuries on the body. However, the Weakon failed to follow up with the next blow. Instead, he took a deep breath while advancing forward. Ezio caught him in this little moment of respite. Regardless of the possibility of a broken bone in his arm, he kicked and crawled, using both his hands and feet. From a semi-dead corner, he awkwardly got out of his attack range. Although this distance was created, Ezio's safety was still not guaranteed, because his condition is even worse than that of Half. In order to stay on the airship to facilitate movement and special airborne landings, the equipment that is not even light armor is as if he is not wearing anything in front of Half's double swords. And he can cut anywhere. See blood. On the contrary, as long as Han takes a breath, he can continue to attack. But after all, this battle is not a one-on-one battle between two people. In the previous close combat, the distance was too close for others to intervene. But now that they have distanced themselves, how can the people on the airship just sit idly by and watch? It was not the magician who took action, but the secret weapon that the twin griffins had hidden until now. From the small hatch opened on the starboard side, 3 6-barreled rotating machine guns protruded. The machine gunner is from a family affiliated with Kawi, and is an original crew member of the Twin Griffin. If conditions permit, this secret weapon will be concealed until the end of the war, and will not be used lightly. Ezio knew it, but he never thought of using it beyond his authority. The power of giving orders rested with the Baron, the captain of the boat. The order from the old Duke Kawe allowed the use of this secret weapon when it was to protect the airship and Egio. The situation the Baron was facing now was that he did not dare to order the airship to descend to the range where magic could attack. Strong warriors naturally have their own special skills in dealing with magicians, especially in terms of shortening the distance. If the airship descends to a distance where magic attacks are available, does it mean that the opponent may get close to the airship or even enter the inner cabin? In this world where strength is respected, no one dares to look down upon a strong man with bottomless strength. Therefore, the Baron did not dare to bet that the strong orc on the ground was a target that could only be beaten but could not fight back. Then Ezio was at a disadvantage in the battle, and his life even seemed to be in danger. If this doesn't involve using a secret weapon, then I'm afraid it will never be needed. Therefore, under the instructions of the Baron, the machine gunner was in position, but there was a lack of a chance to shoot. When the two people below pulled away, the 3 machine gunners opened fire. The development of gunpowder weapons in Midland was limited to large artillery. Small firearms are still at the level of flintlock guns. Of course, it is impossible to build a qualified rotating multi-barreled machine gun. Therefore, these machine guns fire magic bullets and are directly connected to the secondary energy pool on the airship. Magic bullets have their own light and can produce a line of fire effect in the dark without the need for interspersed tracer bullets. Although this is also a type of magic, the specially agglomerated body of pure power cannot be dissipated so easily, so it can shoot with a range of several kilometers and hit an area centered on the orc half. However, I don't know whether it's because the machine gunner's training is insufficient, so his accuracy is not good enough, or whether he is able to dodge the magic bullets shot in a straight line from a distance just by relying on intuition. In short, there is probably only one shot that truly threatens half of the target. Most of the shots were still in the air and went straight into the snow without even a snowflake jumping up. For those attacks that really pose a threat, he raises his sword to block it without wasting any energy. Although the attack of magic bullets is strong, it is not unstoppable to warriors who have mastered the magic-breaking skills. Unless the 3 machine gun fires are concentrated and form a barrage, half of the defense can be broken through with numbers. It's a pity that the machine gunner's shooting skills are not as good as this. The only good thing is that they did not cover Ezio in a hail of bullets or block his way out, but gave the people on the ground a chance to retreat. Ezio didn't hesitate at all. Seeing the opportunity created by his companion, he stepped back a large distance. Then he boosted his energy, used his vertical leap technique, and jumped towards the airship's resting position in the air. In fact, the height of the twin griffins meant that even if Ezio was in full condition, he would not be able to jump to such a high position. What's more, he has just suffered a heavy loss and been injured. Although the injury was not serious, it also affected his performance. In this way, It is almost impossible to jump on the twin Griffin. But this little problem certainly won't trouble those young men who were originally from the Karlsruhe Empire's genuine Sky Knights. As the commander of the Marine Corps, he was also a former ace of the Empire and a member of the Dragoon Legion. As early as Ezio took off, he grasped the right direction and threw a dragon gun, then jumped out of the hatch. Ezio, who had exhausted all his strength, stopped rising and was about to fall when the young Marine who jumped out of the hatch grabbed his arm and threw it away. Immediately, Ezio gained speed again and leaped towards the airship. The young man who threw someone away fell in the opposite direction. Just as it happened, this was where the dragon spear he threw in front of him landed. Using the dragon gun as a fulcrum, the young man kicked off his feet. In addition to making the dragon gun shoot towards the ground at a faster speed, he also changed its direction and rose into the air. In the end, both of them entered the airship safely. The command room, who received the notice, did not dare to linger, drove at full speed and ran away without looking back. The orc who was left on the ground was speechless for a while. He didn't act pretentiously and curse people for not practicing martial ethics, but just ran away. This is war, and personal victory or defeat does not matter. What was half expected was the way this group of people got on and off the airship. If the ship floating in the sky lands, it is half certain that they will be able to invade the airship before they pick up the people they want to pick up. It will be a bloody massacre. He didn't even think that there was another person on the airship who could resist him. Even for the man who just escaped, defeating him is only a matter of time. But this group of people has mastered a very special skill that allows them to return to the airship without the airship touching the ground. Such a miscalculation made Ben stand on the ground and sigh helplessly. He couldn't go up to that height. Putting the blades of the two swords in his hands in front of his eyes, he felt helpless. The long sword was not worth mentioning, but the dagger in the sleeve was a disappointment to Ban. How many attacks were disrupted? How many crises were caused by the hidden sword? And how many gaps in the double blades were caused by the short sword? With that weapon, it's no wonder he was able to kill dozens of great demons in a row. Even if he has the ability to protect the weapon in his hand and use its power to its full potential, there is always a limit. Maybe it's time to replace these two knives. Put the two knives back into the hard scabbard made of animal hide. He was half aware that the same trap would not work a second time, so he did not think about leading the departing airship to the ground again, and just walked away through the snow. In the control room of the Twin Griffin, a message came from the copper pipe. After receiving the news from Ezio in the rear cabin, the captain ordered the airship to turn around and run away at full speed. The machine gunners, who were opening meat in actual combat for the first time, complained angrily that they hadn't opened their doors yet. I hope I can circle the target until I shoot the orc to death. The captain, a baron, didn't care if the problem was his own, and directly criticized the opponent's hit rate of less than 10%. And even if it hits, it doesn't cause any damage. And frankly speaking, with this kind of hit rate, if the airship's energy pool power reserve is drained, there is no way to kill the opponent. Then the enemy won't have to run into the air to chop them. The airship will fall on its own. The person who was soured was speechless. After rearranging the machine gun and putting it away, he returned to his post. In a few words, they had already thrown the strong orc on the ground an unknown distance away. It is impossible to go back and find trouble with an enemy. But what everyone was most concerned about was the wounded soldiers who were rescued on the airship, including Ezio. The doctor on board the boat is treating everyone. This is a new professional name developed after the life priest of the Church of Three Holy Lights joined forces with a certain former demon king of the original Lich, although it is the name of a certain traveler's hometown. No one knows this. Chapter 1546 Half Evaluation. Instead of following the pure path of magic or magic, combined with the technology of transforming and stitching corpses and herbal medicine, and based on the belief of treating people to death before they can be cured to life, the doctors in the Lost Land have embarked on a very unique path. But it is undeniable that this path saves money and does not require talent like magic or belief in divine magic. In the old method, if the uncontrollable parts were a little worse, it would be difficult to achieve a high level overall. Therefore, this new path is a new one, both for the doctors who are studying it and for the patients who benefit from it. Not only was he quickly accepted, but he was also unexpectedly popular. Even the most stingy lord would be willing to equip his army with such a person, who could maintain the combat effectiveness of the army and not cost much, compared with letting soldiers die or recover naturally in the past. Doctors adding herbal medicine is simply worth the money. You must know that compensation for casualties is the part that is most likely to bring down a lord. Because if you can't pay it, it will be a situation of betrayal and separation. If you want someone to continue to help the lord fight the war, you need to pay off the previous debt first. That's all money from selling one's life. In short, under the treatment of doctors, the life status of several injured people gradually stabilized. I dealt with them all with heavy blows, but didn't do any last hits. Several people did not die on the spot. Their health was good enough, so they were not simply taken away. As for Ezio's appearance, he actually suffered mostly minor injuries, which he could handle on his own. The most serious part was the injuries caused by trying to parry the final blow. The left forearm was almost used as a shield. Even if it was blocked by the Dragon Fang hidden sword, it was still fractured. The left hand seemed to have an extra joint, showing an unnatural twist. His right hand was slashed by both knives. Although the hand was not broken, the skin and flesh were definitely torn. The injury to his arm meant that Ezio could only rely on help from others, and was unable to deal with it on his own. However, the other person was conscious and not unconscious. The busy doctor put a splint on the broken left arm. After it was fixed and the bleeding was stopped, he went to take care of other injured people. Ezio didn't have the nerve to ask the doctor for help, even though the doctor was also from an elementary school and had a fraternity background. He walked toward the command room on his own, with his hands tied and hanging from his left and right sides in an awkward manner. He knew that although the new type of doctors did not have high requirements for divine arts or magic, there were still many masters who were proficient in all three paths, especially those who focus on research, such as Finn, Archbishop of Life, etc. They are all talents who regard the reappearance of miracles as a daily routine. Of course, it is impossible for children in primary schools to reach such heights after a short period of study. But there is no problem in giving Ezio a divine spell or magic to speed up his recovery. However, there were still many injured, and all of them were more serious than Ezio. Even if he could use his authority as a commander to demand complete medical treatment first, he would not be ashamed to do so. You've already jumped in line to treat the injury, so why bother asking the doctor to expend energy and power to do the whole thing? Wouldn't it be worse if other people also needed this level of treatment? Or because the power or magical power was used up first, and subsequent people couldn't use it even if they wanted to? Doctors who were born in elementary schools had not yet reached the level of unlimited use of their magic and magic. However, Ezio's brain hasn't been damaged yet. Of course, he can't just pretend to be sick or dead. Hanging by two arms, Ezio returned to the command room. No one came up to say hello. At most they just nodded and looked at me. This was still during wartime, and that kind of caring action was neither necessary nor allowed. The main thing was a waste of time. The person with the highest status can ask, but it's mostly to confirm whether the other person can continue to perform the task, not just out of concern. So the Baron, as the captain of the boat, saw Ezio walking in with an embarrassed look on his face and asked, "Is he okay?" "Not dead yet, but it won't be possible for me to go down and fight in a short time. It's okay to stay here to help with some ideas," Ezio said bluntly. Most of the time, it was difficult for him to give orders like a superior officer, but the Baron wanted to know more. He asked, "Is that strong orc so difficult to deal with? Can't we even attack him with all our strength?" Ezio said seriously, "Next time you meet him, if you don't have to, just turn around and run away. A strong man of his level can't win with more losses. You have to consider how much loss is reasonable. The advantage of the airship is that the ground-to-air power of the Lost World is seriously outdated in the air-to-air power. Except for another airship, it is difficult for the airship to rival it. The Dragoon with the ship-cutting knife is of course an exception. Therefore, in most airship battles, the enemy is already in an invincible position. What remains is how much magic power the magician has to expend, or how long the entire battle takes to defeat the enemy. Such losses are considered, but Ezio's evaluation of the orc took into account the human casualties. Then simple loss will rise to the level of loss, and even the airship itself will not be able to remain intact. To an airship, an opponent of this level is like meeting a giant dragon in the air. That kind of superstandard creature is a big reason why airships dare not claim to be the overlord of the air. The relationship between the Karlsruhe Empire and Dragon Island allows dragons to occasionally participate in battles. As the ace of the Dragon Cavalry Legion, not all of them are large lizard-like winged dragons. This is also the reason why the airship army of the Hater Empire cannot really gain the upper hand. Whenever a giant dragon appears, with the clumsiness of the old airship, It will be like a target in the sky. Even if an airship can replace a giant dragon, or even a few more giant dragons, it is still not a cost-effective deal for the Hater Empire. The new airship has no advantage against the giant dragon. At most, if it wants to run, the dragon will definitely not be able to catch up. In terms of attack and defense, the new style is not much better than the old style. The twin griffins have not yet challenged a giant dragon since its construction. But this does not mean that the Baron does not know the ins and outs of this. After all, as the commander of an airship, it is his duty to imagine all possibilities and prepare countermeasures. And Ezio's words directly pulled the orc to the same position as the dragon. If the Baron wasn't shocked, then he didn't know what to be. If the dragon is regarded as an indicator of combat power, there will be no existence that can be compared with it. If such a person were to break into the airship, even the most elite twin griffin, there would probably be no way to survive. The Baron couldn't help but feel grateful for his previous order to decisively raise the altitude after picking up the wounded and the fleeing humans to board the boat. If that strong orc man were to break in, the consequences would be disastrous. But he didn't expect that such an action would almost bring trouble to Ezio. If it weren't for those Sky Knights from the Karlsruhe Empire, I'm afraid if they hadn't left Ezio behind, the entire airship would have been buried with him. But Ezio didn't complain about this, because if he were standing in the position of the captain and couldn't do anything about it, he would probably choose to leave the people behind and leave on his own. The only difference is that the whole thing is done beautifully, or it leaves something to be criticized for. Since there was no need to investigate the previous matter, Ezio is still focused on the follow-up tasks and asked, "Can we reach the rendezvous point in time?" "It's no problem to hurry up, but the engine will be overloaded." "But this little overload is not a big problem," the Baron replied. "The twin griffins are positioned for military use, not competitive use. Although both require performance, the former requires durability more. The design concept of an old man who traveled across many hometowns, being stupid and rough, is also what someone pursues. It's not that someone doesn't want to pursue the ultimate. It's just that the environment of the Lost Land simply can't stand the abuse and pursuit of the ultimate. Therefore, whether it is the engine of the twin griffin, or the engine used in cars or special customized vehicles, they are all running at full power before the limiter is turned off. Even if the engine is running to the limit, it is actually only the limit where the energy supply and output horsepower are optimally matched. After turning off the limiter, continuing to increase the energy supply can bring greater output horsepower. But the supply must be doubled or tripled to achieve 1 unit of increase in horsepower. Not to mention the problem of machine wear and tear. However, unlike ordinary cars, the twin griffin's engine can choose to turn off the limiter. In fact, all special customized vehicles have such a function. This is also because the engines installed on these special vehicles are special edition engines made entirely of magic materials, with a built-in magic shaping repair function. Machine wear problems can almost be ignored. Only energy supply remains to be considered. Now that the twin griffin is ready to go on its way, it is certainly not a problem to turn on the limiter and speed a little. Now if the airship wants to reach the rendezvous point before the time limit, it doesn't need to fly at full speed. It only needs to be slightly overloaded. After understanding the situation, Ezio would certainly not object. The secondary energy pool was filled before the start of this mission. Even if 3 multi-barreled revolver guns were used for a round, the reserve was still over 90%. The little loss caused by rushing on the road is nothing at all. This is not to mention that there is a secret device on the twin griffin that can use gasoline to run the engine, which in turn replenishes the secondary energy pool. The twin griffin's ultimate airborne time is longer than most people imagine. On the way to the rendezvous point, Ezio didn't get a good rest. He asked someone to help him make a battle report. In the Lost Land, ordinary battles don't need to be so troublesome. Even if you take the time to make a report, no one will read it. However, if other people are not notified of the encounter information of a strongman of the level of a half-strong orc, it is likely to cause excessive losses. As for whether viewers believe it or not, do they feel that the author deliberately strengthened and beautified his enemies in order to shirk responsibility? These dirty thoughts are beyond Ezio's control. All the powerful people in Lost Land will go through such a journey of being questioned before they are recognized. And they also convinced everyone with their performance in breaking through challenges again and again. It can also be said that those who did not believe died at their hands. So the remaining people had to believe. The path to becoming a strong person is that simple. And now there is just another person who is qualified to embark on this path. The only drawback is that he is an enemy of humanity. And human beings are destined to be his stepping stone on the road to becoming strong. until someone has the ability to end him. Chapter 1547. The rescue operation begins. In the end, the news of the Orkman half was still like a pebble dropped into the lake. Maybe it can splash water the moment it's thrown in, and affect the calm around you. But after all, it is just a stone, and cannot affect the entire lake. Such is the influence of these powerful men, as long as they are not hit within 7 inches of the snake. For example, if the general they command is directly beheaded, nothing will change the overall situation. Unless it is really so strong that one person can defeat an army. Then don't think too much about it, and just avoid it when you see it. If you can't hide, just keep stacking lives until the opponent is killed or run away. The level of a strong beastman and a half is not enough to defeat one against 10,000. Or should I say, there is no chance for him to prove that he has this level. Therefore, whatever the commander-in-chief of the human side arranges, that's how he arranges it. The established plan will not be overturned just because of a strong person. The airship army that crossed the Wind Emperor Mountains was divided into 4 locations to gather. But this does not mean that they will only start with 4 teams. All plans will be arranged based on the preliminary investigation results. From the moment the first piece of information came back through the forum, the staff team on board the airship began to analyze various possibilities, including the conditions of human gathering points, assessment of the number of humans to be rescued, and locations suitable for landing and collecting personnel. After the assessment is completed, the specific implementation content of the rescue plan will come, including how many waves of replacement airships are needed to land in order to take everyone away, how many airships are needed for rescue at each location, how many escort airships can be dispatched, and which side is more likely to be in need. In addition to these details, will the airships conducting the rescue mission operate as a group or in teams? Such controversial issues have also become the focus of discussions among the staff groups. The undoubted benefit of team operations and carrying out rescue operations in multiple locations at the same time is time-saving. However, after the power is dispersed, the ability to respond to emergencies is relatively weakened. If a large number of enemies attack, the airship detachment may not be able to cope with it. The pros and cons of collective action are just reversed. When a large force moves, the enemy either harasses or gathers a larger force to surround and attack. The former is irrelevant, while the latter requires time to assemble. When the enemy is ready, the airship will be far away. Therefore, this approach improves security a lot. But the rescue operation can only be completed in one place before proceeding to the next place. It doesn't matter how long it takes. And there is also the possibility of being ambushed after the plan is exposed. Even if the enemy does not respond, how the humans to be rescued will react is unpredictable in advance. The convenience of the forum is actually a double-edged sword. It's good for getting things done, and it's also good for things that hold you back. If the operation takes too long, some disharmonious scenes will appear in the human gathering place that is behind because of the early circulation of rescue information. The failure of the operation is secondary. The most terrifying thing is that desperate people drag the rescue airship team to die together. The losses will be countless. Human nature has its brilliance, but it is undeniable that it also has a dark side. These veterans from the military, as well as senior adventurers who have been in the Lost Land for many years, all know that they should not test the kindness of human nature in anything they do. Just one disappointment is a serious injury. And don't think that once the plan is made, everything will be fine. Every piece of new information may lead to the plan being revised or even overturned entirely. It can be said that no part of the plan can be considered finalized until the rescue operation begins. Even when it comes to starting operations, it is certain that the detachments will go to different locations. The remaining actual rescue details are still under discussion. In the end, only a draft was formed and sent to the desks of commanders of each unit for reference. This is really because the time is too short and there are too many situations. So it is impossible to make targeted arrangements. There is nothing to be happy about. That is, after calculation, the carrying capacity of the entire airship force has the opportunity to rescue all the people who need to be rescued from the large human gathering point that has been detected. After all, there were not many humans left behind and surrounded because they walked too slowly or chose the wrong direction. Some of the easy bones have been easily broken long ago, which is why there are no such small and medium-sized gathering places. Human beings who can survive most of the winter are extremely rare. But this does not mean that there are people who can rescue those scattered people. Ezio commanded the twin griffins for a whole night, but only rescued a dozen people. You can imagine how deep these scattered people are hidden and how widely dispersed they are. But as long as these people can survive the winter, It shouldn't be a big problem if they continue to hide until the human counterattack. Because the number is small, it is destined that the Demon Alliance will not spend a lot of time searching. We sent more people, but only brought back a few kittens, which meant we couldn't make ends meet. If you send a small number of people, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack, which is meaningless. So as long as they are not unlucky enough to be encountered by demons or orcs, these scattered humans hiding around have a chance to survive until the end. The specific policy of the final rescue operation will be decided by the veterans of the Hater Empire. The airship force will be divided into teams to carry out rescue missions at multiple points at the same time. Except for the 7 airships that carried out reconnaissance missions in the early stage. No other airships were purely responsible for escort missions. Basically, when someone lands to collect people, other airships are responsible for escorting them, and then take turns. In most locations, the human side still has a basic defense system, which can be used to block the attack of the surrounding demon coalition and gain time to carry out evacuation missions. These locations are fairly easy to handle. Being able to evacuate people without triggering a fight is the best result. The most difficult thing is the 3 human prison camps. This is a human gathering place directly controlled by the coalition of demons and orcs. Not just surrounded. If you want to save people, you must be prepared for war. And the people guarding this kind of prison camp are not just small troops. With the army on the side, it is not easy to snatch people away. But the reason why the generals of the rescue force agreed to carry out the rescue was because the people in such prison camps were more concentrated and had a greater chance of being evacuated in one go. It can be said that the measures that facilitate the control of the demon coalition are actually beneficial to the rescue party. Compared with other human gathering places, it is necessary to gather scattered and defensive humans and guide them onto the airship. You may also need to notify everyone and arrange the order. We cannot completely remove the defense line at once, because this may lead to an attack by the demon coalition and the collapse of the defense line, which will be even more dangerous. The people in the prisoner camp are relatively concentrated. As long as order is maintained, there is a high chance that people can board the boat in a short time. With such benefits, why don't humans who are holding their breath dare not give it a try? As for using this excuse to carry out an air-to-ground attack on the Demon Alliance garrison on the north side of the mountain range, everyone agreed that it was something that could be done, but not said. Who wouldn't be happy if he could not only save people, but also get some heads back and earn some merit in battle? Although it is impossible to prove the enemy's leader, it is also a good thing to have something to brag about with other comrades after returning. Otherwise, if someone asks me, I will have to go all the way to the north of the mountain, where there are demons or orcs everywhere, and I won't be able to get some enemy heads back, which would be ridiculous. The plain war between the Lost Land and the Abyss is not a political conflict, but a struggle for survival between different species. Maybe the orcs from the underground world still have room for compromise, but there is no room for retreat when facing the devil. On the dividing line between life and death, no matter how cruel you are to your enemies, it is always right, because demons or orcs do not understand human compassion. They restrain their cruel side. They are classified in the evil camp for no reason. The Twin Griffins commanded by Ezio was the last airship to arrive at the rendezvous point. They were organized into the airship detachment of the entire Heidel Empire, and were directly led by the veteran, who was the frontline commander. They were organized in this way because this detachment was expected to storm a large prison camp and rescue the people inside. For such a difficult task, the Empire's veterans instinctively trust soldiers of the same origin as themselves. Only with the efficiency and combat power of soldiers can we be meticulous in the race against time. Therefore, the formation of each detachment targeting the prisoner camp is also similar, and they are all based on the ships of the Heidel Empire's airship regiment. The reason why Ezio and others were included in this detachment was because the target prison camp they were going to was exactly where the Twin Griffins were investigating. At the same time, this area is also their responsibility. Therefore, Ezio's mission, in addition to escorting the new fast airship, is to find a route that is relatively difficult to detect and reach the target location. In this way, in addition to facilitating the implementation of raids, it also helps to improve the success rate of rescue. Moreover, as an airship performing reconnaissance missions, there is a lot of detailed information on the ground that is difficult to transmit through the forum, because the returned information content has standard specifications. Only the key points are mentioned. Too much detailed information will only cause interference. In such a hasty action, it is not conducive to advanced planning and arrangements. Everything can only be done by the commanders of each unit, based on the established draft plan and the latest investigation results on site. And this is destined that after all airship units arrive at the target location, they will conduct one last reconnaissance before taking specific actions. However, the Twin Griffins have already been there once. Detailed information on the target location is what this detachment needs. And it is what the Twin Griffins can get. On the way there, studying this information first will help them shorten the entire rescue operation time. Ezio would certainly not object to such a reasonable request. It's just that compared to the text report content through the forum, the investigation results of the arcane eyes are more intuitive. However, the acquisition of these results involves some undisclosed technologies. Regarding the question of whether to hide something, Ezio should know how to protect technology. Judging from the fact that he once hung out in an automobile center and had many friends in the technical guild. But the greater good of fighting demons comes first. Is there any point in continuing technical protection? This actually made things difficult for him. In the end, Ezio decided not to care about anything. Accompanied by a member of the Marine Corps, he boarded the squadron's flagship with the reconnaissance information on the Twin Griffins' arcane eyes. Chapter 1548 Air Docking. The military airships of the Heidel Empire were modified from old airships. The hull layout maintains a semi-open seagoing ship shape. That is, the upper deck is an open platform through which the cabin can be entered. The three masts are not equipped with sails, but three sets of spiral lifting propellers, which, combined with magic, provide the airship with buoyancy. The main modification is to install a set of propellers for propulsion on the side of the hull. Front, rear, left and right to speed up the flight. In the past, these four positions were used to place sails and use wind power to propel the airship. Unlike the situation at sea level, in the air, there is wind anyway. There will be no windless zone, so the boat cannot move. But in light wind conditions, the airship moves forward as fast as it drifts. So there is still a sense of relying on God to make a living. After adding engines and propellers, the speed of the airship of the Heidel Empire increased a lot. It is no longer subject to changes in the natural environment as before. However, because the hull has not been significantly modified and the wind resistance layout is not ideal, it is difficult to increase the speed of these military airships to the extreme. The unchanged open upper deck is in the past, and there will be lookouts and guards on duty patrolling in the strong wind at all times. But since the speed of the airship increased, the wind on the upper deck has become more and more serious. Without magic assistance, it is simply untenable. Therefore, the lookout position was cancelled very early. Only when the airship is in combat mode. The airship is no longer flying at full speed. Or someone must stand guard. Will the upper deck be occupied again? If airships need to dock with each other, the safest way is to transfer the people to other airships after landing. But the airship legion of the Hater Empire is so troublesome. As long as there are not many of them, they have been trained to conduct aerial docking operations. The only requirement is that the speed must be slowed down to a certain extent. After receiving news from the Twin Griffins that the commander of the airship was going to take the information about the target location and submit it directly to the squadron's flagship, the adjutant in charge of commanding the formation was worried about how to coordinate this foreign aircraft. Aircraft conduct aerial docking operations. If this dangerous behavior is not handled correctly, it is very likely that the docking personnel will fall directly from the air to the ground. It doesn't matter if the person dies, but what if the information is lost? As for landing docking, it seriously delays the speed of the detachment. Is it appropriate? But the adjutant was still worried. The Twin Griffins had flexibly interspersed into the airship formation of the Hater Empire, getting close to the flagship and retreating at the first touch. The whole process was only seen by the controller, who relied on magic to monitor the external formation flight. It's just that due to military regulations, the control officer cannot yell in the command room. By the time he confirmed the situation and wanted to report back, the Twin Griffins had already left the danger range and returned to the outer position. After a while, someone reported that the commander of the Twin Griffins had boarded the ship and was on the upper deck. Ask about admission. Regarding this sudden notification, everyone in the command room looked at each other. In the end, the nobleman, who was the captain of the boat, came forward and said to the old general, who was the commander-in-chief, "Your Excellency, please let me go and take a look. I recognize the commander of the Twin Griffins. If he comes in person, I will be brought in." The old general thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Go ahead." The captain, who is also a noble, performed a very standard imperial military salute and exited the command room. As a military airship of the Hater Empire, this is a standard noble unit. A person with no identity or ability is not even qualified to serve on an airship. If the entire airship was filled with people like this, then the interior decoration and design would not be so shabby. At least compared to the Twin Griffins connecting passage, where it was difficult for two people to pass side by side. The Hater Empire's military airship was much more spacious. Although it is not as good as a palace-level avenue, it is perfect in terms of elegance and layout. There are also some decorations that may seem flashy at first glance, but are actually special magic props rarely seen among the people, used as lighting or defensive weapons for the airship's internal passages. As a son of a nobleman, the captain was accompanied even on the airship. In addition to serving their superior nobles, these lower-ranking nobles also have the duty of protection. So the captain will take them to the door leading to the upper deck. The trivial matters are naturally handled by the people below. And as the door to the open deck, it is naturally guarded by guards. Under the vigilance of everyone, the sealed hatch opened. In an instant, a large amount of biting cold wind poured into the airship, and those who were slightly less protected suddenly shivered from the cold. As a veteran crew member of the airship, the captain of course had magical props on his body to prevent wind and keep warm, and a thin layer of warm orange light rippled around him. Outside the open hatch, two tall young men stood. They didn't seem to have any tools for self-protection, but they were still not afraid of the strong wind and performed a military salute to everyone. However, one of them had an injury on his arm, which made this military salute seem a bit nondescript. Twin Griffin Commander Ezio. Marine Captain Noah Vaughn Cram 3. Come and report. The rank of the soldiers of the Hater Empire can be easily identified by their clothing. So when they saw that the person behind the hatch was a high-ranking officer, Ezio and the two announced their identities. After all, a motley crew like them would be a little embarrassed when no one knows them. But the captain who came here paid special attention to the commander of the airship Twin Griffins at the previous airship captain's meeting. This is because the background of the Twin Griffins, both the designer and the owner, is quite eye-catching. Therefore, this veteran nobleman with military status will of course pay special attention to it. Seeing that the person coming was the one he remembered, the imperial nobleman returned the greeting and welcomed the person into the airship. Said, "Your Majesty, the general is waiting in the command room. Please come with me." There aren't that many etiquette rules in the military. Ezio was not humble and walked towards the command room of the military airship under the leadership of the imperial captain. Along the way, Ezio would be lying if he said he wasn't interested in the non-empty ship's internal passages, which were different from the Twin Griffins in design and were elegantly arranged, even a little aristocratic. But he didn't behave like the man behind him. He was really like a country bumpkin coming into town, turning his head and looking around. You must know that Ezio does not have a noble status. He is just a wild child without a father and a mother. And the person behind him is a direct descendant of a serious nobleman from the Karlsruhe Empire. Why are you acting more miserable than yourself? Ezio wondered. However, Ezio couldn't help it after his fellow travelers tried to reach out and pick out the glowing magic stone embedded in the wall. He coughed lightly, lowered his voice, and said behind him, "Noah, be restrained. Don't tell me you've never seen that kind of bright stone. Hey, boss, you are blind this time. This is not just a bright stone used for lighting. Under the control of the magician. In addition to instantly emitting strong light to temporarily blind the intruder, it can also emit colorful magical energy. Danshu. Anyone who underestimates it will be in trouble. Just guess." Ezio didn't believe it. This was also because when Noah was speaking, none of the Hater soldiers leading the way had any emotional fluctuations. Either they were very good at pretending, or Noah guessed wrong. So they said nothing. But the aristocratic child who was rejected was a little unhappy and said, "How can it be a wild guess? My grandfather told me about the layout here. I find it interesting. Everything is similar to what my grandfather told me. It seems like nothing has changed in decades. Your grandfather served on this airship? Or did he come here to visit?" Ezio asked mindlessly without thinking much. "No. My grandpa fought up here. In such a passage, I have to endure a lot of hardships with a group of comrades before I can be impressed. But I also got Hater's airship down and passed one by one. He is cute. Damn it. Ah, it's not this one. It could be another model. After all, it was decades ago." It's okay not to explain. As soon as the explanation was given, under Ezio's observation, the few people leading the way had quite a mood swing. They even stopped and turned to look at Noah, who was smiling carelessly. This guy looks silly, but the acidity in his words is off the charts. It all stimulates the self-esteem of the soldiers of the Hater Empire, who are as fragile as glass. Ezio couldn't help but cover his face, and was speechless. He had forgotten the representative significance of the two backgrounds of the Karlsruhe Empire and the Hater Empire. He also regretted that he was greedy for convenience and asked Noah, the Sky Knight, to lead him across the sea to Hater's flagship, while the people in front stopped to pay attention. Noah smiled maliciously and said, "Is there any shameful part inside? Do you want me to go back to the deck and wait?" The noble captain turned away and said, "No, just follow along. As long as the devil is still there. We are comrades in arms, and there is nothing to keep secret." After that, he led the way. Ezio glanced helplessly at his companion. Young Noah shrugged, looking helpless, as if it was not his fault. In fact, he had different ideas from Noah, a young man from the Karlsruhe Empire who was full of thoughts of tit for tat. The aristocratic captain of the Hater Empire is not only older, he also appears to be broad-minded and deep-seated. He would adopt this attitude out of interests. Since the twin griffins cooperated with the Sky Knights from the Karlsruhe Empire to perform several beautiful airborne special operations, the Hater Empire has also thought about expanding their trump card, the strength of the Airship Legion, as a part of strengthening air-to-ground combat. Sky Knight is a very attractive direction, and from a technical and tactical perspective, the various improvements and changes after joining Sky Knight are not difficult to achieve. The only difficulty is that the Sky Knights, as an old enemy of the Hater Empire and the ace unit of the Karlsruhe Empire, cannot recruit anyone even if they want to recruit people for these airship legions with official status. There are still many people building airships outside the Hater Empire, but Sky Knight is really not produced outside the Karlsruhe Empire. Occasionally seen among the people, they are all noble children who go out to experience. And there is no such kind of Sky Knight with no identity background. And these young people with the inheritance of aerial night combat skills would rather stay on the ground as infantry than use the airships of the Hater Empire as airborne troops. This stubborn character also leaves many veterans speechless. Chapter 1549 Before Action. Compared to the little drama caused by Noah, a genuine Sky Knight from the Karlsruhe Empire, Ezio did not cause any additional commotion. It's just a matter of bringing the memory magic stone, recording the twin griffins' investigation results to the flagship to present it. The real-life pictures were all recorded during the day, so the lighting is good, and there are no unrecognizable blind spots in shadowed areas. And these real-life pictures are not multiple pictures from different locations and directions, but large areas where details can be zoomed in at any time. In addition to this real scene, there are also specific data on the number of personnel, the distribution area of each region, and the current location of the personnel under investigation, etc., which are recorded in text and data. A lot of information. Although compared to the automatic judgment results of the arcane eye that Ezio had seen in a certain place in time, the things in his hands were too crude to be seen. Even so, the sergeants of the Hater Empire's Ace Corps were still amazed. As the person with the highest status, the old general pretended to be nonchalant and asked, "How is such intelligence collected?" After the intelligence was handed over, Ezio, who had already stepped aside, stood cautiously and did not touch anything in the command room. I don't know whether it was because of Noah's rudeness, or whether the entire Empire's airships were filled with people who thought highly of themselves. The pride in his bones made Ezio stay away from him. If it weren't for the fact that he had to answer questions that might arise related to intelligence, Ezio would have returned to his own territory after throwing the things out. This kind of aristocratic pride is the attitude that Ezio least wants to be exposed to or change. In someone's words, there is no cure. Since the old general asked a question, Ezio would certainly not fail to answer. But he did not explain in detail. Just said, "These are all collected by the arcane eyes. They are the information compiled by the magician responsible for monitoring on our airship. I don't know how to do it specifically." Ezio was of course telling the truth. Apart from making all kinds of unreasonable demands, he had not made any contribution to the magic reform of the arcane eye. But in fact, as long as such a finished product is provided, magicians will naturally study how to present it. It's like shooting an arrow with a fixed target. No matter how unskilled you are, as long as you don't limit the number of shots, you will eventually hit the target. Therefore, the old general did not ask Ezio to provide specific methods. Just by showing them these pictures and information, if the Empire's magicians still can't come up with anything, then that group of people can be dismissed. With such detailed information, it was natural for the staff to start planning the details of the rescue mission. The old general is the decision maker. As long as the people below him don't deflect their thoughts in other directions, then he is only responsible for nodding and shaking his head. Of course, Ezio, an outsider, had no room to intervene. And no one thought that he could put forward any good suggestions suitable for the operations of the Airship Legion. The reason is also very simple. He is not familiar with the various parameters of the Hater Empire airship. So how can he come up with a suitable specific action plan? Now that we have reached this stage, we can't get things done just by relying on our imagination or clever ideas. But you have to be down to earth and implement it steadily step by step, so that things can be successful. Ezio's character is the type to adopt Plan B for everything. That is, to act according to the situation. He also makes plans beforehand. But he can't stand having to follow the rules for everything. Plans are not as fast as changes. And this sentence is perfectly reflected in him. I don't know who inherited this kind of natural rebelliousness, or whether it is caused by the day after tomorrow. Seeing that Ezio was standing stiffly, the Karlsruhe youth who followed him was also affected by this. And his original attitude of looking for trouble became cautious. Although Noah was born into a noble family, he had been fighting alongside Ezio since the southern front of the Surritan Empire. Originally, he planned to conquer this romantic, but very talented young man and strengthen his family's power. But he didn't expect that he would be impressed by the person in front of him now. They have been through life and death together, and have saved each other's lives countless times. It has long been unclear who owes more. It can be said that Noah is not as close to his biological brothers as he is to Ezio. For such a person, of course, there will be a feeling of shared prosperity and disgrace. So no matter how much he looked down on the people of the Heidel Empire, Noah didn't want to make Ezio lose face because of his actions. Although I may not care about such things, it is reasonable that the idea of a noble family is different from that of ordinary people. The old general who had been silent all this time was actually observing. He saw that Ezio's reserved behavior was not out of respect, but because of the distrust of nobles by adventurers who thought highly of themselves. But I am afraid of causing unnecessary trouble, which is why I feel so alienated. This kind of attitude most often appears among those who are strong, or rude people who think they are strong. If this kind of people are striving to join the aristocratic class, they will not adopt such an attitude, but will show intimacy and even flattery. It is best to tame such people, and use some bait that is not painful or itchy to make them bite the hook voluntarily. Another type of person is not interested in becoming a noble. The nobles of Lost Land believe that the greater the power, the greater the responsibilities. The kind of person who is born with a silver spoon in his mouth, only knows about enjoyment, and does not do anything serious, cannot stay in the aristocratic class for a long time. There will always be internal and external pressure to eliminate such people with insufficient abilities. Because the real core value of MIDI is the supremacy of strength. Strength is not power. People with strength may not be nobles, nor may they be willing to become nobles and shoulder their responsibilities and obligations. When such a person encounters someone who acts like an aristocrat, he either beats the other person down or hides as far away as possible. If you want them to be nice and friendly, you must first adopt the same peaceful and respectful attitude. As an old-school military aristocrat, the old general with the title of Duke obviously knows better than others how to appease such a young man. It's like a donkey that insists on being moved along its fur, as long as it's comfortable. It can't just pull a cart and carry all the goods. He stretched out his hand to summon Ezio, who had a serious and almost expressionless face, and said kindly, "Kid, I noticed the injury on your hand. It's not serious," Ezio said politely. "Sir, thank you for your concern. In this situation, it may be difficult for me to fight with a sword, but I will have no problem commanding the airship to carry out this mission." "Oh, did you meet your opponent during night reconnaissance?" The old general knew clearly why the twin griffins did not come to the rendezvous point in the middle of the night. But he would not say it openly, because he is opposed to rescuing individual people. But there is no need to attack such things forcefully before the other party clearly violates his orders. In fact, from the beginning, the old general was mentally prepared. The twin griffins found an excuse not to join the main force, and went to rescue the scattered and hiding humans on their own. This is very similar to how young people act impulsively, and only do what they want to do, regardless of the overall situation. However, the twin griffins arrived within the time limit of the gathering, and without complaining about the difficulties he encountered at night. He also joined the official rescue mission. In war, nothing is easy. If soldiers only complain and do what they want to do, then generals like them won't be so depressed that they want to commit suicide. But the old general knew very well what this young man was capable of. He knew that he had cut off the opponent's head when being chased by a big demon and brought back crucial information about the Gate of the Abyss. They also knew about his background in elementary school and fraternity, and even knew about his status as a member of the Ikaruga Alliance. None of this dissuaded the old general from recruiting him. You can imagine how well Ezio performed during this period. It's just that there was a Grand Duke of Kalway in front of him, and he sent out an airship, and he was cultivating it with great effort. But he didn't see this kid relenting and surrendering. That's why the old general didn't speak rashly. This kind of thing is like love between a man and a woman. As long as you are not so strong that you can overwhelm everything in front of a valuable goal, a good opportunity, and a good attitude can get twice the result with half the effort. And a few words and a little care are an excellent starting point. So while the old general was having a heated discussion among his staff, he became concerned about the marginalized people. Although Ezio has a flexible mind and has seen a lot of the world, compared with these old tricksters who have been in the political arena for many years and have not failed, he seems too young. But the old general's question suddenly reminded him of something he should worry about. Said, "Sir, do you know about the strong works?" The old general's expression remained unchanged, and he asked harmoniously, "Should I pay attention to him?" "Yes." Ezio nodded seriously and asked, "Do you know the White Sword Master William Greco?" This name actually made the old general frown. 12 years ago, this sword master was confirmed to be from the Karlsruhe Empire. Although it was not on the battlefield, it actually caused no damage to the Hater Empire. But the effect of having a flag is completely different from not having one, especially after the young people in their own country overestimated their abilities to challenge the sword master and failed. This name is about to become a forbidden word in the Hater Empire. The kind of enemy who won't come to trouble you, but you have to take the initiative to bring trouble to him. And in the process, you can achieve the other party's reputation. The old general's impulse towards the young people of the empire was simply despairing. Hearing this name again, the old general just frowned and did not curse directly. He was already quite well-mannered. Even if Ezio knew how to read people's words, he would not know about the love-hate relationship between the sword master and the Heidel Empire, especially when such gossip could only be spread among the old men of the empire. He just noticed the veteran's displeasure, but out of his own worries, he had to say, "William is one of my teachers. He once said that if anyone can take the title of sword master from him, it must be a half-strong orc. Just last night, I met the rumored man. It also confirmed that the teacher's assessment couldn't be more correct. If it weren't for the help of my comrades and the airship, I wouldn't have even thought about coming back with this minor injury." How high Ezio's martial arts skills are. It is difficult to have a place in the heart of the old general. But using the White Sword Master as a comparison standard, this member of the orc tribe is a formidable enemy that is difficult to deal with. And it would be mentioned at this time. The old general did not think that the young man in front of him was complaining or seeking comfort. There must be other more practical purposes. So he asked, "When you mention this person, do you think?" "Yes. The place where I fought with Half is not close to our target. But it is possible that he will appear. As long as there is such a possibility, I think it cannot be ignored. So in the plan of action, is it possible to prepare what's the plan to meet such a strong person?" Ezio expressed his opinion for the first time. Chapter 1550 Moving forward. After all, the threat of the strong beastman and Half did not attract enough attention. First, the opponent's own reputation is not obvious, even if the White Sword Master endorses it. But there are also many people who question whether William Greco made such an evaluation. After all, those words were not widely circulated. Secondly, the other party is the enemy. If there are strong men of this level among the enemy, then the battle plan is arranged in a nondescript and timid manner. Then is there still a need to fight? Everyone brings out their trump cards to compete, and the weaker party can just admit defeat. Therefore, everyone holds the idea that no matter whether the opponent is tough or not, they just bet on themselves and see if they can hit their head. Besides, facing such a strong man as an empire's ace army, of course, it is not without means to deal with it. Ezio's reminder made them mentally prepared. And that was enough. The pride and methods of the dual identities of empire and ace are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Of course, Ezio, as an outsider, couldn't comment on this. After receiving permission, he returned to the Twin Griffins. During this period of waiting, he also blocked many temptations and solicitations from the old general. He had never thought of working for the nobles, but it was not impossible to understand the nobles' desire to take advantage of their talents when they saw them. But just because you understand, doesn't mean you can compromise. People who would agree to join the Turtle Dove Alliance are not good people who live under others. However, The fact that the hater soldiers did not take this threat seriously did not mean that Ezio could not take it seriously as well. He is commanding an airship. The Twin Griffin is not responsible for the mission of landing and rescuing people. She will always stay in the air as an escort. Ground attack and defense against possible attacks from the air are the mission of the Twin Griffin. Sniping a strong orc is just right. Ezio didn't think there was anyone in the Marine Corps, or anyone else, who could even remotely compete with the orcs. Even if they formed a siege, they would have to pay a large number of casualties before they could threaten the opponent. Such a reckless approach is too stupid for an airship combat force. So he bluntly said that if he appeared, he would let the Twin Griffins fire up as many of the multi-barreled machine guns as they could on the side of the ship and use them directly. It doesn't matter even if the secondary energy pool is drained. If a strongman of that level could be replaced at the cost of losing an airship, that would be a huge gain. Even if it fails in the end, machine gun attacks can delay half of the threat and create more opportunities for our own side. No matter what you do, you just can't get close to this strong orc easily or give him a chance to invade the airship. It was not without this reason that he half deliberately tried to bring the airship to the ground. This strong orc is very confident. As long as he is allowed into the boat, the airship will still be intact in the end, and no one will be able to pilot it. In a melee fight, Ezio actually didn't think he would lose. But in the previous battle, the mistake was a slow step, which resulted in a slow step. In the end, he was wounded and fled, unable to even make a comeback. Now that his hand injury has not fully recovered and he has found another primary weapon, he cannot win with the dragon teeth hidden blade alone. That's why Ezio set the tone of long-range attacks and never close combat. As for the route to the target prisoner camp, although the route was provided by the Twin Griffins, it was not led by her. The airships of the Hater Empire have their own formations and tactics. The addition of an airship unfamiliar with all of this will only destroy the existing tacit understanding. This is why the Empire's airships are basically used intensively. Don't break it up easily, and don't let others join in casually. Therefore, as the only non-Imperial fast airship, the Twin Griffin's formation mission is like a free sentinel, moving freely on the periphery of the formation. Don't look at it. All the airships that the Hater Empire participated in the war had external propellers and built-in engines, and their speeds were increased compared to the past. Compared with the real new fast airship, it is still far behind. Even if the engine is overloaded, it cannot shorten the gap much. This speed difference ensures that even if the Imperial airship formation advances at full speed, the Twin Griffins can still move around the formation like butterflies flying at will without being left behind. However, Ezio did not show off and asked the Twin Griffins to fly around the entire formation like satellites. This kind of arrogant action can easily make people hate you. And honestly, it's not necessary. As long as there are no unexpected changes in the route provided by Ezio, it is quite safe. There are no gathering points along the road, whether it is the Demon Alliance or the remaining humans. And this land has just been conquered, and the orcs haven't had time to manage it properly. Of course, there are no warning means such as beacon towers or watchtowers, unless they really encounter a lone ranger like a strong orc, and they happen to look up and see them casually. The covert infiltration of the entire airship team is guaranteed. You must know that before the invention of radar, like the World War II that traveled through many hometowns, the Eagle country's way of warning the independent country about bombing the mainland was to set up outposts along the coastline. While it consumes a lot of manpower and material resources, the effect is not very good compared with radar. It happens too often that something is missed or knocked out at the first opportunity. Ezio didn't know such an example, but it didn't stop him from understanding the advantages of airships in lost lands. In a land where aerial force is not routine, not many people really care about the boundless sky all the time. And this is the airship's opportunity. From the initial meeting point of the mission to the target location of their detachment. If the Twin Griffins acted alone, it would take more than an hour in standard time. But considering that there was an entire formation of short-legged turtles, it still took them a whole morning to finally arrive. However, after arriving, they did not take action immediately, considering that the rescue mission was carried out by multiple detachments dispersed throughout the country. The veteran general who directed the rescue operation considered the possibility of simultaneous operations when he chose to conduct the rescue in detachments. However, the distance from the rendezvous point to the target location may be long or short, and the speed of the airship may also be fast or slow. If we want to act at the same time, it is inevitable that some airships will arrive at the destination first, and then wait for a while, then take action at the same time. According to the original arrangement, the detachment where Ezio and others were included would spend a lot of time on the road because the target prisoner camp was located far away from the Wind Emperor Mountains. It was originally expected to arrive in the world in the afternoon, almost before the agreed time for action, and there was not much margin. But this prediction is based on the speed at which the airship unit is advancing while conducting reconnaissance. Even though the airship is flying at a high altitude, everyone will still maintain the principle of covert action if it can avoid attracting the enemy's attention. After all, we are trying to save people and can carry out surprise attacks. There is no need to remind the enemy to prepare. However, what was different from the original plan was that the twin griffins, who had been there once before, were leading the way, and their excellent reconnaissance capabilities allowed this detachment to be basically composed of the Heidel Empire's short-legged turtle airships. Arrived at the destination much earlier, the airship detachment stranded at high altitude is quite conspicuous due to their number. But at this time, the Heidel Empire demonstrated a technology. They used magic to condense water vapor at the bottom of the airship. This makes people on the ground look up and see only white mist similar to clouds floating high in the sky. And no one has a way to confirm whether it is clouds or something else. This camouflage technology has not been disclosed to the outside world. Even the Karlsruhe Empire, an old rival, had only heard about it, not confirmed it, and certainly not warned about it. Now that they have seen it with their own eyes, the young Imperial boys on the Twin Griffins are all amazed. The Twin Griffins had not considered camouflage technology. And of course they would not do this. And this is not a technology that can be temporarily installed and modified at high altitude. However, it is not difficult for them to hide their figures. They can directly control the airship and fly directly above the entire formation. It looks like there is just a cloud underneath, who can see through the whole disguise from a higher position. And during the short pause before the action, everyone on the airship was not idle. If you are hungry, go eat first. Once the war starts, you don't know what will happen next, and you are not sure whether you will have time to eat. In addition, the arcane eyes are used for final reconnaissance, to check whether there are any errors or omissions in the previous intelligence, and to determine the details of the final rescue operation. Ezio was certainly not idle either. After much consideration, he still invited the ship's doctor, who was on board the boat. By this time, they had already dealt with the dying comrades and pulled them back from death. However, since the airship was still on the battlefield, there was no way to evacuate it, so it was placed in a protected cabin. The ship's doctor was invited, and Ezio also asked them to treat his hand injury as soon as possible. The beastman half was like a shadow, always shrouding his mind, who knew that the previous encounter place was not far from the prisoner camp in front of him. If he was unlucky, he might bump into this talent again. As for the main weapon that is in hand, there is nothing you can do about it. The only weapons on board the Twin Griffins were standard weapons. If he had to fight with a sword master swords with such a popular weapon, Ezio felt guilty. But there was nothing he could do. But after dealing with his hand injury, he still armed himself. On the airship, in addition to the differences in responsibilities between Marines and others, their weapons and equipment are also different. After all, under normal circumstances, the crew of the airship would not have the opportunity to engage in close combat with the enemy. But the Marines came to the door themselves and took the initiative to engage in close combat with the enemy. As for the standard armaments of the Sky Knights of the Karlsruhe Empire, in addition to the extremely long weapons, the armors are also made of special magic materials. Pay attention to both sturdiness and lightness, especially the latter. Among ground infantry, heavy infantry is undoubtedly the most powerful melee unit. They protect themselves with thick armor and then slash at their enemies without hurting them. Of course, it is impossible for the Sky Knights to wear full-face armor without restraint that even they themselves would find difficult. Not to mention that their physical strength is not enough to cope with the entire battle. And their mounts may not be able to carry warriors wearing heavy armor. Besides, most of the Sky Knight's combat skills involve jumping left and right and up and down in the air. Wouldn't it be troublesome for him to jump through so much? Therefore, the Sky Knight's armor is more focused on lightness than strength. Chapter 1551. The action begins. If you rely on a certain medieval material science foundation that has traveled through many hometowns, and the premise is lightness, it may be a pair of light armor that only protects key parts, or even leather armor. If we were in modern times, who would use military and aerospace grade materials to make armor? Mr. Wayne? But in a mysterious land with all kinds of magic materials, it is of course possible to make a full coverage, well protected and light armor. It's just that this kind of equipment is a confidential national strategic weapon in the Karlsruhe Empire. The items used by the Sky Knights are all issued by the Empire, and cannot be taken out of the military camp casually. Even most Sky Knights don't know the specific material formula. Only those families with special inheritance may retain ancient material recipes and production methods. But they may not be the best. Although there are many Sky Knights from the Karlsruhe Empire or family members with related inheritances on board the Twin Griffins, there are no supporting Imperial standard military weapons. Anyone who dares to bring them out will be directly charged with treason. At best, they were weapons and equipment supported by their families or raised by themselves. The dragon spear can also be imitated. The shape is relatively simple, and the materials can be used. There's really nothing the armor can do. If there is any poor design or substandard materials, you may lose your life. Rather than just wearing these problematic armors that hinder your mobility, it is better to focus on flexibility and convenience. So most of the time, these Marines go into battle lightly. Ezio is even simpler. Since boarding the airship, apart from weapons, he has only been wearing a breastplate. In terms of protection, it's not much different from wearing nothing. But this time, for the sake of the orcs he might encounter again, he put on the armor he had used when fighting on the ground. That armor was forged by the dwarves of the Tech Guild. Although it is a mass-produced type, and not something that took several years to be carefully crafted, it is still much better than the armor made by ordinary blacksmiths outside. Although it is not a full coverage type, only key areas have nail plates. But the rest of the parts that are more flexible are replaced by chain mail. Making chain mail or locking plates is much easier now that machines have replaced most of the tedious repetitive tasks. Just seeing that this set of standard armor produced by the Technical Guild can accompany Ezio through that difficult retreat without too much serious damage, you can understand its excellence. You must know that although the children from the elementary school and the fraternity had some casualties in the retreat, none of them were injured in the battle. Most of the casualties were isolated, lost, and died of exhaustion while being surrounded. Wearing this set of armor may not have much impact when performing combat skills landing from an airship. But if you want to use the vertical jump to return to the airship, the height that Ezio can jump is greatly reduced. Originally because of such concerns, Ezio had always maintained an empty outfit on the airship, not even lightly equipped. But I still carry the armor with me everywhere. After all, we are in a state of war, and we don't know when it will be used. Besides, as long as this thing is carried on the airship and put away, there is no need to deliberately select a dedicated attendant to carry the armor and follow him everywhere. So there is no reason not to carry it with him. Moreover, this suit of armor has also been considered for putting on and taking off. Most of the work can be completed by yourself. At most, there will be one person who can help a little from time to time to speed up the dressing process. It's not like those aristocratic gentlemen who wear armor. Every time they have to be served by 3 or 5 people, they can wear a complete set of armor. Don't even think about it by yourself. This time, he was fully equipped after a long time. You must know that some time ago, when the defense line of the Wind Emperor mountain range was attacked by the Demon Alliance, even though he was guarding the defense line, Ezio was still dressed as on an airship, ready to board the ship and raid the enemy's rear at any time. But remembering that his opponent, the strong orc half, had suffered a loss once, he was not willing to suffer a second loss. So I asked someone for help early to put on the full set of armor. In addition to the helmet still hanging on the back of the neck, none of the iron gloves and crotch protector were left behind. After putting on these things, Ezio had to work hard to remove the armor if he wanted to do anything except fight or talk, including urination and defecation. But this trouble is nothing. When you are really on the battlefield and your blood is raging, you really won't think about anything other than killing people and how to kill them better. Even some physiological needs seem to have disappeared. Maybe some people will be nervous before a battle and want to urinate, but they can't urinate at all. But those are feelings only experienced by rookies who have never fought before. Even if someone pretends to have a strong psychological quality, it does not mean that his thinking can function normally. For those who have fought a retreat, regardless of age or combat experience, they can be regarded as veterans in the eyes of others. There may be some bad habits on the battlefield, but there is definitely no characteristic of nervousness. Because even when you are sleeping, you have to worry about whether you will be attacked by the enemy, and you will have trouble sleeping. Not to mention other times. After being tortured by such tension all the time for a long time, people will get used to it. So facing the upcoming battle, Ezio, who was fully armed and standing in the command room of the Twin Griffins, behaved very calmly. Ezio was not alone in this attitude. Although not all of the people in the command room had fought in that brutal retreat, none of them were new recruits. facing a rescue operation that requires fast in and fast out. It is not enough to make these patients with cardiac hypertrophy feel breathless. The scheduled start time of the operation is set at 1600 in the time zone, which is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Time zones are divided according to longitude zones, so that the times of sunrise and sunset are roughly consistent in each place. There is only a 2-hour window between 4 o'clock in the afternoon and 6 o'clock when the sun goes down. The purpose of this arrangement was to catch the surrounding demons or orcs by surprise, save them for 2 hours, and then escape under the cover of night. But this is the most ideal development. Everyone knew that things would not go as smoothly as imagined by the group of people sitting in a dark room, making plans as if they were arranging conspiracies. But no one would criticize this. Doing your best is the meaning of their existence as soldiers. Even if there are some twists and turns in the middle, at least the final goal must be achieved. The waiting time was not difficult. For novices, they will waste such time being nervous and thinking wildly. But those veterans who are accustomed to fighting will use this time to rest and reserve more energy. When the magic clock hanging on the wall jumped out of the scheduled start time of the mission, the official on duty informed everyone. Ezio noticed that on the water mirror screen showing the real scene of the outside world, the airship as the flagship of the unit fired 3 fireworks. Ezio was stunned when he saw this, and asked, "What is this?" Although the flagship had previously given a specific rescue plan, no one in the command room could answer what the situation in front of him was about. Only when all the airships belonging to the Hater Empire took off their disguises and began to descend did everyone suddenly realize. Someone even asked, "Is this the communication method of the Hater Empire? Follow the action." Ezio did not answer, but directly gave instructions. But he also noticed that he, a person who did not belong to the Hater Empire, had no tacit understanding with them, and did not even know their rules. Now it seems that they will not deliberately inform themselves when they act. Do you really want to stay on the periphery and be a bastard? Thinking of this, Ezio suddenly spoke to the copper pipe connecting the rear cabin. "Marine Captain Noah, come to the command room to report." Noah, who also put on armor, quickly came to the command room. The armor he wears is provided by his family, and is not for the Sky Knight. In his opinion, except for landing and jumping, there is no other place where the Sky Knight combat skills are really needed. Therefore, whether he wears genuine air armor or not, it will not hinder his fighting. If you just want to come to the command room, you can't bring the dragon gun over. With that 5-meter-long thing, even walking through the airship's internal passage was a problem. So he only wore a standard long sword. As the commander of the Marine Corps, he generally stays in the rear cabin on standby and does not participate in decision-making. So when he was called to the command room after starting the rescue operation, he was a little confused as to what the purpose was. The water mirror screens in the command room are used to monitor various data or external conditions. But Noah couldn't understand this. He just felt that the twin griffins were beginning to lose altitude, and instead of landing vertically, it went around in a big circle, increasing its speed and descending at the same time. Ezio grabbed an extra small water mirror on top of the map table. This auxiliary screen function can be used easily in this space full of magical power, even if you are not a magician, as long as you know the method. Above the water mirror was a scene of 3 fireworks of different colors shot out by the airship that was previously the flagship. Ezio pointed at the screen of the water mirror and asked, "Do you know what this means?" Noah shook his head and said, "This is the signal to start the war." "When was it sent?" "Oh, it should also be used as a signal to indicate the start of the operation." "Do you know the airship communication method of the Hater Empire?" Ezio asked again. "I know." Noah nodded and said, "This is a must-learn course for Sky Knights. There are not many ways to communicate between airships, unless they communicate through magic. But this method consumes a lot of money. There was no forum before. At that time, Hater's airship had its own set of pyrotechnic communication techniques, as well as flags and special flag movements that had their own meanings." Ezio was surprised. "They didn't change these things?" "It's not necessary. These are the instructions for dispatching on the battlefield. You can change them so as not to confuse the soldiers. Anyway, once the order is given, as soon as the action comes out, everyone will know what the other person wants to do. We are required to follow suit. It's just a matter of responding immediately. But sometimes you don't know what the opponent is going to do, so you don't have time to follow it. So Hater doesn't care about others knowing." Ezio thinks about it. This is the truth. Just like the frontline infantry arrayed, the commander shouted to charge, and the enemy also rushed over. Even if I heard it, so what? In this case, there is no need to deliberately disguise it with other slogans. However, the airship signal is no better than the command of the ground troops. Anyone who is not deaf can understand those passwords. Ezio was blind to the airships of the Heidel Empire. He thought for a while and said, "Noah, stay in the command room. Your mission now is to tell me what fireworks order they issued as soon as possible." "Yes, General." Chapter 1552 Magic Bombing. Although the Twin Griffin's movements were half a beat slower, her speed and acceleration ability could fully make up for it. Soon, the airship entered the planned queue. The airship unit that implemented the rescue plan did not go to the prison camp where humans were imprisoned from the beginning. Instead, they divided into two waves, arranged in a herringbone formation, and approached from the periphery of the large military camp next to the prisoner camp. The speed of descent and approach was just enough to bring the ground target into the airship's magical attack range when it came into contact with the edge of the military camp. The magicians who had been prepared for a long time input magic into their respective gun emplacements, and the amplifier device on the airship amplified the magic effect, projecting powerful magic attacks from the side of the ship to the ground. This is an attack method that consumes the power of the airship's secondary energy pool, but the benefits are obvious. The increased magic power and extended attack distance allow each fireball splash to damage more than a small team of enemies, and ignite everything that can be burned. The first wave of the rescue team plowed towards the enemy barracks, causing large-scale destruction and casualties. The Orc army stationed here did not suffer any hardships beyond the Wind Emperor mountain range. From the information they obtained, there had been no previous examples of airships being used in group attacks. So even if someone witnessed the airship formation heading in their direction, no one realized what was going to happen next. The Orc army is violent, crazy, and cunning. But just like a crooked skill tree, there are advantages and disadvantages. Sometimes their brains can't wrap their heads around it when they see new things. They didn't realize the words airship until the formation in the sky got close enough to see the military emblem of the Hater Empire. However, before he could figure out what these airships were for, rows of magic attacks rained down from the sky like divine punishment. Magic that attacks the ground. Mixed fireballs, acid mist, arm-thick lightning, rain of stones. All kinds of magic that are prone to splashing will wreak havoc in the surroundings the moment they hit something. Even so, the Orc soldiers' reaction was still as slow as a beat. It was only after magic came upon them, and they suffered damage, that they seemed to wake up, yelling and running around, trying to get rid of the flames, acid corrosion, or various strange effects on their bodies. It wasn't just the soldiers who were injured, either. The clothes and tents that were relied upon to keep warm in the winter were all destroyed, ignited, or corroded under the attack of magic, and these injuries will further spread to those who touch them. Just one attack caused casualties and damage to a large area of the Orc military camp. Thanks to the fact that the Orcs were inferior to the Karlsruhe Empire, they had some experience in dealing with airships. The panicked actions of the Orcs further expanded the scope of damage. However, the magic attack cannot last only one round. The Hater Empire, which has had an army of airships for a long time, has long developed several sets of tactics that have been in practice for many years, including the rapid casting of magic attacks. Simply put, how could everything be over in just one round? There is a lack of experience, and the Orc camp is very densely laid out, with no regard for fire protection or access. Everyone just wanted to stay close to the location of the prisoner camp, for fear that they were too far away and would not be able to supervise those who were closer to eat. The result is that after the first wave of airship formations plowed through it, at least half of the troops in this large barracks were scrapped. Even if it could be rescued, it would probably be without arms and legs. According to the values of the Orcs, these cripples are no different from dead people. The problem is that there is still a second wave of attack queue including the Twin Griffins. However, it is estimated that the first wave of attacks was too effective, and the second wave of queues did not plow through the same path again. The leading ship of the second queue immediately pulled up, raised its bow, and released 3-color fireworks at the same time. Seeing this, the other airships also made the same move, except that the fireworks were not set off. They all raised their altitude and turned in different directions. Immediately, all the airships scattered like bombs blooming. The Twin Griffins were only half a beat slower to keep up with the movements of the entire formation, because her position was at the very edge. The Twin Griffins' movement, when the bombs exploded this time, was like flying the boat diagonally upward at a large angle. Everyone in the boat had to hold onto the poles to stabilize their bodies. The reason why it's half a beat slow is not that Noah, a young man from the Karlsruhe Empire, doesn't do his duty. He actually said that the leading ship of the second formation gave instructions for the formation to disperse and hunt freely. But Ezio couldn't figure out what to do specifically. It was only after seeing the actions of other airships that the twin griffins caught up. As for the order to hunt freely, everyone in the command room said they understood it. The first wave of queues had been plowed through, and there were basically no intact people at the bottom. Fighting in the second wave would just be a waste of the power of the magicians. It would be better to expand the attack range and completely paralyze the orc barracks. However, although it is said to be free hunting, each airship does not do its own thing. Either 2 or 3, they all formed into smaller teams, using the same attack method, plowing towards the still intact part of the barracks with magic attacks. At this time, the twin griffins, which were not part of the Hater Empire, were really alone, not knowing who to form a team with. At this time, we rely entirely on the tacit understanding we cultivated in normal times to act. Ezio is on a different path from this group of soldiers, who have been hanging around for who knows how long. Even if he follows a small team, there is no telling what their next move will be. If there is some misunderstanding or misjudgment, a mid-air collision is not impossible. So Ezio simply commanded the twin griffins, and flew in the direction where there was no formation to visit. The magician on the airship used the method of attacking the ground through the gun emplacement window. In the previous defense battle of the Wind Emperor mountain range, everyone had become extremely proficient in it. They were fighting orcs again, and they were not at war with the human army. It can be said that if you see something moving, you can use magic to move over it. In terms of attack efficiency, the twin griffins, which looks like a small to medium-sized airship, has no fewer guns than the Hater Empire's main large airship. This is due to the multi-layer layout designed by a certain time travel agency, which makes the gun windows and magician positions more densely packed. However, the multi-barreled minigun was not used. It consumes too much power of the airship, and it is not worth using it to kill the orcs scurrying around. Moreover, the accuracy of several machine gunners was too poor. Realistically speaking, it is estimated that the damage they can cause is not as great as the magic that magicians cast that produces splash. So just continue to hide your stupidity. But don't think that after the second wave of queues dispersed, the momentum was much weaker. The damage caused by the first wave of airships, as well as the orcs who narrowly escaped from the magic attack range, all advertised a scene comparable to the furnace of H.L., as if they would be devoured if they stayed inside for just a little longer. There is no residue left. This wave of bloody propaganda allowed the scattered second wave of airships to create a panic effect without having to project magic onto the ground. And unlike the first wave of attacks, which was a large herringbone formation, no one was sure where the scattered airships would fly. No one could catch the orcs on the ground, and everyone was running around like headless flies. The chaos on the ground, although to a certain extent, caused the number of enemies injured by each hit of the airship to be much reduced compared to the previous dense state. But it also made it more difficult for organized enemies to counterattack in the air. Besides, the scattered second wave of airships are not just scary. They also project magic towards the ground, causing as much damage as possible. However, the first wave of airship formation did not pull up and circle back after drilling through the orc barracks, trying to plow the already messed up barracks from different directions and different routes. They headed straight for the prisoner camp and began landing in the clearing. It doesn't matter if there's something or someone down there. The airship in Lost Land is not like someone's hometown airplane, which cannot withstand bumps and bumps, especially the airships of the Hater Empire, which are rough-looking air fortresses. If there was any unevenness where they landed, it became smooth afterwards. If someone just stands there and doesn't run away, don't expect compensation based on humanitarianism. Therefore, there is no need for anyone to direct, let alone shouting. A large open space is automatically cleared where the airship lands. However, the humans who were imprisoned in the prison camps did not know what kind of experiences they had experienced. Even if something as huge as an airship landed, they would just numbly get out of the way. In other words, they are still confused and don't know what happened. The airship that landed opened its hatch and shouted in extremely standard Midland common tongue. "We are the 2nd Airship Corps of the Hater Empire, and we are here to rescue you. Everyone boarded the aircraft in order. Airship, if there are too many people waiting, just find one with fewer people. Don't worry. After this wave of airships is full, they will exchange with the airships in the sky and continue to carry people until everyone is rescued. Until you leave. Maybe it's because the Hater Empire's reputation is too loud. Or maybe they have a chance to be saved." The dull eyes of the humans in the prison camp gradually regained their luster. When the first child, who was as hungry as skin and bones, was pulled onto the airship's pedals, everyone's desire to survive instantly burst out. Everyone yelled and rushed to board the airship. Also because the prison camp was not very large, the sound of the airship landing alarmed everyone. Even those who had been hiding in the crowded barracks to avoid the cold ran out and tried their best to squeeze forward and board the airship. And if this turbulent scene continues to develop, it will definitely be a terrible stampede. Don't think about how many people will be saved in the end. I'm afraid many people will die today due to the pushing and trampling of others. But those who come to save people are not kind-hearted people. And there is no belief in the People's Army in many these days. If this mess of a crowd attacks the airship and causes damage, the crew members will be devastated when they return. The military regulations of the Heidel Empire's Airship Corps are to prioritize ship protection above all else. Only the military commander is qualified to require an airship to carry out a suicide mission with no return. Only the captain can issue the order to abandon the ship. Until then, boats were more important than people. What's more, those who can serve on airships must have a certain level of status and strength. They didn't take ordinary people seriously. So how could they endure a group of beggar-like refugees attacking their ship? Chapter 1553 Crisis and Rescue. Hayter's soldiers took action, used strong methods to suppress the disordered scene, and then someone uses magic to amplify the voice and guide everyone's actions. Anyway, those who were disobedient fell down, one by one. Even if someone shouts that he is a noble, it is useless. Can the nobles of an empire and the nobles of an unknown small country be the same thing? Not to mention, who on the airships of the Hayter Empire does not have noble status? No matter how bad he is still an official magician. The men who serve in the airship corps are always superior to others when they go out. And it is not easy for anyone to do it. And such a tough attitude did work. And the situation was quickly brought under control. There are many people in the world who bully good and fear evil. But how bloody can this group of humans, who were easily captured and imprisoned by orcs, have to be? All the really bloody people have died long ago. How can they survive until now? Of course, a group of riders were eager to flee and had not planned their boarding route in advance. So chaos was inevitable. But at least it is no longer the same as before. Pushing others and almost losing control. Someone controlling the field and no one controlling the field are two different things. The person who controls the field can only ask for help in a low voice, which is completely different from directly shouting with a sword. In short, although the retreat of the prisoner camp seemed chaotic, it was also orderly. The airship full of people quickly closes the door and takes off. And another airship will fill the original vacancy and continue to take in people. The number of people is indeed as estimated before the operation. And the number of airships in this detachment can be used to accommodate them all, especially in the first few airships. The captains and crew members were desperate. Even the aisles in the cabin were almost full of people. If there was not a gap deliberately left in the middle for passage, it might not even be possible to walk. The benefits of this are also obvious. The number of people waiting to be rescued in the prison camps has been reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the first wave of airships could not collect everyone, but when they saw airships picking up people, the hearts of those who had not yet boarded the ships slowed down. Although the airships serving as the second wave of attack queues received orders to hunt freely, after the first airship to collect people left the ground, they consciously concentrated in the direction of the prisoner area. For the enemy, just kill or drive away the orcs who try to get close to the prison area. He will not chase the enemy far away in order to kill him, delaying the handover opportunity. As for the order of rotation, it was decided as early as when the rescue plan was formulated. Therefore, as long as the airships entering the second wave of queues see people from the first wave of rescue leaving the ground, they will naturally land in order and continue the task of collecting people. The twin griffins, the only ones not responsible for rescuing people, continued to block the orcs together with the airships that had already left the ground with full crews. At this time, killing the enemy is no longer the first goal, but to prevent the enemy from hindering the rescue mission. At this time, the orcs had also woken up and realized what these strange things from the sky were going to do. Having their food reserves for the winter robbed was a matter of life and death. So they began to risk their lives. Perhaps it was because the airship's previous ground attack did not defeat the orcs' command system. Or maybe the commander died unfortunately. But the orc tradition allowed them to quickly establish a new command system. In short, the enemies who were driven to the periphery began to gather, and there were signs of counterattack. Although Ezio didn't know how the orcs planned to deal with enemies in the air. However, the twin griffins still acted alone. Wherever the orcs gather, disperse them. Other airships are doing similar things, except that they form groups in 2s and 3s instead of acting alone. Suddenly, the unusual behavior of a group attracted Ezio's attention, because the twin griffins' flight and attack were directed by the captain, Baron. Ezio had time to pay attention to the changes in the overall battle situation. As for the situation of that group, Ezio was a little confused, so he naturally asked about Noah, who was looking in another direction. This young man from the Karlsruhe Empire didn't ask what happened before. He just glanced at it and said in surprise, "They were invaded? What happened? How did you figure it out?" Ezio was equally surprised. At the same time, he also noticed that there were fly-like dots moving around the invaded airship. This is because of the scale of the real-life image. The airship is smaller than a palm, and the smaller living creatures are just small black dots. Noah explained. The standard action after the Heidel Empire airship is invaded is that the invaded airship will raise its altitude, and other airships will start to circle around the invaded one. This is because there are many people inside the airship. As long as they can prevent external enemies from continuing to invade, they will be able to deal with the invading enemies sooner or later. The task of those spinning airships is to prevent the enemy's reinforcements from continuing to invade. In the past, when we were attacking airships, as long as the first batch of people entered, nearby comrades would give up their original goals and instead attack the airship that had been invaded, fighting internal passages. Hayter's large airship has a crew of 200 to 300 people. It cannot be defeated by just a few people. Therefore, it is very important to continue attacking. If it is stopped and the follow-up troops fail to follow up, then the intruders may not even have the luxury of hoping to leave safely, and they will have no choice but to die inside. After hearing Noah's explanation, Ezio understood what was going on with the team's strange actions. But he still didn't understand how the orcs did it, while ordering someone to pull out a close-up scene alone. Ezio asked Noah, "Do you want to send the Marines to help?" Without thinking, Noah shook his head and said, "No need. I'm not saying this because I am hostile to Hayter, but according to their own practices, other airships will not send people to support them unless the captain of the invaded captain takes the initiative to ask for help." Seeing the worried look on Ezio's face, Noah explained, "The internal protection of Hayter's airship is no worse than that of the magic tower. There are so many magicians that there is really no better way to fight than to attack the tower. Easy. That's why we need additional troops. Otherwise it's impossible to capture an airship. If you're still worried, just join those in the circle." Regarding Noah's advice, Ezio thought for a while, nodded and said, "Our mission is to escort, and it is unreasonable to ignore this situation. Wait." Ezio paused his original order because he had a bad feeling when he saw the airships that were also driving away the orcs concentrating in the same direction. When fighting a retreat, the most common trick used by the orcs is to feign attack in one direction, and then the main force comes out from the other direction, at a time when his troops were at a disadvantage. Ezio had to be careful about the direction of his feint attack. Otherwise, just a feint attack might really defeat him at that time. And the main force cannot be underestimated. Orcs are very similar to barbarians. They are both the type with inherent war talents. In addition to not being very good at trickery, his intuition on the battlefield is quite sharp. Because of this, the orcs found a way to deal with the airship in a short period of time. Ezio said it was unexpected, but actually it was not that surprising. But is that airship their target? Ezio has some reservations about this. After thinking about this, Ezio immediately ordered, "Go towards the position of the airship. But not too fast. Not too slow. Just maintain the original speed. But extend the distance a little longer and delay for some time." The Captain Baron was a little confused about this strange order. But the operation is actually not that complicated. It just maintains the original speed and makes a big circle to change the direction. At this time, Noah also noticed something was wrong with Ezio. As a person who also experienced the retreat battle, Noah also led a team alone, but later merged with Ezio and fell under him. Of course, he also understands the tricks of the orcs. Do you think this is a feint attack? Because he was distracted by such speculation, Noah even forgot to mention the honorific title of his subordinates to his superiors. He said it directly in the tone of the peers who addressed each other during the retreat. Ezio also expressed his thoughts. Even if the orcs come up with a temporary way to deal with the airship, it is just harassment at best. But just like this, it is impossible to pose any threat to us. So their main force must be on the ground. But I didn't see it. It looks like a large number of people are gathering somewhere and planning to attack in that direction. The airship overlooks the ground from the air. This kind of God's perspective can comprehensively observe the overall situation. Of course, it is easy to deduce the changes in the battle situation. While Noah was still looking for where the orcs were secretly gathering troops, Ezio had already changed his angle, looking for the gap that appeared after the airship was mobilized. Sure enough, because a Heidel airship was invaded, under the principle of protecting the ship before protecting the people, all the airships that blocked the orcs in the air were concentrated. This reduced the number of escorting airships around the prison area, and even created a vacuum zone. This vacuum is like a sweet fruit. If a force can penetrate this area at this time, they can go straight to the prisoner area where people are being collected. Due to the limited space in the prisoner area and the rescue force's desire to speed up the recruitment of people, the operators of each airship showed superb skills and landed quite close to each other. And this distance seems to block the possibility of using the magic gun emplacement on the airship. That is to say, when facing the enemy, even if the captains of the airship ignore the surrounding crowds, they cannot order the use of magic attacks, because there is a high probability that they will hit other airships and will not hurt anyone. Enemy. The landed airship lost its mobility and magic attack methods, and was only used as a fortress. The noble crew members on the airship became infantry. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is the most vulnerable moment for Hayter's airship. So have any of the orc leaders noticed this? Or maybe this is simply a situation they created. Various inferences made Ezio's alarm grow louder when he saw a black dot passing through the vacuum area and rushing towards the prisoner area. The warning signal exploded in his mind. Strong orc in half. Ezio didn't even need to confirm what the black dot actually looked like. It reminded him of the orc who almost hacked him to death. Such a main force is more terrifying than the assembled troops at certain times. And right now, it's that kind of specific time. Chapter 1554 Half a Raid. Baron, make a sharp turn. At full speed. Catch up. There. Although Ezio's orders were somewhat haphazard, he did not forget to put an eye-catching red light on the target he was chasing. When the captain of the Twin Griffin saw the mark, he knew where to pursue it. At the same time, a special alarm bell sounded inside the airship, and everyone quickly fixed their bodies. Some people cling to the railing, hold onto the handrail, or simply use buckles to fix themselves to the bracket. The most troublesome people are the ordinary people who were rescued on the airship. Fortunately, they were all concentrated in the rear cabin, and with the help of the Marines, they all secured themselves. Without waiting for long, the Twin Griffins made a huge U-turn. However, the momentum of the airship did not change. Everyone suddenly changed from flying forward, then to flying backward. People with a poor sense of balance could not adapt to such a rapid change. Some people even felt nauseous and wanted to the urge to vomit. After turning around, the airship's propeller was running at full speed, quickly offsetting its original momentum and rushing out in the opposite direction. The only advantage of this violent reversal is that it saves a lot of time. This saves the time of stopping the propeller and then rotating it in reverse direction, or making the entire airship make a small circle and make a sharp turn. Although everyone in the airship felt quite uncomfortable on a battlefield where seconds were racing against time, it was worth exchanging this discomfort for time. The Twin Griffins used an unimaginable acceleration and rushed towards the prisoner area, which is the direction of the strong orc half. Noah has been sent back to the back cabin by Ezio to lead the Marines, ready to attack at any time. Ezio, on the other hand, was staring at the small dots that were constantly enlarging on the live map table. Although contour maps are used during long-distance flights, in wartime, real-life maps are more practical. When the black spot had expanded to the size of a fingernail, and a vague outline could be roughly seen, Ezio didn't want to wait for confirmation. He shouted directly, "Get on the machine gun! Shoot the hell out of me!" People on the ground can run very fast. With this ability, even if the opponent is not half, they are still a threat to the airship that is landing to collect people. So Ezio went straight to the Twin Griffin's strongest weapon. The previous half left such a deep impression on him that Ezio did not dare to underestimate this powerful orc. Whether it's revenge or attention, Ezio is determined that once he takes action, he must attack with force. After the previous experience, if the other party takes the upper hand again, the other party will definitely not let it go easily this time. Ezio didn't think he was stupid, and he didn't think the orc was stupid either. The Twin Griffins launched machine gun fire before, but there were only 3 machine gun positions protruding from the side of the ship to thwart the attack of the orcs and a half, creating an opportunity for Ezio to escape. This time, the firepower was full. with 6 machine gun positions extending directly from the side of the ship. As soon as the half on the ground entered the aiming and shooting range, the 6 multi-barrel miniguns immediately roared like thunder. Small, solid energy bullets rained down on the orcs. It's just that the 6 machine gunners didn't have many opportunities to train because their weapons were secret weapons. Or they were too nervous, and the impact points still had the same problem as before. That is, they were not focused enough. Moreover, the initial shot was misdirected. For an expert like this, it was like warning him in advance, allowing him to be mentally prepared. When the beam really enveloped him, Ben did not choose to escape at a faster speed. Instead, he slowed down and steadily blocked the energy bombs that would hit him. Ezio knew that something was done when he saw that he had given up and continued to advance towards the prison area and turned his attention to the airship he had fought with. He didn't think about going down to fight in close combat. And he didn't want to send Marines if he could. If you can shoot from a distance, you don't think about close attacks. If you can backstab, you don't think about fighting head-on. This is the principle of a shameless magician. Ezio despises it. But he still agrees with it in his heart. It's just that Ezio never thought about whether he would really continue to work here when the long-range shot failed, and the people underneath couldn't find an opportunity to break the game. And the actions of this strong orc also told Ezio the answer. And he took action again. The twin griffins thought they had the orc in their grasp, and started shooting in circles over him. This action undoubtedly slowed down the airship. Just when the bow of the airship was pointing in the opposite direction, half rushed towards the prisoner area at a faster speed. This time, even another sharp turn could not stop the half attack from entering the prisoner camp. Ezio cursed bitterly and quickly ordered, "Catch up with that guy and notify the back cabin when you arrive. I'll go over and prepare for airborne combat. Don't put the machine gun away. Be ready to cover and fire at any time." After saying that, he hurriedly passed through the narrow passage and headed to the back cabin where the Marines were waiting. After leaving the command room, Ezio could not see the actual situation of the outside world through the arcane eyes. Of course, I didn't see the scene of blood splattering and severed limbs flying around after entering the prison area. The airship parked on the ground, just as Ezio had predicted, could not withstand this powerful orc who lived by fighting. With the help of the cover of the fleeing humans, the Hyder airship was half killed without mercy. The entire airship, which was killed in a short time, broke through the wall from another direction. There is nothing wrong with airships being fortress-level weapons of war. But it also depends on who the opponent is. Even without the ship-cutting sword, the destructive power is still astonishing. And Ezio wasn't in the airship, so he didn't know. As soon as he invaded Hyder's airship, he fought his way into the most heavily protected secondary energy pool and destroyed it. As if he was familiar with it. Once the energy pool is broken, the airship becomes a big piece of waste like a piece of food. All internal defense functions have been disabled, and human lives can only be relied on to stop the invading orcs. The reason why Ben was able to find the location of the secondary energy pool was not because he was familiar with the layout of the airship. It was purely because of his intuition that was in line with all things in nature, leading him to move in a certain direction. Along the way, most people don't follow the passages and turn left and right. Instead, they break through the walls and move forward in a straight line. This method of invading airships was also the first time the Hyder Empire had encountered it. As for the defense against the strong orcs, although Ezio had warned him before, the people of the Empire, who thought highly of themselves, did not believe it. They regarded it as a strong person at the level of a transcendent to deal with it. But unexpectedly, such preparation was still far from enough. It can be said that they encountered an unexpectedly strong person at their most vulnerable moment, which resulted in today's losses. Ezio also regretted his previous decision. Even though he knew that the multi-barreled machine gun could not cause decisive damage, he still tried to delay it. But if the enemy doesn't follow his own ideas, so what? If he had made up his mind to engage in close combat earlier and use meteor strike together with the young man from the Karlsruhe Empire in the Marine Corps, even if he could not cause fatal damage, he would still be able to leave some traces on the opponent's body. Now I made another wrong calculation. Although I am not the one who is hurt, there is still a price. Even though he didn't see the tragic situation on the ground, Ezio still regretted it. However, during wartime, one cannot have too many unnecessary emotions. After the instructions came from the command room, Ezio ordered someone to open the rear hatch, and then jumped out of the airship together with the members of the Marine Corps. This time when we were airborne, we had our own people on the ground, so we couldn't bring the dragon spear with us to attack, and we had to find an open place to land. Ezio also noticed that there was already an airship emitting unnatural fireworks. I even witnessed the scene where the bulkhead was half broken from the inside and fought out directly. Several of the airships around were hurriedly leaving the ground, not caring whether they were fully loaded or whether there were still people to be rescued who failed to board. They didn't even have time to close the hatch. Some people who fled ignored the danger and climbed directly on the edge of the door, trying to board the airship. But when the airship ascended, people who couldn't squeeze into the airship were pushed and pushed by others, or they were unable to continue clinging on. So they let go and fell from the air, falling to their death on the spot. The Sky Knight's landing, no matter how light it is, will still cause a heavy blow to the ground. After all, this technique is mainly to prevent the Sky Knight from harming himself, not to prevent harm to others. As for the dense crowd on the ground, there was no place for Ezio and others to stay, so they simply tilted their direction and landed on top of the airship. Some people fell on the open deck, some fell on the dome, and some fell on the airships that took off. The heavy blow from the Sky Knight's landing was just like drizzle to the airship. Of course, they didn't waste time apologizing or explaining, and just continued jumping toward the ground. Just before the orc half rushed into the second airship that had no time to leave the ground, Ezio smashed through the blood curtain and rain of body parts created by half, and crashed into half like a meteorite. If someone else had used such an attack, they might not even look at it. At most, he could retaliate with a knife and break up the matter. But with the Dragon Fang hidden blade as the front, no one can take this blow lightly. I rushed forward, but there were a lot of people blocking my way, so I couldn't increase my speed. Then half can only avoid it. The two landed on the wrong side of each other. Without further ado, it was just a round of confrontation. Ezio's self-sacrifice attack wiped away the decline in the previous battle, causing him to retreat even after half a fight. The people who were originally huddled together fled around in panic, leaving a large open space. No one dared to approach the battle circle between the two. Ezio also knew how to avoid the crowd, which prevented him from expanding his advantage. Although Ben said there was no need to worry, he could not accidentally hurt others at will. After all, slashing randomly will slow down the speed of the knife, or cause the knife to deflect. Back and forth, the two were evenly matched. But this place is a battlefield after all, not a duel between two people. During this round of fighting, the Marines who landed with Ezio and the sergeant who had not left with Hader with the airship surrounded the place. They wanted to besiege. However, in the stormy offensive, no one can easily intervene. The twin Griffin Marines were prepared for such a scenario. But those sergeants Hader, whose mission was to cut off the enemy, finally faced up to the intelligence they had received before and admitted that this enemy was far beyond their imagination. Just like the first encounter, the fierce battle cannot be endless. The two people who were angry took a step back at the same time and stared at each other. Chapter 1555 Barbarian Armida. Ezio's long sword was scrapped again, and the armor that protected him through the retreat was also unbearable. However, this result was not that Ezio relied on the strength of his armor to withstand half of the attack. He tried hard to dodge, but still couldn't dodge all the slashes. Half the situation is better. In that case of trauma, the muscles just contracted to stop the bleeding. However, the damaged swords could no longer be saved. One of them had a long cut on the blade surface by the dragon's tooth-hidden blade, and it could no longer bear the torment. The other one had a section cut off. The people left behind by Hader are all magicians. After watching the previous battles, the berserker factor in the blood of the mage from the land was greatly suppressed. They did not dare to exchange with Ezio, but instead projected the magic they prepared, overwhelming the sky. However, for a strong person at this level, although it takes some effort to defeat the demon, it does not necessarily require special weapons or props. No matter how much or how intensive the magic is, it is all done in one breath. On the contrary, the brilliant sparks after breaking through the magic became his best cover. Half turned around and charged into the crowd, once again bringing about a horrific bloody scene. A half-cut knife, a broken knife that breaks easily, is still a deadly weapon in the hands of a person with sword master qualifications. This is a fact confirmed by the lives of Sergeants Hader, who have high self-esteem. Of course, Ezio would not let his comrades be harmed, but he also did not blindly pursue the enemy in an attempt to stop them. When fighting with a half, the most taboo thing is to fall into the opponent's rhythm. Once the opportunity is lost, the consequences will be catastrophic. Ezio, who had a deep understanding of this, used himself as bait. While seemingly pursuing, he discovered a flaw that could lead to death. However, Ezio is confident that with his prepared backhand, he can come back in one fell swoop. Even if the opponent doesn't die, he will still be seriously injured. But he half ignored the opportunity to kill Ezio. In his eyes, this young man who had just lost his nipple hair did not need to pay so much attention to it. This is war. Many times, killing 100 enemies is more valuable than killing one strong person. Ezio also felt the slight, but he didn't have the strength to complain. His dead companions will not come back to life because of his complaints. He could only take out his prepared backhand, which was a pineapple-like iron block filled with concentrated storm and acid mist magic. That is a grenade from a certain time traveler that combines technology and magic. The reason why storm magic was used instead of any kind of explosion or fire magic was because Lin had determined through experiments that the latter was mainly about magic killing, and any form of demon breaking could render this magic item ineffective. But the sudden surge of wind can bring considerable initial velocity to the broken iron block. These shards can still kill people, and will not work against magic or magic defenses because they are just physical properties. The reason for adding acid mist is that if the enemy is unable to exert any form of demon breaking effect, a simple piece of iron may not necessarily cause death. The storm will not only blow people away, but will unfortunately cause serious injuries if they hit sharp objects. This is not enough magic for an attack. Originally, someone was very stupid and put a layer of poison on the inside of the iron block. A person who eats a guava will not only die, but also become crippled. If he is crippled, he will be tortured. However, this approach attracted numerous criticisms and was forced to be cancelled. In fact, Lin suspected that it wasn't that the protesters were noble at all. It was just that their guava-throwing technique was too clumsy, and they hurt themselves from time to time. No matter what the truth is, this weapon with area of effect is very effective against strong men who are good at speed. Even Ezio himself was mentally prepared to be injured by the explosion, and he had to drag half of them into the water together. I don't know if he was half alert, or he didn't care at all, but he still ignored Ezio's unknown threat. Ezio, on the other hand, was concerned about his comrades around him. They don't have the same awareness as themselves. If you are accidentally injured, it will not be so easy to dismiss. He just held the grenade in his right hand and the dragon's tooth-hidden sword in his left hand, and caught up with him halfway. Ezio was not just worried about the tangled time when various tactics were cracked before they even started. He paid attention and observed the action patterns in the semi-group attack state. The result was unexpectedly easy to guess. In short, he just crashed into a crowded place to maximize his lethality. Now that we have found the pattern, we can naturally predict it. Ezio found a sure opportunity and ran into a crowd, just in time to meet half of them. Seizing the opportunity, Ezio struck 3 consecutive times with his left hidden sword, hitting the weak points that were part of his habit. However, the end of this wave of offensive was based on guessing and not really catching half of the flaws. So the strong orcs easily resolved their crisis. What Ezio didn't expect was that this series of traps was half set. Ezio's counterattack was completely unexpected. The result of this was a wound on the front from the left shoulder to the right side of the abdomen. Fortunately, it was the broken knife that cut him, and Ezio was killed on the spot. But this blow was still bone deep, causing people to bleed. No matter how hard Ezio held on, he fell to his knees. Unexpectedly, half didn't end Ezio's life immediately. Instead, he sighed and said, "Boy, you should be proud. You have caused enough trouble for me. Do you have any last words to say? You can save it by entrusting me. I won't help you, and neither will anyone else. I can't help you." Ezio, who was panting heavily and unable to recover, didn't even have the ability to mock the opponent. He just looked at each other indifferently. Those who kill will always be killed. He knew this a long time ago. When actually faced with it, Ezio's attitude was even calmer than he imagined. No resentment. There is no regret. Not even a pity. He just thought, is it enough that he has worked hard so far? What else can you do? In one moment, Ezio re-examined the most impressive moment in his life. Some are happy and some are sad. This is not his complete life, but these are extremely precious to him. When he half raised the sword in his hand, the injury on his left shoulder made Ezio raise his left hand. He didn't have the strength to block with the dragon fawn hidden sword, and could only watch the sword fall. Amidst everyone's exclamations, the falling knife was finally caught. It was a man wearing a simple cut vest made of unknown animal fur on his upper body in the middle of winter. The lower body was in a short skirt, revealing muscles that would make all men ashamed. This is a bald man with a big beard. There are no unnecessary decorations on the body. Just a few horrific scars are enough to become a proud medal. The single sword in his hand was as rough as a large piece of iron that had been randomly polished. But it is such a knife that can block even an inch of progress. Barbarian? What's your name? Half keeping the pressure on his hands, he asked the person in front of him cautiously. He felt the pressure on his hands, but he didn't dare to relax at all. And he must try his best to keep this sword that should have been damaged long ago from being broken into the opponent's hands. Although it seems that he is more troublesome than his opponent in maintaining an evenly matched situation, it stands to reason that he should be considered a higher tier player. But in my own opinion, my opponent's calm attitude still made me feel frightened. The barbarian grinned, showing his jagged yellow teeth, and said, "Since you asked sincerely, I will tell you with great mercy. My name is Amida, and my people gave me a title called Kill. So please respectfully call me Kill Armida." It sounds like nothing is wrong. But if you think about it carefully, it's all wrong. Because this is not the tone of a savage. If it were a civilized barbarian tribe, they wouldn't dress in such a distinctive way. If it were an uncivilized tribe, they would not speak so fluently and politely. The overall feeling is that it is neither fish nor fowl. But even if you know that the other person is fake, you can't find out the other person's background. So you can only follow the other person's tone of voice. He half closed his arms and legs, intending to force the opponent away, but let Armida retreat first. While Amida stepped back, she gave Ezio a moderate kick in the abdomen and roughly took him away. How could the seriously injured Ezio withstand such torture? He fainted on the spot. Ban looked at the prey that ran away with regret and said, "Your Excellency chose to go against us. Isn't that right? There is no way I can help the side that is allied with the devil." Killing Armida said with a reason that no human would disapprove of. Why not? Who is the ruler? Does it make any difference to most people? In the history of Lost Land, elves once ruled everything. Dwarves once ruled everything. And even goblins once ruled everything. Let demons and half-people rule if the orcs come to rule. Won't they be able to create a glorious history? So what? In this glorious history, are humans considered livestock? Or are they the cornerstone of the empire? Killer Armida asked. At that time, human beings will have their own place. Everything now is a sacrifice before realizing the great wish. Although it will bring pain to people, it is necessary. Bandai said solemnly. You actually believe what you say. This can't be true. Killing Armida smiled unscrupulously. Then do you have any faith? Barbarian? If you don't even want to believe in the ancestral spirit of the clan, and only believe in your own strength, then I feel that no matter what I say, it will be in vain. Banwin stated helplessly. Then stop talking. You think you can persuade me to quit with just your words? That's really disappointing. We have to fight after all. So why waste it on words? Kill Armida concluded. As if they had made an appointment. The two were instantly shoulder to shoulder, bumping into each other, looking equally matched. There was no sound of gold and iron, nor was it as intense as imagined. The two of them went back and forth, but their weapons never touched each other. In the eyes of others, the two people seemed to be dancing a very tacit dance, but the danger in it was difficult to describe. However, both of them are not ordinary people. They are like fighting mad beings, and the more they fight, the more energetic they become. A broken sword and a broken sword were flying up, down, left and right, creating the momentum of thousands of troops. The big blade used to kill Armida was no less generous. The blade was rough and the attack was clumsy, but it was able to suppress half of the attack with its overwhelming momentum. Even if this strong orc wanted to turn back and charge into the crowd, he couldn't. In the end, the double swords in Ban's hand were overwhelmed and broke on the spot. After half losing his weapon, Killing Armida did not pursue the victory. Instead, he looked at the broken knife on the ground with a look of regret. Seizing the opportunity, he took a few steps back and looked at the barbarian in front of him and the surroundings with a semi-worried look. Everyone's expressions of why don't you take the opportunity to kill him are very obvious. Even Han seems to be unwilling to give up. Even though he is unarmed, he is still calm and unafraid. Chapter 1556 in perfect success. Aren't you going to continue fighting? Ban asked. If you really have the sword master status, I won't look down on you when you are empty-handed. But you can't do it now. Go back and change to a better weapon. At least don't take the broken one. If you want to die, you can continue to hinder our rescue. Man, I won't hold my hands back when the time comes. Anyway, If you dare to provoke with bare hands, you must have the consciousness of using bare hands. The human side was the most excited when they heard that the barbarian who had killed Armida and planned to release her from nowhere. But no accusations were made. A strong person is capable of being willful, and others can't even point out a single mistake. To put it 100 steps back, even if you are dissatisfied, you cannot punish the other party. So why bother offending your own strongman? Midland has no tradition of backing down from provocateurs. He didn't even say thank you or say anything for the occasion, but left directly and neatly. Before leaving, he took another look at killing Armida. He was sure that the other party was not a barbarian. What it is, it's hard to say. But what is certain is that he instinctively rejects the opponent, similar to the kind of rejection he encounters when he encounters a natural enemy. But it's not fear, and the two sides are not necessarily enemies. But the origin of this feeling of disgust at first glance is half impossible to explain. This is also the reason why he will simply leave, because this opponent feels too weird to him. After half leaving, killing Armida looked at the confused and angry people around him and asked, "Are you still going to save people?" Everyone woke up from a dream and rushed to treat their comrades, including Ezio. Someone also fired a firework signal into the air to allow the airship that was off the ground but still had room to land again to collect people. But everyone seemed quite silent, unable to understand the barbarians' behavior of letting the orcs leave. But what needs to be done still needs to be done, and everyone still remembers this mission. The fallen comrades must bring back their relics, and those who are still alive must rescue them and leave. If the person to be rescued dies, it depends on whether he has any relatives to deal with the funeral arrangements. Otherwise, no one will even accept the relics. As for the corpse, a big pit was dug and buried together. There is no tradition of attaching great importance to the body of the deceased in Midi, because even if a monster with a sharp nose is separated by several layers of copper coffins, it will still dig out things because it is hungry. Those who are eligible are buried in guarded family cemeteries or cemeteries guarded by certain churches. If there are no conditions, then the funeral arrangements can be said to be quite casual. Otherwise, it can be burned or directly cremated. After all, if you take it too seriously and keep the body too intact, it will easily become material for the necromancer. In some ways, this is even more ominous. The most troublesome ones are those who are only injured but not killed. Rescue may not bring you back. Not saving him would be too inhumane. You must know that everyone knows that they are out this time, and they also shoulder the task of political propaganda. Don't think it's too troublesome to save people, so kill them all to shirk responsibility by pretending that no one can be saved. This kind of thing was often done by people in Midi in the past, especially in the eyes of nobles. Are ordinary people considered human beings? The nobles themselves have realized that they are short of human resources, and they are still afraid of executing ordinary people. Or are precious medical resources wasted on inferior people? Today, although a new school of doctors who integrate the undead and life has emerged, it has not yet become truly popular. It is even less likely that the views of noble gentlemen will change so quickly. But we can't live like this at the moment and rely on this mission to boost morale. If there is a large-scale scandal, then it is really better not to save it than to save it. The last resort is to save minor injuries and delay serious injuries. Anyway, there is still room in the airship, so let everyone come up. If you don't make it back alive, that's your fate. Didn't look at the soldiers who came to save people. They were all dead or disabled. It's not that they didn't save her. It's that there was no way to save her on sight. After the strong orcs left, the surrounding orc army seemed to have received the news and withdrew. If it were a normal fight, the human side should catch up and beat the enemy thoroughly. But now it is an abnormal situation. Besides, if the enemies gather together and retreat in an orderly manner, this is simply the best bait for the airship. But the enemy was like a tree falling and the hosen scattered, fleeing in all directions. No matter which direction you pursue, you must have the awareness to fight mosquitoes. The veteran general of the Hater Empire simply sent out a rally signal and stopped sending fully loaded airships to pursue them, when everyone in the prisoner camp had boarded the airship, and the sergeants responsible for rescue and security on the ground had almost all returned to the airship. Only Armida, who had been doing nothing from beginning to end, was left, before Hater's last airship lifted off the ground. Someone called the barbarian to board the ship, but he shook his head and refused. The sergeant guarding the cabin door said in surprise, "Sir, you don't know that this is a demon-occupied area. So what? Can anyone hurt me?" Killer Armida grinned heartlessly. The sergeant who asked him what to say was speechless on the spot. You go. Don't worry about me. This is the best hunting ground. As long as you don't disturb me. Sergeant Hayter was speechless. In the end, he could only salute and said, Then I wish you a triumphant return. Then he closed the hatch, and the airship took off from the ground. It wasn't until the airship completely disappeared from sight that Kil Armida, who was standing on the ground, turned around and left. But instead of walking away, he suddenly disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Of course no one saw this scene. In fact, there has never been such a person in this world. On other battlefields, the team was not as unlucky as Ezio's team. The overwhelming combat power and speed of the airship were an insurmountable existence for the demon and orc armies for a while. In fact, no matter where the airship army is, no matter who the opponent is, it has such an advantage. The reason why there is no way to become the mainstream of war in the Lost World is because the airship force is a high-tech military unit, and the cost and maintenance are beyond the reach of ordinary countries. To be honest, those non-mainstream commercial airships are no different from flying into the sky with explosives, or they will fall down at any time. I don't have any courage. I really don't dare to sit on this coffin-like thing. In short, the number of airships is the biggest reason why it is difficult to form an army. In the entire Lost World, only the wealthy Hayter Empire could afford such an expensive unit. In fact, the operating mode of the airship core of the Hayter Empire has not been disclosed to the outside world. Nor is it fully maintained by the Empire, as most people imagine. The secret is difficult for outsiders to know. In short, using such a proud force to fight the orcs is just like using airplanes and cannons to fight primitive people. But another important factor is that the only ones surrounding humans or capturing humans are orcs. Basically, demons have no need for food. And of course they will not do such a thankless thing. The devil's sacrifices are all done on the spot, and they don't pick an auspicious day. Therefore, the rescue operations in various places can be said to be quite smooth. The biggest damage is the worrying situation mentioned before. This area, which is completely isolated from the outside world, has developed some unique rules. In order to deal with these leaders who regard themselves as mountain kings, the sergeants who conducted the rescue operation fought against each other. These people were just thieves who took advantage of the situation. Of course, they were no match for the airship troops. They were defeated one after another, and even killed on the spot. It can be said that there is only one alien like the orc half. In other words, I only see one for the time being. However, even though previous calculations were based on intelligence, the number of survivors in some human gathering places was still higher than expected. Or the airships did not evenly accommodate the number of people they accommodated. So some airships were overloaded. Although there is no so-called safe load in MIDI, there is no such thing as overloading. But these fully loaded airships are more sluggish in operation, which is quite fatal when passing through terrain with strong winds. The result of this is that all airships will return around the Wind Emperor Mountains instead of venturing through the Cursed Mountain Range. There is also another saying, which is to land somewhere and adjust the number of people carried by each boat. However, this opinion was quickly overturned. Now everyone wants to leave as soon as possible, so there is no reason to extend their stay. Besides, this is an area occupied by demons and orcs, so there is no place that can be considered safe enough to allow a large group of airships to land and adjust the number of crew members. And the advantage of good adjustment is that you can enter the dangerous Fingdi Mountains channel. This is equivalent to gambling everyone's life again. At the beginning, everyone would choose to cross the Fingdi Mountain Range because they wanted to gain time and avoid being discovered by the enemy. But now that there is no time urgency, there is no need to deliberately take this risk. In addition, all airships have non-combatants on board, and it is expected that they will not interfere in emergencies. So why not avoid the possibility of harm from the beginning? Therefore, the commander in charge of this mission, a veteran general from the Hayter Empire, decisively gave instructions for a detour. All the airships immediately formed a formation and rose to a height that was difficult for ordinary creatures to reach. This height ensures that everyone can safely get back to the rear, except for a few unlucky souls. Just like Ezio's serious injury, the doctor on the twin griffins, who was educated in an elementary school, failed to cure him despite all his efforts. All we can do is drag on our lives until we can get back to the rear base camp. If there is any misfortune in the process, you will only get a word of regret. Ezio's situation is not an exception. It is also the norm on the battlefield. Unless one is quite well established and has a wealthy family, it is possible to hire a life priest or bishop to perform magic and save lives. But most people can really only look at their fate. The old general had no intention of forcing his way through the Fingi Mountains for these people. They all have doctors stationed on board their respective airships to treat serious injuries. If they can't survive this, it can only be attributed to bad luck. But there is also a chance to live through the cursed Wind Emperor Mountains, despite the odds of a smooth passage. But if something goes wrong, the entire airship will be destroyed. Comparing the two, it is self-evident which choice a normal person would make. Simply put, the value of the former is not high enough to gamble with the latter. Whether it is for Ezio, any rescue team, or the injured human beings who need to be rescued. Chapter 1557. The rescue mission ends. The rescue mission ended successfully, although it was not a perfect victory. The result of rescuing more than 10 times the number of humans at the cost of only one airship and hundreds of casualties was beyond criticism, regardless of comparisons in terms of data and changes in morale. Among the many humans who were successfully rescued from behind enemy lines, the casualties among the sergeants who performed the mission accounted for less than 1% of the number of those who went out. Such a result can be regarded as a great victory based on Midi's war habits. Especially the people who were rescued were natives, who had lived between the Suritan Empire in the north and the Guana Empire in the south for a long time. With the people who had fled into the Guana Empire before, they could more or less be related to each other and share some stories. Among those who escaped first, many young men joined the defense line south of the Fingi mountain range. Once you recognize your relatives with the rescued people, it doesn't matter who you are. Naturally, both parties burst into tears, recounting each other's sufferings during these days. Although they were able to escape from that land and did not die from the ravages of the Demon and Orc alliance, only 1/10 of the original residents were there. But every time someone is rescued at a time like this, it always brings more hope to the living. So even if there is a slight sacrifice, such a task still exerts great value, both political and military. But what makes the bosses pay more attention is that all serious casualties are caused by one enemy. In particular, this enemy destroyed an airship on his own. Although the airship was parked on the ground, it was invaded and destroyed by the enemy. But in the history of the Hater Empire, such enemies are targets that must be treated with caution, because if not taken seriously, there is no limit to the destructive power of such a strong man. On the contrary, the demons who were wary from the beginning, as expected, would not interfere in the affairs of these humans who were surrounded or trapped by orcs. If there are demons to interfere, this mission will definitely add many variables. After all, demons are not like orcs. Orcs are divided into ordinary orcs and a tall special species called strong orcs based on individual differences at most. Although there are several major categories of demons, there are still differences between each demon. Moreover, among these differences that are difficult to classify, it is impossible to confirm whether there are individuals among them that can threaten the airship until they are encountered. Fortunately, there was a strong man on the human side who could compete with him. A barbarian who hacked and killed Armida. It's just that even the two most well-informed adventurer and mercenary guilds don't know the origin of this barbarian. It was as if he suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Some people also suspected that this barbarian was colluding with the devil and planned to gain trust and act as a spy. The reason for this association is that although barbarians can be regarded as human beings, the barbarian tribes whose social system still maintains a fairly primitive appearance are not necessarily surrounded by humans. Their beliefs and positions, just like the unique appearance derived from their active isolation from the general environment, have various combinations. It wouldn't be surprising if among these barbarians there were some heretics who believed in demons, cannibalism, and had anti-humanity as their lifelong goal, because they are in an isolated and independent environment. These heretical behaviors in the eyes of the outside world are completely normal in their respective tribes. In other words, in addition to half-orcs and their branched strong orcs, there is also an alliance between barbarians and demons. In the eyes of everyone, it is not unimaginable, but it makes people think it is natural. Therefore, everyone is still more wary of this barbarian of unknown origin. But since the other party did not come back with the airship, but stayed in the north of the mountains, in the area occupied by demons and orcs, then no one can question the other person's motives, because no one can even ask. All I think about now are just guesses. You can't go to the north of the mountain and capture this Amida who killed you for questioning. Capturing barbarians who could stand up to the powerful single-kill airships. This was an unreliable opinion. Everyone gave up after only turning it around in their minds. The prerequisite for negotiating with such a strong person is that there is someone in your own camp who is strong enough to fight against him. In this way, you can negotiate properly while ensuring your own safety. After all, you never know when you will step on the opponent's sore spot, and then be violently killed by the opponent. Don't ever think of the strong as the strong. In this mysterious place where the concept of law is not clear and strength is respected, the strong are the ones who are more able to do whatever they want than the nobles. If such a person is punished, it only proves that he is not strong enough. And it's still wartime, so it's too late to win over, let alone the possibility of offending the other party. Therefore, everyone was surprisingly unanimous in their attitude towards killing Armida. That is to see the effects. Putting aside the review related to the rescue mission, although the soldiers at the bottom were still immersed in the joy of a victory, the people responsible for planning and directing the entire war had already started discussing the next step. With less than half of the winter left, there should be no more wars. This is the consensus of everyone. But when the snow melts in spring, it must be the beginning of the war. This time, it would not be like the previous one. In order to raid the direction of the Guana Empire, the Demon and Orc Alliance hurriedly crossed the Wind Emperor mountain range and hit ahead on the defense line and was bleeding. This time when the enemy comes again, he must be fully prepared and a desperate fight with all his strength. Therefore, everyone is taking advantage of this winter to manage their own defense lines. However, compared to sticking to the geographical location, the other faction's opinions are also quite strong. That was when the human coalition launched a counterattack and regained the lost ground on the north side of the mountain range. The reason why this opinion became popular was that a byproduct of the airship rescue operation was a map of the distribution and barracks of all demons and orcs north of the Wind Emperor Mountains, being able to detect the location and situation of human gathering points. It is impossible not to have demons and orcs. The latter may not have considered defense from the beginning, but just attacked and stationed wherever they went. So the overall formation seemed to be full of loopholes. With such a layout, even some fledgling young officers can still devise ways to divide, surround, and then annihilate the enemy, if not for anything else. Just because every enemy army stationed on the spot is too scattered, even after the snow melts, if they want to support each other at such a distance, it is estimated that the party surrounded by the surprise attack will be wiped out, and other enemies may not know what happened, because the disadvantage of the enemy's formation is too obvious. Some people even suggested attacking before the snow melts to divide and defeat the enemy. But this exaggerated proposal was directly dismissed by the words, supply difficulties. Soldiers marching with insufficient winter clothing. Even if you can win the battle in the early stage, you will starve if the supply is not good in the later stage. Is it possible that in order to win a few battles, we have to sacrifice the soldiers who attack? Or do you expect them to rely on their faith to kill the enemy despite being cold or hungry? Those who dared to say such things were all appointed as commanders of special forces and recruited their own troops. If anyone is willing to follow them, take advantage of the late winter and cross the mountains. No general with any brains would use this plan of killing 1,000 enemies and damaging himself by 800. That's what those people who are just talking about it and don't take any responsibility would say. After they gained the power to recruit their own troops, they kept trying to deceive others at first, and even immediately focused on flying troops. But the end result is that no one believes in these people who joined at a later stage, have no idea where they come from, and call themselves military experts. Needless to say, the regular legions and noble private armies of the two empires were each guarded by their own people. The man didn't nod, and no one was allowed to move. The main forces from the civilian population were almost all civilians, who had fought in the retreat battle, or who had withdrawn from the north. How could they, who have suffered so much, believe in such beautiful words without any common sense? Let's first experience what it means to fight on an empty stomach. If you really understand this feeling, let's formulate a strategy. Other than that, it doesn't matter how nice it is. As for those new recruits, who have also joined the defense line and have not experienced combat, will they believe in these people who also have no meritorious achievements and can only speak eloquently? Or will they believe in veterans who have fought hard battles? As long as your brain is not broken, you still have to choose who to trust? Another compromise opinion is to hold on to the favorable location first, and wait for the demon and orc coalition to fail and retreat again. And then the human coalition will take advantage of the situation to launch a counterattack. In this way, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. The morale of the team that retreated due to defeat was already low, and they could not withstand greater pressure when chasing such an enemy. Even if they are as brave as lions and tigers, they will turn into panicked rats and run away in a blink of an eye. Even if the enemy's fresh troops further behind do not experience a major defeat, they will be impacted by the retreating rebel troops in front. or be affected by the emotion of defeat, thereby affecting the performance of its combat effectiveness. All three opinions have their supporters. Those who purely defend themselves are basically the small countries south of the mountain range, and some of the small nobles of the Guana Empire. They just want to protect the 1/3 of an acre of land they own. And they don't have much ambition. The counterattackers are naturally those who have lost their hometowns, as well as some young people who seek to make contributions. These people are also the group with the strongest fighting will. And there are some very famous adventurers, or mercenaries among them. Adventurers never seek stability. They are the most courageous group of people to challenge the unknown. After all, if you want stability, you shouldn't even step out of your home. You should just stay at home. The situation of mercenaries is similar. But they need a better reputation and more outstanding achievements in order to increase their employment value. There is nothing more similar to mercenaries than the young people of the Karlsruhe Empire. They also need to make achievements and become famous, so that they can have better leverage when inheriting the family business in the future, or recommending themselves to serve in a higher status family. However, most of these people are still rational. At least the opinion of sending troops despite the winter snow is in the minority among this group of people. Everyone desires to make meritorious deeds, not to die. Among this vast crowd, are there people who do not seek fame or fortune, and are not personally related to it? Old Mr. Koei, who was letting his staff discuss freely, suddenly thought of such a question. Chapter 1558 The Arrival of the Marquise. After thinking about it for a while, old Kawe Gong felt that this kind of person, who has no desires and desires is even more terrifying, because such people will join the war. To put it bluntly, they are motivated. If the fun suddenly disappears, these people will leave completely, or even join the other side. Such a representative figure is none other than my old friend, the 14th son of the Emperor of the Guana Empire, the freak named Demon Prince Azad. That person does everything based on his mood, and cannot be controlled by others. This person has the power to change the situation of the battle. But because his behavior is unpredictable, working with that person is like holding a double-sided blade. When you hurt others, you also hurt yourself. The difference lies in who is hurt more seriously. Although old Kagong once thought about finding trouble with that human figure and throwing it to the north of the mountain to harm the demons and orcs. But he was even more afraid that Azad would connect with the devil. And then it would become a situation where he would have to find a way to kill the other party. I heard that the person serving Azad right now is a big female demon. Only this kind of creature can stay around that kind of freak without dying. In other words, even if you die, there is still a way to automatically resurrect. If Azad had to kill him because of his change of stance, he would have no way to explain to his old friend. As the Emperor's closest confidant, old Duke Kawe knew very well that the son, who had been deprived of all inheritance rights and titles, was the one who cared about him. Otherwise, I wouldn't protect him in this way. The 14th prince was not the only one who caused trouble. There were also many who had to be executed for their mischief. That emperor was merciless towards rebellion. The 14th son only deprived some insignificant titles and inheritance rights. To be honest, how important are these things in the eyes of a strong person of that level? The most important thing is that he belongs to the direct bloodline of the emperor. Once he has an idea for the throne, not only is it justifiable, no one can find fault with it, and no one can compete with him. It doesn't matter if other nobles don't agree. Although the emperor had no selfish interests, which nobleman could intervene? Or someone who dares to intervene? A cunning old fox, paired with a powerful little fox that would give anyone a headache, was crushed in both intelligence and strength. It was not easy to be a noble of the Guana Empire in this era. Old Kagong sighed in his heart. His divergent thoughts were pulled back from an untouchable prince. Amidst the noisy discussions among the staff, old Duke Kawe's head was occupied by another troublesome person. That's where this whole thing started. The great wizard guy Black Stripwood. What is the best time for him to intervene? Knowing all the causes and consequences, old Kagong felt that the burden was even heavier, because he knew that what the man was planning and what the world trees wanted to achieve, although it was not opposed to the position of the human world, was not entirely in line with the interests of the human world. Expelling demons and defeating orcs is something that both parties will agree on. But for humans, closing the door to the abyss is probably the opinion of most people. However, that person and the world trees wanted to guard the gate of the abyss with a magic tower and isolate the two parties from each other. If these two towers were in the hands of the human world, perhaps they would still have supporters. But the fact is that it is impossible for the world trees to let humans hold this key point in their hands. Not to mention the looming consciousness behind the whole thing. How can we get everyone to agree to something that is not in the best interests of the human world? Or to get most people not to object? But if the human world objects, what kind of reaction will those higher-level beings have? Are humans necessary? Old Kagong didn't dare to think deeply about the answer to this question. In the political situation of the empire, the emperor generally did not intervene and left political affairs to his ministers. If disagreements arise, the emperor will act as the final arbiter. In the exchanges between countries, it is usually the big countries that dominate everything. If there is a dispute between two countries, then a war will be fought to resolve the dispute. If one battle cannot solve the problem, then continue fighting until one side cannot hold on any longer and admits defeat, or until one side disappears. But the world of Lost World has been dominated by humans for a long time. But what the magician wants to do is to hand it over to an existence that no one can control. And it requires the consent and support of all humans. How is it possible to achieve such a goal? No matter how hard old Kagong thought, he couldn't think of a way. Maybe some outside help is needed. Thinking about these secrets that most people didn't know, old Kagong suddenly felt that the strategy being discussed by the staff was a bit boring. At a higher level, the ending has been decided. What humans strive for is just to reduce losses. However, human greed can easily drive everyone towards an irreversible ending. When humans are deemed disposable, the enemies are not just demons and orcs, but the whole world. Unfortunately, such a threat has not yet been made public, because it is too easy to arouse public anger and intensify conflicts. Once the dispute reached a point where violence had to be used to resolve the dispute, old Kagong saw no possibility of winning. But not everyone thinks so. Why do the more I think about it, the more I feel that this is a doomed situation. Old Mr. Kawe was extremely agitated. At this time, news came that made him put aside all his worries, and his mood inexplicably became better. His dearest granddaughter, Marquis Balin, has come to the southern defense line of the Wind Emperor mountain range. 12 years have passed, and the Marquise, who is hiding in the boudoir, has not participated in the social activities among the nobles at all, and has no intention of getting married. Even though the proposer was a certain grandson of the old emperor, he was still rejected. Perhaps it had something to do with the unknown experience of Marquis Balin. Although the old emperor had a compensatory mentality, the grandson he proposed to marry was not the one he valued most. But it was not the worst either. He has a stable succession line and a gentle personality. He is considered a candidate who can live a stable life. In contrast, Marquis Balin's status outside the aristocratic circle has been rising steadily. As the only student of the former demon lord Venitiker, he is the inheritor of the necromancy of the old era. Logically speaking, such a person would become a public enemy of mankind, and everyone would be afraid of and wary of her. But her other identity completely changed the world's perception. The red-clothed priest of life in the Church of Three Holy Lights. The red dress means that she is a reserved candidate for the bishop. When it comes to the bishop level, his status is no less than that of a great noble, and he can be on an equal footing with the king of a country. The life system in the Church of Three Holy Lights is unique from other churches because of its ability to save lives and heal the wounded, and its level of respect is unmatched by other churches. A life priest, or a bishop reserve. In short, a high-level talent who can already cast resurrection spells. Who would offend such a person easily? Do you think your life is too long? Or do you want to guarantee that you will be disease-free and disaster-free for the rest of your life? The Marquis of Balin is also a doctor, a newly emerging profession. She has the highest reputation among the known ones, and has saved the most lives. More than her own teachers, and more than those old life bishops. The former situation is rather special. The never saves people. She is only interested in experiments and research. It is impossible for her to completely cure a patient. In particular, she intentionally or unintentionally induced several lesions, causing the patient's condition to become serious. Basically, everyone would consciously separate Finn from the patient. The latter situation is not so special, just because the life bishops who participated in the research are still accustomed to using magic to solve problems. Therefore, in terms of using medical skills, they did not save many lives and heal the wounded. Besides, in the order of the Church of Three Holy Lights, the bishops of life are already considered princes of all lands. They didn't have much time to study and research in the holy city of Estali, so most of them took turns and took time to come. The main thing they do is research. Research whether there are cheaper ways to treat the same diseases and injuries without resorting to magic. Then spread the results, so that more people can learn and benefit from it. In other words, those who are actually saving people are the disciples, and grandsons of these bishops of life. And they rarely do it themselves. In this case, among the second generation, who have absorbed the research results of Fun and the bishops of life, and can truly be called doctors, the one with the most superb skills is the Marquise Balin. She is Fun's only apprentice, and she has the financial support of the old Duke Kawe. She is also favored by the Lord of Life. And this favor is so great that even if Marquis Balin is unwilling to read the holy word and admit her faith, she will still be given the power to perform divine magic and the status of a priest. This is also the reason why the Marquise did not become the bishop of the Church of Three Holy Lights, but just a priest, because she does not consider herself a believer. The so-called magical arts are just one category of healing methods. What if my beloved granddaughter seriously wanted to become a necromancer? Old Duke Kawe will also spare no effort to collect all kinds of blasphemous materials for the Marquis Balin to use. There is probably nothing that cannot be done except that it is unlikely that he will contribute his own body as material for the Headless Horseman. But if something unfortunate happens to me, this kind of thing is not impossible to consider. But since they just want some patients to practice their skills, whether they are cured or killed, old Kawe Gong will stop his granddaughter from doing such a good deed. And of course, he will support her even more. Old Mr. Kawe kept collecting patients from his territory. No matter what kind of difficult and complicated diseases they were, he would drive them directly to the holy city of Esta for the Marquise to practice. Of course, the Marquise doesn't treat everyone. She has to have a good eye before she can proceed with the treatment. But there are many people who are medical classmates with the Marquise. They use the leftover patients selected by the Marquis to practice their skills, and thus treated the people sent by the old Duke Cavell without dying. In fact, Marquis Balin's original intention was not to save people. It is said that medicine does not distinguish between poison and poison. So medical skills are not the same as killing people. Under the deliberate guidance of others, the Marquise enriched her own methods and insights from different perspectives. Saving people is just a casual thing. But the result was that these sick people were saved. In the past, it might have been an incurable disease, and you could only wait to die at home. Now you have been cured, and you can be active again. This is the virtuous policy of Duke Kawe and Balinho. What's not to praise? Chapter 1559 Rescue. Later, this welfare exclusive to the Grand Dukedom of Kawe extended to the entire Guana Empire. It's just that old Kawe Gong did not continue to provide resources, so that people outside his territory could enjoy the same free treatment. Either discuss it with their lord, or let the person who needs treatment pay for it themselves. Medical skills are cheaper than magical skills, but they still require costs. Although there are still people who cannot afford to pay and cannot receive proper treatment. In this process, the medical skills of the new school are quickly accepted and prestige is established. The Marquis of Balin and the former and current Grand Duke of Covey have gained great fame. Of course, there is also the encouragement of an old man. After all, who doesn't want to have a good reputation? It makes the elderly even more happy that their children and grandchildren can achieve such achievements. As for medical incidents, they don't exist in MIDI. Look at the backers of Marquis Balin and the big names behind the entire school of doctors. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will receive special care, and life will be worse than death. Misdiagnosis or anything like that is even more impossible to happen, because even if the doctor goes in the wrong direction, there is still the magic of the Lord of Life to back it up. At this time, those little doctors who misdiagnosed did not dare to ask for money. They all secretly use magical skills and then patch up the loopholes with tears. Anyway, as long as people are sent to the holy city of Estali, there is no disease that cannot be cured except that the dead will not be resurrected. At best, the process may be somewhat painful. As for this pain, it is because the diagnosis and treatment process is a bit rough, or simply because the doctor is wrong. It is not known to outsiders. Anyway, if he is cured in the end and his life is saved, no one will protest. Speaking of which, the MIDI people are quite simple and kind-hearted. For such a Marquis Balin to come to the front line is not only good news for old Duke Kawe, but also good news for everyone. In particular, the Marquise did not come secretly alone. She came with an entire medical team. The people in this medical team are all the best doctors of this era, and they are very good at both researching and treating patients. It was different from their teacher's generation, who only focused on research. Arriving at this time, there were actually not many injured left after the previous battle. At most, it's just to see if there are other ways to cure the disabled people. A digression. The medical practice of connecting prosthetic limbs in a time-traveling hometown, in a land with undead magic, and the technique of sewing corpses as a foundation, What can be connected is not only dead objects such as wood and iron, but also prosthetic limbs that can be directly connected to living bodies, then return to normal. Even if you want to attach non-human limbs, or add a few more hands or legs, it is not impossible. It's just that not many people choose this way. The focus of Marquis Ballin's arrival is still on the injured, who were rescued during the rescue mission, and on the injured, who were rescued back to human beings. Among the latter, the main symptom of many people is malnutrition. A small number of cases are caused by parasites, and other diseases caused by poor hygiene. As for the large and small trauma caused by non-combat, it couldn't be easier for this group of people. The worst situation was that of the unlucky group of people who broke into the prison camp to rescue people, only to be hit half head-on by the orcs. This includes humans who were originally in a state of being rescued, the Heidel Empire who went to save people, the Airship Legion Sergeant, and Ezio Augustus. In fact, Ezio is the main reason why Marquis Ballin came here. It's not that there was any adultery or love between the two. It was simply a request made by Augustus, the old black dragon in the family, to Finn after getting the news, and Finn sent out his apprentice. That's all. Normally, Marquis Ballin would not treat young men. The people she was willing to heal were mainly women and then young children. But if the medical condition is very special and arouses the interest of the Marquise, exceptions are not impossible. Only old men are absolutely impossible to touch. It's about her old, secret scars. Perhaps the only exception is his grandfather. However, the old Mr. Calloway's health was so good that he had no chance to be a doctor at all. So the Marquise had no chance to show off her skills on the old man. After arriving at the defense line, she first said hello to her grandfather and reminisced about old times. Then Marquis Ballin slowly headed towards the direction of treating patients. Judging from her actions, it can be guessed that she is still somewhat reluctant. As the child who has lived in that family for the longest time, the Marquise is of course very familiar with Ezio. You must know that when they first met, Ezio was still a fat boy slightly higher than the Marquise's knees. At that time, he was certainly not on alert. It was just that Ezio's various affectionate behaviors later, although the two did not become estranged from each other. The Marquise Ballin, who couldn't stand it, also took the initiative to distance herself. But this is from the perspective of the Marquise. To Ezio, the Marquise was just an amiable eldest sister of the aristocracy, whom he rarely met every day. It's just to the extent that he knows there is such a person. After entering elementary school, I have my own life to live. There are things about fraternities, things about traveling and adventuring, and there are a lot of things waiting to comfort women. In short, Xiaoyai is very busy. To be honest, Ezio didn't feel anything about his relationship with the Marquise. The friendship between the two was so ordinary. It didn't start, and it couldn't be called an end. Now that they have met again, even though it was the request of the old black dragon Augustus and Finn's instructions, it did not spark any sparks between the two. The Marquise is just here to communicate. Just like in the past, she just went to save whomever the teacher told her to save. It won't be a conflict. It will just be a bit of a grind. However, the appearance of Marquis Ballin frightened many people who were still conscious in the hospital. The traditional dress standard for aristocratic women in the Guana Empire is not to show any skin when there are men, and even the face must be covered with a veil. This kind of tradition is a kind of self-protection for Marquis Ballin. Of course, there will be no compromise, and it will even get worse. The pure black long-sleeve silk robe completely hid her entire body. Apart from a person's airs, it's difficult to tell whether it's a boy or a girl, representing the Lord of Life. A bright red offering that looks like blood is draped over the body, forming a strange landscape. If it's well tailored and matched appropriately, black and red should give you a noble and elegant look. However, this black robe and red cape are taking a sinister and eerie route. At first glance, people just feel uncomfortable. The scariest thing is the mask under the hood that replaces the veil. In fact, this mask is just an extremely smooth egg shape, with no carvings, no colors, and of course no patterns. But as a maker, Finn extracted a drop of juice from the scraps of an indescribable object that someone had carefully collected, and put it on the mask. It's like giving this mask a constant fear spell. Everyone who looks directly at the mask will feel inexplicably flustered, no matter how courageous the person is, because the source of this fear is not evil, but the indescribable part of the human heart. Although it is very dangerous to borrow this power, this is not the first time Finn has done so. She knows where the line should be drawn. The entire mask is undoubtedly made of magic materials, with several extremely complex magic formations carved with invisible patterns. The main purpose is to protect the wearer and limit the spread of this indescribable power. What needs to be emphasized here is that what fuels the growth of indescribable forces is human beings' fear of the unknown. If this fear has a source, whether true or false, it is no longer related to the unknown, and it cannot nourish the indescribable. The entire set of equipment created by Danthan deliberately creates a dark atmosphere, coupled with the fact that the wearer is a practicing necromancer. This fear seems to have a source, and because the heart-protecting part of the robe is made of dragon scales donated by the Black Dragon Augustus. Therefore, some well-informed people may mistake this sense of fear for dragon power. After all, the aura of the Black Dragon is very obvious on this robe. This is another layer of cover. Although the robe of the Lord of Life should be an artifact belonging to the light side, but paired with the whole outfit, it feels like sacrilege. Just like there is a little light that is about to go out in the darkness. It just makes the darkness darker. In fact, the life bishops have objections to the use of this sacrificial robe. However, under the unexpected witness of several bishops, the originally mixed color of gold, silver, and white was bathed in the pure white holy light and turned into blood like red by divine power. This represents the consent of His Majesty in heaven. Although no one understands why the Lord of Life would make such a decision. But now that the big brother has expressed his opinion, what can his little brother in the world say? The two parties are in the honeymoon period and are working closely together. Why bother to fall out with such a partner over something that your boss agrees with? The end result was that Finn created an unprecedented fear suit for his apprentice. Not only those who look directly at the egg-shaped mask will be filled with inexplicable fear, even those who stand next to Marquis Balin will be affected by the power and aura that represents fear, affecting people's minds. The physical defense and magic defense of this set of equipment are also top-notch. At least old Kawei Gong personally tested it, and he couldn't cut through the robe made of magic silk before he tried his best. I am extremely satisfied with this set of equipment. The Marquis who appeared in the hospital wearing this fearful robe, in the eyes of those who had been seriously injured, was like the arrival of death demanding death, prepared to take them back to the kingdom of God where they should go, or the underworld where anyone can go. At this time, let alone treatment, I was lucky not to be frightened to death. But the luckiest people are those who remain unconscious, although they were also infiltrated by the aura of fear. As they were unconscious, they certainly would not breed fear in their hearts. The purely physical impact is still limited. Ezio belongs to this group of people who don't know they are about to die, since he was semi-seriously injured and suffered severe blood loss. He had already fallen into a coma. Chapter 1560 Treating Wounded Soldiers. Due to someone's suggestion, Midi's medical research has known the importance of blood and blood transfusion to the human body a long time ago. It's just that there is no need for humans to donate blood and produce plasma. In undead magic, there is a specially formulated liquid that lubricates the joints of corpses. And of course, there are also substitutes for blood. It was these things and their formulas that were contributed, and then improved, and became a very important key item in emergency medicine. Best of all, this alternative has no blood type concerns. The only drawback is that it cannot completely replace the blood in a living person's body with this blood substitute, and the strength of some strong warriors will suffer an irreversible decline after injecting too much blood substitute. Shock patients who have lost a lot of blood can use this blood substitute to maintain vital signs. But it is also necessary to stop the bleeding, not to transfuse blood and allow bleeding at the same time. Therefore, the vast majority of seriously injured patients, including Ezio, relied on this blood substitute to survive. So when the medical team comes in, the main thing they do is suture. Suture the blood vessels when the blood vessels are broken. Suture the muscles when the muscles are broken. Nail the nails when the bones are broken. And suture the wounds if there are wounds on the body. In Finn's terms, it's like treating people like stitched corpses. The more meticulous this work is, the stronger the stitched corpse will be. Living people are not corpses, so of course they must be taken seriously. But one thing is the same. The more meticulous this work is, the smoother the injured will be able to return to their original state. On the contrary, if the suturing stage is too rough, it will affect the person's future actions. But what exactly is called meticulousness, and what is called roughness? You can know the difference by sewing more corpses. Therefore, it is not a secret that doctors also practice necromancy. Even the life bishops cannot criticize unless they are willing to provide living people for practice. It was Marquis Balin who took care of Ezio's injuries herself. After all, it was her teacher's order. As long as it did not seriously violate her own principles, the Marquise would do it meticulously. However, several days have passed since the time of injury. During this period, Other doctors also performed rescue operations on Ezio. Even though his life was on the line, it still seemed to be in danger, which was why the Marquis Ballon and the others were used. The previous emergency treatment was actually just to stop the bleeding and suture the external wound. This is enough for general trauma. But from the perspective of Marquis Baron, Ezio's serious injuries, including internal bleeding, were far from enough. But because of the treatment, and a few days later, the wound has a tendency to scab. The Marquis neatly used a sterilized knife to reopen Ezio's wound. Start treating the injuries within the body. In the eyes of outsiders, this kind of violent method was painful enough to wake people up and then pass out. But Ezio remained motionless. Don't think that this kid was seriously injured and fell unconscious. In fact, he was just hit by a magic bullet. The Mafe powder used by traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and the anesthesia methods used by Western medicine actually have some side effects and are not methods that can be abused. Therefore, when major surgery is performed, Western medicine has specialized anesthesiologists who are responsible for anesthetizing the patient to relieve the patient's pain. At the same time, they avoid excessive anesthesia, which may cause physical damage. But in a magical land, it's very simple to keep people from moving. There are many kinds of magic that can be done, some even simple enough that even a magic apprentice can perform it. And another big advantage of using magic is that there are no side effects, no sequelae, and of course no problems such as allergies. Therefore, when doctors deal with trauma, they will habitually use paralysis magic on the patient to prevent the patient from moving. Especially when dealing with patients who feel pain and beat others. If there are any shortcomings, there are them. That is, the body cannot move, but it still has feelings. Any feeling of pain or nausea cannot be discounted. Of course, there are magics that can isolate feelings, but they are not as easy to cast as magics like paralysis. There are many types of the latter, and many of them can be easily performed by a magic apprentice. But the former is much more difficult. Even if the apprentice can perform it, the degree of isolation is not complete. So most of the time, even though it looks like the injured person is lying on the operating table obediently, letting the doctor cut and sew, but they may actually be in agony. And if they could move their hands and feet, they might commit suicide directly. In fact, a doctor who can perform such a major surgery will also be able to cut off the magic of the senses to some extent. Even if it can't completely block it, it can at least alleviate some of the pain. If a doctor doesn't work this magic at all during a major surgery, it must be intentional. Just like Ezio now. Although he is in a coma, but he still felt everything that happened to him. It's just that the physical condition is too bad, and the paralysis magic has been cast. So the control of consciousness and body is still separated. He was unable to cope with it all, and he couldn't even accurately recognize what was wrong with him. It's like being trapped in a nightmare. However, in reality, the Marquis Ballon wears gauze surgical gloves with self-cleaning and disinfecting functions. This special pair of gloves can effectively isolate hand sweat, maintain the flexibility of the hands, and effectively avoid any contamination of the wound. Although she deliberately inflicted some pain on Giotto, Marquis Ballon's skills in repairing the body were still impeccable. Ezio's injuries were far more serious than expected before seeing them with his own eyes. A cut from the left shoulder to the right side of the abdomen not only broke the bones, but also almost opened the pericardium. If the latter was really injured, he would be facing Ezio's body now. The reason why Ezio is in a coma is because many internal injuries had not been properly treated. The little doctor before just stopped the bleeding hastily, and then sutured the external wound. Whether a person can survive this kind of treatment depends entirely on his own resilience. If you are in poor physical condition, it would not be a surprise if you cannot survive it. Ezio has been able to live as long as he is now because of his young and strong constitution, which was nourished by dragon blood. But to wait for natural recovery, it may take more time and more dangerous difficulties. But since the Marquis took action, she would naturally handle these injuries perfectly. In order to hone her skills in making sutured corpses, Marquis Ballon took every opportunity for surgery very seriously. Unless the patient is in her eyes, as long as she makes a move, she will not stop until she does her best. Therefore, she carefully connected every blood vessel and nerve using her own unique techniques. The muscle bundles are also meticulously connected according to their corresponding positions. The bone part is more troublesome. In addition to cleaning up some bone fragments first, other materials must be found to fill in the incomplete bones. Although the bones themselves will grow. If a long and short bone is made at the beginning, it will be crooked no matter how long it grows later. So pre-processing is very important. These tasks may seem monotonous, but they are actually extremely tedious, especially when working inside the human body. If you are not careful, you will get a few more wounds in the uninjured areas nearby. This is not a good thing for patients. Although Marquis Balin is already very familiar with each different part. Each different treatment uses different techniques. But she still focused on every move she made. The so-called perfection is not only about repairing the injury to the best possible condition, but also about being able to handle it all in the shortest time with the least effort, in the least laborious way. There is no unnecessary movement or wasting of one's own energy. This pursuit of perfection is not only needed in medical skills, but also in combat. Perhaps the enemy's response and various emergencies will make your actions imperfect, but that doesn't mean you can't pursue something. In such a grueling operation, Ezio's injury treatment finally came to an end. The Marquise thinks she has done it perfectly, but the people being treated may not think so. However, Ezio has not yet awakened from his coma. Even if I wanted to complain, I didn't have the ability to say it right now. For the final finishing touch, the Marquise sewed a long scar on the chest of the grown-up boy. The thread used is not cotton thread that needs to be disassembled afterwards, but a special magic material used by necromancers to deal with high-level undead warriors. This is a high-quality magic thread taken from a certain spider demon insect. This kind of silk thread will eventually turn into protein and be absorbed by the human body, so that no trace of suture can be seen. That is, no scar will be left. And wounds sutured with this type of silk thread can restore the human body to its original state to the greatest extent. There are two types of people who need this kind of treatment the most. One is a superb warrior who pays attention to the use of the body, and the other is a woman who loves beauty. However, in the Marquise's experience, most of the people who require the use of such expensive materials are female nobles, or the female dependents of great nobles. On the contrary, those soldiers regard scars as medals, and sometimes express disgust at this scarless treatment. Even if the recovery effect after treatment is better, they are unwilling to use it. But Ezio couldn't make a choice in front of him. And with the teacher's instructions, and the old black dragon footing the bill, Marquise Balin did not hesitate to use materials of this level. After Ezio's injury is taken care of, other people will naturally take over the subsequent care. Marquis Balin inspected the other wounded in the hospital as if nothing had happened. Those with minor injuries will be dealt with in their respective camps. This kind of people can probably continue their defensive tasks just by bandaging them, without any hindrance in their activities. Most of the people who will be sent to the field hospital in the base camp are seriously injured people who need special care. This kind of people even have trouble with daily activities, so they don't put themselves on the line of defense to hinder everyone. Doing this will not only facilitate centralized care, but also help protect these injured people. While the Marquise was treating Ezio, the others she brought with her were also treating other people in the hospital who were still injured. If it needs to be recut, recut it. If you should use medicine or magic, use medicine or magic. Many people's injuries have resulted in complications due to improper early treatment. These symptoms originally depended on the injured person to survive. If they could survive, they would be buried in the ground. But now that the best medical team in the Holy City has appeared, there is no reason to let these people die. It is common knowledge that one veteran who has survived can be worth 10 newcomers who have never fought.